Chapter 1 Lin Yi, the comic character. When technological progress stagnated for centuries, evil gods began to awaken, and all sorts of supernatural phenomena started appearing in our world one after another. The lecturer on the podium was passionately narrating the developmental history of this world. The young boys and girls below the podium were all listening attentively, while I sat by the window in the front row, lost in thought. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting its glow on my somewhat pale face. I wore gold-rimmed glasses, my right eye covered by a square gauze patch, while my left eye remained flawlessly clear. I rested my cheek on one hand, gazing out the window as thoughts swirled through my mind. Lin Yi, what are you spacing out for? The girl beside me nudged me with her elbow, casting a cautious glance at the instructor on the podium. Snapped out of my thoughts, I turned to look at her and asked with a calm smile, "What's wrong?" My voice was as gentle as a breeze. Frowning slightly, the girl whispered to me, "Lin Yi, it's okay even if you haven't awakened any supernatural abilities. If one truly awakened supernatural abilities, it would actually be more dangerous. You'd have to constantly guard against potential assassins sent by those evil deity lackeys." I smiled knowingly, not taking her words seriously, and merely gave a slight nod before turning my head away again. This time instead of staring blankly out the window, I picked up the periodic table book in front of me. This wasn't your ordinary hydrogen helium lithium beryllium boron chart. It was a manual teaching awakened individuals how to distinguish elemental particles and efficiently absorb them. For me, even if I swallowed this book whole, it would be useless because I'm an ordinary person without any supernatural abilities. I'm also a transmigrator. Roughly a few days ago, I crossed over to this world. After absorbing the original owner's memories, I learned the basic information about this world. This is a world where eldritch gods are awakening and supernatural horrors run rampant. Humanity lives in constant fear. Were it not for the awakened, civilization might have already perished. Whether it's entities corrupted by the aura of eldritch gods, supernatural horrors, or the awakened themselves, all possess extraordinary powers. The Awakener Academy I attend is an institution dedicated to training those with awakened abilities. Under normal circumstances, only those the Federation has verified as having the potential to awaken supernatural abilities can enroll in this academy. At yesterday's awakening ceremony, all the students in the academy awakened supernatural abilities except for me. This incident alarmed all the academy's instructors. They suspected a malfunction in the ceremony, as the academy had never encountered a case of failed awakening since its founding. Moreover, I was considered a prodigy among students, excelling in all subjects and possessing unique insights in combat. But even after thorough inspections, with the dean personally stepping in, the final verdict remained unchanged. I was incapable of awakening any supernatural power. As the situation escalated, skepticism and mockery poured in, and even the instructors began to treat me with cold indifference. But I didn't care, because I had the system. Looking at the progress bar before me that had already reached 99%, the corners of my mouth curled into a faint smile. Barring any accidents, the system would activate within the day. The girl beside me had been watching me all along. Seeing me transform from a genius into an ordinary person, a trace of pity surfaced in her eyes. Soon, the school bell rang, and the students packed up their belongings to leave the academy. I adjusted my glasses, closed my book, and stood up to walk out of the classroom. "Hey, Lin Yi, we're having a gathering tonight at Iguan Restaurant in the South District. You coming?" A hand landed on my shoulder as Chen Yang smiled at me, with Jiang Yi standing beside him. They were the only good friends whose attitudes toward me hadn't changed after the awakening ceremony. Just as I was about to respond, a mocking voice cut in, "Oh come on, tell me you're not actually inviting some ordinary guy to the gathering?" I turned my head and saw it was Wang Yujia. Chen Yang's eyes flashed with displeasure as he said coldly, "Wang Yujia, what business is it of yours if I invite Lin Yi to the gathering?" Jiang Yi suddenly remarked, a pointless search for validation. Wang Yujia curled his lips after being mocked. "TCH, I was kindly reminding you not to associate with ordinary people, and here you are mistaking kindness for malice." Then he walked past me and sneered, "Ordinary people will always remain ordinary. No matter how much a sheep tries to mingle with wolves, it can never change the fact that it's a sheep. Its fate will ultimately be death. I hope you know your place and stay far away from Yalan from now on." The Yalan he mentioned is my deskmate. Many people think we have a special relationship, but I know we're just ordinary friends, not even as close as I am with Chen Yang or Jiang Yi. Being misunderstood, I couldn't be bothered to explain. After Wang Yujia left, Chen Yang said nervously, "Lin Yi, don't take that guy's words to heart, alright?" I shook my head with a faint smile and said, "I have some things to take care of tonight, so I won't be joining the gathering. Have fun, guys." Chen Yang seemed hesitant to speak, but Jiang Yi shook his head at him. So Chen Yang finally said, "Alright, but no rejecting us next time." I nodded with a smile, "Absolutely." Then I parted ways with them at the academy gate. My apartment was in the Eastern District. Entering the cramped room, I closed the door behind me. Just moments ago, my system had activated. At this moment, a notification sound echoed in my mind. Ding! God level card system successfully bound. The god-level card system, was this my golden finger? Hearing the prompt, I let out a long sigh of relief, and my anxious heart finally settled. I softly called out, "System?" As soon as the words left my mouth, the system's prompt sounded again. "Novice gift pack has been issued. Would you like to claim it?" Claim. Whoosh! A flash of light passed, and 2 cards materialized before me, each radiating golden and white glows. This is... Looking at the 2 cards floating before my eyes, though slightly puzzled, I still reached out to grab them. The moment I touched the 2 cards, 2 pieces of information appeared before my eyes. Blank card. It can bear everything. Try adding some materials to it, and you'll be able to create a magical card with powerful strength. Note: more materials don't necessarily make the card stronger. Perhaps choosing a reasonable combination of materials is the correct approach. Demonic Eye, Legendary. This is an ability card. Upon using it, you will gain a demonic eye that sees through all falsehoods. No evil spirits or anomalies can hide from its gaze. A blank card. So the system's function is to create cards? My gaze first settled on that white card as I questioned the system. Correct, the system replied. Hearing this, a faint smile curled my lips. Adding materials to blank cards to create miraculous ones? How fascinating. System, how do I obtain blank cards? System, defeating evil spirits and anomalies grants a chance to drop blank cards. Can any material be added to the blank cards? I asked again. Yes. After this round of questions and answers, all my doubts were resolved by the system, and I initially grasped how its functions worked. Defeating evil spirits and paranormal entities can yield blank cards, though the drop rate isn't 100%, sometimes you'll just get materials for card crafting instead. Blank cards have no tier distinction. To create powerful cards, you must incorporate higher grade materials. The grade of materials ranges from 1 to 9 stars, with 1 being the lowest and 9 being the highest. As for how to obtain those high-grade materials, naturally, they are acquired by defeating more powerful evil creatures and supernatural beings. The crafted cards come in various types, such as ability cards that enhance one's own strength, domain cards that create a supernatural realm, servant cards that summon a subordinate, and so on. The card's effect depends on its type and level, but regardless of the card type, upon successful creation, I gain a portion of power as the creator. The amount of power gained is intricately linked to the grade of the card produced. Having understood the system's function, I turned my gaze to that golden card, a flicker of excitement flashing through my eyes. For no other reason than this being a legendary grade card. I'd already learned about the card tiers, from lowest to highest. They were bronze, silver, gold, epic, legendary, and mythic. Legendary cards were second only to mythic ones. One could imagine their rarity. This made me sigh in admiration. My system was indeed different from those flashy, superficial systems out there, starting me off with such generosity. Activate! I silently chanted. The golden card instantly shattered, transforming into golden light that surged straight into my bandaged right eye. This eye had been blind since childhood due to trauma, which was why it had been covered with gauze. But now, under the influence of the golden light, it began to regain its vitality. A warm sensation spread from my right eye, and I briefly closed my eyes. When I opened them again, I noticed something different in my world. As is well known, if a person only has the perspective of one eye, everything they see would be reduced from 3 dimensions to 2. But now, my vision has not only returned to normal, but what I see is even more detailed than that of ordinary people. Even the dust in the air is completely visible to me, and the movement of a tiny insect crawling in the corner appears incredibly slow and clear. Magical power. I couldn't suppress my excitement as I observed all this. Eagerly, I removed the gauze from my right eye and walked over to a mirror. The reflection showed a face that seemed ripped from a comic book. However, when I saw my right eye, I froze in shock. The dark pupils were rimmed with gold, but instead of whites, the remaining space was filled with a bloody red hue, giving off a faintly eerie impression. Silently, I replaced the gauze to cover these somewhat terrifying eyes again, calmly observing my reflection in the mirror. Though these demonic eyes seemed rather cool to me, to others they were nothing but monstrous. After all, covering or not wouldn't affect the eye's power, and having worn this gauze for so long, I'd grown accustomed to it. Unless absolutely necessary, it was better to keep them hidden. Now, I should try making some cards. My gaze swept across the room before finally settling on a stack of silk threads on the table. Although the system mentioned that more powerful materials would yield cards with stronger effects, I currently lack the ability to obtain those better materials and have to make do with ordinary ones for now. Holding the silk threads in my hand, I scanned the room once more, searching for other useful materials. Suddenly, my eyes stopped as a peculiar painting hanging on the wall caught my attention. To be precise, it wasn't a painting at all, but more like a chaotic scribble. The black and white lines were as tangled as a pile of fishing nets, making it impossible to discern what it was trying to express. What caught my attention wasn't the drawing itself, but the black mist visible beneath my magic pupils. I walked over and took down the painting. The moment it touched my hand, a sudden piece of information appeared before me. Painting tainted with an evil god's aura, 3 stars appears to be a partial projection of a certain evil god. Having been eroded by the evil god's aura, it seems to have undergone some unknown changes. Is this black aura the breath of an evil god? Being able to see this thing must be the ability of my demon eye. I looked at the painting in my hand, a flicker of doubt crossing my eyes. How could such a thing appear in my own room? Could the original owner have been a follower of some evil god cult? I quickly dismissed this speculation. From my memories, I never saw him interact with anyone resembling evil god cultists. As someone from the Awakener Academy myself, I wouldn't have anything to do with those rats anyway. As for this painting, I have no memory of it whatsoever, nor do I know when it appeared in my room. After some thought, I decided not to investigate further. Instead, the painting made me smile knowingly. Just when one gets sleepy, a pillow appears. I'd just been worrying that it'd be wasteful to craft cards without high-grade materials, and the next moment a 3-star material comes knocking at my door. Who knows which wicked deity was this generous, but if I ever encounter them, I'll be sure to thank them properly. Ah yes, as repayment, I'll make sure to utilize every piece of material from its body to the fullest. Nothing will go to waste. I picked up the painting and gathered all the materials at hand, a blank card, a stack of silk threads, and a canvas infused with the aura of an evil deity. Looking at the 3 materials, I pressed my lips together nervously. With a 3-star material now involved, I could only hope this wouldn't end in disaster. Merge, I mentally commanded. As the words formed in my mind, the silk threads and painting on the table transformed into streams of light, flowing together into the blank card. The blank card infused with material emitted a dazzling radiance, spinning as it levitated in midair. I remained unmoved by this magical spectacle, my eyes fixed intently on the increasingly fast-spinning white card, eagerly awaiting the outcome of its creation. After what felt like an eternity, the spinning gradually slowed until the white radiance began to shimmer with threads of silvery light. At last, the rotation ceased completely, revealing before my eyes a silver-hued card adorned with delicate silver filaments. Simultaneously, its information surfaced in my mind. Name, puppeteer type, ability card rank, silver. Effect, the strings arrive before the puppet master. Using this card grants you enhanced power along with the ability to manipulate puppet strings. Those ensnared by these strings shall become mere marionettes under your control. A silver rank card, not bad. I smirked while examining the shimmering silver card before me. After all, according to the system's material to card tier conversion, 1-star to 3-star materials typically yield either bronze or silver rank cards. Moreover, I had only thrown in an ordinary material without even a single star rating, so it was genuinely surprising to me that a silver tier card could be crafted. I reached out and pinched the card between my fingers, excitement bubbling within me. This felt different from when I had used the demon eye before. After all, that had been a card gifted by the system, while the one before me now was something I'd created myself. The significance was entirely different. Now, let's see what kind of surprise my first self-made card has in store for me. I murmured softly, my grip tightening slightly on the card in my hand. Snap! The card shattered instantly, transforming into a silvery white stream of light that poured entirely into my body. Almost the moment the light stream entered my body, my eyes instinctively shut. I could distinctly feel it, something powerful awakening within my ordinary flesh, stirring to life. At the same time, a peculiar sensation emerged between my hands, as if merely extending them could summon the power to manipulate all things. Suddenly, I opened my eyes, a trace of silver flashing briefly within them. Slowly extending my right hand, I focused my thoughts ever so slightly. In an instant, 5 nearly imperceptible silver threads shot from my fingertips with speed beyond the naked eye's ability to detect. The threads effortlessly pierced through the wall before emerging from the ceiling, anchoring themselves to various objects scattered around the room. Observing the results before me, I felt quite satisfied. This level of offensive power was truly extraordinary. Moreover, I realized these silvery white threads shooting from my fingertips seemed to be something existing between illusion and reality. This means no one else could possibly see these threads except me. Their lethality skyrocketed instantly. Of course, the most crucial aspect of this ability wasn't just that. With a slight twitch of my finger, the connected thread trembled faintly in response. The next moment, whatever object the thread had pierced was lifted effortlessly, hovering midair. As my fingertip lightly tapped, the object began an elegant dance, like some sinister entity that had gained sentience. In the corner of the room, a mouse cautiously creeping through the darkness twitched its whiskers, apparently searching for food. The next instant, a silvery thread pierced through its skull. The rodent froze instantly in paralysis. With a flick of my finger, its body began jerking stiffly before finally twitching along the thread's vibration, dying frozen in that grotesque posture. Attention, an anomalous zone has appeared in the Southern District. Relevant departments are already on site to handle the situation. Citizens are advised to remain indoors, keep doors closed, and refrain from going outside. A warning crackled from the dilapidated radio. Simultaneously, the previously silent urban area began echoing with various disturbances. An anomalous zone in the Southern District? The silver filaments dissolved into specks of light as I turned to look out the window. Who knows what grade of anomaly zone this is? I hope Chen Yang and Jiang Yi won't encounter any danger. By now, Chen Yang and Jiang Yi are probably still at their gathering in the South District. With the mystic domain appearing, they're bound to be dragged into it as well. After some thought, I turned around and walked to the wardrobe, pulling out a black cloak from inside. The emergence of a mystic domain means there are bound to be powerful anomalies inside. For others, this might not be cause for celebration, but for me, it's different. Right now, I'm short on materials for crafting cards, as well as blank cards. While materials might be obtainable through other means, blank cards can only be acquired by eliminating anomalies and malevolent spirits. I draped the cloak over myself, concealing everything beneath the darkness. When you're weak, lying low is absolutely necessary. I'm not arrogant enough to think that having a system makes me invincible. Everything prepared, I opened the window and stepped out. My room was on the top floor, and outside the window was the eaves of the floor below. Standing on the narrow eaves, the incoming breeze rustled the cloak with a whispering sound and faintly revealed a glimpse of the face hidden beneath its folds. I extended one hand, and a silvery thread instantly shot out, reflecting flickering silver gleams under the moonlight. The silvery white threads fluttered in the wind, dancing forward. In the next moment, my figure vanished from its original position, only to reappear instantly atop the building ahead. Under the night sky, that shadowy black-robed figure flickering endlessly across rooftops resembled a reaper from hell. A dark and windy night perfect for monster hunting. News of the anomaly zone's appearance in the southern district caused quite a stir in Beichen City. Many residents panicked, hastily shutting their doors for fear of being caught in the crossfire. For a moment, Beichen City fell into deathly silence. The rats that usually lurked in the shadows began to stir restlessly. Ah! A woman's scream pierced the silent night sky. On the deserted street, a ragged woman dashed out from a pitch-black alley. Her face was twisted with terror as she staggered down the road unseeing, constantly glancing over her shoulder as if something horrifying chased her. Suddenly, she saw a middle-aged man emerge from the alley. The man held a blood-stained dagger and was advancing toward the woman with a sinister grin. His twisted smile pulled at the terrifying scar on his face, making him appear monstrous. The woman's face quickly twisted into terror as she turned to flee. But before she could get far, her body suddenly lurched, and she fell heavily to the ground. Witnessing this, the man's expression grew even more grotesque as he bared his blackened teeth in a chilling chuckle. Hee run, why don't you keep running? The woman suddenly turned her head, her eyes filled with despair as she shook her head and begged, please, let me go. Abruptly, she looked around and screamed in a hoarse voice, help! Someone help me, woo-woo. Faced with the woman's despair, the man seemed to relish it. He slowly walked up to her, raised the dagger in his hand, and inhaled the bloody scent with intoxicated delight. No one's coming to save you, dear, I'll make it quick. I promise not a single bit of pain, ha! After his maniacal laughter, his expression gradually turned cold as he slowly raised the dagger in his hand. The woman was utterly hopeless, helplessly shifting her trembling body that couldn't stop shaking from terror. In her vision, the cold gleaming dagger descended, and she closed her eyes, ready to embrace death. Ding! A metallic clang suddenly rang out, yet she didn't feel the dagger landing on her body. Confused, the woman opened her eyes. The scene before her made her pupils suddenly dilate in shock. The man in front of her remained frozen in his dagger-thrusting posture, but eerily, he was completely motionless in that stance. Moreover, she could see the man tilting his head to look behind her, his face twisting in terror as if he'd glimpsed something horrifying. What's behind me? The woman looked back with a dazed expression, her eyes falling upon my black-robed figure standing atop the roof. Who are you, sir? The dagger-wielding man swallowed hard as he spoke to me. Filthy rodent, you're unworthy of knowing my name. A voice as cold as the night sky echoed from beneath the black robes. Hearing this, the man was stunned at first, then his expression gradually twisted into something ferocious. He too possesses the strength of the fifth tier. How dare they deem themselves unworthy to even know his name? Such arrogance knows no bounds. His gaze darkened as he looked at me and said, Sir, I am a member of the Sada cult of the evil god. Are you certain you wish to oppose our order? He stared at me, his expression appearing utterly calm, but beneath that serenity, his heart had already been stirred from the very beginning. He couldn't gauge the strength of the person before him, but it was certainly greater than his own, otherwise, he wouldn't be completely immobilized right now. A means that could render even a fifth tier like himself unable to detect or resist its user had to be at least seventh tier or higher. Fortunately, he had the backing of the cult of the Eldritch gods behind him. Perhaps the mere mention of their name would be enough to make me retreat. His words received no answer. Seeing my silence, the man let out a sigh of relief. His silence meant he feared the forces behind me. Yet just as he was about to speak again, whoosh! In an instant, my figure vanished from the rooftop and reappeared right before the man. Since when do sewer rats who hide from the light dare speak such words? This eerie scene made the man's pupils contract sharply. When he heard that clear, haunting voice, as if emerging from the abyss, a sense of foreboding surged uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. Extreme terror. Dead, I'm dead. Fear instantly consumed the man entirely, and his survival instinct made him roar reflexively, "What are you waiting for? Strike now!" As the words fell, a dagger gleaming with cold light materialized behind me in an instant, sweeping swiftly toward my neck. The one who struck first was actually the woman who had been pursued by the man. At this moment, all traces of fear had vanished from her face, leaving only bloodthirsty madness in her eyes. "Ah, you fool, die! Yog-Sothoth shall never perish!" Maddened words poured from her lips. As if envisioning my demise at her hands, the flesh between her eyebrows began to pulsate until a bloody vertical eye suddenly sprouted. Yet, finding myself in such peril, I felt not the slightest panic. On the contrary, my lips curved into an amused grin. As the dagger was about to slit my throat, my fingertips twitched slightly. In that instant, an almost imperceptible flash of silvery light streaked past. In that very moment, everything seemed to freeze. The woman's movement came to a halt, the dagger stopping mere millimeters from my neck. "What?" Astonished expressions simultaneously appeared on both the man and woman's faces. The frenzied expressions vanished as quickly as they had appeared, gradually replaced by terror in their eyes. "Do you think such petty tricks are clever?" I chuckled mockingly. "Your acting is far too clumsy. How could an ordinary person with no strength possibly escape from a fifth-tier being?" With that, I brushed aside the dagger before me and fell silent. Slowly, I stepped forward, flicking my fingers lightly as I passed the man. "Ah!" A piercing scream erupted from behind as the two bodies contorted into grotesque postures, their voices fading into silence. Ding! Eliminated a fifth-tier heretic of the Eldritch God. Reward obtained, dagger tainted with Eldritch blood *1, 2-star. Ding! Killed a fifth-order evil god worshipper. Obtained, white card *1. This world is filled with extraordinary powers. There are the bizarre, the aura of evil gods, and the forces of elements. Upon coming into contact with such transcendent levels of power, one sheds the ordinary and becomes extraordinary. The extraordinary has its tiers. Those who have just encountered transcendent power are first-tier extraordinaires, with the potential to ascend to the 9th tier. Beyond that lies the morning star level. My current realm is equivalent to that of a 5th-tier supernatural being. However, the power I possess is quite different from all three types mentioned above. I'm not sure whether this is good or bad, but since it's brought by the system, I don't need to have any concerns. Is this the strength of a 5th-tier evil god worshipper? Hearing the prompt in my mind, a trace of surprise flickered in my eyes. I thought these two were at most 1st-tier level, but I didn't expect they were actually 5th-tier supernatural beings. It seems I've been underestimating my own strength. Soon, I felt a surge of excitement. My current power comes merely from using a single silver card. If I can craft higher-tier cards later, how formidable would the corresponding power become? Looks like I need to speed up my card-making progress now. Thinking this, I spread my palm, and a blood-stained dagger appeared in my hand. This was the very same dagger that the man had been holding. As I gazed at the blade, a line of information surfaced before my eyes. Dagger tainted with uncanny blood, 2-star. Just an ordinary dagger, yet it seems stained with the blood of some unknown entity. The blood brims with eerie power, making it a rare and precious card crafting material. So it dropped a 2-star material, quite the decent drop rate for these cultists of the Eldritch God. Looking at the dagger in my hand, I couldn't help but smile. I had just stopped by out of curiosity after hearing some commotion, never expecting to encounter two 5th-tier cultists of an evil god. Truth be told, I had sensed something off about those two from the very beginning. Under my demon eye, the aura of their evil god was glaringly obvious. Abiding by the principle of, since I'm already here, I casually eliminated them without expecting any rewards. To my surprise, not only did they drop a white card, but I also obtained a 2-star material. An idea popped into my head. In human settlements like Baichin City, there are quite a few hidden cults worshipping evil gods. The minions of evil gods are scattered throughout Baichin City, lurking in the shadows. Most critically, they frequently emerge to assert their presence, causing significant trouble for the Federation. Although I prefer to avoid any entanglement with the Federation, the fact remains that killing cultists yields materials. It's inevitable that I'll have to interact with them in the future. Moreover, it seems the Federation offers substantial rewards, whether for eliminating these cultists or providing relevant intelligence about them. After some thought, I took out my phone and dialed the tip-off hotline. Ring ring hello, this is the Federal Supernatural Bureau's hotline. How may I assist you? Oh, I'd like to report something. I've discovered and eliminated two 5th-tier evil god worshippers on Banyan Street in the Eastern District. What? Did you say 5th-tier evil god worshippers? And you've already dealt with them? The voice on the other end sounded surprised. Glancing at the two bodies on the ground, I nodded calmly and said, yeah, no breath left. Looks like they're properly dead. By the way, I heard there are rewards for reporting and eliminating cultists of the evil god? My federal bank account number is 626848 **********. You can transfer the money directly to that. As the words fell, a brief silence ensued on the other end. Just as I thought they might renege on the agreement, the voice came through again. Ah, please hold the line. We'll immediately dispatch someone to verify the situation. Sir, if I may venture to ask, might I inquire your honorable name? No need for that. I'm just an ordinary caring citizen. It's what I should do. After hanging up, my figure vanished from the spot, reappearing atop a distant rooftop moments later. About 10 minutes later, at a residential complex, a group of people clad in red clothing stumbled out of an apartment building in frantic retreat. Each wore expressions of sheer terror, their heads turning constantly to glance behind them. Swish! A silvery white thread descended from the sky, piercing through the person at the front. In mere moments, that person collapsed to the ground with an eerie posture. Witnessing this horrifying scene, everyone involuntarily came to a halt, gaping speechlessly at the corpse on the ground. A superhuman with fourth-tier strength had died without even putting up a fight. Suddenly, a figure shrouded in black robes abruptly appeared beside the dead man. I materialized out of thin air, like a vengeful specter come to claim lives. Devil, devil, run! Under the oppressive atmosphere of death, someone was the first to crumble from terror, screaming as they turned to flee. Thud! The moment they turned around, a silver white thread descended from above and pierced straight through them. This scene sent chills down everyone's spines, compelling them to kneel and beg for mercy. Ah, please don't kill me, I beg you. Thud. The pleas were abruptly cut off as several silver threads pierced through everyone. Their wide eyes froze as they slumped into eternal darkness. Too pathetic, not even a single material dropped, I remarked coldly, shaking my head at the corpses scattered across the ground, feeling only mild disappointment. There are so many cultists here. Although they're all low quality, at least one of them should drop some materials for me. After all that effort, I couldn't even get the system to make a peep. What a complete waste of time. But since I've already killed them, not taking anything would feel like a loss. I took out my phone and dialed the tip line again. Ring, ring. Hello? Yes, it's still me, the concerned citizen. 7 cultists in Sunshine Community have been eliminated, same deal as last time with the card. After hanging up the phone, I strode out of the neighborhood without looking back. Along the way, I killed quite a few cultists of the evil god and looted several 1-star materials. Though it was a bit of a detour, it was better than nothing. My real target was still the eerie rift that had appeared in the southern district, that was today's main objective. Everything else was just incidental bonus loot. I was already on my way to the southern district. Meanwhile, 5 figures clad in black leather appeared on Banyan Avenue in the eastern district. Each emanated formidable supernatural fluctuations. Clearly, they were all powerful practitioners. Their uniforms bore the insignia of the Federal Bureau of Supernatural Affairs, making their identities unmistakable. At this moment, they stood with grave expressions around 2 corpses on the ground. A man squatting beside them examined the bodies with a strange device before standing up to address the middle-aged leader. Captain, judging by their aura signatures, they appear to be members of the Sata heretic cult, both possessing 5th-tier abilities. Moreover, the bodies show no visible wounds or traces of elemental energy. The only peculiar detail is that all their bones were completely shattered, as if crushed by immense pressure, yet there's no external indication of any massive force impact. These words left the group in stunned silence. The manner of death was disturbingly bizarre, unlike any supernatural phenomenon they'd encountered before. Members of the Zadath cult? The middle-aged man leading the group pondered with a hint of confusion. This cult is notoriously elusive. 2 5th-tier cultists could easily restrain a 7th-tier awakened. How could they have suddenly died here? Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he turned to the technician holding the device and asked, Xiao Wu, have we traced the informant's details yet? Captain, we found something. But the identification is unusual, the technician replied with a strange expression. Unusual? What do you mean? The middle-aged man frowned slightly. We did trace it, but the bank card belongs to an old man who's been dead for over a decade. The old man is just an ordinary citizen who hasn't had any contact with the evil god cult. As for whether anyone closely associated with him was involved, we haven't found any leads yet. The team member handed the device to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took the device and glanced at it, his expression turning grave. Unknown mysteries often represented hidden dangers, and whatever could kill 2 5th-tier evil god cultists was extremely dangerous. Captain, I don't think we need to worry that much. Since he dared to kill members of the evil god cult, it means he's definitely not on the opposing side against us. A young member spoke up. The middle-aged man's slightly cold gaze swept over, making the young member shiver in fear. Fortunately, the middle-aged man didn't pursue the matter. Turning toward the next location, he said, Keep up, everyone. We've got work to do today. The other members quickly fell in step. The young member trailed behind and asked the member carrying the equipment, What's up with the captain today? The member glanced at the middle-aged man and whispered, You might not know this since you're new, but our captain survived Night Owl City back in the day. You know Night Owl, right? When he first appeared in Night Owl City, he single-handedly slaughtered all the cultists of the evil god there and was hailed as a hero by the entire city. Later, the entire branch of the evil god mobilized, and Night Owl City was wiped out overnight in a massacre. The captain's family died by Night Owl's hand, so now do you realize how stupid what you just said was? After speaking, he patted the young man's shoulder. The young man fell into deep thought after listening. Meanwhile, on the top floor of a residential building at the southern district's edge, I looked at the transfer notification on my phone, my lips curling upward. The Federal Supernatural Bureau truly lives up to its name. The rewards are exceptionally generous. Just for eliminating a few cultists of the evil god, they directly transferred 5 million. With these 5 million, I can finally move out of that cramped apartment and buy a proper villa. The boss sure is generous. Of course, this was just done incidentally. I put away my phone and gazed at the southern district shrouded in mist. What was happening inside was completely indiscernible. I wasn't standing on the rooftop just to show off. While these mists might trouble others, I had my magic pupils and could completely ignore them. Under the gaze of my magic pupils, the entire southern district pulsed with an eerie aura. Judging by the scope this bizarre domain covers, enveloping the whole southern district, there must be something extraordinary inside. I observed while analyzing. At the Awakening Academy, I specialized in the subject of how awakened individuals combat supernatural entities, so my understanding of paranormal domains runs deep. Generally speaking, to form a supernatural domain enveloping the entire southern district of Bachin City, the entity within must at least be at the Morning Star level. This conclusion made me frown involuntarily. A Morning Star class anomaly exceeded my expectations. Given my current strength, dealing with 5th-tier awakened individuals might be manageable, but against a Morning Star, I'm not too confident. Supernatural abilities are divided into tiers, starting from Tier 1. After reaching Tier 9, one can advance further to become a Morning Star level supernatural, whose power far surpasses what a Tier 9 can contend with. However, I have no intention of giving up. Although a Morning Star level anomaly domain is troublesome, it's also full of opportunities. This anomaly domain formed too suddenly, and the entities within are likely still growing. This means the domain's core has the potential to ascend to Morning Star level but hasn't yet reached that strength. I have a chance. Having made up my mind, I decisively step into the anomaly domain. Any further delay would truly mean drawing water with a sieve, all effort for nothing. On the deserted streets of the southern district, a tattered bloodstained cloth doll wandered about, emitting an ethereal voice, "Mommy. Mommy, don't leave me behind." If one ignored its button-sewn eyes and flickering figure, it could easily be mistaken for a little girl. Suddenly, as if detecting movement, it mechanically turned its head, stretching its bloodied cloth face into an eerily human smile. He found you. Then whoosh, it vanished from the spot. Not far away in the Yi Guang restaurant, the tense expressions of several people gradually relaxed. Phew, it's finally gone. Chen Yang let out a long sigh and unclenched his tightly gripped fist. Zhang Yi stood beside him, his expression less grim, but the slight widening of his eyes betrayed his unsettled state. The other three simply slumped onto their chairs, panting heavily, the terror in their eyes still lingering. Damn it, we were just having a get-together. How did we end up in a damn supernatural domain? A young man cursed loudly. Chen Yang forced a bitter smile and said, "Complaining won't help now. Our priority is figuring out how to survive first." Then he asked Zhang Yi, "Did you find anything?" "Morning Star level spectral domain." Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly. "What? Morning Star level?" Chapter 6, How about I play with you? Including Chen Yang, everyone else was staring at Zhang Yi with their eyes nearly popping out of their heads, taking in his utterly calm expression. "Bro, that's a Morning Star tier ghoul domain you're talking about. How can you say that without even blinking? It's over. A Morning Star tier ghoul domain, we're all gonna die here today." One person completely broke down, crying out helplessly. He just came to hang out with friends who knew he'd run into something like this. Now look, came for a meal and might leave with his life. Chen Yang's face also turned pale. Forcing a smile, he said to Zhang Yi, "Maybe you're mistaken. How could a Morning Star grade anomaly zone appear in Bachin City?" The moment he finished speaking, the other three snapped back to reality. Right, this is Bachin City. How could a demonic domain of this level possibly appear here? Zhang Yi glanced at them, sighed, and said, "I also hope my analysis is wrong." Yet regardless of whether it's the scope covered by this phantom domain, or the eerie entities we witnessed earlier, all evidence points to this unmistakably being a Morning Star level phantom domain. Hearing this, they completely lost all hope. They understood better than anyone what a Dawn Star level haunted domain signified. Unless it's a Dawn Star level awakened of the same tier, there's simply no possibility of coming out alive. Does Bachin City have Dawn Star level awakened practitioners? Yes, and not just a few at that. But this cursed domain envelopes the entire southern district. Even Dawn Star level powerhouses would be helpless against it. A Morning Star level awakened can only contend with a Morning Star level anomaly when the anomaly isn't within its own haunted domain. Otherwise, with the anomaly's Morning Star strength amplified by its domain, even a Morning Star awakened wouldn't be able to resist and would have to retreat beyond the domain's boundaries. But Just as their hearts sank into despair, Jiang Yi spoke up again. Although this is a Morning Star level haunted domain, that anomalous entity's power hasn't actually reached Morning Star level, we still have a chance to survive. Hearing his words, the four of them froze in unison, staring at Jiang Yi in silence. Jiang Yi, even though we're friends, sometimes I really want to punch you. Chun Yang looked expressionlessly at Jiang Yi before suddenly widening his eyes and shouting, can you not pause dramatically mid-sentence next time? My poor heart can't take this kind of scare. The other three also glared at Jiang Yi with wide eyes. That resentful look made Jiang Yi chuckle awkwardly and say, sorry, force of habit. Chun Yang shook his head and asked Jiang Yi, so what should we do next? I've already analyzed it, getting out of this phantom domain is actually quite simple. Jiang Yi smiled faintly and tapped his finger on the table as he explained, this phantom domain covers the entire southern district, and after all this time, we've only encountered one supernatural entity. That makes things much simpler. The Illumina restaurant where we are now is right on the southern district's edge. By just observing that anomaly's movement pattern earlier, we can map out a safe route. Smack! Alright. Chen Yang heard Jiang Ye's plan and immediately clapped his hands in enthusiastic approval, startling the others. However, with hope now in sight, their earlier despair had noticeably lessened. According to Jiang Ye's plan, the group began to split up and cautiously took their positions, observing the streets around the restaurant from all sides. After a while, they regrouped. Let's each share what we observed, Jiang Yi said. The others immediately nodded and began to report the information they had gathered. I'll go first. There are no supernatural occurrences on the eastern street. Strange phenomena have appeared in the south, not once but twice. Strange creatures spotted in the west, only once. The north side has also had supernatural occurrences, 11 incidents in total. After gathering all the information, Jiang Yi stroked his chin and began to ponder, murmuring to himself. The eastern street connects to the eastern district, and no anomalies have appeared there, it seems the safest. In that case, we can attempt to escape the anomaly zone from the east. Right, that's the way to go. Jiang Yi nodded and looked at Chen Yang and the other three. Let's observe one more time. If there are no issues, we'll start breaking through. Good. No one raised any objections to Jiang Yi's idea, and they immediately sprang into action. A short while later, the second round of results came out, identical to the first. With the answer in hand, the four quickly made their decision. Four figures walked out of the restaurant simultaneously, heading together toward the eastern district. Unbeknownst to them, at the very moment they left the restaurant, not far behind them inside the Yi Guang restaurant they had just exited, a grotesque stuffed doll stared at the five figures retreating backs with a spine-chilling grin, its stitched mouth gradually splitting open to reveal a crimson void within. First team, move out. Second team, provide cover. Third team, be ready to support at any moment. Copy that. Meanwhile, at the edge of the eerie domain, a squad of well-equipped soldiers began advancing. They are the garrison troops of Beichen City, each possessing strength at or above the 5th tier awakened level, and their commanding officer is a 9th tier awakened. Their mission was to explore this newly emerged anomalous domain and rescue all those trapped within it. A Dawnstar level anomalous domain. This situation has gotten rather serious. The officer surveyed the surroundings with tightly knitted brows, his expression filled with deep gravity. Suddenly, a cry of alarm came from ahead. Situation. We've got an anomaly at 12 o'clock. Careful, it's coming this way. Help! Ah! The scream abruptly ended, startling everyone into halting their steps. All eyes turned toward the source of the scream, where they saw a soldier frantically running toward them. As he ran, he kept shouting incoherently. Run! Squad 2's been ambushed by anomalies. Everyone's dead. As the words fell, a grotesque figure suddenly materialized behind him. He, caught you. The ethereal voice echoed, and the fleeing soldier instantly froze rigid before collapsing straight backward with wide, staring eyes. The crowd's pupils contracted as they stared in horror at the soldier collapsed on the ground. A fist-sized hole in his chest gushed with blood. Looking up, they saw a creepy floating ragdoll with raised hands grinning at them. He. Laughter echoed as the doll-like figure moved like a phantom, transforming into a blur as it lunged towards the person at the forefront. Shoot! The commander instantly roared, his aura involuntarily radiating outward as wisps of golden energy began rising from his body. He was a golden elemental awakener. Without hesitation, the officer radiating golden light charged straight toward the eerie attacking doll. Rat-tat-tat. At his command, the soldiers immediately opened fire on the doll. Tongues of flame spat forth as bullets poured out like money was no object, forming fiery trails that streaked toward the doll. However, facing this barrage of firepower, the puppet moved with terrifying speed. The bullets were too slow and couldn't hit it at all. Bullets are useless against it, change tactics. Seeing this scene, the commander swiftly issued the order. Meanwhile, his figure had already made contact with that puppet. Swish! In an instant, the doll appeared right before the officer's eyes, its bloodstained smiling face magnifying endlessly in his vision. Die! the officer roared, throwing a punch enveloped in golden elemental force straight at the doll. Yet the doll didn't even attempt to dodge his punch, taking the blow head-on without flinching. Boom! His fist struck the doll's body with a dull thud. The officer's expression instantly changed as an immense force rebounded from the impact, sending him flying backward through the air. Ninth grade anomaly. Landing on the ground and steadying himself, the commander's expression grew increasingly grim. A ninth grade anomaly, and within its supernatural domain at that, he stood no chance against it. This spelled serious trouble. There was a real risk they might all perish here today. Stop standing around, attack. Yelling at the soldiers behind him, he turned back to continue battling the eerie doll. Water Dragon Bullet. Thorn Entanglement. Fireball Spell. Earth Surge. The soldiers unleashed their attacks one after another, with various elemental forces surging forth, their offensive methods seemingly endless. Yet, despite the barrage of attacks falling upon the doll, it was as if nothing had hit it. The creature remained completely unaffected. On the contrary, it was the officer who was being forced into retreat under the terrifying speed of the doll. Just as the officer was lamenting his plight, he suddenly noticed the doll had stopped its attacks. Hee, so many people, so much fun. You should all stay and play with me. It stared at the group of soldiers and let out a chilling, ethereal laugh. Witnessing this scene, the officer suddenly felt an ominous premonition. He couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was about to happen. Sure enough, the next moment, a piercing scream erupted from behind the soldiers. The officer's expression changed drastically as he swiftly turned his head, and the sight before him made his pupils contract sharply. At some unknown moment, a swarm of rag dolls had already begun swarming toward them from all directions. There were easily over a dozen. Damn it! The officer looked utterly dejected, staring blankly at the dozen or so plush dolls. They couldn't even handle one puppet, and now so many more had arrived. This was truly a hopeless situation with no chance of survival. The soldiers were completely dumbfounded. They watched helplessly as those dozen-plus plushies began slaughtering at will, yet they couldn't offer even the slightest resistance. Despair spread through everyone's hearts, especially when they saw even their commanding officer like this, utterly extinguishing any last flicker of hope. Even the captain was helpless. What could mere soldiers like them possibly do? Hee, so fun, this is so much fun. The leading plush doll watched this scene unfold, its fabric face actually revealing a hint of cruelty, as if thoroughly enjoying their current despair. However, just as its voice faded, a chilling voice suddenly rang out. Having fun? Then shall I play with you for a while? The voice wasn't loud, yet amidst all the chaotic noise, it cut through with startling clarity, reaching every ear. Amidst their bewilderment, even the eerie puppet included, all turned their gaze toward the source of the sound. There stood a figure cloaked entirely in black, poised atop the eaves, looking down upon them all from above. It was as if a grim reaper from the underworld itself had come to judge them. Chapter 7 Gaze from the Abyss. The stuffed dolls ceased their killing spree, each wearing puzzled expressions as they stared at the black-robed figure standing atop the eaves, as though deep in thought. The officer, who had been plunged into despair, initially looked bewildered at the sight of the figure before his eyes suddenly lit up with hope. The identity of this person didn't matter. What truly mattered was that those who'd been facing certain death now had salvation within reach. From his tone earlier, he probably isn't on the same side as those puppets, might even be opposing them. If that's the case, as long as they fight each other, they might be able to escape this dangerous situation. Are you here to save them? The first puppet suddenly broke its silence and asked. Lin Yi glanced at the people on the ground, then shook his head with a smile. I have no intention of saving anyone. Didn't I just say it? I'm here to play with you. Play with me? The rag doll tilted its head in thought, seemingly not understanding Lin Yi's words, then continued asking, how will you play with me? Suddenly, its tone shifted. The previously puzzled ragdoll's face twisted into something horrifying, its stitched mouth stretching into an exaggerated grin. Since you want to play with me, come down here. A dark figure lurking behind Lin Yi suddenly transformed into a blur, launching itself at him in an instant. The officer, observing both sides, abruptly tensed as he witnessed this sudden turn of events, instinctively shouting, "Look out!" Yet his warning came just a heartbeat too late. By the time his cry left his lips, the shadowy figure was already upon Lin Yi, mere inches separating them. This left him momentarily stunned. Was this mysteriously imposing figure, who made such a grand entrance, really going to die just like that? Had their only hope of survival vanished just like that? Face sneak attack? Lin Yi didn't even turn his head, a hint of mockery curling at the corner of his lips. Behind him, a shadow had arrived, a tattered, blood-stained ragdoll. It had already stretched out its claws toward Lin Yi's back, the crimson glint in its button eyes faintly visible. At that very moment, Lin Yi's fingers twitched slightly beneath his black robe. In an instant, a flash of silver white appeared in the darkness. A silver-white thread, imperceptible to anyone, emerged from nowhere and pierced through the doll in a split second. At that moment, time itself seemed to freeze. The doll's movement froze, halting just inches away from Lin Yi's back. Yet, despite that mere inch, it could advance no further, no matter how it struggled. Below, the grotesque expression on the stuffed toy's face froze instantly. The commanding officer and the group of soldiers also stared at this scene in complete shock. Gulp. It blocked it? The officer's Adam's apple bobbed as his gaze flickered between Lin Yi and the ragdoll behind him, his expression filled with disbelief. To be honest, given the situation just now, he believed that if it were him, there would have been absolutely no way to block it. No, forget blocking, whether he could have even reacted in that split second was uncertain. And yet, this mysterious figure not only reacted instantly but also blocked it using some unknown method. Could this person be a Morningstar-level powerhouse? Ah, you lied to me, you lied to me. After the initial shock, the plush doll's face twisted into a vicious expression again, seemingly infuriated by its failed attempt. With a wave of its hand, it roared furiously, "Attack! I want to tear him to pieces." Swish! Upon receiving the command, the dozen or so puppets in the vicinity instantly lunged toward Lin Yi perched on the eaves. They were naturally capable of hovering, swiftly closing the distance to Lin Yi. Lashing out in shame and anger now, are we? Facing the attacks of over a dozen stuffed dolls, Lin Yi remained utterly calm. With a light flick of his fingers, dozens of silver-white threads descended from the sky, instantly piercing through all the dolls. The scene from moments earlier repeated itself as those dolls froze mid-air. So strong. The officers and soldiers on the ground watched this scene, a trace of shock flashing in their eyes. Those stuffed toys were no ordinary pushovers, each one possessed 9th-tier strength. Any single one of those dozen-plus stuffed dolls would have given them a hard fight. Yet this mysterious figure had effortlessly obliterated over a dozen of them in the blink of an eye. This level of strength is truly terrifying. Ah, I'll kill you, kill you. The final puppet had descended into madness, screaming and roaring as it charged towards Lin Yi. It was far more powerful than the previous puppets, and much faster too. In an instant, it appeared right before Lin Yi, swinging its claws to strike at him. Too weak. Lin Yi gazed calmly at the stuffed doll that had appeared before his eyes. As his words fell, over a dozen shadowy figures suddenly materialized in front of him, precisely the same stuffed dolls from moments earlier. However, unlike before, they all hung limply now, as if forcibly lifted by something. Even that plush doll was startled this time. It stared at the dozen plush dolls blocking Lin Yi's path with utter astonishment, seemingly unable to comprehend why they'd stand by Lin Yi's side. Yet the next moment, its expression began twisting violently. You dare betray Anna? Anna will never let you get away with this. Ah, I'll kill you all. Kill you all. It roared and charged toward the dozen plush dolls. Beneath his black robes, Lin Yi lightly tapped his fingertips. The dozen dolls suddenly sprang to life. Their previously drooping heads abruptly lifted as they simultaneously extended their claws toward the approaching plush attackers. After a moment, a piercing scream resounded, echoing through the night sky. Under the assault of over a dozen equally matched plush dolls, that single doll only held out for a brief moment before being torn to shreds. The shattered doll scattered through the air, leaving the commander and soldiers below utterly speechless as they witnessed the entire scene. Lin Yi had no mind to spare for them. At that moment, a notification pinged in his mind. Ding! Eliminated a 9th-tier eerie creature. Reward obtained, white card *1. Hearing the notification, a faint smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. Luck was on my side, another white card obtained. As expected of a 9th-order aberration on the verge of reaching Morningstar rank, the drop rate is exceptionally high. Just one enemy yielded a white card. Compared to other card-making materials, Lin Yi believed white cards were the most important, because other materials could be acquired through alternative means. But white cards can only be obtained by chance when killing supernatural creatures and evil spirits. With this in mind, Lin Yi turned his gaze to the group of people on the ground. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. If killing supernatural creatures and evil spirits yields materials, what about killing awakened ones? Could they possibly drop materials too? If this hypothesis holds true, with so many awakened gathered here, killing them all would probably yield quite a haul of materials. After some contemplation, Lin Yi decided it was better to remain a decent human being. Judging by their uniforms, these were all garrison troops from Beichen City. Lin Yi disliked chaos, and for Beichen City to achieve stability, the presence of the Guard Corps was indispensable. Besides, speculation was just speculation. He had no intention of killing so many people only to prove his theory wrong in the end. Better to try another time. Not all awakened are benevolent, some are downright villains, making them perfect test subjects. Having made his decision, Lin Yi shifted his gaze toward the depths of the eerie domain. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the spot as if he had never been there at all. The moment he left, the gathered members of the Guard Corps below collectively exhaled in relief. Every face bore the look of someone who had narrowly escaped disaster. The officer looked at the smiles on the soldiers' faces and couldn't help but smile himself. No one wants to die, and neither do they. However, the officer soon turned his gaze back to where Lin Yi had been standing earlier, a trace of apprehension flashing in his eyes. Others might not have noticed, but he clearly saw the look Lin Yi gave them before leaving. Looking back now, the officer couldn't help but shiver from head to toe. What kind of gaze was that? It felt like a stare from the abyss, giving him the sensation he might die at any moment. Chapter 8, Can I Play Too? The deserted street was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. Tap tap tap. The silence was shattered by sudden footsteps as several figures emerged from the mist. A group of 5 cautiously surveyed their surroundings, their faces taut with vigilance and fear. Only the 2 youths walking at the front maintained relatively calm expressions, though a trace of gravity still flickered between their brows. Strange, we've been walking for so long, yet we still haven't left the haunted domain? Chen Yang muttered with a puzzled expression. He glanced at Jiang Yi beside him. Jiang Yi didn't speak but instead scanned their surroundings before saying calmly, if I'm not mistaken, we've probably entered the dead zone of the eerie domain. His tone was utterly indifferent, as if this were some trivial matter. Yet the stunned expressions that abruptly froze on the faces of Chen Yang beside him and the 3 youths behind them told a different story. Chen Yang's face stiffened as he mechanically turned to stare at him, asking uncertainly, Phantom Domain? Death Zone? Jiang Yi, are you mistaken? We're heading the right way, how could we possibly enter a Phantom Domain Death Zone? Gulp. Yang, I'm kinda scared right now, what if we've actually entered a supernatural dead zone? Impossible. Only about 1 in 100 supernatural domains develops a dead zone, how could we be so unlucky as to run into one? The 3 boys behind him shook their heads frantically, but the fear in their eyes only grew heavier. Jiang Yi glanced at both sides and analyzed carefully. Did you notice the buildings on either side of us? I just observed that while we appear to be walking in a straight line on the surface, the surrounding buildings keep cycling in repetition. What this means, I think I don't need to spell it out for you all, right? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Damn it! Chen Yang clenched his jaw so hard veins popped in his eyes as he stared into the mist. This supernatural entity has clearly targeted us, it's deliberately led us into a dead zone. This is truly the end, even the heavens can't save us now. The 3 youths were on the verge of complete breakdown, crying out helplessly. The so-called supernatural dead zone refers to a special area formed when the eerie energy within a supernatural domain reaches its extreme limit. Within this zone, the supernatural entity's power receives exponential enhancement, allowing it to freely conjure various mind-distorting illusions, similar to ghost blocking the path. Encountering a supernatural domain was bad enough, but stumbling upon an extremely rare dead zone too, did they forget to check their almanac before leaving home this morning? Why does misfortune always come their way? Though Chen Yang also felt despair, his mind remained clear. He took a deep breath and asked Jiang Yi, what should we do next? Since Jiang Yi was still this composed, the actual situation couldn't be as bad as they imagined. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, Jiang Yi chuckled lightly and patted his shoulder, saying, Don't worry, things haven't reached the point of certain death yet. Considering the time since the eerie domain appeared, the defense forces of Beichen City should arrive soon, and the Supernatural Bureau will likely send powerful reinforcements as well. What we need to do now is find a place to hide and wait for their rescue. Jiang Yi had a clear grasp of the situation and thoroughly analyzed the current circumstances for everyone. Upon hearing his words, the 3 who had been despairing instantly reignited with new hope. Exactly. With an anomaly zone appearing in the southern district, the Federation couldn't possibly remain inactive. This anomaly zone has persisted long enough, by now. Federation personnel have likely already entered to commence cleanup operations. As long as they held out here until rescue arrived, survival would be guaranteed. At this thought, a trace of joy appeared on everyone's face. Yet at that very moment, a faint and indistinct voice suddenly reached their ears. The voice seemed extremely distant, yet as if it was whispering right beside them. Beautiful, melodious, as exquisite as the song of a skylark. Normally, they might have taken a moment to appreciate it. But this is a paranormal domain. Such a sound appearing in this place would only evoke sheer terror. Listening to this voice, Chen Yang and the others involuntarily felt a bone-chilling sensation, as if plunged into an icy abyss. In panic, they turned their gaze toward the direction from which the sound had come. At the end of the street, a slender figure was slowly approaching from the distance. She danced lightly as she walked, as if performing an elegant ballet. The sweet, melodious sounds grew nearer, and the figure became increasingly distinct. It was a little girl with delicate, exquisite features. She wore a gothic black dress printed with an enchantingly vivid blue rose, looking like an exquisite porcelain doll in every way. In this mist, her presence was like sunlight breaking through the night, so radiant and extraordinary. Yet, her sudden appearance caused Jiang Yi, who had been somewhat indifferent, to abruptly open his half-lidded eyes. She is the core of this strange domain. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold sweat dripped from his temple before he continued in a trembling voice, Dawn Star level, she's already ascended to become a Dawn Star level anomaly. His voice was not loud, yet in the silence of the surroundings, it reached Chen Yang and his companions' ears like a bolt of thunder striking them. What? A Morning Star level anomaly? Chen Yang and the other 3 widened their eyes in shock, then turned their gazes toward the approaching little girl, their faces gradually turning pale. This unremarkable little girl was actually the core of this anomalous domain? And they've already advanced to Morning Star rank? And they just happen to run into these exact creatures? What do we do? What do we do? I don't want to die yet. I'm still young. I just became an awakened. I haven't even gotten to experience the high life yet. Zhang Yi, think of something. You must have some solution, right? Over. It's all over. We're all going to die here. The three of them burst into uncontrollable sobs, all their hopes shattered like bubbles under the terror brought by this Morning Star level anomaly. Stop your crying. Chen Yang bellowed, his face flushing red with anger as he glared at the three of them. It's just a Dawnstar level anomaly. Are you seriously this scared? He fumed, exasperated by their cowardice. Where's all that boasting you used to do? Now you're terrified by just a Morning Star level anomaly? At his scolding, the three who had been wailing immediately fell silent. Chen Yang looked at them, sighed deeply, then resolutely turned to face the approaching anomaly, his body beginning to emit faint sparks of light. At the same time, he said to Zhang Yi, I'll hold her off. You take these three and find a way to escape. After speaking, he forced out a smile and said with some relief, Zhang Yi, both you and Lin Yi are my best friends. Thank goodness that kid didn't come today, otherwise I'd be drowning in guilt. Don't worry, even if we have to die, I'll go before you, otherwise I'd never forgive myself. No sooner had he spoken than the little girl who had been standing some distance away suddenly appeared before them in a flash. This abrupt face-to-face encounter caused Chen Yang and the others to recoil in shock, hastily retreating several steps. The little girl looked at the group with a rather pleasing smile and said, well said, I was almost moved to tears listening to you, sob. She lowered her head, pretending to sob, then slowly raised it again with a tittering laugh. Asterisk giggle asterisk this revolting friendship is just as nauseating as ever. Since you're all so close, how about we play a game? If you win, I'll let you go. Hearing this, Chen Yang and the others felt their hearts tighten. They wouldn't foolishly believe this anomaly was kind enough to let them leave. This so-called game was absolutely lethal with zero chance of survival. She simply wanted to toy with them before their inevitable deaths. Yet if they didn't obey her instructions, they'd likely be dead the moment they refused. One choice was immediate death, the other was mounting up for death's ride. For a moment, Chen Yang and his companions found themselves in a dilemma. What game are you playing? Is it fun? Can I join too? Just as they were struggling with their decision, a cool, detached voice suddenly came from behind them. Even the eerie little girl was drawn to the sound, shifting her gaze toward its source. From within the mist, a dark silhouette gradually deepened, becoming increasingly distinct. Moments later, a figure clad in black robes tore through the mist and appeared before the crowd. Chapter 9, All Ambition, No Skill. Chen Yang and the others stared in shock at this suddenly appearing figure shrouded in black robes. Who was this man? Doesn't he know this is a forbidden zone of the supernatural realm? Looks like we've got an interesting fellow here. After a brief moment of surprise, the little girl flashed a somewhat morbid smile at Lin Yi and said, since you want to join in, how could I possibly refuse? Come on now, let the game begin. With a wave of her hands, the surrounding mist instantly surged, transforming the environment. Beneath everyone's feet appeared a massive platform resembling a chessboard, composed of square grid sections. Playing fair, I'll first explain the game rules to you. The little girl stood outside the platform, a hint of mockery playing at the corners of her mouth as she pointed at the grid beneath Chen Yang and the others. This game is called Minesweeper. As the name suggests, some of these squares have mines buried beneath them. Passing this game is simple, just navigate through the grid spaces with buried mines, and successfully make it out of the minefield to win. Minesweeper? Hearing the little girl's words, apart from Lin Yi, Chen Yang and the others all widened their eyes to stare at the minefield beneath their feet. The identical grid squares made their eyes blur, making it utterly impossible to discern where the mines were buried just by looking at the surface. Isn't this basically telling them to go die? A flash of anger passed through Chen Yang's eyes. Though he wanted to speak out, he could only heave a helpless sigh when remembering this little girl was a Morning Star level anomaly. With their lives completely in her hands now, they had no right whatsoever to negotiate terms. Zhang Yi, do you have any ideas? Chen Yang asked Zhang Yi beside him. Zhang Yi shook his head, even he couldn't come up with any good solution. The only way through this minefield was pure luck. Seeing him shake his head, Chen Yang clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, if it really comes to it, let me take the risk first. You all follow behind me. Hearing Chen Yang's words, Zhang Yi froze momentarily before falling into silence. Without waiting for a response, Chen Yang turned to Lin Yi after some thought and said, Sir, I don't know if I'll survive this. If I die. With that, he glanced back at Zhang Yi and the other three classmates before his gaze turned resolute. If I die, please use my body to clear the minefield. Why say such things to Lin Yi? Because in his view, anyone daring to venture deep into the supernatural dead zone must possess extraordinary abilities. Perhaps, after surviving the lightning field, their only chance of survival lay with him. His words even made Lin Yi glance at him in surprise. I never expected Chen Yang to be so deeply loyal, willing to disregard life and death itself if it meant his friend could survive. Seems I underestimated him after all. After a moment of surprise, a slight smile curved Lin Yi's lips as he remarked mildly, "Admirable courage, but there's no need for such trouble. Just follow me." His calm tone suggested the minefield ahead was hardly worth a second thought. As he finished speaking, Lin Yi took a step out of the minefield. "Sir, be careful," Chen Yang instinctively shouted, but his voice abruptly cut off in the next instant, because after Lin Yi stepped onto that grid, nothing happened at all. Sir, let me do it." After a brief moment of surprise, Chen Yang spoke with a hint of bitterness in his voice. "It's only the first grid, must be sheer luck. To make it through the minefield, he'd need to traverse at least 10 more grids. Relying on luck like this was downright impossible." Yet Lin Yi seemed not to hear his words, taking another step forward. Without pause, he raised his foot again and stepped down, continuing like this for over 10 consecutive steps. Chen Yang and the others had already closed their eyes, fearing they'd witness Lin Yi being blown apart the next moment. Yet after waiting a while longer, not a single sound reached their ears. There was only the sound of continuous footsteps. Perplexed, they curiously opened their eyes to look at Lin Yi. At this sight, they witnessed a scene that made their eyes pop. They saw Lin Yi take more than 10 steps straight to the edge of the minefield. Hiss! Everyone was stunned, staring blankly at Lin Yi, who was about to walk out of the minefield, momentarily losing their ability to think. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and come over." It was Lin Yi who turned back and snapped them out of it. Upon hearing his words, Chen Yang and the others snapped back to their senses. However, none of them dared to take the first step as they stared at the grid beneath their feet. Having closed their eyes earlier, none of them had seen how Lin Yi managed to walk through it. Only Jiang Yi, who had kept his eyes on Lin Yi the entire time, memorized every single step. "Follow me," he said. Jiang Yi said calmly, then resolutely took a step forward. Chen Yang and the others paused for a moment, then quickly followed suit. Soon, the entire group had safely traversed the minefield. The moment they stepped out of the danger zone, the tension on Chen Yang's face melted away as he exhaled deeply and exclaimed, "We made it! We're alive!" Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he hastily cupped his hands and bowed deeply to Lin Yi. "Thank you for saving us, senior. I'm endlessly grateful." They owed their survival entirely to the figure before them, so proper gratitude was only natural. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, offering no reply. Turning his gaze to the little girl ahead, he remarked with sly amusement, "Seems this game isn't much fun after all, utterly lacking in challenge. What a dreadful shame." At these words, the little girl who had been momentarily stunned immediately snapped back to attention, her expression rapidly twisting in anger. Black tendrils of energy involuntarily began radiating from her body as she roared at Lin Yi, "You cheated. This round doesn't count." Her aura began to intensify visibly now. With her furious shouts, the surrounding mist started swirling violently as well. "Damn it, she's about to rage." Seeing this, Jiang Yi's expression abruptly changed, his face instantly tightening with tension. After hearing his words, Chen Yang and the other 3 youths also had their expressions shift dramatically. A phantom going berserk, they all knew exactly what that meant. This means the eerie creature's power will experience explosive growth, and moreover, it will completely lose sanity, becoming utterly impossible to communicate with. In this state, the eerie creature only knows slaughter, it will kill every living being within its sight. Their hearts instantly sank to the depths at this realization. Even a typical rampaging eerie creature is an extremely troublesome matter, let alone this morning star-level aberration before them. Perhaps they were truly doomed today. "Ah, you cheated!" The little girl continued to roar furiously, her aura growing increasingly terrifying. Chen Yang and the others had elemental energy surging around them, their gazes fixed with grave intensity on the little girl who was about to lose control. Yet, at that very moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed past their eyes. Bang! A resounding slap rang out in everyone's ears. Chen Yang was stunned. Even Jiang Yi's perpetually narrowed eyes widened in shock. The other 3 teenagers looked as if they'd seen a ghost, their mouths hanging open so wide their jaws nearly hit the ground. The little girl's rapidly escalating aura suddenly froze in place. She clutched her face in disbelief, wide eyes staring at Lin Yi who had appeared before her. You dare hit me?" The incredulous words spilled from her lips as the stinging pain on her cheek left her mind completely blank. Lin Yi gazed at her coldly and said indifferently, "I hit you on purpose. Being bad at games isn't your fault, but throwing a tantrum when you can't handle losing, that's on you." Chapter 10, Strike When the Iron is Hot. Chen Yang and Jiang Yi stared at Lin Yi in stunned silence from behind. At that speed just now, they hadn't even been able to clearly see how Lin Yi had appeared beside that eerie presence. The most crucial point was, he actually slapped that aberration across the face. This wasn't some common riffraff, but a morning star level aberration. So strong. After a brief moment of shock, Chen Yang and Jiang Yi exchanged glances, both seeing a glimmer in each other's eyes. It was the light of hope for survival. Perhaps this mysterious person before me can confront this morning star level anomaly. This way, they might have a chance to survive. Damn it, damn it. Lin Ye's words caused the little girl to completely lose her composure. Her face twisted hideously, with eerie black energy surging violently around her, causing her hair to whip about wildly. A terrifying aura erupted from her body as her crimson eyes abruptly locked onto Lin Yi. "You all deserve to die, every last one of you." With a furious roar, she swung both arms and charged at Lin Yi. A Morning Star-level anomaly already possesses some incredible abilities, allowing them to harness the eerie energy within their domain for their own use. As she struck, the surrounding mist swiftly condensed, forming a terrifying whirlwind. Almost the moment she moved, Jiang Yi and Chen Yang instinctively stood by Lin Yi's side. "Senior, we're here to help you." Chen Yang uttered a word, and faint rays of light began to emerge on his body. Jiang Yi's eyes were instantly filled with darkness, and then he extended his hands as black energy gathered around him. "Light and Dark Element Awakeners." Lin Yi watched the two calmly, though inwardly he felt a hint of exasperation. Light and Dark Element Awakeners are indeed rare geniuses, but these two have only just awakened their powers a few days ago. They haven't even stabilized their first-tier strength yet. Against a Morning Star-class aberration, such strength would only mean instant annihilation. However, he didn't say anything more, because the aberration's attack was about to land. "Die!" The little girl appeared before Lin Yi with a ferocious expression, her clawed hands slashing toward him. Lin Yi stood motionless in place. At this critical moment, a strange cloth doll suddenly materialized in front of him. Upon seeing the doll, the little girl's savage expression abruptly changed, and with tremendous effort, she forcibly retracted her attack. "Millie?" She looked suspiciously at the doll blocking Lin Yi's path, seemingly unable to comprehend how this doll had appeared here. "Oh, does it even have a name?" Hearing her words, Lin Yi responded with considerable surprise. At his remark, the little girl suddenly realized something and shouted angrily at Lin Yi, "What did you do to Millie? Let her go right now." Lin Yi rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Why did he feel like he was the villain here? She was just a child. Whoosh! The next moment, a dozen puppets appeared in front of Lin Yi. The little girl instantly began doubting her existence as she witnessed this scene. "Coco, you." Gazing at those plush dolls, a hint of bewilderment surfaced in her eyes. Why? Why would these closest friends of mine betray me? No, it can't be. You all deserve to die. You should all die. She shook her head, her expression constantly shifting between confusion, disbelief, hatred, rage, and sorrow. Finally, her eyes were completely overtaken by a crimson hue. Ah! Her entire body lifted into the air, her piercing scream reverberating throughout the eerie domain. Anyone who heard that sound instantly felt a bone-chilling coldness, as if plunged into an icy abyss. At the edge of the eerie domain, the commanding officer and his soldiers, already preparing to withdraw, froze in horror upon hearing that blood-curdling screech. Is this coming from that Morning Star anomaly? The officer gazed with flickering eyes toward the direction of the sound, his brow deeply furrowed. Who could have provoked that anomalous existence? Could it be him? Involuntarily, the image of a black-robed figure surfaced in his mind. Truly worthy of being a Dawn Star anomaly, it's terrifying once it goes berserk. Chen Yang and Jiang Yi watched the little girl who had lost all reason, their expressions turning exceptionally grim. They simultaneously turned their gazes toward Lin Yi, only to find him completely unmoved, still standing calmly in place. If I really waited for you to finish powering out before making a move, that would truly be rubbing others' intelligence in the dirt. Lin Yi watched the little girl gathering energy and let out a mocking laugh. Beneath his black robe, his fingertips flickered with movement. In an instant, several silver-white threads shot out from behind him at lightning speed, directly piercing through the little girl floating mid-air. Strike while the iron is hot. Young people these days have no regard for martial virtue. Ah! A piercing shriek tore from the little girl's throat as her body began to twist grotesquely. Chen Yang and the others watched this scene, unaware of what was happening, and mistakenly thought the little girl had already finished her explosive transformation. They all stared at her nervously, poised to strike at any moment. Yet, after a while, their tense gazes gradually turned suspicious. The little girl's posture grew increasingly bizarre, even her head twisted a full 180 degrees. Crackling sounds kept coming, as if bones were snapping one after another. That wasn't just a sound, that was definitely the sound of bones breaking. After a while longer, in a bizarre twisted posture, the little girl's body suddenly shrank and transformed into a filthy cloth doll that fell to the ground. Ding! You've slain a Morning Star tier anomaly. Reward obtained, Tattered Cloth Doll *1, Anomaly Crystal *1. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lin Ye's eyes flashed with a flicker of surprise. These rewards are quite generous. Not to mention what grade the tattered doll material was, just the bizarre crystal alone, Lin Yi was certain its tier absolutely wouldn't be low, because he recognized exactly what this thing was. There are many factors that contribute to the formation of a supernatural domain. It could be that the supernatural entity itself is too powerful, distorting its surroundings, or perhaps too many lives have perished there, saturating the area with eerie energy, and so on. Among these, the supernatural domains formed by paranormal crystals are the most mysterious. No one knows the origin of these paranormal crystals, but they possess one crucial utility: they can be forged into elemental weapons. It seems to be an unknown rule: when weapons forged from other materials are enhanced with eerie crystals, their quality undergoes a revolutionary transformation. Thus, eerie crystals are exceptionally precious. Especially in the hands of Morningstar-level awakeners and above, they become priceless treasures that money can't buy. Because in battles at the Morningstar level and beyond, there's a vast difference between wielding elemental weapons and not. As the anomaly died, the anomalous domain lost its core and would soon dissipate. Lin Yi watched the gradually dispersing mist around him and thought it was time to leave. Glancing back at Chen Yang and the others, he had no desire to linger any longer. His figure vanished in an instant. Now, with enough materials at hand, it was time to begin crafting the next card. Chapter 11: The Special Ability of the Attendant Card. How did she die? Even after Lin Yi left, Chen Yang and the others stood frozen, staring blankly at the tattered cloth doll lying on the ground. Jiang Yi remained dazed for a long moment before slowly walking toward the doll. Jiang Yi. Chen Yang wanted to remind him, but Jiang Yi waved him off. Walking up to the plush toy, Jiang Yi reached out to pick it up, then froze the moment it touched his hand. Jiang Yi, what's wrong? Seeing his reaction, Chen Yang couldn't help but ask. After a long silence, Jiang Yi finally let out a deep breath, his voice shaking slightly as he said, "It's truly dead. The aura has dissipated, with no residual fluctuations." Hearing his words, Chen Yang and the other three youths abruptly narrowed their eyes in shock. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Chen Yang sharply turned his head to look beside him, searching for that familiar figure. But when he looked again, the figure in the black robe had vanished without a trace. Gone? Chen Yang took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and his flickering gaze betrayed the turmoil in his thoughts. Suddenly, he turned back to Jiang Yi and asked, "Jiang Yi, do you think that person just now was a Morningstar-level powerhouse?" Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes, looking at Chen Yang with utmost seriousness, and shook his head. "It's far more than that. Such eerie strength, the means to silently kill a Morningstar-level anomaly, even those lunar-level powerhouses I've encountered before might not possess it. Moreover, and yet, from beginning to end, that person never revealed the slightest trace of energy fluctuation. He killed this Morningstar-level supernatural being without using a single trace of elemental power. Such means were truly terrifying." Jiang Yi didn't continue speaking, but Chen Yang already understood what he meant to say. Solar level. That person from earlier was at least a solar-level powerhouse. Only solar-tier experts could achieve this terrifying level of control over their own power. Lin Yi didn't know. After he left, his two friends had already imagined him as an immensely formidable powerhouse. But even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared. He was now preparing to make his second card. In the cramped room, Lin Yi stared at the materials on the table with hesitation. Worn doll *1, 3 stars. Does this doll look ordinary? It harbors a trace of eerie power, making it a promising card-making material. Eerie crystal *1, 5 stars. This purple crystal contains vast sinister energy. It seems far more complex than it appears and can manifest anywhere. Don't mistake it for just an ordinary amethyst. Dagger stained with eldritch blood *1, 2 star. This is merely an ordinary dagger, yet it appears tainted by the blood of some unknown entity. The blood brims with sinister power, making it an exceptionally rare card crafting material. A hemp rope *4, 1 star. A rope that once strangled a superhuman, undergoing miraculous changes due to some unwilling unfortunate soul. Perhaps you could test its effects on someone. For materials, 3 of them were rated 2 stars or above. Even the eerie crystal's grade surpassed Lin Yi's estimation, unexpectedly reaching 5 stars. As for that 1-star item, it was obtained when Lin Yi slaughtered those pathetic cultists of the evil god. Looking at the description of that hemp rope, Lin Yi wondered if the cult of the evil god was full of backstabbers. These ropes were probably used to strangle their own people during internal power struggles. After a moment's thought, Lin Yi waved his hand, and the 4 hemp ropes immediately vanished. It's better to be cautious when making cards. Now that I have enough materials in hand, there's no need to take the risk of testing whether low-level materials can produce good cards. A white card appeared in Lin Yi's hand, then he successively added the dagger, the eerie crystal, and the tattered doll into it. Whoosh! The moment all materials were infused into the white card, the familiar scene once again appeared before Lin Yi's eyes. Watching the slowly rotating floating card, even though it wasn't his first time seeing it, Lin Yi still couldn't suppress his excitement. This feeling was just like playing gacha games in my previous life. Spend $648, then click the draw button and watch the roulette will spin at that very moment. At last, under Lin Yi's expectant gaze, the rotating card slowly came to a halt. On the card, the white color gradually faded away, revealing a golden glow. Name, Anna. Category, Servant card. Rank, Gold card. Abilities, Void Concealment, Bloodthirst, Absolute Yandere, Chilling Heterochromatic Eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully crafting a gold servant card. You may freely select 2 abilities from the servant to bestow upon yourself. Hearing this prompt sound, Lin Yi froze in place. A golden servant card. And it comes with 2 abilities to draw from? Hiss. Lin Yi took a deep breath, a flicker of astonishment flashing through his eyes. As expected of a card crafted using all his high-grade materials, it truly is extraordinary. Randomly draw 2 abilities? Lin Yi held the card in his hand, analyzing its various powers. Void Concealment allows the user to hide within the void, completely severing all connection to reality. Amidst countless void nodes, you can emerge anywhere. Bloodthirst, the strong grow amidst bloodshed. Killing will ignite your combat potential. The more blood you spill, the greater your strength becomes. Absolute Yandere, Supreme Monarch of the Night, I shall eternally offer you my soul and flesh. Please, indulge as you wish. Lin Yi's forehead twitched as he read this, and he immediately skipped to the next one. Eerie Frost Eyes, the gaze of absolute calm grants you terrifying insight. No movement can escape your sight. Looking at the descriptions of several abilities, Lin Yi pondered slightly. The effects of each ability were clearly written, easy to understand at a glance. Void Concealment is essentially a Coward King's exclusive skill. With this ability, one could morph into the ultimate Coward King. When outmatched, simply hide in the void. Bloodlust, on the other hand, is an amplification skill somewhat resembling that strength against strength concept from a certain big shot dong. The more you kill, the greater the enhancement. As for that so-called absolute Yandere, Lin Yi's mouth twitched at the thought. There was absolutely no way this would ever be within his consideration. Who knew if the system had malfunctioned? Was this truly an ability, not some perverse personality? The last one remained his biggest dilemma, but was the main thing troubling Lin Yi. Logically speaking, judging by the introduction of the Frostfiend Eyes, this was absolutely a must-have ability. But Lin Yi already possessed Demon Eyes, making its abilities seem utterly childish by comparison. After careful consideration, Lin Yi finally made his decision. System, I choose Void Concealment and Bloodthirst. Since the Demon Eyes possessed all the effects of the Frostfiend Eyes while being even more powerful, choosing the latter would be somewhat redundant. After careful consideration, there were only Void Concealment and Bloodthirst to choose from. Chapter 12, Anna, you're so capable. Selecting abilities, Void Concealment and Bloodthirst. Extracting abilities. Extraction successful. As the system notification sounded, 2 golden fluorescent lights instantly emerged from the card in Lin Yi's hand and fused into his body. In an instant, Lin Yi felt his blood boil within him, as a bloodthirsty impulse sprouted in his heart and grew increasingly stronger. This sudden change didn't cause him the slightest panic. Instead, he calmly closed his eyes to fully immerse himself in the sensation. What formidable power! Lin Yi opened his eyes, his gaze alight with excitement as he reveled in the exhilarating surge of his newfound strength. After activating Blood Frenzy, his power experienced an explosive increase. Simply put, he could now take on 10 of his non-bloodlust selves at once. This enhancement wasn't a one-time boost either, it grew stronger the more blood he consumed from his kills. Moreover, Lin Yi could now sense something unusual in the surrounding space. That was the node of the void. Whenever he wished, he could enter the void space and use these void nodes existing within the space to appear anywhere. With just a thought, Lin Yi's body gradually vanished from where he stood. Moments later, his figure suddenly reappeared not far away. After experimenting with both abilities, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. With these 2 abilities combined with his previous controller ability, he now feared no confrontation with even mid-level Morning Star rank experts. Having tested his new powers, Lin Yi turned his attention to the golden card in his hand. Just extracting 2 abilities from the card had already brought him an earth-shaking increase in strength. Then isn't the servant summoned from this attendant card ridiculously overpowered? At this thought, Lin Yi crushed the card in his hand without hesitation. Smack! The card instantly shattered, transforming into scattered golden streams of light dancing through the air. The swirling golden light coalesced before Lin Yi's eyes, and moments later, a somewhat alluring figure materialized before him. It was a young maiden with peerless beauty. She possessed a devilish figure, cascading golden locks trailing down her back, dressed in a Gothic-style maid outfit. A Gothic Lolita maid? Lin Yi gazed at the girl before him, and this word involuntarily popped into his mind. Indeed, the breathtakingly beautiful girl perfectly matched the image of a Lolita made from the anime of his previous life. Just as Lin Yi was lost in thought, the girl slowly opened her eyes. The moment her gaze fell upon Lin Yi, her initially dazed eyes suddenly lit up, followed by a somewhat morbid smile spreading across her face. In the next moment, under Lin Yi's bewildered gaze, she suddenly dropped to her knees, bowing her head as she declared in a loud voice, "Anna greets the Supreme Monarch of the Night." Looking at Anna kneeling on the ground, Lin Yi fell into silence for a moment. Following his gaze, Anna's flawless figure was on full display, paired with her mesmerizing face enough to leave anyone dazzled. Even with Lin Yi's unwavering composure, he still found it difficult to withstand. Hiss! As expected of a golden attendant card, its power is truly formidable. Lin Yi turned his head away, forcibly breaking free from the enchantment, unable to suppress clicking his tongue in amazement. A Lolita maid with childlike features and long legs, is this the attendant summoned by the system? I'm in love, I'm in love.
Supreme Lord of the Night, may your loyal servant Anna inquire what service she might render you next? Anna lifted her head, gazing at Lin Yi with fanatical devotion in her eyes. The intensity of her fervor rivaled, nay, surpassed, the most obsessive celebrity fanatics from Lin Yi's previous life. Lin Yi had no doubt that any thought in his mind could be realized with her if he so desired. After some consideration, Lin Yi ultimately dismissed those messy thoughts. I'm going to take a shower first. Anna, could you tidy up the room? After speaking to Anna, Lin Yi turned to walk toward the bathroom door, then remembered something and added, oh, and pack up my clothes and those things in the cabinet as well. Hearing this, Anna didn't immediately reply. Instead, she gazed at Lin Yi with her captivating eyes that could enchant all living beings and slowly said, my lord, concerning the matter of bathing, are you truly certain you don't require Anna's services? Of course I do. Listening to Anna's suggestive words, Lin Yi nearly lost his composure. In the end, with Anna's gleeful laughter ringing in his ears, Lin Yi practically fled into the bathroom. Anna gently brushed her fingers across her cheek, watching Lin Yi enter the bathroom with an intoxicated smile as she murmured softly, my lord. Turning around, Anna set to work. The figure moved continuously around the room, and what was once a simple yet somewhat messy space gradually became orderly and clean. Cool water streamed down from the shower head in the bathroom. Feeling this refreshing coolness, Lin Yi finally suppressed the troubling thought in his mind. Then he shook his head with a bitter laugh. Now he finally understood what the ability of Absolute Yandere actually was. This ability is truly formidable, even he couldn't withstand it. Wiping his face, Lin Yi didn't dwell on it any further. Anna might be eccentric, but her abilities are beyond doubt. Even with Lin Yi's current strength, he couldn't see through Anna's true power. Of course, this was under the premise of him not using his demonic eyes or the system's abilities. Judging by the template the system provided for her, Anna's current strength was at the early stage of Moonlight Tier. If she went all out, she could easily defeat mid-stage Moonlight Tier opponents. In a life-or-death battle, she might even hold her own against late-stage Moonlight Tier adversaries. With a powerhouse comparable to late-stage Moonlight Tier at his side, Lin Yi could now strut through Baichen City without fear. The current strongest individual in Baichen City is only at the High Moon stage, and that's none other than the city's mayor. As for the other powerful figures from various families or cults of evil deities, most are stuck at the early Moon realm. However, Moon-level experts rarely make public appearances, they're the trump cards of every major faction. Of course, even without relying on Anna, Lin Yi's current strength already places him among the elite in Baichen City. By using the servant card, Lin Yi gained a portion of the card's power. His strength increased several times over. Although his cultivation level only rose from a 5th rank awakened to a 9th rank awakened, his combat power could now rival that of a mid-stage Morningstar expert. If he went all out with his hidden trump cards, he might even stand a chance against a high-stage Morningstar expert. As long as Huiyue doesn't appear, Lin Yi doesn't need to worry about any danger. After washing away all the dust from his body, Lin Yi stepped out of the bathroom while drying his hair with a towel. Anna had been waiting at the bathroom door. Seeing Lin Yi come out, she immediately bowed her head respectfully and said, Your Majesty. Lin Yi nodded and walked into the bedroom. However, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and skeptically raised his head to scan his surroundings. His eyes fell upon an impeccably tidy room, so clean it was almost excessive. Lin Yi froze on the spot. How long could it take to just take a shower? In just over 10 minutes, Anna had everything packed up. Is your Majesty satisfied? Anna, standing nearby, noticed Lin Yi's expression and asked with a gentle smile. Nodding, Lin Yi responded sincerely, Anna, you're truly capable, truly befitting a maid. Her housekeeping skills are absolutely top tier. Chapter 13, The Remnants of Unspeakable Beings. It is Anna's honor to receive praise from the supreme and magnificent Night Monarch. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Anna appeared extremely delighted. It's getting late. You should go to sleep now. Lin Yi nodded and said, My Lord Monarch, does Anna not need to attend to you in bed tonight? Anna tapped her vermilion lips with a finger, gazing at him with a hint of infatuation as she inquired. Of course I do, but not now. Under Anna's eager gaze, Lin Yi fled into the bedroom as if running for his life. Seeing this, Anna smiled gently and turned to enter another room. That girl? Lin Yi shook his head, turned to lie on the bed, and quickly fell asleep. However, shortly after he fell asleep, a graceful figure cautiously entered his room. When she noticed Lin Yi was already asleep, she couldn't help but give a charming smile and gently slipped under the covers. The room feels so cold without your majesty. The quiet night sky passed by as the dreamlike murmurs gradually faded. The next day. Stay away from me, Moon. Lin Yi suddenly woke from his deep sleep, sitting bolt upright in bed. He gasped for breath, gazing around with dazed eyes. Thank goodness it was just a dream. Lin Yi smacked his forehead, then seemed to notice something unusual as he held his hand before his eyes, slightly curling his fingers. A unique fragrance wafted through the air. Why does it feel like I caught something last night? Bread? Shaking his head, Lin Yi dismissed the distracting thoughts from his mind and got out of bed. Anna was standing by the table as he stepped out of the room.
Upon seeing Lin Yi emerge from the bedroom, Anna's cheeks flushed slightly as she bowed respectfully, saying, "Good morning, Your Majesty."
"Good morning, Anna."
Lin Yi waved at her with a smile, then noticed the breakfast already prepared on the table. Milk, bread, and a few heart-shaped slices of boiled eggs.
It was an exquisite breakfast, clearly prepared with considerable care. "Wow, Anna, I never knew you could cook?" Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he looked at the exquisite breakfast and said to Anna.
Anna smiled and said, "This is just what a servant like me should do.
"As long as it pleases Your Majesty, that's enough for me."
Lin Yi had already seated himself and begun to savor the exquisite breakfast.
"The taste is good, but why is this egg sliced into a heart shape?"
Lin Yi took a bite and nodded appreciatively, then pointed at the heart-shaped egg slice and asked,
"Every moment spent with Your Majesty brings Anna immeasurable happiness.
My reverence for you cannot be fully expressed in words, so I can only resort to such a simple gesture.
I hope Your Majesty won't think it improper."
Anna explained with slight apology, afraid that Lin Yi wouldn't like it.
"Ahem."
Lin Yi nearly choked on his milk upon hearing her words.
He waved his hand and said, "It's fine.
Just don't go through so much trouble making breakfast in the future, simpler is better.
By the way, Anna, have you had breakfast yet? If not, let's eat together."
Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty, but Anna has already eaten, Anna replied with a gentle smile.
Hearing this, Lin Yi didn't say anything more, he simply nodded and continued eating.
A short while later, Lin Yi had mostly finished his meal. He stood up and glanced out the window, then said to Anna, "Anna, grab your luggage and come out with me."
"Yes," Anna responded.
She then turned around and picked up the 2 black suitcases that had been packed the day before.
Lin Yi didn't own many clothes, and there weren't many things in the entire room worth taking with him. Ready to go, Lin Yi and Anna left the room.
As he left, Lin Yi turned back for one last look at the house where he'd lived for over a decade. With a final smile, he turned and walked away.
Thus ends.
The sea is wide for fish to leap, the sky vast for birds to soar. The daytime in Bachin City is bustling, with streets filled with people coming and going.
Even though many things happened last night, life must go on, and people must keep moving forward. Lin Yi walked along the street, followed by Anna carrying 2 black suitcases. Their slightly peculiar duo drew many glances, but fortunately, they didn't encounter any trouble.
After crossing several streets, Lin Yi entered a concealed underground market.
If one were to name the most mysterious place in Bachin City, the underground market would undoubtedly rank first.
It was a place where dragons and fish mixed, people from all walks of life gathered here.
Likewise, most of the things you could possibly want could be found here. Come, step right up. First-tier demon insect eggs fresh for sale, perfect for ambushes or elemental absorption.
A steal at just 10,000 per egg, dirt cheap prices today. Freshly killed beast wolves. Come take a look if you want monster meat. Wolf bones make great soup stock, fangs can craft elemental weapons, and the fur makes excellent calligraphy brushes. The vessel imbued with supernatural energy, containing potent occult power, perfect for dealing with the unnatural.
Anyone interested, come take a look.
Entering the underground market, shops lined both sides with vendors' shouts rising and falling in succession. Beast carcasses, broken elemental weapons, and eerie vessels were all commodities for sale. Lin Yi wandered aimlessly from one shop to another. Naturally, he wasn't here just to idle around. He came to buy a house and, in passing, see if there were any unexpected gains. Every shop he passed, he would scan through all its goods meticulously. Before him appeared things that others couldn't see. Demonic cicada husk, 1 star. This is the discarded shell of a demonic cicada, containing a trace of elemental power, but it holds little value. Cluster of tangled hair, though carrying a faint eerie aura, it seems about to dissipate soon, ultimately just an ordinary bundle of hair. Damaged elemental gun, 1 star. Its elemental power is faint, even if repaired, malfunctions may occur. Not ideal material. Reading these item descriptions, Lin Yi shook his head slightly in disappointment. I thought I might find something good at the underground market, but it seems I was too hopeful. True, if it were really something valuable, no one would be trading it here anyway. Though somewhat disappointed, Lin Yi didn't give up easily with so many shops around and continued browsing through each one. An injured sparrow, 1 star. It looks like it's dying and holds little value. Demon horn bull's horn, 1 star. Might be suitable for crafting elemental weapons. However, the material has some flaws and is prone to breakage. A suspicious tentacle, 7 star. Looks a lot like an octopus leg, doesn't it? Never judge by appearances. You might think it's a demon octopus's tentacle, but it's actually a remnant left behind after the escape of some indescribable entity. Just as Lin Yi was browsing through the rows of goods, a sudden piece of information left him stunned. His wandering gaze turned back once more, fixed intently on that mysterious tentacle.
The exact same information appeared before my eyes once more. Hiss, 7 star material.
Lin Yi stared at this notification, quietly drawing a deep breath. This underground market actually has 7 star materials for sale. So far, the highest level material he's come across was that eerie crystal he used last night. And even that eerie crystal was only a 5 star grade.
Yet this unremarkable-looking tentacle before him is actually a 7-star material? Chapter 14 turning over for $1 billion right away. Excitement and exhilaration were overwhelming, yet Lin Yi didn't show the slightest trace of it on his face. With a casual glance at the tentacle, he lifted his eyes and asked the shopkeeper, "How much for this demon octopus leg?" The shopkeeper was a hunched old man whose wrinkled face immediately broke into chrysanthemum-like creases upon seeing a potential customer. "Hee, you've got a keen eye, sir. This here is a tentacle from a 9th-ranked demon squid. Went through hell to get it, lost several good men in the process. You wouldn't believe." The old man droned on about the hardships of acquiring the tentacle until Lin Yi's growing frown finally cut him short. "Enough. I don't care how you got it. Just name your price." The old man swallowed the rest of his story mid-word, forcing an awkward chuckle as he raised a single finger toward Lin Yi. 1 million Federation credits. We're not trying to cheat you. The tentacles of a 9th-tier demonic octopus are absolutely worth this price. 1 million? Hearing this price, Lin Yi slightly furrowed his brows. It wasn't that he thought the price unreasonable. For a 7-star material, 1 million was actually fair. Generally speaking, such things are virtually priceless and can no longer be purchased with ordinary money. They're measured in elemental crystals. Elemental crystals also serve as this world's universal currency. These are crystalline stones formed from condensed elemental energy, providing immense benefits for awakened individuals' cultivation. However, this premise holds only if the shopkeeper recognizes what it truly is. Right now, in others' eyes, it's merely an ordinary demonic octopus tentacle. 1 million for a demon octopus tentacle? Even if it's a 9th-ranked demon octopus, so what? Whoever buys it must be a fool. Only something at the Morning Star level might be worth that price. Lin Yi was no fool. He certainly wouldn't let himself be taken for a ride. "Boss, do you think I look unfamiliar, so you assume I don't know the actual price of a demon octopus tentacle?" Lin Yi asked the old man with a faint smile. Hearing his words, the old man's eyes flickered with surprise before he let out an awkward laugh. "Ha ha ha, how could that be? We businessmen value integrity above all. A demon octopus tentacle, and a 9th-tier one at that, 1 million really isn't too high." Lin Yi didn't respond to him, merely curling his lips into a cold smirk. Seeing him like that, the little old man's heart pounded like a drum. Originally, he thought this young lad wasn't very old and had such a pretty maidservant by his side, probably some young master from a prominent family, so he figured he'd fleece him good. "I didn't expect this kid to actually recognize valuable stuff. To be honest, he'd bought this thing from someone else for less than 100,000 yuan originally and never expected it to fetch a high price." Thinking this, the little old man put on a pained expression and said through gritted teeth to Lin Yi, "Final offer, 200,000. Young master, if you're serious about buying, we've got a deal." "Deal." Lin Yi nodded and didn't haggle further. Although 200,000 was still somewhat expensive, saving 800,000 could be considered quite good. After all, this was a 7-star material, and Lin Yi didn't want to delay and risk complications. Swipe the card. After paying, the old man's face wrinkled up with laughter. For him, buying something for 100,000 and selling it for 200,000, making 100,000 profit in one flip, was definitely not a loss. However, if he knew the true origin of this item, he'd probably faint from crying in the toilet. "Anna, put this away properly." Lin Yi tossed the shriveled tentacle to Anna, who placed it in the box. "Wait." Just then, a young man's voice suddenly rang out. Turning his head, Lin Yi saw a richly dressed youth holding a fan, swaggering toward them with 2 guards in tow. "Oh my! What fortunate day brings young Master Lin to grace us with his presence. Our humble shop is truly honored by your visit." The shopkeeper immediately smiled and stepped forward to greet the newcomer, launching straight into a flattering speech. However, the young man completely ignored him and instead looked straight past him at Lin Yi. "What do you want?" Lin Yi gazed indifferently at the young man and asked in a detached tone. Seeing Lin Yi keeping him at arm's length with such an aloof attitude, the young man's expression didn't change one bit. He continued cheerfully, No, I just wanted to get acquainted with you, little brother. I have no interest in getting to know you." Lin Yi shook his head and turned to leave. The young man's smile froze at these words, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. But seeing Lin Yi about to leave, he remembered his original purpose and hastily called out, "Young man, wait, there's something I'd like to discuss with you." Hearing this, Lin Yi paused and glanced sideways at him. "What is it?" "Ahem, it's like this." Seeing Lin Yi stop, the young man quickly said, "I just took a liking to the demon octopus tentacle in your hand, young brother. This item is of great use to me. I wonder if you'd be kind enough to part with it and let me have it? Don't worry, name any price you want, whatever you ask, I'll pay it." As he spoke, he waved the fan in his hand with a smile, appearing exceedingly wealthy and extravagant. Lin Yi remained unfazed, but the little old man beside him nearly popped his eyes out in shock at those words. The man before Lin Yi was a stranger to him, but he knew exactly who this was. This was none other than the second young master of the Gu family in Beichen City. The Gu family of Beichen City boasted a moonlight tier powerhouse among their ranks,
and their wealth placed them at the pinnacle of the entire city. To put it plainly, if what this second young master of the Gu family just said was true, Lin Yi could easily demand 100 million without any issue.
100 million.
He only spent 100,000 on this demonic tentacle, but 100 million is a full 1,000 times more. At this thought, he was now filled with regret. If only he hadn't been greedy for that measly 100,000 earlier.
Talk about penny wise and pound foolish. Though he yearned to return, the second young master Gu was still present. He lacked the courage to act. All he could do was fix Lin Yi with a glare, his eyes bloodshot and his breathing ragged. Name your price?
Ha! Lin Yi gave a cold laugh in his heart and spoke with an unchanged expression. Sorry, I don't intend to sell, and I'm not short of money.
Anna, let's go. With that call to Anna, Lin Yi turned and left without looking back,
leaving Gu Yuanqing standing there alone, awkwardly frozen mid-fan wave.
Snap!
The folding fan in his hand was suddenly crushed, and his originally gentle smile turned icy cold. He gazed coldly at the departing figures of Lin Yi and Anna. Young master, shall we? At this moment, the guard beside him spoke up with a sinister glint in his eyes, making a throat-slitting gesture.
Gu Yuanqing didn't respond immediately. Instead, he turned to another person nearby and asked, Achi, are you absolutely certain you didn't mistake it? Does that thing truly carry the aura of an evil god? The man immediately nodded and replied, Young master, my mystic eyes never lie.
That thing wasn't a kraken tentacle at all. It carries an overwhelmingly dense aura of an evil god, even more terrifying than those radiant moon-level cultists. Hearing this, Gu Yuanqing's eyes flickered with subtle light as he said in a low voice, in that case, both of you follow them. Find a secluded spot to handle it, make it clean and don't let anyone see.
Yes.
With synchronized nods, the two swiftly melted into the crowd, pursuing in the direction Lin Yi and the others had departed.
Daring to provoke Gu Yuanqing, how absurd.
Gu Yuanqing sneered coldly, throwing his folding fan to the ground before turning to leave.
Chapter 15, a few mice following behind.
The underground market was vast in scale. Most of the transactions conducted here were shady, and such places were often perfect for rats to hide. Such a chaotic place, by all logic, shouldn't have existed so openly. Yet it couldn't withstand the massive organizations secretly controlling it from the shadows.
After Gu Yuanqing left, a hidden figure also departed into the shadows.
Somewhere in the marketplace, within an opulent room, a strikingly beautiful young woman sat completely absorbed in the book she held. Her expression remained calm, every ounce of focus seemingly devoted to the pages before her.
Beside her stood a middle-aged butler dressed in black formal attire.
Suddenly, the butler's eyes flickered as he bowed his head to whisper in the young lady's ear.
Young mistress, reports from below indicate Gu Yuanqing has gotten into a dispute with someone at the market.
Hearing this, the young lady raised her head, a glimmer of interest flashing in her eyes.
Oh, someone dares to provoke Gu Yuanqing at the underground market? Which family's young master is this gentleman from?
The steward immediately replied, No, he appears to be an unfamiliar youth, not a disciple from any known family in Bachin City that we're aware of.
Though he does have a maidservant accompanying him. Gu Yuanqing has already sent his personal guards to follow them.
It seems he intends to strike from the shadows.
The young woman's lips curled into a faint smirk as she remarked with playful amusement, striking from the shadows?
How thoroughly characteristic of the Gu family's methods.
As she spoke, she glanced over and asked, Do you know what they were arguing about? The butler nodded and replied, It seems to be over a tentacle from a demonic octopus. But considering Gu Yuanqing's reaction, that thing must be extraordinary. Miss, should we send someone to follow and investigate?
The young lady's eyes flickered momentarily before she lowered her gaze back to the book in her hands, flipping its pages. In a calm tone, she said, Send someone to check it out. There are matters we don't need to interfere with, but we must always stay informed.
Understood. The butler nodded slightly, but made no move to act. Yet somewhere, a figure had already slipped away. Inside the market.
After circling around, Lin Yi and Anna finally purchased a villa from a certain unscrupulous merchant. Holding the deed, Lin Yi revealed a rare hint of a smile. With the new house secured, it was time to focus wholeheartedly on his endeavors. After browsing the market a while longer without finding anything noteworthy, Lin Yi eventually left. Lin Yi and Anna walked along the street as the surrounding crowd gradually thinned. Just then, Anna suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty, it seems some rats are tailing us.
Shall Anna eliminate them?
Hearing her words, Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged, showing no surprise.
Let them follow for now, he said calmly. There are still people around. We'll deal with them when it's deserted. Yes. Anna nodded without another word and quietly followed behind Lin Yi.
After turning a few corners, Lin Yi ducked into a narrow alley. This place was far from the main street, devoid of any other human presence besides them.
But at some unknown moment, two figures emerged within the previously motionless alleyway.
Lin Yi and Anna walked calmly down the alley, heading deeper inside. Despite the two figures leaping along the window ledges right beside them, they appeared not to notice.
Suddenly, Lin Yi and Anna stopped in unison.
A figure stood before them, blocking their path not far ahead.
Lin Yi turned his head to glance behind him and saw another person blocking their retreat. "Gentlemen, I don't believe I've offended you in any way. What's the meaning of this?" Lin Yi said calmly, his expression unchanged. The man opposite him showed no intention of wasting words, simply clenching his fist as the ground beneath his feet began rippling like water's surface. An earth elemental awakener. At the same time, the aura around him began to rise sharply. He was unmistakably a Morningstar rank early stage awakened one. Instead of immediately attacking, he first shouted at Lin Yi, "Kid, hand over the demon octopus tentacles if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being heavy-handed." Their main goal was still to retrieve the demon octopus tentacles. Killing these two was just an afterthought. Hearing this, Lin Yi's previously calm gaze hardened as he said coldly, "Anna, let's move." "Yes." A faint smile appeared on Anna's face. In the next instant, her figure abruptly vanished from sight. "What?" Staring at the spot where Anna had vanished, the two men's eyes bulged out as if they couldn't believe the maid beside Lin Yi possessed such abilities. "Move now." The leading man's eyes widened as he snapped back to reality and shouted urgently. He then charged straight at Lin Yi to attack. The person behind him also snapped out of it, his fists igniting with flames. The two attacked simultaneously, trapping Lin Yi in a pincer movement from both sides. The elemental forces of fire and earth surged, rushing toward Lin Yi from front and back. Locked in by the attacks, Lin Yi remained utterly composed, only his expression growing progressively colder. "It seems you've made peace with death." Seeing Lin Yi remain unmoved, the earth elemental Awaken sneered. He then closed in on Lin Yi and struck the ground with his palm. Instantly, earth elements surged from his hand as jagged stone spikes erupted from the ground, spreading rapidly toward Lin Yi. Their speed was such that no awakened below the Morningstar rank could possibly evade them. And that's not all. After his attack landed, the fire element awakener behind Lin Yi likewise struck the ground with his palm. Molten rock. With a fierce shout, the power of fire surged and rapidly coalesced onto the spreading stone spikes. The formerly monotonous rock spires instantly turned crimson, with fiery magma clinging to their surfaces. Combo moves? How playful. Watching their maneuvers, a mischievous smile played across Lin Yi's lips. His grin was interpreted by the duo as nothing short of provocation. "Humph, is this stubborn defiance before death since you knew you're finished?" The pair coldly snorted, convinced Lin Yi possessed no ability to evade their assault. Just as the rock spike was about to reach Lin Yi, a faint ripple suddenly appeared in the space before him. In the next instant, a graceful figure emerged, positioning herself protectively in front of him. It was none other than Anna, who had disappeared earlier. "Anna, don't tell me you were having too much fun in the void," Lin Yi remarked with a sidelong glance, his tone indifferent. "Ah, Lord Master, this was Anna's first time using her abilities and needed a moment to adjust. Please forgive my delay." Hearing Lin Yi's words, Anna quickly spoke with an apologetic expression. As she spoke, her long legs swept out casually, effortlessly shattering the incoming molten rock spikes. After completing this action, she turned back with nervous apprehension, bowing before Lin Yi while awaiting his next words. Gulp! The two awakened individuals who had just attacked were dumbstruck by Anna's casual strike moments ago. Chapter 16, The Bizarre Delusions Grow Stronger Again. That attack had been executed without holding back. It represented their full-powered assault's complete result. Even they themselves might not be able to withstand such an attack unscathed. That mate actually shattered it with a casual kick? Hiss! Could she be a Radiant Moon tier expert? The same guess popped into both their minds simultaneously. They exchanged glances, seeing the identical look of shock on each other's faces. This target's too dangerous. Almost instantly, they reached the same decision. They definitely couldn't touch this person now. If they stayed any longer, escaping alive might not even be an option. Move! The Earth Element Awakener shouted, leaping up and immediately vaulting onto the roof. The other man had no intention of lingering either, similarly preparing to escape. Anna, if they get away, you'll be facing punishment when we get back, Lin Yi said, adjusting his glasses as he spoke to Anna. Yes. Anna nodded in acknowledgement, then vanished from the spot. Damn it! How could that brat have a Radiant Moon-level powerhouse following him? On a nearby rooftop, the Aurora Star-ranked Earth Element Awakener ground his teeth in frustration. Beside him, the Fire Element Awakener didn't respond to his words after hearing them. He simply thought that the Gu family had probably provoked someone they shouldn't have. How could an existence capable of commanding a Radiant Moon-level expert possibly be ordinary? The background forces behind such a figure must be terrifyingly formidable. The strongest in the entire Gu family is only at the Moonlight level. That fool Gu Lauer really dares to provoke anyone. He had already made up his mind to leave the Gu family as soon as he returned, lest he be dragged into the reckoning. Just as he was contemplating how to break away from the Gu family, a figure suddenly appeared not far ahead of them. Where are you two planning to go? Anna stood on the rooftop, gazing at them with a faint smile. Upon noticing her presence, the two immediately froze, their eyes flickering with uncertainty as they stared at Anna. A gentle breeze swept by, yet it couldn't disperse the heavy tension shrouding their hearts.
In the end, it was the earth element awakened who could no longer bear the deathly silence and spoke first. Honored one, we were already preparing to leave. Why won't you let us go? Just let us go, and I swear I won't breathe a word about what happened today. Anna didn't answer, her eyes merely glinting with a hint of mischief. She adjusted the black gloves on her hands lightly, then spoke in an even tone, only the dead can keep secrets absolutely. Moreover, you dared to offend the great and supreme master, with that alone, you have no reason left to live. Don't push your luck. The awakened one glared in fury. Yet in the next instant, his expression drastically changed, Anna's figure had already vanished. Before he could even react, an ethereal voice, like chimes in the night sky, echoed behind him. Push my luck? Hee how pathetically amusing, the hysterical barkings of the incompetent. Put. A cold glint flashed by, and the awakened one's eyeballs nearly bulged out instantly. His face twisted in agony as he tried to speak, but a thin red line appeared across his neck. His mouth had already been filled to bursting with gushing blood, overflowing from his lips in viscous torrents. The aura belonging to the Dawn Star level awakened began to fade. He reached out his hand weakly before letting it drop, ultimately collapsing in unwillingness and regret. Gulp! The remaining surviving fire element awakened stared in horror at his fallen comrade, his body involuntarily retreating backward. Demon! This woman is practically like the Grim Reaper. She just casually slaughtered a Morningstar level awakener without even giving him a chance. Now that he's dead, doesn't that mean I'm next in line? At this thought, he was now filled with unbearable regret. Had he known it would lead to such a desperate situation, he would never have suggested that terrible idea to Gu Yuanqing. Now he's ended up digging his own grave. Run! Yes, only by running can he survive. An overwhelming will to survive surged through his mind. Without even sparing a glance at his dead companion on the ground, he turned and fled. Anna slowly turned around, dagger in hand, watching the fleeing awakened one with a faint smile playing on her lips. I can't let you get away, or the monarch will be furious. She murmured softly, her figure appearing before the man in an instant, placing a dagger across his path. Thud! The man didn't even catch a glimpse of Anna, all he felt was a fleeting blur before excruciating pain pierced through his abdomen. He mechanically lowered his head to look, seeing only a dagger embedded in his body and an extraordinarily beautiful face still smiling at him. Under his incredulous gaze, he collapsed, completely lifeless. After completing all this, Anna wiped the blood-stained dagger clean in her hand and then threw away the gloves. With a glance at the two corpses on the ground, Anna turned her head away with indifference. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly tilted her head and looked toward a certain direction, a hint of amusement curling at the corners of her lips. Not far away, in a hidden corner, a figure shuddered violently the moment Anna cast that glance. Only after Anna had left did that person finally dare to step out of hiding with relief. He quickly inspected the area before swiftly departing. The underground market, the same opulent room as before. The motionless middle-aged butler's eyes flickered slightly before he spoke. Young miss, we have news. The young lady continued reading her book, her expression calm as she asked, have you ascertained it? What exactly is Gu Yuanqing after? Miss, things are a little unusual. That young man seems, not so ordinary. The butler replied, a hint of astonishment in his tone, clearly somewhat unsettled. Hearing this, the young lady's finger paused mid-page turn. She looked up at the butler with surprise and said, tell me more. The butler approached the young maiden and whispered in her ear about what his subordinate had just witnessed. As she listened, a flicker of unusual emotion surfaced in her beautiful eyes. A moonlight tear maid? A monarch? Things seemed to be getting interesting. A glimmer of interest flashed in her eyes as she turned to the butler and asked, Uncle Nan, do you think he might be from that organization? Miss, are you referring to the divine attendant? Uncle Nan said somewhat uncertainly. But then he spoke again with some suspicion. The divine attendants on our side have always kept to our own territories without interfering. How could their people appear in Bachin City? Moreover, a powerhouse of the radiant moon level is considered a mid-tier divine attendant among the god's servants. How could they follow a young man and serve at his beck and call? The young girl shook her head and replied, of course, an ordinary person couldn't. But what if that young man was the very deity the divine attendants serve? Uncle Nan, don't forget how that moonlight level expert addressed that young man. Upon hearing the girl's words, a look of shock appeared for the first time on Uncle Nan's eternally calm face. He stared at the girl in disbelief, feeling as if even breathing had become difficult. Miss, you can't possibly mean to say that young man is an actual deity? Chapter 17, let the maid handle it. Nothing is impossible. Seeming to perceive Uncle Nan's thoughts, the girl's beautiful eyes flashed with a peculiar light. She spoke languidly, evil gods, eldritch beings, elemental forces, these are all gradually awakening. If evil gods exist, why wouldn't true deities also be real? Don't forget, our very existence is proof enough of this truth. Hearing this, Uncle Nan pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. You're right, young miss. I was being obtuse.
Miss Na, should we continue investigating? He asked again. The young woman raised her hand slightly. No need. If it truly is an actual deity, such actions would be digging our own grave. Besides, their intentions remain unclear. Acting recklessly would only give our organization another unknown enemy. Restrain those under us and make sure they don't provoke that young man lightly. At this point, the girl paused briefly before turning to old Nan and asking, Uncle Nan, do we have any details about that young man's distinctive features? Uncle Nan nodded and said, that young man appears to be about the same age as the young lady. His most distinctive feature is the gauze covering his right eye. Covered by a bandage on the right eye? Upon hearing this, a peculiar glint flickered in the girl's eyes. Seeing her like this, Uncle Nan immediately sensed something was off and quietly asked, Miss, is there a problem? The young girl snapped out of her thoughts and gave a faint, lovely smile, replying, no problem. It's just that I think I know who he is. A young man with gauze covering his right eye? There seems to be someone like that at the Awakener Academy. He's your classmate? Uncle Nan asked, somewhat surprised. It's just a guess, it might not be him. The girl shook her head and said. She closed the book, stood up, and walked outside while saying, Uncle Nan, have someone prepare what I need for tomorrow's academy excursion. Miss, everything has already been properly arranged, Uncle Nan replied respectfully, following behind the girl. The girl nodded slightly and left the room. My lord, is this our new home? In the outskirts of Dong District, Beichen City, deep within a park far from the skyscrapers, two figures stood before the gates of a grand villa at the end of a tree-lined path. Lin Yi looked at the villa before him, his lips twitching involuntarily. Damn, that merchant really is a swindler. This villa had been abandoned for at least several years, with dust and withered leaves scattered everywhere. However, apart from its rundown appearance, some facilities were still functional. Take those carved windows, for instance, you could tell the previous owner had put considerable effort into the decor. Listening to Anna's words, Lin Yi nodded and replied, Yes, Anna, this will be our new home. Do you like it? No sooner had he spoken than Lin Yi realized how inappropriate those words sounded. Turning his head, he saw Anna gazing at him with infatuated eyes. Any place would be wonderful as long as your majesty is there. Anna loves them all. Pressing his palm to his forehead, Lin Yi sighed deeply at the sky. You'd better think carefully before speaking from now on, otherwise the sky might blurt out something completely unexpected at any moment. Alright, let's go in. Ignoring Anna's love-struck expression, Lin Yi took out his keys, unlocked the door, and walked inside. Opening the door, a desolate aura rushed over them. Lin Yi didn't mind it, but Anna kept looking around curiously. Passing through the front yard, they walked into the house together. Upon entering the hall, they found everything covered in a layer of dust. Lin Yi looked around and saw that all the furniture was intact, wrapped up neatly without any damage. This saved them quite a bit of trouble, sparing them from spending a large sum on new furnishings. Anna, let's tidy up first. Gazing at the thick layer of dust covering the room, Lin Yi said to Anna. However, Anna quickly shook her head and said, How could we let such matters trouble our noble lord? Leave it all to Anna. Unable to overcome Anna's persistence, Lin Yi had no choice but to go install the computer first. The technology in this world was quite advanced. For example, computer configurations didn't require internet cables or anything similar to go online, and the internet speed was remarkably fast. After setting up the computer, Lin Yi opened a website. Awaken one's home. The name was plain and unadorned. Though called a website, it was actually more like a forum. Inside were messages posted by Awakeners, including the latest news from various cities and recruitment advertisements. Lin Yi merely skimmed through those pieces of information before shifting his gaze away. Gossip wasn't why he'd come here. He clicked open the adjacent marketplace, where a dazzling array of ordinary goods was neatly displayed. This mall is somewhat similar to the underground market in Beichen City. Lin Yi scanned through the list, wanting to see if he could find anything he needed. Right now, he wasn't short on blank cards, but lacked good materials for card making. The only usable item he had on hand was that 7-star tentacle left behind by an unknown entity. Although it was a 7-star material, there was only one of it, and Lin Yi didn't want to waste it just like that. However, after looking around, Lin Yi withdrew from the shop in disappointment. The items inside were too varied. There were good things too, but unfortunately, he couldn't afford them now. For example, the strange crystal he had obtained not long ago was actually priced at 1,000,000 elemental crystals in the shop. Yes, not in federal currency, but settled with elemental crystals. Right now, he only had 200 elemental crystals on hand, and these were only obtained after Anna killed those 2 Morningstar level awakened ones. Only by making this comparison did Lin Yi realize how extravagant he'd been before. An eerie crystal worth 1,000,000 elemental crystals. To have used it up just like that, really. After shutting down the computer, Lin Yi still felt that honestly defeating monsters for materials was more practical. Pay-to-win upgrades simply didn't suit his current situation. Your Majesty? Right at that moment, Anna stood at the doorway, poking her head into the room where Lin Yi was. Lin Yi turned to look at her and asked somewhat puzzled, What's wrong, Anna? Is there something? No, no, Your Majesty.
The outside has already been cleaned, only your room remains.
Would you like Anna to come in and clean it? Ha, you've already cleaned everywhere else?
Lin Yi was momentarily stunned before rising to walk outside.
As he looked, sure enough, the once dust-covered room was now spotlessly clean.
Furniture and appliances were all neatly arranged in their proper places, everything appearing meticulously organized.
Lord Monarch? Anna, walking behind Lin Yi, noticed his dazed expression and asked nervously, did Anna do something wrong?
Lin Yi snapped out of his thoughts, turned to look at the anxious Anna, and couldn't help but chuckle as he reached out to give her a gentle head pat. Not at all, Anna did wonderfully. Staring at Lin Yi's smile and feeling his tender touch, Anna froze in place. A crimson flush swiftly spread from her cheeks to the tips of her ears, her vermilion lips parting slowly as her beautiful eyes suddenly widened.
Ah, Your Majesty!
Your Majesty, she suddenly exclaimed with delight before turning and fleeing into the room.
Lin Yi remained standing in place, watching in bewilderment as Anna hurried away in a fluster.
Withdrawing his hand, Lin Yi clicked his tongue involuntarily while savoring the lingering fragrance on his fingertips. When there's work, the maid does it, when there's nothing to do.
Chapter 18 The goddess should fall for me instead. Time passed in the day's busy hustle.
In the evening, Anna prepared a sumptuous dinner.
The feeling of moving into a bigger house was truly different.
Lin Yi finally had a good night's sleep, though he kept feeling like he was grabbing something soft in his dreams.
The next day, Lord, Anna is a bit reluctant to let you go. After tidying up Lin Yi's clothes, Anna looked at him with some reluctance in her eyes.
Lin Yi smiled and said, don't worry, I'll be back soon.
Then I'll be going first. Waving at Anna, Lin Yi turned and walked away.
The morning air was crisp, and the newly risen sun wasn't too dazzling yet. Pale orange sunlight spilled across the streets as Lin Yi set off toward the Awakener Academy. Along the way, the number of young boys and girls around him gradually increased. They were all students of the Awakener Academy.
Lin Yi.
As Lin Yi was walking quietly, a somewhat delighted voice suddenly called out from behind him. Turning around, Lin Yi saw Jiang Yi and Chen Yang approaching him.
Lin Yi, good morning.
Chen Yang rushed over excitedly, giving Lin Yi a hearty pat on the shoulder. Good morning, Lin Yi. Jiang Yi also approached, greeting him with a warm smile.
Seeing the two, Lin Yi smiled as well and nodded slightly, saying, good morning. Lin Yi, do you know what happened in the southern district the night before last?
Right after meeting, Chen Yang put on a mysterious expression, leaning in close to Lin Yi's ear and whispering the question. Hearing this, Lin Yi didn't answer immediately, but instead glanced at Jiang Yi beside him. Jiang Yi shrugged helplessly and said, this guy's been going on about it all morning.
Oh, don't ruin my moment, I'm just too excited,
Chen Yang said with feigned displeasure to Jiang Yi.
Then he continued talking to Lin Yi. Hey Lin Yi, you know about the supernatural domain that appeared in the southern district the day before yesterday, right? Understood.
Lin Yi adjusted his glasses, barely suppressing a chuckle as he replied.
Not only do I know about it, I was actually there.
Chen Yang had no idea what Lin Yi was thinking. Seeing his response, he immediately launched into an impassioned speech. You weren't there at the time, so you wouldn't know how dangerous it was.
That was a Morning Star level anomaly zone.
Jiang Yi, Ahua, and the rest of us were completely stunned at the time. We really thought we were all going to die there.
But you know what?
Right at that critical moment, a mysterious person suddenly appeared. I swear, that person absolutely blew my mind. Their power was terrifyingly strong.
Chen Yang rambled on excitedly before ending with a shudder and sigh. Thank goodness that mysterious savior showed up, or you might not be seeing us today. Honestly, you got lucky skipping our gathering.
Who knows what unimaginable things might have happened if you'd come along. Lin Yi listened from the side, casting a strange look at Chen Yang while nodding along in agreement to humor him. Who knows what expression this guy would make if he found out that he himself was the mysterious person who saved them.
That would definitely be entertaining to watch. Amid Chen Yang's incessant chatter, they soon stepped into the academy.
The academy was already crowded with people. They weren't the earliest to arrive. Of course, this was primarily because today was a special occasion, the trial day for all newly awakened individuals of this year. That's why the academy had given them an entire day off yesterday, all to prepare for the upcoming trials.
Lin Yi, why don't you join our team for the upcoming training session?
Lin Yi and Chen Yang stood at their class's designated spot along with two other classmates when Chen Yang made the suggestion. After a moment's thought, Lin Yi nodded and said, then I'll be troubling you.
Hey, we're brothers. What's there to trouble about? Chen Yang immediately patted Lin Yi's shoulder with a carefree expression.
Looking at Jiang Yi and Chen Yang, Lin Yi smiled knowingly. Although when he first crossed over to this world, he didn't feel any sense of belonging here. But because of these genuine friends who treated him wholeheartedly, he gradually began to truly consider himself a part of this place. Yet, at times like these, there always seemed to be someone who wanted to make their presence known.
Chen Yang, aren't you afraid your team's score will plummet to the bottom by inviting this useless guy?
Just as Lin Yi and his two companions were chatting animatedly, a mocking voice suddenly sounded nearby. Lin Yi and the others immediately stopped talking, turning their gazes toward the speaker.
Upon recognizing the person, both Chen Yang and Jiang Yi frowned in unison. Chen Yang didn't hold back as he snapped, "Wang Yujie, do you have to jump around like a clown to remind everyone how disgusting you are? Nobody would mistake you for mute if you just shut up." Generally speaking, only rabid dogs bark at people for no reason, Jiang Yi remarked coolly in agreement. These two were notorious throughout the Awakener Academy for their vicious tongues. Wang Yujie's face turned the shade of pork liver upon hearing their remarks. He wanted to vent his anger, but seemed to recall something. After glancing at a young girl not far away, he turned back and snorted coldly, "I hope you'll still be laughing then." With Deadweight tagging along, "Let's see how you pass the exam." "No need for your concern. Why don't you go cool off somewhere else?" Chen Yang sneered. "You." Wang Yujie's face twisted in rage as he pointed at Chen Yang, struggling to find words. But at that moment, the crowd suddenly erupted in commotion, and the abrupt disturbance drew everyone's attention. "Look, it's Goddess Qingyan. Wow, Goddess Qingyan actually came to participate in the trial. So beautiful. My goddess, let me offer you my soul." "Ah, the goddess is so beautiful, I'm going to faint. I'm fainting." Amidst the clamor, everyone's attention turned to the stunning girl stepping out of the car at the academy entrance. The screams grew increasingly louder, with most people plunging into frenzied cheers. Chen Yang stared at the girl walking into the academy with a besotted expression, and even Wang Yujie was no exception. Only Lin Yi and Jiang Yi remained composed, looking at the girl with nothing more than mild curiosity in their eyes. "The goddess Qingyan, sigh, she's really too beautiful. If only my girlfriend could be this pretty." Chen Yang stared at the girl with a silly grin, saying to Lin Yi and Jiang Yi, "Wake up, you don't have a girlfriend." Lin Yi immediately poured cold water on him, extinguishing his unrealistic fantasy. "Ah, don't stop me, let me keep dreaming," Chen Yang cried out in anguish. At that moment, Jiang Yi chuckled and said, "A Yang and I don't stand a chance, but Lin Yi might, he's so handsome, after all." Hearing his words, Chen Yang immediately looked at Lin Yi and teased, "You, I don't know how you grew up like this, why on earth are you so much better looking than the rest of us?" His eyes gleamed mischievously as he nudged Lin Yi. "Hey, Lin Yi, you're so handsome, girls are always secretly slipping love letters into your desk. Why don't you try courting goddess Su Qingyan? I'd say you've got a real shot." Before Lin Yi could speak, Wang Yujie, who had overheard the remark, couldn't resist sneering, "A loser like him? Do you really think goddess Su Qingyan would spare him a glance? Why don't you take a piss and look at your own reflection first? As if a goddess would ever take a liking to me." Wang Yujie couldn't help but think so. Just then, a pleasant voice sounded behind him. "What are you guys talking about? Can I join in?" The voice was delicate and clear, like jade beads falling onto a plate. The people around were instantly captivated upon hearing that voice. Wang Yujie staggered as if struck, his head turning mechanically toward the source. When he saw the breathtakingly beautiful girl standing right before his eyes, his heart stopped for a moment as his mind went blank. Why would the goddess come here? Is she here for me? An overwhelming surge of joy flooded Wang Yujie's entire being. He felt utterly blessed at this moment. At that moment, Su Qingyan extended her delicate hand with a smile. Wang Yujie jolted and immediately stretched out his own hand, stammering eagerly, Miss Su Qingyan, it's such a pleasure." His words abruptly stopped, because Su Qingyan completely ignored him and directly walked past him to stand before Lin Yi. "You must be classmate Lin Yi? Pleased to meet you." Chapter 19, Lin Yi, the King of Versailles. Su Qingyan's voice rang out. The voice wasn't loud, but everyone who heard these words couldn't help widening their eyes in shock. For a moment, the previously somewhat noisy surroundings instantly fell into deathly silence. What had they just witnessed? The campus goddess had actually extended her hand to Lin Yi and said it was a pleasure to meet him? Just who did Lin Yi think he was? Once a genius, but that was in the past. Now he's just an ordinary person known to everyone. And what about Su Qingyan? Since enrolling 2 years ago, she has been the undisputed goddess of the entire Awakener Academy. People of all ages and genders were captivated by her breathtaking beauty. If that were all, it might have been bearable, but Su Qingyan's talent was also peerless and unrivaled. She was a rare lightning element awakened, and she awakened her powers earlier than anyone else. In this world, there exists a category of geniuses who can awaken their supernatural abilities without relying on the awakening ritual. Such geniuses are called Destiny Awakeners, and Su Qingyan was precisely such a Destiny Awakened. Moreover, a rare lightning element awakener, she was truly a peerless prodigy. Yet it was precisely this goddess-like prodigy who now actively sought to befriend Lin Yi. How could this not shock them to their core? After the brief shock, an even greater uproar ensued. My god, am I dreaming? My goddess actually wants to get to know Lin Yi? Bro, I must be seeing things too. The goddess actually reached out to Lin Yi. Ah, my heart is broken. My goddess, I'm more outstanding than Lin Yi. Her hand should be for me to hold. The air was filled with cries of anguish. Yet at the center of it all, one person stood out in awkward discomfort.
Wang Yujie remained frozen mid-gesture, his outstretched hand hanging in the air as his grin stiffened.
So the clown was me all along?
It must be that the goddess doesn't know Lin Yi is actually a useless waste, that must be it.
Wang Yujie immediately found himself an excuse and quickly convinced himself it was true. He discreetly withdrew his hand and then turned with a smile to Su Qingyan, saying, Miss Su Qingyan, you might not be aware, but this guy is just an ordinary person without any supernatural abilities. Su Qingyan, who had been intently observing Lin Yi's reaction, was suddenly startled by the voice beside her.
She turned her head in surprise to glance at the speaker. When she saw Wang Yujie's greasy face, she slightly furrowed her brows before turning to Lin Yi with a smile and asking, Classmate Lin Yi, is he your friend too?
What happened? Shouldn't the goddess be startled at this point, then decisively turn her face away and leave? Why isn't the script following what I imagined? Wang Yujie's heart pounded nervously as an ominous premonition faintly surfaced in his mind. Lin Yi glanced at him and said indifferently, no. Hearing this, Su Qingyan looked at Wang Yujie, then observed Lin Yi's expression, her eyes instantly flashing with understanding. She smiled and nodded at Lin Yi, saying, now I get it. With that, Su Qingyan turned to face Wang Yujie, her expression suddenly turning frosty. What standing do you have to speak about Lin Yi like that in front of me? Get lost right now. Wang Yujie was dumbfounded.
He never expected that after revealing the truth about Lin Yi, instead of earning Su Qingyan's admiration, he'd be met with an ice-cold glare.
As Su Qingyan's frigid words sank in, Wang Yujie's eyes gradually filled with terror, and cold sweat broke out uncontrollably down his back. I'll scram right away.
Please forgive me, Miss Su Qingyan. Despite feeling utterly humiliated, driven by fear, Wang Yujie still forced a smile before turning and fleeing like his life depended on it.
Humph. With a cold snort, Su Qingyan watched Wang Yujie leave before turning back to Lin Yi. Immediately switching to a warm smile, she said, Classmate Lin Yi, now that the annoying fly has left, might we get acquainted?
With that, she extended her hand to Lin Yi once again. Lin Yi gazed at the girl who had been smiling at him all this while, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes.
He was absolutely certain he had never met this girl before.
It didn't surprise him that she recognized him. What puzzled him was that, just as Wang Yujie had said, his current identity was merely that of an ordinary person without any supernatural abilities. Someone with his status, regardless of the reason, shouldn't deserve such treatment from Su Qingyan, a true daughter of heaven favored by the gods. Though puzzled, Lin Yi still extended his hand and shook Su Qingyan's in a perfunctory manner. After all, one shouldn't slap a smiling face when someone shows such warmth. The least he could do was not give her the cold shoulder. The handshake lasted merely an instant. Noticing how Lin Yi's hand barely made contact before withdrawing, a peculiar glint flickered through Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes.
She possessed immense confidence in her beauty, a fact evident from the surrounding crowd's fervent admiration.
Yet this young man before her not only gazed at her with utterly pure eyes devoid of any trace of impurity, but even his physical contact with her seemed, almost like aversion? It appeared her earlier speculation was mostly correct.
Thinking this, Su Qingyan's smile grew even more gentle. Before Lin Yi could speak, she proactively asked, Classmate Lin Yi, I was wondering if I could team up with you for the upcoming training expedition?
Hearing this, Lin Yi remained unfazed, but Chen Yang beside him was so shocked his facial features practically twisted in disbelief. Taking a deep breath and seeing Lin Yi standing there stunned and speechless, Chen Yang swiftly grabbed his hand and urged, Lin Yi, say yes to her. His fervent excitement made it seem as if he wished the invitation had been extended to him instead.
In reality, he was already green with envy to the point of cellular separation.
That was the long-cherished invitation from the goddess of his dreams, and now it had actually become a reality for Lin Yi. Though the goddess hadn't invited him personally, since Lin Yi was his brother, it wasn't that different after all. However, Lin Yi was destined to disappoint him. No, I've already promised to team up with my friend, Lin Yi refused with a smile. Hearing this, Chen Yang froze on the spot, looking at Lin Yi as if he were an idiot. After hearing his words, a flicker of disappointment flashed through Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes. But soon she brightened up again, saying with some regret, that's truly a shame. Even if we can't be in the same group, I still hope you'll look out for me during the later fieldwork, Lin Yi, Su Qingyan said with great seriousness. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Then, Su Qingyan and Lin Yi waved their hands and returned to their respective class positions. Woo. As soon as Su Qingyan left, Chen Yang covered his face with his hands and cried out in agony. Lin Yi, puzzled by his behavior, turned to Zhang Yi and asked, what's wrong with this guy? Zhang Yi looked deeply at Lin Yi, sighing heavily as he said, let him be sad for a while. After all, if I were in his place, I probably wouldn't be able to stop myself from hitting you.
Aren't you really a graduate of the Versailles School of Literature? Chapter 20, Words Against the Heart, Su Yalan. Su Qingyan laughed.
But the ripples it caused were far from subsiding. Now, everyone knew Lin Yi had been approached by the goddess Su Qingyan.
Yes, approached. Upon hearing this news, countless young men secretly shed tears, their faces etched with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Chen Yang was quite shaken by the blow. Fortunately, he had a strong heart and soon snapped out of it. Pfft. It's just an invitation from the goddess, no big deal. Rejected and done with. Chen Yang grinned, patting Lin Yi's shoulder as he spoke. Zhang Yi and Lin Yi twitched their lips at the sight of his antics. If not for the tears brimming in the corners of his eyes, they might have believed him. Chen Yang paid no heed to this at all. He turned his head and asked Lin Yi mysteriously, Lin Yi, spill it, how did you manage to charm the goddess? Lin Yi shook his head. I don't know her. Ha ha, you're hilarious. If you two don't know each other, why would she come looking for you with such enthusiasm? Chen Yang burst into laughter after hearing Lin Yi's words, completely dismissing what he said. Just as he had said. With Su Qingyan's status, why would she specifically come looking for Lin Yi if they weren't already acquainted? Could it be because I'm handsome? Lin Yi wondered cluelessly. This made Chen Yang look at him with a strange expression. Whatever, keeping secrets even from your bro? Fine, don't talk. Waving his hand, Chen Yang saw Lin Yi didn't seem interested in continuing, so he didn't press further. Lin Yi was inwardly speechless. He genuinely didn't know this so-called Su Qingyan person. I hadn't even heard her name before she came looking for me. Thinking of this, Lin Yi decided to keep his guard up. Nothing happens without a reason. Who knows why this Su Qingyan is getting close to me? Seems I'll need to keep a close eye on her. Time passed amidst the clamor of the students. Soon, the academy's instructors arrived as well. Silence. One instructor stood at the forefront and shouted at the students who were still chattering away incessantly. A robust voice resounded through every corner of the academy, instantly silencing everyone. Ahem, you all must clearly know what's coming next, so I won't elaborate further. Clearing his throat, the instructor in charge delivered an opening statement before proceeding to explain the rules of this trial. The rules of the trial are simple. You must form teams of 5 and head to the Dark Zone to carry out purification missions. Once you enter the Dark Zone, you'll encounter all sorts of troubles, supernatural entities, demonic beasts, even cultists of evil gods. These will be the challenges you must face. Later, your instructors will distribute elemental bracelets to each of you. These bracelets will record everything during your trial, including every enemy you slay. For every enemy killed, your bracelet will accumulate points. The more points you earn, the better your final evaluation will be. Additionally, your individual points will contribute to your squad's total score. A friendly reminder, if your personal score passes but your squad's overall score falls short, the entire team will be considered to have failed. What I want to say is, while individual capability is important, comrades are equally vital. Let me share one more piece of good news. This trial will be observed by major factions, and outstanding performers may receive recruitment offers. Go for it, youngsters. The future belongs to you. After this impassioned speech, mentors from each class began distributing elemental bracelets to their students. During this brief moment, the students erupted into lively chatter again, each beginning to search for their preferred teammates. Chen Yang, would you like to team up with us? Zhang Yi, we're one short in our group here, would you like to join us? On Lin Ye's side, many people extended invitations to both Chen Yang and Zhang Yi, but they all refused one by one. Forming a team actually requires 5 people, and we only have 3 right now. Chen Yang frowned, looking at squad list on his wristband with some frustration. Chen Yang had formed a trial team consisting only of Zhang Yi, Lin Yi, and himself. Only 3 people in total, but the team requirement was to reach 5 members. He and Zhang Yi had just tried inviting some friends they usually hung out with, but either those friends had already teamed up with others, or they simply didn't want to join their squad. The reason was simple, because Lin Yi was in their squad. As someone without supernatural abilities, he would only weigh the team down. Nobody was willing to take that risk. A pack of ungrateful wolves. Lin Yi was always so good to them, and now they're all looking down their noses at him. Chen Yang gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Forget it, Yang." Zhang Yi shook his head at him and gestured towards Lin Yi nearby. Chen Yang quickly caught on, scratching his head as he smiled at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, it's fine. If they're not coming, we can just find new people. Worst case, we'll apply to form a 3-person team with our advisor. Lin Yi nodded. He hadn't given it much thought anyway. With his current strength, securing a ranking in this trial would be effortless. Truth be told, he didn't particularly care about the trial itself. His only reason for participating was to farm some materials during the event. However, thoughts of Chen Yang and Zhang Yi made Lin Yi pause in contemplation. Their team was indeed short-handed at the moment. Should he call that Su Qingyan back again? With her influence, gathering enough people should be easy, right? Just as this thought crossed Lin Yi's mind, he immediately dismissed it. One shouldn't accept unearned favors. He had no prior connection with her, so there was no reason to seek her help. As Lin Yi was pondering, a young girl's voice suddenly sounded beside them. Do you still need more people, Lin Yi? Hearing this voice, Lin Yi, along with Chen Yang and Zhang Yi, simultaneously looked up toward the source. They saw a fair and delicate-looking girl standing nearby, smiling warmly at Lin Yi. Behind her stood another girl with chubby cheeks, her gaze fixed on Zhang Yi. Su Yalan? Hu Xiaoran? Chen Yang looked at the two girls and asked in surprise, "Are you two going to team up with us?" Lin Yi was also slightly surprised as he looked at the girl, never expecting her to come over and join their team. "What? Not welcome?" Su Yalan immediately retorted. "Not at all." Chen Yang shook his head and then gave Lin Yi and her a meaningful glance, saying, "It just feels like your intentions aren't entirely pure." Hearing this, Su Yalan blushed and immediately pulled the girl beside her close, retorting, "What do you mean, not pure? I'm just here to accompany Xiao Ran. She wants to be on the same team as brother Jiang, do you dare refuse her?" At her words, the slightly chubby-cheeked girl beside them flushed instantly, her gaze, which had been fixed on Jiang Yi, suddenly dodging away shyly. She shot a glance at Su Yalan and whispered, "Yalan, didn't you say you wanted to team up with Lin Yi, so I came along with you? How did it suddenly become my idea?" Chapter 21 The Sphinx Hellhound. "Oh my, Xiao Ran, you're still too young to understand. I was just making up an excuse to get you here. If I hadn't said that, with your timid nature, wouldn't you have missed this perfect opportunity to spend time with your dear brother Jiang?" Su Yalan explained patiently, leaving Hu Xiaoran dazed and confused. Nodding in sudden comprehension, she said, "So that's how it is." "Yes, that's right. Absolutely," Su Yalan said firmly, though her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Lin Yi. Clearly, this wasn't her genuine thought. Poor Hu Xiaoran became her unwitting excuse, completely in the dark about what was really going on. "Ha ha ha, a warm welcome to both beautiful ladies joining us." Chen Yang saw nothing inappropriate about it and gladly welcomed them into the team. After all, their squad was exactly 2 members short, so with these two joining, the numbers worked out perfectly. However, right at that moment, Wang Yujie, who had slunk away earlier, inexplicably reappeared from somewhere. When he saw Su Yalan staying with Lin Yi and the others, he frowned and immediately walked over in this direction. "Yalan, you haven't formed a team yet, have you? My squad happens to be short one person, would you like to join us?" Wang Yujie said with a smile as he looked at Su Yalan, wanting to invite her into his team. Hearing Wang Yujie's words, Su Yalan slightly furrowed her brows and replied indifferently, "Sorry, I've already teamed up with Lin Yi." "You'd better find someone else." "What?" Wang Yujie's expression abruptly changed as his gaze darkened, pointing at Lin Yi. "He's just trash, you actually want to team up with him? Yilin, do you want to fail the trial because of him?" "Shut up." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yalan curtly interrupted him. Looking at Wang Yujie, her eyes filled with disgust as she said, "Wang Yujie, all you ever talk about is trash. Well, I think you're the real trash. Is being unable to awaken supernatural powers considered trash? Then how did our predecessors survive that dark era without any powers? What's wrong with ordinary people? Do you really think awakening supernatural abilities makes you superior? Honestly, I'd never even glance at someone as arrogant as you." After Su Yalan's scathing remarks, Chen Yang and the others standing nearby all widened their eyes in shock, staring at her in surprise. Normally this aloof-class beauty actually has such a domineering side? And all this to stand up for Lin Yi? TSK, Lin Yi looks like Jiang Yi and I don't need to step in. Someone's already torn him to shreds. Chen Yang, who'd been watching avidly, nudged Lin Yi with his elbow and said with a grin. Lin Yi listened to his words without responding, merely curling the corners of his lips slightly upward. It was the first time he had seen Su Yalan like this. "Yalan." Wang Yujie's face flushed a purplish red like pig's liver, as he tried to speak up in protest. But before he could speak, Su Yalan interrupted him. "Don't call my name, it disgusts me," she retorted coldly, without the slightest courtesy. With that, he turned and left without looking back, pulling Lin Yi and the others along, leaving Wang Yujie standing alone on the spot, looking every bit the fool. Why? Su Qingyan was one thing, but why was even Su Yalan treating that good-for-nothing Lin Yi so well? This isn't fair. He was just a good-for-nothing, a worthless failure who couldn't awaken any supernatural abilities. All of this should have been mine. After a long while, he finally loosened his clenched fist, his gaze venomously fixed on the direction they had departed. With a sinister sneer, he murmured, "Yalan, I won't give up. One day you'll realize that only I am your best destiny. I'll wait for the day you come to your senses. Don't worry, that day won't be too far away." He turned and left, continuing his search for other team members. A strong thought surfaced in his mind. During trials, any unexpected event could occur. He would make Lin Yi vanish forever during this trial. Just an ordinary guy, couldn't he crush him effortlessly with his own hands? Teams that had met the grouping requirements set off toward the dark zone under their mentor's guidance. Those who hadn't finished forming teams yet would have instructors waiting to guide them out after their group was complete. Lin Yi and his 4 companions followed the same group of students as they exited the academy under the instructor's leadership. "Lin Yi, I didn't scare you earlier, did I?" Beside Lin Yi, Su Yalan looked at him with nervous apprehension, asking cautiously. She's feeling a bit regretful now, realizing she was only thinking about defending Lin Yi during that scolding. Looking back, it seems she might have neglected her own image a little too much. What if Lin Yi misunderstood? Would she leave a bad impression in his heart? Lin Yi looked at her like this and couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head as he said, "How could that be? I know you were just trying to defend me." "Thank you." Though perhaps Lin Yi didn't particularly need this kind of defense, but the feeling of having someone stand up and speak for you was still heartwarming. Su Yalan, who was about to try salvaging her image, visibly froze when she heard Lin Yi's words. Then a hint of joy appeared on her face. Though she had so much to say, in the end all she managed was a whisper soft "oh" while blushing. The rest of the way down, neither of them spoke another word. Chen Yang, however, suddenly realized he might have made a mistake. Watching the four people pairing up behind him, Chen Yang's gaze was filled with resentment. Damn it, in the end, am I the only one left alone? Amid Chen Yang's resentment, the group finally exited Beichen City and arrived at the edge of the dark zone. Students, the journey ahead is now yours to walk. May all go well for you, and may you apply what your mentors have taught you. The lead instructor stood at the front of the group, watching them with a gratified smile before solemnly declaring, "I shall await your triumphant return here." Everyone listened to these words with deep emotion. Then their respective teams began to disperse, each stepping into the dark zone. "I wonder how many will perish this time," the mentor sighed with concern as he watched the last group of students depart. Though perilous, young eagles must learn to spread their wings. They are the cornerstone of humanity's future. If they can't even pass a minor trial, they'll never survive in this world. The so-called dark zones are territories where no human has set foot. This place is fraught with unknown dangers. Numerous magical beasts, evil spirits, and bizarre creatures roam here, and one might even encounter worshippers of evil gods. The entrance to this trial ground lies within a vast, towering forest. All squads immediately dispersed upon entering the forest, each beginning their own exploration. At this moment, Lin Yi and his four companions were deep within the dense woods. The five of them stood frozen in place, not daring to move a muscle as they stared at the enormous black dog before them. As luck would have it, they'd encountered a magical beast the moment they stepped inside. And not just any beast, this was the most notorious of them all, the Sphinx Hound. What incredible luck! Chen Yang muttered, his lips twitching as he eyed the massive canine. Chapter 22 Good tactics but useless. The trial lasted 7 days. During these 7 days, everyone in the trial squads had to find every possible means to survive. They had no aid, no food or water, all of these had to be obtained by themselves. In the Forbidden Zone, deep within the trial forest. "Hey, Su Yalan, Wu Xiaoran, I think before this thing attacks, you two should tell us about it first." Chen Yang swallowed hard as he stared at the Sphinx Hound in front of them, speaking to the two girls beside him. "I'll do it." Su Yalan nodded and began explaining. The Sphinx Hound, a scavenger among magical beasts, as the name suggests, it particularly loves corpses. Where there are dead bodies, there you'll find their shadow. Their strength is generally below Morningstar level, averaging around 3rd tier. Though not powerful, beware, they're extremely fast and, being demon hounds, possess an extraordinarily sharp sense of smell. After speaking, she looked puzzled at the Sphinx demon hounds ahead and said, "Strange, they usually only feed on corpses. The books never mentioned them attacking living creatures?" As soon as she finished, Lin Yi said coolly, "Wouldn't we become 5 corpses once we're dead?" Hearing his words, Su Yalan blushed instantly, realizing how foolish she had sounded. 3rd rank? Not entirely unbeatable. Chen Yang didn't overthink it. Keeping his eyes fixed on the hellhound, he suddenly turned to Zhang Yi and said, "Zhang Yi, back me up. First, turn off the lights, then use me as bait while the others ambush it." At this point, he seemed to remember something and added with a grin to Lin Yi, buddy, I didn't bring you into the team expecting you to fail. Just stand back for now and watch how we take this thing down. Zhang Yi, let's go. Lights out." After speaking with Lin Yi, he turned to face the Sphinx Demon Hound. The moment he moved, Zhang Yi also activated his elemental powers. Nightfall descends. Dark energy radiated from Zhang Yi's body, and the shadows beneath the surrounding trees seemed to come alive, detaching from their original positions and surging upwards into the sky. The darkness swiftly enveloped the area above everyone's heads, turning the space into an inky blackness where one couldn't even see their own outstretched hand. Having only recently awakened his abilities, Zhang Yi had already pushed his elemental powers to their limit by reaching this degree of control. "Let there be light." Amidst the darkness, Chen Yang shouted with thunderous authority. In an instant, a dazzling radiance burst forth from his body, instantly illuminating the darkness. Amidst this pitch-black expanse, he became the brightest presence. However, that was all there was to it. His strategy was simplicity itself. Zhang Yi's darkness blinded the Sphinx Hound, while he served as the sole target to capture its attention. This way, the Sphinx Hound would focus only on him, allowing others to strike when the beast attacked. As for him being in danger, as a dark element awakener, the gloom didn't impede Zhang Yi. He maintained perfect awareness of the hound's every movement. Bold yet effective tactics. Lin Yi stood by, watching everything unfold with a faint smile, but soon shook his head. This tactic might be good, but don't forget the hellhound's greatest trait, its sense of smell is no decoration. Hurts.
A strange howl sounded as the demonic hound finally abandoned its watchful stance and chose to attack.
Its first target was none other than Chen Yang, who was currently emitting radiant light. Jiang Yi, who had been closely monitoring the demonic hound's movements, reacted instantly.
"Yang," he shouted, "straight ahead, 3 seconds.
Roger that. Chen Yang clenched his fists tightly upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, silently counting down in his mind. Just as he was about to strike, Su Yalan suddenly remembered something and shouted loudly, "Watch out! This bastard likes to flank from behind and go for the butt."
"What?" Hearing this abrupt warning, Chen Yang froze briefly before his expression changed dramatically.
"Holy crap, why didn't you say something earlier?" By the time the hellhound approached, it was already too late for him to react.
Within the radius of Chen Yang's radiating light, the hellhound's figure instantly materialized right in front of him, only to swiftly circle around and appear behind his back.
Ha!
Like the sound of swamp gases bubbling up through rotting muck, the demonic hound bared its fang-filled maw and lunged at Chen Yang from behind.
"Yang, look out!"
Jiang Yi shouted urgently, immediately dashing toward Chen Yang without a second thought.
Chen Yang only felt his chrysanthemum tighten. Attempting to turn around was already futile. This is it. Morals be damned. Chen Yang looked utterly despondent.
He had contemplated his own death before.
Perhaps falling on the battlefield against eldritch gods, assassinated by cultists, or swallowed by monstrous tides.
But he never imagined he'd die from getting his backside mauled by demonic hounds.
To him, this manner of death was far too poetically unique. At this critical moment, Lin Ye's eyes flashed as his fingertips twitched imperceptibly. Whoosh!
Behind Chen Yang, a gleaming silver thread suddenly materialized and instantly pierced straight through the hellhound's skull. In an instant, the demonic hound that had opened its jaws to bite froze completely, its eyes wide and mouth gaping as if time and space had come to a standstill.
"Ah Yang! Ha!"
Jiang Yi, who had been rushing toward Chen Yang in an attempt to save him, had nearly let out a furious scream, but choked it back halfway. He stopped not far from Chen Yang, staring dumbfounded at the sphinx-like demonic hound frozen midair, his mind utterly blank for a moment.
"Jiang Yi, Lin Yi, let's be brothers again in our next life."
Chen Yang, believing death was imminent, cried out in profound grief, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. But after a long wait, he realized his words had gone unanswered, and the surrounding silence had become eerily oppressive. Suddenly comprehending the situation, he turned his head only to find a massive dog snout hovering less than 10 centimeters from his backside. Just a little more, and those jaws would have clamped down, yet now they hung suspended midair as if frozen by some spell.
How is this happening?"
Chen Yang stared at the demonic hound before him, his face a portrait of stunned bewilderment as he voiced his confusion. Yet his question hung unanswered, for the others present were equally thunderstruck, frozen in their own shock. The mastermind behind all this, Lin Yi, couldn't help but feel a black line forming on his forehead as he watched their reactions. "I created this opportunity for you, and instead of killing the demon hound, you have the leisure to stand here in shock?" At that moment, the motionless sphinx hound suddenly rolled its eyes. Jiang Yi, who had been observing it closely, immediately changed expression and urgently shouted, "Yang, it's still alive. Quick, kill it now."
Oh, okay." Chen Yang snapped out of his daze first, then threw an uppercut straight at the hellhound's abdomen.
With heads of bronze, tails of iron, and waists of tofu, the weakness of canine magical beasts usually lies in their bellies. Chen Yang's punch landed solidly on the Sphinx hellhound's stomach, and the already barely alive beast dropped dead instantly. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi finally revealed a comforting smile.
Chapter 23, The Insane Points Ranking. Finally dead.
After killing the Sphinx Mastiff, Chen Yang slumped to the ground in exhaustion. Only then did he feel a sense of surviving a disaster. What just happened had been far too close for comfort. The others also breathed sighs of relief, but unlike Chen Yang, their eyes held an additional trace of confusion.
"Why did it suddenly stop moving just now?" Su Yalan asked with puzzled eyes as she stared at the demon hound's corpse on the ground.
No one answered her question. The events that had just transpired were simply too bizarre. Logically speaking, magical beasts never fail to kill with a single strike. There's no reason for one to stop mid-attack, let alone halt so abruptly and unnaturally. It was as if time and space had been frozen around it. Compared to the others, Chen Yang didn't dwell on it either, though he couldn't make sense of it either. "Hey, it's already dead, why overthink it?" Chen Yang flicked his wrist and excitedly tapped his bracelet, shouting, "Quick, check the squad leaderboard. Our team hit first place." Hearing this, the others immediately snapped to attention and opened their bracelets to check. Sure enough, on the squad ranking list, their team's name stood proudly at the very top of the leaderboard. First place, Star Squad, points, 3, members, Chen Yang, Jiang Yi, Lin Yi, Su Yalan, Hu Xiaoran. Second place, Goddess Team, points, 1, members, Su Qingyan. Third place, Hunting Team, points, 1, members, Hao Chengfeng. Never imagined our team could actually take first place, ha ha ha.
Chen Yang burst into laughter, visibly thrilled. "Don't celebrate too soon. This is just the beginning.
Other teams will catch up quickly," Jiang Yi said calmly, though with a smile.
"Doesn't matter, Chen Yang replied nonchalantly. Let's keep pushing and try to stay in first place. Alright, let's keep moving forward. Chen Yang stood up and stored the Sphinx Mastiff's corpse into his elemental bracelet. The group continued to explore deeper into the forest. The first reason is simple. Looking at the radiant smiles and surging combat spirit on Chen Yang and the others' faces, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle warmly. A glimmer of golden light flashed briefly in his right eye, concealed beneath its bandage, before he raised his gaze toward the sky. Instantly, streaks of purple-red energy manifested before his eyes. Observing these wisps of energy, Lin Yi's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. His slender fingers twitched slightly. In that instant, countless silver-white threads shot forth from his hands, vanishing into the depths of the shadowy woods. In a thicket, a strange crimson bird and a vibrant red serpent were locked in fierce combat. Suddenly, two silvery white threads descended from the sky, piercing through both creatures in an instant. The struggle ceased abruptly as the threads brought peace, leaving nothing but two lifeless bodies on the ground. Ding! You have slain a second-tier magical beast, the flame-tongued robin, and obtained elemental crystals *20. Ding! You have slain a second-tier magical beast, the crimson shadow viper, and obtained elemental crystal *20. Following the team, Lin Yi's mind was incessantly buzzed by the system's prompt tones. While keeping an eye on the road, he multitasked by controlling threads to hunt the magical beasts around him. However, the materials he obtained made him purse his lips in dissatisfaction. Indeed, such low-level magical beasts couldn't even drop one-star materials. Still, elemental crystals weren't better than nothing at all. Just as Lin Yi was fully immersed in hunting magical beasts, far away in the Awakener Academy located in the suburbs of Beichen City. At this moment, the Awakener Academy was eerily quiet, with all the instructors and even the dean gathered in a great hall. At the front of the grand hall, a massive screen displayed a leaderboard ranking all trainees based on their individual points. The bracelets worn by the students will record everything about them and also display their squad's point rankings. However, personal rankings are only shown on the academy screen and remain invisible to the students themselves. Everyone, regarding this training trial, I'd like to hear whatever thoughts you might have. The dean suddenly spoke up, addressing the assembled instructors. He had barely finished speaking when one instructor immediately responded. There's no doubt about it, Miss Su Qingyan is absolutely first place. That's indisputable. I think Hao Chengfeng is quite impressive too. He's a wind element awakener, and though he's not a predestined awakener, wind element is still rare. His performance should be enough to rank near the top. Another mentor spoke up. At that moment, a fair-looking female mentor chimed in. Chun Yang and Zhang Yi are pretty good too. One is a light element awakener, the other a dark element awakener, and with Su Yalan, the wood element healer awakener, in their team, their results definitely won't be too bad. The remarks of the first two mentors received considerable agreement, but when the last mentor finished speaking, it drew many perplexed glances. Professor Zhang, I heard that Lin Yi, the powerless student from your class, is partnered with Chen Yang's team. With him on board, their squad's performance probably won't be too impressive. Another instructor beside him chuckled softly. After he finished speaking, the three individuals who had been sitting silently nearby suddenly looked up in bewilderment. One of the young men asked with some confusion, a non-ability user? Hearing his question, the speaking instructor immediately turned to him respectfully and explained, Sir, you might not be aware, but this Lin Yi is the only person in our academy who hasn't awakened any supernatural abilities. These three individuals before them were different. This trial had attracted attention from several major factions, and these three were the representatives sent by those powerful organizations. Each and every one of them is a powerhouse at the glorious moon tier. It's worth noting that, in the entire Awakener Academy, only the dean is at the glorious moon tier. The other instructors hover around the morning star level, with the strongest barely reaching high morning star. This gives you an idea of how terrifying the factions behind these three individuals are. Hearing his words, the young man revealed a trace of a playful smile. Now that's interesting, an ability-less person. You didn't expel him from the academy and even allowed him to continue participating in the trials? The tutor looked troubled and said, Sir, the Awakener Academy has never had a precedent for expelling a student. We simply have no choice in this matter. I don't care about that. It seems, however, that you might have misjudged something. The young man cast his gaze toward the rankings displayed on the screen at the front of the hall, his tone laced with amusement. His words drew everyone's attention, and they all turned to look at the screen. Then, an expression of sheer astonishment appeared on every face. Originally, Su Qingyan's score led far ahead on the rankings. Following closely in second place was Hao Chengfeng. But suddenly, Lin Yi's name soared upwards, directly pushing both names down. First place, Lin Yi, score, 28, team, star team. Second place, Su Qingyan, points, 13, team, goddess squad. Third place, Hao Chengfeng, points, 10, team, hunter squad. What shocked them most wasn't this, the truly astonishing part was how the points behind Lin Yi's name kept changing in real time. In that single glance, his points surged from 28 to 59. Meanwhile, within the dark zone, all students monitoring their team rankings had completely erupted in chaos. Chapter 24, If you want to die, don't drag me down. Somewhere in the forest. Bang! A green ox crashed to the ground, its massive body stirring up a cloud of dust. A group of youths gathered around the carcass of the green ox, their sweat-streaked faces breaking into radiant smiles. Ha ha ha, we finally took down that stupid bull. The leader of the group burst into laughter. Though he looked somewhat disheveled overall, his eyes shone with excitement. He couldn't wait to open his bracelet and check the team rankings. We were 5th place before, now we should be 4th, right? As he spoke, he looked expectantly at the rankings. Around him, several teammates gathered. At a glance, they all froze. Ha, why is it still 5th place? The leading youth looked at his team's ranking on the scoreboard and muttered in utter confusion. At that moment, someone beside him suddenly exclaimed, "Captain, look at the 1st place." Hearing his words, the others instantly snapped to attention and turned their gazes toward the top of the leaderboard. But what they saw made their eyes widen in shock. Team Star? 59 points? Holy shit! How is this possible? Goddess Su Qingyan's team only has 20-something points, yet this Team Star already has 59? Is the leaderboard broken? They weren't the only ones witnessing this scene. Many squads participating in the trial simultaneously gasped in shock when they noticed an unfamiliar team name hanging prominently on the leaderboard. Captain, look at the rankings quickly, someone has surpassed us. In the Goddess squad, a young girl shouted excitedly. Su Qingyan, who had just slain a magical beast, raised her head at the commotion and glanced at the girl, a trace of confusion flashing in her eyes. The other 3 team members laughed dismissively when they heard her words. Did you see wrong? How could any team possibly surpass us? That's right, Qingyan is undeniably the strongest in the academy. The others haven't even reached 3rd level, how could their points possibly exceed ours? After their teasing remarks, the young girl anxiously exclaimed, if you don't believe me just check the ranking list. That stellar team has really overtaken us. Hearing her words, the others grew uncertain as well, and they all opened their bracelets to check the rankings. Sure enough, when they looked at the rankings, their team had been pushed down to 2nd place, and the ones who had overtaken them were actually some unknown team whose name they'd never even seen before. Team Stardust? Su Qingyan curiously opened the ranking list as well. However, when she saw that name in the Star Team's roster, a look of sudden comprehension appeared on her face. Noticing her expression, a teammate asked in confusion, Qingyan, why do you seem completely unsurprised? Do you know this team? Su Qingyan snapped out of her thoughts, smiled faintly, but chose not to say anything. A pair of beautiful eyes flickered with an inexplicable gaze, her mind nearly certain of that thought. With him around, she'd find it strange if this squad didn't achieve such results. Damn it! Wang Yujie stared at the team rankings list on the screen, his eyes bulging wide and bloodshot. He never expected that Lingya's team could suddenly surge to 1st place. Did they stumble upon a monster's nest and manage to wipe out all the younglings in one go? At this rate, that kid Lingyi is definitely going to pass the exam. No! He gritted his teeth and decisively sent a message to someone using the bracelet's chat function. Hao Chengfeng, I want to team up with you for a big score. The reply from Hao Chengfeng came almost immediately after the message was sent. What's up? Kill Lin Yi. Wang Yujie sent the message with resentment dripping from his words. Just when he expected Hao Chengfeng to ask why he wanted Lin Yi dead, the other end fell silent without replying. Wang Yujie frowned, utterly perplexed about what Hao Chengfeng could be thinking. At that moment, Hao Chengfeng finally replied to his message, forget it, if you want to die, don't drag me into it. Wang Yujie frowned even deeper and typed back, what do you mean by that? However, as soon as the message was sent, he saw a red exclamation mark appear. Wang Yujie's eyes immediately widened in shock. Damn, he blocked me? This unexpected block left Wang Yujie silent for a brief moment. After a long while, he couldn't help but burst into curses. Damn it, what a coward, isn't it just some loser? If you don't dare to make a move, I'll do it myself. Several miles away from Wang Yujie, a handsome young man quietly proceeded to block him. At that moment, he raised his head to glance at the massive magical beast corpse lying nearby. The magical beast died in a very bizarre manner, with no visible wounds on its body. The young man's eyes were filled with shock as he murmured to his equally stunned teammate, did that person who just killed this beast say his name was Lin Yi? His dazed companion nodded blankly and replied, yes, he did say his name was Lin Yi. The young man glanced at the beast's corpse, then looked down at the message from Wang Yujie on his bracelet. A playful glint suddenly appeared in his eyes. Wang Yujie, you're really asking for death yourself. Just over 10 minutes ago. What? You're saying you want to leave? Chen Yang stared at Lin Yi incredulously, utterly perplexed as he said, Lin Yi, why do you want to leave? Do you know how dangerous it is out there? Not only Chen Yang, but Zhang Yi and Su Yalan were also looking at Lin Yi with puzzled expressions. Just moments ago, Lin Yi had suddenly announced he needed to leave temporarily. I know, Lin Yi nodded calmly and said, so I won't go far. If any danger arises, I'll return immediately. Hearing his words, Chen Yang walked up to him, reached out to feel his forehead, then said perplexedly, no fever either. Lin Yi, what's suddenly wrong with your head? At this moment, Su Yalan suddenly remembered something and spoke with a worried expression. Lin Yi, I know you don't want to burden us, but we've never considered you a burden. Please don't do anything rash. That's right, Lin Yi. We've always seen you as our comrade. Please don't entertain any dark thoughts, Zhang Yi also advised. Seeing them like this, Lin Yi smiled bitterly in his heart. He just thought this hunting method was too time-consuming and wanted to actively seek out stronger magical beasts and anomalies instead. What nonsense were these people imagining? Shaking his head, Lin Yi said helplessly, don't overthink it. I just want to slay a few magical beasts, this absolutely isn't some death wish. Chen Yang's group completely disbelieved his words. Hunting magical beasts? He hasn't awakened any supernatural abilities. Without them by his side, it'd be more like the magical beasts hunting him. You just don't believe me, Lin Yi shook his head. However, right at that moment, Zhang Yi, who had been trying to persuade Lin Yi further, suddenly widened his eyes and shouted, Xiaoran, watch out. The instant he spoke, he had already dashed forward. Because of his sudden shout, Chen Yang and Su Yalan were startled and looked toward Hu Xiaoran, who also turned around to look. A small emerald snake could be seen opening its mouth to strike at her neck, its speed as swift as an arrow released from a bow. At this, everyone's faces turned pale, and Hu Xiaoran was so terrified that her mind went blank, rooted to the spot. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, who had been watching the scene unfold and desperately wanted to save Hu Xiaoran, now wore an expression of despair. Yet at that very moment, a figure suddenly flashed past him. Swift as the wind, they appeared instantly before Hu Xiaoran, reaching out to snatch the small snake right from the air. Zhang Yi froze, Chen Yang gaped, and even Su Yalan stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the figure. Lin Yi. Chapter 25. While you awaken superpowers, I train in martial arts. Hiss. The small cyan snake writhed in Lin Yi's grasp, hissing furiously, but those hands clutching it were like iron vices, utterly inescapable. Crunch! Lin Yi tightened his grip slightly, and the little green snake immediately stopped struggling, going completely limp. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yang and the others froze in shock. Lin Yi, you. Su Yalan glanced at the spot where Lin Yi had been standing moments before, then turned her gaze back to him. Her beautiful eyes widened with an indescribable look of astonishment. Chen Yang and the others were similarly at a loss for words. Isn't Lin Yi supposed to be abilityless? How could he move so fast just now? Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Lin Yi casually tossed aside the small green snake in his hand and smiled. Forgot to mention, I've practiced martial arts since childhood. I'm not as weak as you thought. Now, do you believe I won't go kill myself? Upon hearing this, Chen Yang and Zhang Yi exchanged bewildered glances. After careful consideration, it seemed there was no other plausible explanation for Lin Yi's terrifying burst of speed moments earlier. But, Chen Yang was about to say something more but was stopped by Zhang Yi raising his hand. Thank you for earlier, Lin Yi, Zhang Yi said gratefully with a smile. If not for Lin Yi, Hu Xiaoran might have been bitten by that snake. That was no ordinary snake, but an extremely venomous magic viper. Anyone below the Morningstar level bitten by it would have virtually no chance of survival. You're welcome, it's my duty. Lin Yi waved dismissively, then glanced at the group and said, in that case, I'll take my leave then. Remember to contact me through the bracelet if anything comes up. Pointing at the bracelet, Lin Yi gave them a wave before heading deeper into the forest. Lin Yi. Su Yalan looked at Lin Yi with a complicated expression, opening her mouth as if to say something but ultimately remaining silent, only offering a concerned reminder, then be careful. Lin Yi paused, then turned back to give her a reassuring smile and nod. Don't worry. With those words, his figure leaped and disappeared into the woods. This kid, he's so strong yet kept it hidden from us. Only after Lin Yi had left did Chen Yang shake his head and speak. Then he turned his head again to ask Zhang Yi, analyze this for me, what kind of strength does this kid roughly have? Upon hearing his words, Zhang Yi, who had been staring blankly in the direction where Lin Yi disappeared, snapped back to attention. However, instead of answering Chen Yang's question, he pointed at the bracelet on his wrist and said, I can't predict Lin Yi's strength. If you want specifics, check the rankings yourself. Check the rankings? Chen Yang opened his bracelet with a puzzled look and turned his gaze to the leaderboard. At that sight, he froze completely on the spot. Seeing him like this, Su Yalan and Hu Xiaoran also felt a bit baffled. What did he see to have such a huge reaction? Driven by curiosity, the two of them also accessed the rankings list, then froze just like Chen Yang. Gasp! After a long pause, Chen Yang finally raised his eyebrows sharply, sucking in a shocked breath. Holy shit, we're first? What's going on? Wait, points, 63? Oh my god, we're over 30 points ahead of Su Qingyin's team in second place. Chen Yang was so excited he couldn't string his words together properly, utterly at a loss for what to say, and could only keep exclaiming in shock. Zhang Yi was also stunned, though he wasn't nearly as worked up about it as Chen Yang. He took a deep breath and said to the three of them, "Now you realize just how strong that kid really is, don't you?" Chen Yang nodded blankly, but then immediately shook his head, puzzled. "Lin Yi's been with us the whole time, how did he manage to kill so many monsters?" "No idea, but everyone has their secrets." "Lin Yi must have his too," Jiang Yi replied with a shake of his head. Then, with a faint smile, he patted Chen Yang's shoulder and said, "Don't overthink it. Don't you and I have our own secrets too? In any case, we'll always be friends, and I'm sure Lin Yi feels the same way. Let's go. We can't hold Lin Yi back any longer." I'd hate to hear people say, when the results come out in 7 days, that we coasted by on Lin Yi's coattails. Listening to Jiang Yi's words, Chen Yang understood as well. "Alright, let that guy see for himself that we brothers aren't freeloaders." Bang! In the forest, a magic beast collapsed with a deafening thud, its death scene strangely bizarre. Its eyes widened as they fixed upon a certain spot, reflecting the silhouette of a figure standing on a tree branch. Ding! 3rd tier magical beast Fexodus sheep slain. Reward obtained, elemental crystal *30. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lin Yi's expression remained impassive. With a glance at the beast's corpse on the ground, his figure flickered before vanishing from the spot. It had been half an hour since he parted ways with Chen Yang and the others. Lin Yi continued forward, encountering numerous magical beasts along the way, all of which he casually dispatched. Though the drop rates were rather pitiful, beggars couldn't be choosers when he was currently broke as a church mouse. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat when you're starving, and dozens of elemental crystals accumulated could still amount to a tidy sum. After killing like this for a few days, he should be able to buy some decent materials from the Awaken's home mall. However, Lin Yi naturally wouldn't be satisfied with that. If he spent 7 whole days farming elemental crystals, it would be far more efficient to go hunt down those lackeys of the evil gods instead. While traveling, Lin Yi opened the element bracelet. He wanted to search the element bracelet for information about powerful magical beasts or mysterious entities. The elemental bracelet not only records their points but also serves as a communication device to connect with other trial participants. In addition to checking the team rankings, it contains a massive group chat where all trial participants are gathered. At this moment, the group chat is flooded with messages. However, most messages are inquiring about the circumstances of the star team topping the leaderboard. The top spot on the leaderboard is simply too dazzling, and the most astonishing part is how it's rapidly pulling ahead of other teams with its terrifying point accumulation rate. My god, is this leaderboard glitched? What's going on with that first place team? There's no way the elemental bracelet system could malfunction. That first place team must have gotten lucky stumbling upon a nest of juvenile magical beasts. I know Jiang Yi and Chen Yang, they're decently capable, but their squad has that powerless Lin Yi. How can they possibly maintain such insane beast-slaying speed? Stop talking about the top ranker. Does any expert here know how to fight the Sphinx Demon Hound? My squad has already lost 2 members to its fangs. 15 li southwest of the entrance, we spotted a high-level aberration. Our squad can't handle it alone. Anyone want to team up? We'll split the loot 50-50. After watching for a while, Lin Yi still managed to gather some useful information. For instance, that powerful anomaly in the southwest direction, and a massive airy courtyard due east. These weren't particularly far from him. The southwestern anomaly was merely a few miles away. After some thought, Lin Yi turned off his bracelet and hurried toward the southwest. His figure darted through the woods, flickering like a specter. However, he soon stopped again on a tree, his gaze turning puzzled toward a certain direction. From that direction came the roars of magical beasts, and under the scrutiny of his magic pupils, their auras weren't weak at all. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yi decided to investigate. Who knows? He might just get some good materials from them. Chapter 26. Those who laugh like this die young. Hurry up! Flank it! Flank it! Watch your step! Den, use Thornbind. Kai, activate Earth Surge to restrict its movements. On an open field, a group of youths surrounded a massive magical beast. The leading young man stared at it with grave seriousness, shouting commands to direct his teammates in launching their attacks. Roar! Elemental attacks of all kinds came one after another, striking the beast's body in rapid succession. However, with its tough armor, those attacks couldn't even scratch it, they only managed to slightly hinder its movements. After a prolonged battle, beads of sweat began to form on the young man's forehead, and the gravity in his eyes deepened noticeably. Damn it! The young man cursed inwardly as the wind elements gathered around him, coalescing into razor-sharp blades that shot toward the magical beast. However, the effect was minimal. Captain, the trap is ready. Just then, a delighted voice rang out behind him. Hearing this, the solemn expression on the young man's face instantly vanished as he shouted excitedly, "Great! Everyone, fall back and lure it into the trap." With that, he abandoned his attack and turned to retreat. The others quickly turned and fled as well. The demonic beast, already bloodshot-eyed, chased after them without a second thought. Perched on a nearby tree, a figure had been observing the entire scene. A 7th-tier Ironhide rhino? Not bad luck at all. Lin Yi gazed at the colossal magical beast, a faint smile playing on his lips. When he spoke of good fortune, he wasn't referring to that adventuring party, he meant himself. Never did he imagine that simply coming to take a look would lead him to encounter a magical beast of such respectable strength. In just this short time, the armored giant rhinoceros had already been lured by that small team into the trap. Roar! With a furious roar, the colossal armored rhinoceros tumbled into a massive trap that had been set up long in advance. The trap was precisely sized to its massive frame. Once inside, it could barely budge, now completely trapped like a turtle in a jar. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi knew he couldn't just keep watching. Without hesitation, he flashed to the side of the trap. Meanwhile, the squad members were gathered around the armored giant rhino. Looking at the helplessly trapped rhino, all five wore radiant smiles. But just as they were about to finish off the creature, a figure suddenly appeared before them. The sudden turn of events gave them quite a fright. At that moment, the man turned his face and grinned at them, saying, "No need to thank me, I'm just a concerned citizen, Lin Yi. This is what I should do." With that, and without any visible effort from Lin Yi, he simply reached out and pointed at the armored rhinoceros trapped in the pit. Instantly, the struggling beast quieted down, its body contorting into an eerily unnatural posture before its life force slowly faded away. Dead! The iron-armored rhino is dead. The five squad members widened their eyes, staring dumbfounded at the bizarrely deceased iron-armored rhino, their minds momentarily ceasing to function. After completing everything, Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction, raised his head, and waved at them, saying, "Fate works in mysterious ways. I'm sure we'll meet again. I'll take my leave now, goodbye." Hearing these words, the stunned quintet immediately snapped back to their senses and turned their gaze toward Lin Yi. But there wasn't the slightest trace of him left there. Captain, have we just had our peaches picked?" After a long silence, one team member finally mumbled hesitantly. The young man remained silent, his face growing increasingly ashen as his fists clenched tightly. "Lin Yi!" A piercing scream echoed through the trees, startling flocks of birds into flight. Achoo! Asterisk. Lin Yi, who had been standing on a tree branch holding a piece of armor, suddenly sneezed out of the blue. "Who's thinking about me?" Rubbing his nose somewhat puzzled, Lin Yi shook his head and turned his attention back to the iron armor in his hand. Ironclad Rhino's Heartguard armor, 3-star renowned for its formidable defense. The ironclad Rhino's heart-protecting armor is virtually indestructible and exceedingly rare material for card crafting. 3-star, not bad. Examining the Heartguard armor's attributes in his hand, Lin Yi smiled knowingly. It's totally worth taking such a big risk to kill an ironhide rhino. With loot rates like this, it feels about right. I wonder if those kids were moved by my act of righteous bravery. They must be super grateful. After all, if I hadn't helped them kill that ironhide rhino, they might have been in serious danger. Indeed, I'm still kind-hearted at my core. With this thought, Lin Yi stored away the breastplate and hurried toward the next location. Almost immediately afterward, people in the Elemental Bracelet communication channel began inquiring about Lin Yi's situation one after another. Their intentions were remarkably straightforward. Locate his position, and then, finish him off. Somewhere in the Dark Zone forest, a group of masked cultists clad in crimson robes lurked furtively amidst the undergrowth. Among them, a man with a sinister countenance held a disc-shaped device. Ha! Staring at the red dots displayed on the instrument, his gaunt, skeletal face twisted into a sickly, savage grin. Behind him, a slightly younger follower hesitated before speaking up upon hearing that laughter. "Boss, I've heard people who laugh like you tend to die young. Maybe you should stop laughing." Whack! Before he could finish his sentence, the man smacked him on the head and cursed, "Shut the hell up. I'll laugh however I damned well please, what's it to you?" Yes, my bad, boss." The young man, thoroughly scolded, rubbed his head and then asked, "Boss, what are we doing squatting here?" This time, the man didn't hit him again but shot him a cold glance and sneered, "What else? Waiting to kill. Don't you know what day it is? Those idiots from the Awakener Academy actually chose our turf for their trial run, they're practically begging to die." He gave the device in his hand a cocky little toss. "See this? Our captain gave it to me personally. This baby can pinpoint elemental energy fluctuations. With this, we can effortlessly locate the positions of those rookie awakened ones and kill them all." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from above him. "Oh, that impressive? Can it lock onto eerie auras too?" At first glance, the man didn't sense anything amiss and continued boasting arrogantly, "Of course, not just eerie auras, it can even lock onto the aura of our sacred divinity." The cultists referred to the evil god they worshipped as the sacred divinity. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something felt off. Why is no one speaking? At that moment, the young man beside him tugged at his robe and pointed upward, saying, "Boss, look at your head." Chapter 27. You call this an ordinary person? Startled by the alert, the man abruptly looked up. Perched on the tree branch above him was a youth looking down at them with an amused smile. Whoosh! Instinctively, he retreated backward, then stared at the boy in the tree with grave solemnity. "Who are you, sir?" he asked with a furrowed brow. In his mind, he tried to recall if he had ever seen that face before, but it was clear he had never encountered this youth who had suddenly appeared atop him. Yet precisely because of this, he remained on guard. Anyone capable of appearing here so silently was undoubtedly not to be underestimated. Standing on the tree, Lin Yi looked down at the group of people eyeing him warily and couldn't help but chuckle. "No need to be nervous," he said. "I'm just passing by and I'd like to ask you guys a few things." With that, he leaped gracefully down from the tree. His sudden movement gave the cultists quite the scare. "Stop right there, don't come any closer." As Lin Yi strode toward them, the man immediately barked, "Who the hell are you? It doesn't matter who I am." Lin Yi spread his hands and looked at the man rather innocently, saying, "I was just curious about what you're all crouching here for, that's all." "Poof." The man sneered inwardly, then subtly glanced at the device in his hand. This instrument could identify all auras, no matter one's identity. Within its range, concealment was impossible. He lowered his gaze to look, and what he saw left him stunned. Staring at his completely blank instrument, he was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? How could this guy not be detected by the scanner? Wait. He suddenly remembered what the captain had told him when handing over the device. "Captain, can this device detect any kind of aura?" "Not exactly. If the target is too powerful, they can conceal their aura. In that case, unless they take action themselves, this instrument won't detect them." "Oh, how strong does one need to be to avoid detection?" "Solar tier. Of course, I've never even seen such a powerhouse. The chances of you encountering one in this lifetime are slim. Levels, tier 1 to 9 awakened, morning star, crescent moon, solar." For fuck's sake. The man's lips twitched involuntarily, and he inexplicably began to panic. Could it really be this coincidental? Had he actually encountered a soul-level powerhouse? "Boss, I think I remember who this kid is." At that moment, the young man beside him suddenly spoke up. The man raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. "Oh, who is he?" "Boss, I don't know if you still remember the information we investigated about the students from the Awakener Academy? There's one guy I remember very clearly, that Lin Yi. He's a non-awakened." The young man immediately responded. "You're certain?" "Absolutely certain. I've even seen his photo. He looks exactly like the guy in front of us." "A non-awakened? So that's how it is." Hearing the young man's confident words, the man immediately understood. He thought to himself, how could he possibly be so lucky as to encounter a solar tier powerhouse? It turns out the guy was just an ordinary person with no abilities. In that case, this perfectly explains why the instrument couldn't detect his presence. Because he had no presence at all. As for how Lin Yi appeared silently above his head, there's a simple explanation. Maybe this kid had been hiding there all along. At any rate, it didn't matter now. Since this fool had jumped out with a death wish, he'd just take care of him. The man gave a sinister laugh, then glared coldly at Lin Yi and said, "Kid, you've got some nerve. Seeing how many of us there are, you still dare to step forward." As he spoke, he signaled to several underlings beside him. The underlings immediately understood and nodded, then advanced toward Lin Yi with malicious grins. "It seems you still haven't grasped the severity of the situation." Lin Yi shook his head helplessly and said, "If you want to deal with me, this few people aren't enough." He. Looking at his annoying expression, the man couldn't help but sneer coldly. Even their weakest members are at least 5th tier in strength. Dealing with an ordinary person like you would be a breeze for them. In such a situation, he couldn't even imagine how he could possibly lose. "Stop your boasting. I could kill you with one hand tied behind my back," cursed one of the cultists advancing toward Lin Yi, leaping forward to throw a punch at him. Lin Yi watched him with detached indifference, the corner of his lips curling into a faint smile. With a light flick of his finger, a flash of silver light momentarily illuminated his pitch-black eyes. In the next instant, the cultist's attack arrived. Yet above his head, a silvery white thread instantly pierced through his body. In an instant, he froze mid-air, locked in his attacking stance, his fist mere inches away from Lin Yi's face. At this bizarre sight, everyone else froze in shock. The cultist of the evil god gaped at Lin Yi standing right before his eyes, straining with all his might to throw a punch. Yet no matter how hard he struggled, his body remained completely paralyzed. "What are you doing? Hit him now!" The leading man immediately reacted, shouting at the guy. The man looked miserable, his voice trembling as he said, "Boss, I can't move." "Can't move?" The others didn't believe him, but seeing his condition, it didn't seem like he was lying. In an instant, their gazes turned toward Lin Yi. With a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, Lin Yi regarded them with icy eyes and grinned. "I already told you, such pitiful numbers aren't enough to deal with me." To the cultists, that smile resembled a demon emerging straight from the depths of hell. The man's eyes flickered in fear, unable to meet Lin Yi's gaze any longer. Hastily, he roared at the others, "What are you standing around for? Get him, now!" The commanded few reacted swiftly, immediately launching a coordinated attack against Lin Yi. Yet without any visible action from Lin Yi, he resolutely strode toward the lead man, completely ignoring those surrounding him with hostile intent. With every step he took, another person would freeze in place, standing motionless just like the first one, trapped in the same eerie state. Before they could even get near Lin Yi, all attackers found themselves completely immobilized. Gulp! The man's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. This scene struck him as utterly bizarre. Boss, he's terrifying. Maybe we should just surrender? The sea of suffering has no short turn back before it's too late. The youngster beside him stammered in fear, watching Lin Yi stride steadily closer. Initially just alarmed, the man now felt sudden, inexplicable rage boiling up at those words. Smack! Turn back? I'll turn back your mother's damn head. He glared at the young man and slapped him right across the face. Didn't you fucking say he was just an ordinary guy? Since when do ordinary people do shit like this? I've been completely screwed by you. Chapter 28, that guy's fishing for trouble. What else can we do now? Run for it. The man didn't hesitate, he immediately abandoned his teammates and bolted, fleeing without so much as a backward glance. Yet the moment he turned around, his entire body froze in place. Cold sweat trickled down his temples as sheer terror gradually filled his eyes. Standing right before him was Lin Yi, watching him with an unsettlingly calm smile. The man abruptly turned his head to look back, then turned around again, certain he hadn't seen wrong. How could this person appear behind him? Where exactly did you plan on going? Lin Yi asked with a faint smile as he walked toward him. Seeing Lin Yi approach, the man couldn't stop his legs from shaking as he staggered backward in retreat. Finally, he utterly collapsed onto the ground and shamelessly kowtowed to Lin Yi, pleading, "Spare my life, my lord." Watching him behave like this, Lin Yi shook his head in boredom and said, "Even your underlings have more backbone than you." "Your excellency is absolutely right. I'm nothing but a spineless worm." As Lin Yi's words fell, the man immediately put on an ingratiating smile and said cheerfully, "Integrity? What's that supposed to be? Can it keep you alive?" Lin Yi had no interest in continuing this charade and asked outright, "Speak up, what are you doing here?" This. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, hesitation flickered in the man's eyes as he stammered, "Sir, I can't say that. If I do, I'll die." "Then you can die right now." Lin Yi's gaze turned icy as he gave the man no chance for further nonsense. A silver thread flashed from his fingertip, instantly piercing through the man's body. The man's eyes widened in shock as his life force gradually dissipated. He had originally planned to negotiate terms, hoping to secure more benefits for himself. So he couldn't even be bothered to ask a second time? Would it kill you to ask one more fucking time? He screamed internally, "Come on, persist a bit longer. I'll talk. I'll tell you." But sadly, he never got another chance to speak, eternally falling into darkness. Sigh, are all you cultists of the evil god this stubborn? You'd rather die than betray your cult? Lin Yi looked at the wide-eyed dead man and sighed to the young cultist nearby. The young cultist was also staring wide-eyed, looking at his dead leader with disbelief. "Hey, do you know anything about your plans?" Lin Yi paid no further attention to the corpse on the ground, turning instead to question the young man. Startled by Lin Yi's sudden interrogation, the young man snapped back to reality, nodding frantically like a pecking chick. He feared ending up like his boss, instantly obliterated by the devil standing before him. From what he knew of his boss, the man had never been the type to display devoted loyalty to their cult. I'm afraid he was just trying to negotiate with this guy, but who knew this bastard had no sense of honor at all? Not daring to delay, he immediately spilled everything he knew. "We're a squad from the Sada Evil God Cult's local branch. Our branch leader got wind of your Awakener Academy's business, so he sent us here to hunt you down." Sada Evil God Cult? Why does this sound somewhat familiar? Lin Yi suddenly remembered that 2 days ago, when he killed those two heretical cultists in the city, they seemed to be shouting something like Sadhagra or similar? Judging by the insignias on their clothes, they must be from the same cult. After a moment's thought, Lin Yi asked again, "Then do you know where your branch is located?" The young man was startled by Lin Yi's words, looking at him with horrified eyes. What does this man want with information about the branch? Could he actually be targeting it? Though thinking this, he didn't dare hesitate in the slightest and nodded, saying, "I know, the device our boss just took had the coordinates displayed on it." "Oh?" Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and glanced at the dead man on the ground, noticing the disc-shaped device that had fallen near his right hand. With a flick of his finger, the device levitated smoothly before landing securely in his palm. At this moment, numerous red dots appeared on the instrument's display, while a green marker in the center indicated his current location. In the upper left corner of the instrument screen, Lin Yi saw the massive castle icon marking the evil god branch. So this must be their branch location. After watching for a while, Lin Yi put the instrument away. He gave a faint glance at the trembling young man, then vanished instantly under his stunned gaze. Staring at the spot where Lin Yi had disappeared, the young man blinked several times to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Phew! He's finally gone. The young man let out a long sigh of relief. He had survived at last. However, before he could celebrate, his expression of post-disaster relief abruptly froze. In the next instant, his body twisted into a grotesque posture. Not just him, but also all those previously suspended by Lin Yi began twisting their bodies. "Ah!
Not far away, standing on a tree branch, Lin Yi listened to the mournful sounds coming from behind him as the corners of his lips curled slightly upward. These are all mobile materials, how could he possibly let them go? Ding! Killed a 5th order evil cultist, obtained, elemental crystal asterisk 500. Ding! Killed a 6th order evil cultist, obtained, elemental crystal asterisk 600. Listening to the notification sounds in his mind, Lin Yi curled his lips in dissatisfaction. The drop rate is really all element crystals, none of the other materials dropped, let alone white cards. Could it be because my power has increased? Although the drop rate is low, the element crystals obtained are more than from defeating magical beasts, so I suppose that counts as some compensation. It seems the only way to obtain materials is to seek out those anomalies. Lost in thought, Lin Yi's figure flickered through the trees, vanishing into the forest in an instant. Somewhere in the Dark Zone's forest lies a vast area shrouded in dense mist. At this moment, 15 youths had gathered outside the mist. Alright, everyone, I won't beat around the bush, let me introduce this anomalous domain straight away. A blonde-haired teenager scanned the assembled group, then spoke with a grave expression. We were the first to arrive, and we've already scouted the entire anomalous domain beforehand. First, I must warn you, this domain is enormous. The anomalies inside are definitely not weak. There might even be anomalies of Morningstar level lurking within. Besides that, we just went in to test the waters and found there are still quite a few low-level supernatural beings in the haunted area. If any of you are scared now, you can leave immediately, I won't force you. As soon as the blonde-haired teenager finished speaking, someone immediately chimed in, Blondie, since we dared to come here, obviously we're not afraid. Just lay out the tactics already. The others also nodded in agreement. Clearly, no one wanted to back out at this point. Seeing this, the yellow-haired guy nodded and said, alright, let's work together to come up with a strategy. Next, the group began discussing the safest course of action. Among these teams, a young man stood quietly to the side, listening indifferently to their conversation. The boy beside him, bored out of his mind, whispered to the young man, Captain, looks like a lot of people are after that Lin Yi. I heard several teams are already forming to take him down? At this point, he asked with slight confusion, Captain, that Lin Yi stole the points from our Ironhide Rhino. Aren't we going to settle the score with him? Hearing this, the young man gave him a calm look before saying in a grave tone, do you really think, given Lin Yi's strength, that those people would actually be a match for him? If he were truly afraid of others causing trouble, he wouldn't be foolish enough to leave his name after stealing the points. At this, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, that guy's fishing, just waiting for those fools to take the bait. Chapter 29, Leg Gone, Pain Gone. So that's how it is. The boy vaguely nodded in understanding before glancing at the others engaged in discussion. Lowering his voice, he asked the young man, Captain, do you think Lin Yi might come our way? From what I've seen, he's snatched points from quite a few people. Since this is such a massive eerie domain with plenty of supernatural entities inside, isn't it possible he's already got his eye on this place too? Hearing this, the young man suddenly froze. He slowly turned to look at the boy with a strange expression and said, Kai, I wasn't thinking about it before, but now that you mention it, I feel like something's about to go wrong. I was just talking nonsense. Kai's expression stiffened as he scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. The young man couldn't help shaking his head at him, though his mind was already calculating the likelihood of this situation. Given that guy's usual behavior, there's a real chance he might have set his sights on this place. After some thought, he decided not to share this idea with the others. After all, it was just speculation. Even if he mentioned it, no one would take it seriously. He could only hope that bastard wouldn't actually show up. The discussion soon concluded, with 3 squads participating in total, each operating separately. Though they were acting independently, they didn't stray too far apart after entering the strange domain, maintaining just enough distance to provide immediate backup if needed. And just as they stepped into the strange domain, a figure suddenly appeared in the spot where they had been standing moments before. Wow, this strange domain is pretty massive, huh? Lin Yi stood at the edge of the eerie domain, eyeing the mist-covered area before him and muttering to himself. At the moment, he was dressed in a red robe bearing the insignia of a sinister cult. Well, he just stripped the garment off some fanatical worshipper of an evil god. As for why, simply to keep his identity concealed for now. The scale of this supernatural domain truly took Lin Yi by surprise. He hadn't expected its coverage to be so vast. The supernatural domain before his eyes could probably rival the one that appeared in the southern district. The core anomaly of this domain was likely no weaker than a Morningstar level entity. Hope it'll put up a good fight. Please don't be too weak. Lin Yi rubbed his hands together, his eyes faintly gleaming with excitement. A powerful anomaly would definitely have an exceptionally high drop rate. Just like that Morningstar level anomaly in the southern district last time, it directly dropped a 5-star material. This anomaly domain in front of me is similar to the one in the southern district, so there should be some decent loot as well. Lin Yi stepped into the anomaly domain filled with anticipation. As soon as he entered, the surrounding mist obscured his vision. However, these might pose some trouble for others, but Lin Yi possessed the demon eye, which made anything hidden in the mist completely unable to escape detection. The scenery within this eerie domain was somewhat different from the outside world. The ground beneath his feet was black, not only muddy but also faintly emitting a rotten stench. It was as if the soil after rainfall had mingled with the scent of blood enough to make one nauseous. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but frown when he caught a whiff of that smell. None of this was enough to grab his attention. What mattered most were the numerous tombstones standing tall across this land. Under his magic eye, Lin Yi could clearly see the eerie black mist curling around those tombstones. It was glaringly obvious a supernatural entity lurked beneath these graves. And tombstones like these were everywhere here, too numerous to count. How interesting it seems to be a spectral domain. Lin Yi gazed at these tombstones, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. A spectral domain was also a type of mystic realm. The formation of this eerie domain is quite simple. It arises when too many living beings perish, their accumulated grievances becoming too heavy. The characteristic of this eerie domain is the abundance of supernatural beings. How many depends on how many creatures have died within its boundaries. But no matter how small a sinister spirit domain may be, the number of specters inside it will never be fewer than 1,000. With so many tombstones here, coupled with the extent covered by this eerie domain, I'm afraid the number of supernatural entities inside must be an absolutely terrifying figure. Young man. Just as Lin Yi was observing the haunted domain, an extremely aged voice suddenly came from behind him. Lin Yi turned around to find a hunched old man trembling as he staggeringly approached him. The old man was emaciated, like a flickering candle in the wind. Just a slight breeze could blow him over. He staggered towards Lin Yi, one hand supporting a leg while the other reached out to him. His voice was hoarse, as if forcibly squeezed from his throat, saying, "Young man, can you help me?" Lin Yi looked at him, raised an eyebrow with a hint of intrigued amusement, and said, "How do you want me to help you?" The shriveled old man forced a smile onto his gaunt face. Coughing, he patted one of his legs and said, "Ahem, young man, my leg's hurting a bit. Could you come over and give this old man a hand?" "Great." Lin Yi nodded with a smile and then walked toward him. Seeing Lin Yi approach, the little old man's smile grew even brighter, like a blossoming chrysanthemum. "Thank you, young man. You're so kind." The little old man smiled warmly, expressing his gratitude to Lin Yi. However, before he could finish speaking, the expression on his face suddenly froze. To his shock, Lin Yi strode up to him, not offering a helping hand, but instead sweeping his legs out from under him with lightning speed. Crack! The old man's legs were severed clean at the roots, flying straight out and landing on a tombstone not far away. "Old man, do your legs still hurt?" Lin Yi looked at the legless yet still floating figure with playful mockery. The little old man's grin froze as he looked down at his now completely empty lower body. "Thanks. Doesn't hurt anymore. Guess your leg got planted on the tombstone now. Damn, you clever." "Wait, no. Brave and resourceful must be your middle name, huh?" After a moment of stunned silence, the old man lifted his head again, his face now twisted with pure malice, teeth chattering. "Alright, young man, if that's how it is, then give me your leg." As his words fell, his skin began to crack, revealing patches of rotting flesh that looked utterly grotesque. "Damn your bloody ancestors." Lin Yi flicked his finger, and a silver thread instantly pierced through it, abruptly halting the terrifying transformation. Ding! Slaughtered a third-tier supernatural entity. Reward obtained, elemental crystals *30. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Lin Yi curled his lips in disdain. So trash, what a complete waste of time. Without even glancing at it, Lin Yi turned and walked deeper into the mist. If this place was full of things like this, it would be utterly disappointing. After he killed that eerie creature, the restless beings beneath the tombstones immediately fell silent. However, Lin Yi had no intention of letting them off. As he walked, his fingers lightly tapped the air. In an instant, silvery white threads shot forth, effortlessly piercing through one tombstone after another. The eerie creature beneath the tombstone didn't even have time to wail before dying directly in the ground. Ding! Killed a second-tier eerie creature, obtained, elemental crystal *20. Ding! Killed a fourth-tier eerie creature, obtained, elemental crystal *40. Chapter 30, Could he be a cultist of the evil god? Within the mist-shrouded eerie domain, a group of youths advanced cautiously. From the surrounding tombstones, decayed corpses occasionally crawled out. Once emerged from their graves, the corpses would charge toward them without hesitation, claws bared as if to tear them apart. "Done, watch your back. Kai, be ready to support anyone who can't hold out, fall back immediately if needed." The young man roared commands while continuously slashing out wind blades, cutting down one rotting corpse anomaly after another. This was already their second day trapped in this anomalous zone. The other two squads lost contact shortly after entering the aberrant zone, forcing them to fight alone now. His strength had already reached the level of a third-rank awakened, while most other team members had broken through to become second-rank awakened. Combat accelerated their breakthrough progress, yet none of them could feel the slightest joy, because the surrounding aberrations were simply too numerous and most of them were second-rank or higher entities. They were like mindless monsters, frantically besieging them from all sides. Every time they finished off one group, another wave would soon surge forward, leaving them no chance to rest.
If not for their seamless coordination, they would likely have perished yesterday. Boss Hao, we can't keep going like this.
Hao Chungfeng stood nearby as Kai, while channeling elemental energy, spoke to him with a grave expression. There are too many of these damn things. If we keep this up, we'll be completely drained. Plus, after fighting for so long, our elemental energy is nearly depleted.
Shouldn't we withdraw for now? Hao Chungfeng was fully aware of the severity of the situation. After a brief silence, he nodded decisively. All right, once we finish off this group, we'll retreat immediately. For now, this seems like the only way.
Although there are many supernatural entities here that could help them rapidly enhance their strength, they aren't made of iron. There will inevitably come a point when their energy and stamina are depleted. It wouldn't be good if something unexpected happened afterward. At Hao Chungfeng's signal, the team fought their way back and eventually retreated to the area they had previously cleared.
Reaching an area free of supernatural threats, they could finally catch their breath. Phew, that was way too intense.
Kai plopped down onto a gravestone, panting heavily with a look of relief on his face.
Then, he suddenly remembered something and opened the bracelet. Captain, we've taken down so many anomalies, must be at least 100 by now, right? Our squad is definitely gonna rank first.
With a face full of excitement, he opened the bracelet as he smiled and said to Hao Chungfeng.
Hao Chungfeng watched him with amusement, shaking his head indifferently.
That ranking isn't worth looking at, still just first place. It's nowhere as tangible as breaking through to a new realm. Though his words said one thing, his actions betrayed him as he obediently opened his wristband and glanced at the leaderboard too. Yet this single glance left him completely stunned. Kai included, everyone froze in place. Then, their pupils simultaneously contracted as they sharply inhaled.
Hiss! Holy shit!
Their reactions caught the attention of their other teammates, who gathered around with puzzled expressions.
One of the chubby guys couldn't help but ask, Captain, what's got you so shocked? Did we actually win first place?
Hao Chungfeng and Kai didn't answer them, just kept staring wide-eyed at the ranking displayed on their wristbands.
This only made the other three even more curious. Then they also opened their bracelets and checked the rankings.
At this sight, the three of them were left stunned one after another.
Captain, am I seeing things?
Kai was the first to snap out of it, turning to Hao Chungfeng with a bewildered expression as he asked. I'm seeing double 2 Linya's team has 3,000 points. Hao Chungfeng exclaimed with a stunned expression.
Neither of them could believe what they were seeing. First place, Stellar Team, points, 3,469. Second place, Goddess Team, points, 638. Third place, Hunting Squad, points, 621. Damn, this must be cheating. In just one day, their points skyrocketed to over 3,000? Not just them, many teams participating in the trial in the forest had long been buzzing with excitement. In the chat group on the bracelet, messages were frantically refreshing at a rate of several per second, all asking about the situation with the top-ranked person on the leaderboard. As a result, the other members of the stellar team, aside from Lin Yi, were also staring in stunned silence at the points listed behind their ranking. Zhang Yi, what the heck did Lin Yi actually do?
In a certain part of the forest, Chen Yang stared blankly at the rankings on his bracelet before turning to Zhang Yi with a dazed expression. His mind had gone completely blank.
The same shock was mirrored on Hu Xiaoran and Su Yalan's faces.
None of them could believe what they were seeing was real. It all felt like some surreal dream. While other teams were still stuck with mere hundreds of points, Lin Yi had already surged ahead with over 2,000 points all by himself? Don't ask me, I have no idea either. Zhang Yi shook his head with a wry smile. How Lin Yi managed all this remained utterly beyond their comprehension.
From this point alone, that guy's strength is undeniably terrifying.
They said they wouldn't eat soft rice, yet Lin Yi didn't even give them a chance to work hard. He directly spoon-fed them the meal.
Inside the Awakener Academy,
while students could only see the team rankings, the academy instructors had access to the individual scoreboard, which made Lin Yi's horrifying capabilities even more apparent.
On the current scoreboard,
Lin Yi's personal score of 3,400 points holds a commanding lead.
Even the second-ranked Su Qingyan only has just over 400 points, trailing by a whopping 3,000-point gap. Not only that, but Lin Yi's score continues to grow at a terrifying pace. A genius, an absolute peerless genius. The dean sprang up from his seat in excitement, gazing at the rankings as he shouted with indescribable fervor. In their Awakened Academy's history, there had never been a genius who could achieve 2,000 points during the trial. And this year, the person most likely to break this record is Su Qingyan. The facts prove that given Su Qingyan's current rate of score accumulation, she will undoubtedly surpass 2,000 points within 7 days. But little did they know, the protagonist of this trial wasn't Su Qingyan, but rather Lin Yi, someone they had assumed to be a completely ordinary person with no supernatural abilities. However, no sooner had the academy head finished speaking than one of the 3 representatives from powerful factions seated nearby furrowed their brows and said with clear confusion, "Gentlemen, I have a question. At his words, all eyes in the grand hall turned toward him. The academy head raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Oh, what might your query be, honored representative? You previously mentioned that Lin Yi is a non-ability user." The man's expression turned solemn as he spoke in a grave tone. As a non-ability user, how could he possibly possess the power to kill supernaturals? Don't any of you suspect he might have obtained power he shouldn't have through some means? For instance, by joining a cult of evil gods? Chapter 31, The Eerie Dragon-Shaped Phantom. His words fell, plunging the entire room into absolute silence. Everyone stared at him with dazed expressions. The representative, however, found nothing amiss. Glancing at the mentors, he interlaced his fingers and inquired, "What do you all think?" The dean's expression turned slightly uneasy. He first glanced at the rankings on the screen, then hesitated. "Sir, you do have a point. But Lin Yi is a student of our Awakening Academy. After enrolling, he underwent testing. If he were worshipping evil gods, we would have long since." Before he could finish speaking, the representative raised a hand to cut him off. "I'm aware of all that, but don't forget he's an abilityless individual." Shifting his gaze to the screen at the hall's entrance, he murmured purposefully, "Actually, verifying the truth is quite simple. We'll know everything once the trial concludes." Hearing this, the dean stood up, seemingly wanting to say something more. But ultimately, all that remained was a sigh before he slumped back into his seat with a look of defeat. The other instructors also had uncertain glints in their eyes, their thoughts impossible to decipher. "Your tea ceremony skills are excellent." In a certain tea house, Lin Yi sat on a chair, gently blowing on the tea in his hand. The tea in the cup rippled from his breath, emerald green liquid forming tiny concentric circles. Across from him sat an elegant woman, watching him with a radiant smile as he took a sip of tea. "I'm actually skilled in more than just tea ceremonies. Would you like to experience my other talents?" the woman said to Lin Yi with a smile. As she spoke, she deliberately revealed her slender shoulders completely. "I think we could have a wonderful all-night conversation here." Lin Yi cast a casual glance at her, set down his teacup, and shook his head with a light laugh. "I'm afraid that's not possible." "Oh?" The woman seemed intrigued, a playful smile curling her lips as she teased. "How can a man say he's not up for it? How would you know without trying? I was afraid you couldn't handle it." Lin Yi sighed and glanced at her before saying, "If you give birth to a child like this and they can't cook for themselves, they'd starve to death." The woman's face stiffened upon hearing this. Following Lin Yi's gaze downward, she immediately fell into silence. Taking in the utterly flat landscape before her eyes, she finally understood what Lin Yi had meant. "So its smallness is my fault now?" Without speaking, she silently adjusted her collar and regained her composure before smiling at Lin Yi. "You're quite bold, knowing I'm the heart of this eerie domain yet daring to come alone. Aren't you afraid I'll devour you completely? What's there to fear?" Lin Yi shook his head, looking at her as he said, "If you want to act, just do it. Don't hold back on my account. Truth is, I'm really weak." The woman's face instantly turned cold. She was the core of this eerie domain, a genuine Morningstar level anomaly. Just moments ago, this person had suddenly appeared in her tea house. Yes, appeared out of thin air, without any trace or warning. The crucial point was, this person gave off no aura whatsoever, appearing entirely ordinary. There were only two possibilities. Either he truly was just a common man, devoid of any power fluctuations, or his strength far surpassed his own. Given the methods Lin Yi displayed upon his arrival, the first possibility clearly doesn't hold. This is precisely why she hesitated to act against him. Had an ordinary person barged into her territory, they would have long been torn apart by the swarming horrors who dare sit so leisurely drinking tea with her. "You do have a sense of humor, my dear guest." Giggles. In the flickering light, the woman giggled without any intention to strike. If this man before her dared to come here, it meant he possessed strength unafraid of her. To rashly make a move wouldn't be wise. Yet seeing her like this, it was Lin Yi's turn to feel surprised. This creature actually wasn't affected by the stupidity aura? Shaking his head, Lin Yi stood up, his gaze falling upon the lush green outside the tea house. In this eerie domain, this was the only patch of greenery, a rare grove of tea trees. Moreover, the tea house he now found himself in was the sole structure within the entire supernatural realm. It had to be said, the core anomaly of this domain certainly knew how to enjoy the good life. They actually built a tea house in a place like this. Moreover, all these things truly exist, they're not illusions conjured up. "It's getting late, time to hit the road," Lin Yi murmured quietly. The words reached the woman's ears, causing her to immediately breathe a sigh of relief. "Farewell, sir." She stood up and smiled at Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi didn't respond to her words. Instead, he turned his head to look at her with a strange expression and said, "Did you misunderstand? What I meant was that the time has come, it's time to send you on your way." "Ha!" The woman's smile froze instantaneously. Lin Yi had no intention of wasting more time with her either, reaching out with a light flick of his finger. In an instant, a silvery white thread shot out from his fingertips, streaking toward the woman. The woman's expression changed abruptly as she narrowly dodged the thread's attack, far more skillfully than Lin Yi had anticipated. Lin Yi furrowed his brows, a flicker of surprise flashing through his eyes. So in the end, you refused to spare me. The woman's expression gradually turned icy as she stared at Lin Yi with an uncontrollable sneer, a hint of anger flickering in her gaze. Glancing sideways as if she could see the silvery threads, she smirked coldly, but if this is all you're capable of, I'm afraid you won't be leaving here alive today. Dragon Soul. A low growl escaped her lips. In an instant, the terrifying aura of a morning star level being flowed through her. At the same time, endless eerie energies converged around her body. But that wasn't all. Lin Yi also saw a black phantom hovering over her, resembling nothing less than a dragon. What the hell is this? As he gazed at the dragon-shaped phantom, Lin Yi's confusion grew increasingly intense. Were there really supernatural creatures of this type in the world of the bizarre? The instructor never mentioned anything like this either. Lost in thought, Lin Yi didn't stay idle either. After all, he couldn't just wait for this guy to finish powering up before making his move. That's the kind of move only someone with 10 years of brain damage would pull. Stretching out his hand, Lin Yi lightly flicked his fingers. In an instant, silvery white threads danced through the air as dozens of strands shot toward the supernatural creature in mid-transformation. I told you, with just these tricks, you're not nearly qualified to kill me. At the instant Lin Yi made his move, the previously erupting anomaly suddenly opened its eyes, its crimson pupils gleaming with a red light, strikingly conspicuous. A black dragon-shaped shadow swam within her body, appearing as though it had come to life. With just a sidestep, she effortlessly dodged all the silvery white threads. The next moment, her figure abruptly vanished from the spot. Watching the vanished anomaly, Lin Yi calmly withdrew his hand and began scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from behind him. Die now! Without the slightest warning, the previously disappeared anomaly materialized behind Lin Yi, her razor-sharp claws aimed straight for his heart. Seeing Lin Yi showing no reaction, the corners of her mouth stretched into an exaggerated curve. Yet, just as she was about to touch Lin Yi's chest, swish! Lin Yi's figure suddenly vanished. Chapter 32 The Ancient Dragon's Remnant Soul. Where is he? The woman suddenly froze, her strike had already fallen through empty air. She hurriedly turned to look behind her, but saw no trace of him whatsoever. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from behind her. Hearing this voice, even though she was a supernatural being, she still felt a chilling cold pierce through her bones. Without hesitation, she suddenly stepped forward and turned to face behind her. Yet, Lin Yi's figure was nowhere to be seen behind her either. What's going on? She began to panic. I can't figure out the principle behind this at all. She could disappear because the dragon's soul granted her strength and speed that transcended her realm. Moreover, with the enhancement of the phantom domain, she achieved the effect of vanishing in an instant. But what about Lin Yi? How did he do that? There's no trace to be caught. She's supposed to be the ruler of this eerie domain. Swish! Just as she was utterly perplexed, a silvery white thread suddenly appeared above her head. She didn't even have time to look up before her body was pierced through. Only then did Lin Yi slowly emerge before her. The instant she saw Lin Yi, her pupils violently contracted. He had been right before her eyes this whole time, yet she hadn't sensed his presence? Crack! A sharp bone-splitting sound emerged from her body. With a light tap from Lin Yi's fingertip, her body twisted into an eerie posture before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Even at the moment of death, her eyes remained wide with shock and bewilderment. Sorry, but I outlived you. Watching the woman's body gradually decompose into a skeleton covered in rouge powder, Lin Yi shrugged and said. It must be said, this supernatural entity had given him quite a few surprises. Not to mention her terrifying speed. Even that dragon-shaped shadow had greatly piqued Lin Yi's interest. Compared to that eerie entity from the southern district earlier, this one surpasses it both in strength and cunning. If not for Lin Yi's void concealment ability, had it been anyone else, even a Morning Star level Awakened, they'd likely have died by her hand. Ding! Defeated Morning Star class initial stage aberration. Reward obtained, Dragon Soul *1, Elemental Crystal *10000. After slaying the anomaly, the system's prompt timely echoed in Lin Yi's mind. Lin Yi extended his hand, and a black draconic phantom emerged in his palm. Simultaneously, information about the draconic phantom materialized before his eyes. Dragon Soul, 5-star, a remnant soul left behind after an ancient dragon's demise, though only a fragment remains. Never underestimate even this sliver of draconic spirit, for its energy is extraordinarily potent. Merely coming into contact with it grants immense power, yet simultaneously transforms you into an existence akin to an evil god. Hiss! An ancient dragon's remnant soul? Lin Yi stared at the ethereal dragon-shaped shadow in his hand, unable to help but take a sharp breath. No wonder his memories contained no information about this dragon-shaped apparition. It turned out to be the remnant soul of an ancient dragon. An ancient dragon, one of the evil gods. And there's no doubt that the evil gods are powerful. Because in the current world, the evil gods have yet to descend, but just the slightest leakage of their aura has already affected the entire world. Those ubiquitous cultists of the evil gods are their handiwork, a force troublesome enough to give the entire Federation a headache. And they haven't even revealed their true forms yet, just their aura alone has already influenced the whole world. If their true forms were to descend, how formidable would they truly be? No match. Given humanity's current strength, we likely stand no chance against those mighty evil gods. Lin Yi looked at the dragon-shaped shadow in his hand and couldn't help but smile knowingly. My luck has been really good lately.
I obtained a 7-star material in the underground market. It turned out to be a fragment of some evil god. This time, after killing a morning star level anomaly, I obtained a 5-star material, the remnant soul of an ancient dragon. Who knows what part of an evil god might drop next time, or if I'd even stumble upon an entire corpse of one. After some thought, Lin Yi decided it was best not to indulge in wild fantasies in broad daylight. He wasn't some chosen one favored by destiny, getting lucky once or twice already felt like he'd exhausted his fortune. If such luck really came a few more times, then he certainly wouldn't refuse it. After all, who would complain about having too many good things? Lin Yi felt he could already start preparing to create his next card. Right now, he had 2 evil deity components in his possession. These are relatively high-star materials, so the cards produced shouldn't be too mediocre. However, before that, there's one more thing he needs to do. After some consideration, Lin Yi put away the materials. He took out the disc-shaped device he had confiscated earlier and checked the coordinates of the evil god cult branch marked on it. It's about several dozen miles from here. After confirming the coordinates, Lin Yi put away the instrument and left the area. Because Lin Yi had slain the core anomaly, the mist enveloping the eerie domain began to gradually disperse. Not far from the heart of the eerie domain, Hao Qingfeng's team, who had just been locked in a desperate battle with supernatural entities, watched as the domain slowly dissipated, with puzzled expressions forming on their faces. Captain, why did this eerie domain vanish? Standing beside Hao Qingfeng, Kai gazed at the dissipating mist and asked in confusion. Hao Qingfeng, however, remained deep in thought, his brows furrowed as he stared intently toward the core direction of the eerie domain with flickering eyes. Captain? Seeing Hao Qingfeng in such a state, Kai couldn't help but wave his hand in front of him, snapping him out of his contemplation. Hao Qingfeng snapped back to reality, casting a deep glance at the rift core before turning to retreat. Let's go! At his command, the other team members were utterly bewildered but still followed his lead silently. What's wrong, Captain? Kai asked as he kept pace with him. This eerie core has already been slain, Hao Qingfeng said with a somewhat grave tone. Upon hearing Hao Qingfeng's words, Kai didn't immediately comprehend, scratching his head as he asked, isn't that a good thing? Why should we leave? Hao Qingfeng glanced at him and shook his head. Don't forget the level of this anomalous domain. With our strength, none of us could have killed the core of this domain, not even Su Qingyan. Given this level of power, aside from other formidable beings, there's probably only Lin Yi who could have done this. Either way, we shouldn't stay in this place for long. Upon hearing this, Kai seemed to understand but still asked somewhat puzzled, why can't we stay with Lin Yi? Isn't he our classmate too? Hearing this, Hao Qingfeng's face twitched as he replied, I'm afraid that guy might rob us. Lin Yi, your judgment is spot on. Immersive translate. A dozen miles away from this place, a massive ancient-style courtyard sprawled amidst the mountains and fields. Outside the courtyard, many trial trainees were gathering at this moment. Every so often, someone would enter the courtyard. Numerous people went in, but none were seen coming back out. Lin Yi's figure quietly appeared at the back of the crowd, joining them and peering towards the courtyard's interior. Chapter 33, The Treasure-Snatching Forbidden Zone and Its Rules. The traditional-style courtyard was quite spacious, exuding the dignified air of an eminent scholarly family. It seemed as though time had long forgotten this place, for even in the wilderness, it showed no signs of decay. Outside the courtyard, many trial participants had already gathered upon hearing the news. Lin Yi stood amidst the crowd, craning his neck along with the others to peer inside. After watching for a while, Lin Yi roughly grasped the situation in the courtyard. At the center of the courtyard stood a red-tasseled spear planted upright in the ground. Beside the red-tasseled spear, 2 eerie guardians stood watch. One red, one green. Both of these anomalies exuded terrifyingly powerful auras, their cultivation realms no lower than morning star level. Bound by certain rules, the anomalies couldn't actively attack creatures outside the courtyard's boundaries. But anyone who stepped into this courtyard would have to participate in the game they'd prepared. This is an exceptionally rare treasure-hunting mystic realm. The so-called treasure-hunting mystic realm. To put it simply, this mystic realm appeared because of a certain extraordinary treasure. Such mystic realms are typically completely free of danger and often contain tremendous opportunities. Of course, there were some places like this courtyard that set up minor challenges to increase the difficulty of obtaining supernatural treasures. Why such eerie domains appeared in this world, no one truly knew. Lin Yi had no interest in learning how it came to be either. All he cared about was that crimson-tasseled spear inside. Though he coveted it, Lin Yi wasn't the least bit anxious.
he found the group of students currently challenging this game quite amusing. Why can't anyone beat this game? Are we all just wasting our time here? Ha, bro, you eating rice soaked in soup? That stuff isn't good for your stomach if you eat too much. Not like me, I only have porridge.
You're something else, making a loser sound so classy and refined.
Is this what high EQ looks like? Enough with the bullshit. Does anyone actually know how to kill both freaks? Is there really no one who can do it? I think this rare treasure is impossible to claim.
The green freak dies from one arrow, but the red one takes two.
The rule only gives us 2 arrows total. How are we supposed to pull this off?
Dozens of students stood outside the courtyard, gazing wistfully at the red tassel spear within. Though they itched to rush in and seize it, all they could do was stand outside, lamenting their helplessness. Just as everyone was hesitating, a muscular man suddenly stepped forward.
Ha 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 ha, I've got it.
He burst into laughter, drawing everyone's attention. Feeling the stares around him, the burly man grinned smugly and strode boldly into the courtyard, his steps full of arrogance.
Isn't that Taiju from class 2? People always say he's brawn over brains, but who knew he'd be this sharp? What do you mean brawn over brains? Haven't you heard, though the heart be as bold as a tiger, it still stoops to smell the rose? Enough talk. He's making his move. Let's see what brilliant idea he's come up with.
Under everyone's watchful eyes, Taiju calmly walked up to the red and green eerie creatures with complete composure. He unhurriedly picked up the crossbow lying on the table before him, then aimed it at the crimson aberration that required 2 arrows to kill. Whoosh! An arrow shot out, striking the crimson anomaly. The moment it was hit, the eerie thing instantly withered.
Seeing this, Iron Pillar couldn't help but reveal a knowing smile. Just as the people outside thought he was going to continue shooting the red ghost to death, he suddenly walked over to the green monstrosity. Watching his move, everyone wore expressions of complete bewilderment.
Inside the treasure-hunting ghost domain, supernatural beings couldn't wield any other powers, they could only follow the domain's established rules.
He shot the red monstrosity first, then finished off the green one. Wouldn't the outcome be the same either way? The red monstrosity wasn't dead yet. If he didn't act now, he'd be the one getting killed. Amidst the crowd's confusion, Iron Pillar didn't immediately shoot the green monstrosity.
Instead, he moved to the side and aimed his crossbow at its head.
From his angle, the 2 horrors lined up perfectly. When the outsiders saw what he was doing, they were instantly stunned. Damn, Taiju actually thought of this method. Why couldn't I come up with it? Right, the crossbow only has 2 bolts.
Just shoot the red anomaly first, then use the last one to kill 2 birds with a single stone.
Wonderful, so this is the correct answer after all. Ah, this rare treasure is going to be snatched by Iron Pillar. Who said big guys are always dumb? I think Iron Pillar is the cleverest one here. Everyone was instantly astounded by Iron Pillar's maneuver. And Iron Pillar himself was thoroughly pleased. After all, he was the first to come up with this brilliant idea. Mine, all mine. He shouted excitedly, then swiftly fired an arrow. Right after that. There was no after that.
Under the astonished gazes of everyone, that arrow shot killed the green anomaly, yet contrary to their expectations of piercing through and then killing the red anomaly, it simply and utterly dissipated. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. As for Iron Pillar, his face had turned deathly pale, his eyes brimming with terror.
How is this possible? It should have pierced through with a single arrow. Why did the arrow vanish completely?
He shook his head violently, slowly stepping backward, because he felt he was in grave danger. The moment he fired his last arrow, the crimson monstrosity suddenly raised its head and lunged at him with its gaping maw.
Ah, help! Someone save me! I don't want to die! Iron Pillar trembled in terror, scrambling on all fours as he desperately tried to flee the courtyard.
Yet the crimson horror moved with uncanny speed, reaching his back almost the instant he turned around.
Crack crack! Ah!
In the end, under the terrified gazes of everyone, the man was devoured alive by the eerie entity until not even a trace remained.
Witnessing this scene, many shook their heads in pity.
The red eerie entity finished consuming the corpse, then gradually dissipated on the spot. Meanwhile, inside the courtyard, the red and green eerie entities reappeared beside the red tasseled spear, silently awaiting the next dream chaser. Beside Lin Yi, another youth who had also been observing the courtyard suddenly noticed him. Noticing Lin Yi's peculiar attire, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Hey buddy, which class are you from?" Hearing this, Lin Yi glanced sideways at him and replied calmly, "Class 1. The young man's eyes immediately lit up with surprise upon hearing this.
"Impressive, mate. So you're one of those geniuses from class 1? May I ask your esteemed name?"
Lin Yi replied nonchalantly.
The young man's expression froze instantly.
Then he stared at Lin Yi as if seeing a ghost, his face filled with undisguised horror.
Lin Yi? This name has been ringing like thunder in our ears lately.
Although he had never met Lin Yi in person, he'd frequently seen messages in the bracelet's chat groups about people trying to find and kill him. As for the reason, after being spread by certain parties for so long, everyone had figured it out. This guy specializes in snatching points when others are about to kill magical beasts. To find his trail, Someone was even willing to offer a hefty reward. Anyone who could provide information about him would receive a substantial sum after the trial ended.
Oh, you know me? Seeing his reaction, Lin Ye's lips curved slightly as he smiled. And no, I don't.
The young man instinctively shook his head violently, but then he immediately realized he might have overdone it, quickly putting on a smiling face as he asked Lin Yi, classmate, have you thought of a way to break this ghost domain?
Chapter 34, Mastering the Art of Playing with Imperial Hearts.
Seeing his forced smile, Lin Yi gave him a meaningful glance. His gaze made the man nervous, but Lin Yi just chuckled lightly and said, actually, solving these two anomalies is quite simple, they just didn't find the right method.
Talk about shooting your mouth off.
Just as Lin Yi finished speaking, a long-faced man who'd been watching them sneered, so many have died already, you really think you can manage?
Why wouldn't I?
Lin Yi brushed off the man's scorn without a second thought.
Alright then, let's make a bet.
If you can clear the game, I'll literally eat shit, the man sneered.
No need to try scamming free meals here, I bet you've had your fill before.
Lin Yi shook his head and turned toward the courtyard. You, the man originally intended to hurl more curses, but the words caught in his throat when he saw Lin Yi actually start moving. Watching Lin Yi walk into the courtyard, both the youth and the man were momentarily dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Lin Yi to actually dare enter and take on the challenge. Wasn't he afraid of dying? After a brief moment of shock, the young man suddenly sneered, opened his wristband, and sent a message to a contact.
Wang Yujie, I've spotted Lin Yi.
After a short while, the other party replied.
Oh, where is he now? Seeing Lin Yi entering the courtyard, the youth immediately responded, he's at the treasure hunt mystic domain.
He's already gone in to take on the challenge. The other side remained silent for a while before sending another message.
Good, very good, that kid's done for. Turn on location sharing. I want to watch him die. Afterward, I'll have someone transfer the money to your account.
Perfect. The young man smirked coldly as he enabled screen sharing, directing the camera straight toward Lin Yi.
Miles away, Wang Yujie watched with excitement as Lin Yi walked towards the courtyard.
Once he confirmed it was him, he couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Haha, this idiot is really asking for death, even saving me the trouble of doing it myself.
He dares to challenge the treasure-snatching haunted domain, truly doesn't know how the word death is written. After some thought, a cold glint flashed through Wang Yujie's eyes as he casually shared the live footage into the group chat. Lin Yi challenges the treasure haunt and meets a gruesome end, come witness the spectacle.
Includes video link. The chat group exploded instantly upon hearing this news.
Holy shit! I never thought Lin Yi would actually go challenge the treasure-snatching phantom domain.
Is he afraid we'd find him and figured he'd at least die with some dignity since he can't face us anymore? Let's go. I'm getting pumped up now.
I checked out that treasure-snatching phantom domain before, there's literally no way to beat it. Lin Yi is dead for sure. In no time, at least 1/3 of the trial trainees had seen the shared footage. Many of these were people who had been tricked by Lin Yi before, so they couldn't wait for him to die sooner. Lin Yi is being unwise. Why is he challenging the treasure-snatching ghost domain? Chen Yang and the others also saw this news, their faces instantly filled with worry. They had previously gone to check out that treasure-hunting ghost domain as well. From their perspective, given the game's rules, it was absolutely impossible to clear that game. This is purely a trap, the kind that kills anyone who falls into it. I don't think Lin Yi is the type to do foolish things, Zhang Yi remarked while watching the screen, speaking after deep contemplation.
Hearing this, Chen Yang's face twitched as he retorted, he wouldn't do foolish things? Haven't you seen what he's done since leaving us? He's tricked hundreds of people. If they could find him, he'd have been surrounded and attacked long ago. With that, he opened his bracelet and sent a message directly into the group chat. Isn't it just some treasure-hunting haunted domain? With Lin Yi's intelligence, clearing it would be a breeze. Why don't you all go sit somewhere cool? Every single one of you could die before Lin Yi ever does. Damn! Zhang Yi and the others watched Chen Yang's smooth moves and couldn't help but exclaim, now that's pro-level skill. While calling Lin Yi foolish with their words, they instantly jumped into online arguments with others in the chat group. That's what true bros do. Chen Yang's message immediately drew a swarm of hostile replies. Not backing down, Chen Yang fired back fiercely, and Zhang Yi and the others joined the fray without hesitation. Lin Yi remained completely unaware of all this. He had just stepped into the courtyard. Upon entering, an eerie sensation instantly engulfed him. A pair of sinister spirits, one crimson, one jade green, immediately fixed their gaze on Lin Yi. Faced with the two malicious spirits glaring hungrily at him, Lin Yi remained exceptionally composed. Without haste or panic, he walked straight toward them and casually picked up his crossbow. Then without hesitation, he shot an arrow straight at the Crimson Spectre. Hit by the arrow, the Crimson Spectre immediately weakened, looking like one more shot would finish it off. Watching Lin Yi's move, everyone, whether outside the courtyard or those watching through the shared footage, burst into laughter. Ha ha, I'm dying. Is this the brilliant plan he came up with? Even Taizhu could do better than this. At least Taizhu came up with the idea of killing two birds with one stone. But him, is he really planning to just copy Taizhu's move? Don't even mention it, I've already grilled the beast meat, ready to watch his next move while eating. Amidst the chorus of ridicule, Lin Ye's expression remained unchanged. He raised his crossbow, now holding just a single bolt, and aimed once more at the crimson anomaly. And at that very moment, the red specter's nearly imperceptible body trembled slightly. This subtle movement might have been easily overlooked by others, but to Lin Ye with his demonic pupils, it was strikingly obvious. The corners of Lin Ye's lips curled upwards. Seems his guess was correct. Then, under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, he didn't choose to shoot the red anomaly with his crossbow, but instead aimed it at the green one again. Next, he turned it back toward the red anomaly. Just like that, he kept switching between the two. And with each time he aimed, the targeted anomaly would inevitably tremble in fear. What's he doing? Everyone was utterly confused. If he doesn't shoot it out, won't he still die anyway? Ultimately he has to choose to shoot one way or another, whether dying sooner or later, it's still death. What's the point of all this? Lin Yi looked at the two eerie creatures and pointed at the red-tasseled spear with a slight smile. Could you two fetch that for me? With that, he gave the crossbow in his hand a little shake. And if either of you disobey me, this arrow won't hesitate to find its mark. At the sight of the crossbow in Lin Ye's grip, the two unnatural beings visibly trembled. After exchanging a glance, they turned and retrieved the red-tasseled spear before handing it over to Lin Yi. Congratulations on clearing the level. The red paranormal entity and the green paranormal entity simultaneously turned their gazes toward Lin Yi, flashing him an eerie grin before slowly dissipating into thin air on the spot. As they watched the two entities vanish and Lin Yi standing there gripping his red-tasseled spear, everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. This counts as clearing the level? Just like that? Did he just obtain a supernatural treasure? Holy shit, what the hell am I seeing? Is this what a true master looks like? Is this how an extraordinary mind works? Tell me, if this isn't genius, then what is? While we're still figuring out how to kill supernatural creatures, this guy's already playing imperial mind games. Damn, even capitalists would weep at this. Chapter 35, The Melancholic Introduction of the Red-Tasseled Spear. Watching this spectacle just made me feel inadequate. All I can meekly say is damn impressive. Holy shit, I'd never have thought of that answer in my entire life. Who the hell said Lin Yi is just an ordinary guy? Even without supernatural abilities, I'd never believe he's destined for mediocrity. Holy crap, nobody can flex harder than this guy. Is this even human? This is god tier. The chat group erupted instantly, completely stunned by Lin Ye's show-stopping performance. Wan Yujie stared at the image of Lin Yi gripping his red-tasseled spear, then silently turned off the holographic bracelet. This was a wise decision. If he kept watching, he feared his determination to kill Lin Yi would completely shatter. Truth be told, he was beginning to question everything. How can the gap between people be this vast? At least he has no supernatural abilities. What does it matter even if he's a tad more intelligent? Wan Yujie comforted himself with such thoughts. Me. Chen Yang stared at the shared screen, feeling like his scalp was about to explode. Is this even an answer a human could come up with? Could he secretly be some big shot from the Federation hiding among them? Jiang Yi, do you think Lin Yi might actually be some big shot? Chen Yang turned to Jiang Yi, his eyes wide with disbelief as he spoke. He felt he was no longer worthy of being Lin Yi's brother. This level of intelligence just doesn't click. Jiang Yi looked at the overly dramatic Chen Yang and remarked with a smirk, "You're just about the same as him. At the very least, Lin Yi's acting definitely isn't as good as yours." Somewhere. Su Qingyan gazed at Lin Yi, her breathtakingly beautiful face revealing a faint smile, her eyes filled with a peculiar glow. Qingyan, what's wrong with you? Beside her, a short, plump girl with twin ponytails looked at her puzzledly, waving her hand in front of her face and asking. Su Qingyan came back to her senses and, seeing the confused expressions on her teammates' faces, smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing, just saw something amusing." "Captain, you don't have a crush on Lin Yi, do you?" Another girl nearby who had been observing her couldn't help but tease with a playful smile. Upon hearing her words, Su Qingyan's fair face immediately flushed with a faint blush as she shot a reproachful glance and said, "Alan, are you asking for trouble again?" Her uncharacteristic demeanor made the surrounding girls stare at her as if they'd seen a ghost. Normally, while Su Qingyan didn't possess the icy demeanor of those glacial beauties, she would never display such delicate feminine mannerisms either. Normally she always appeared aloof and unapproachable, as if living above worldly affairs. Why does she become a completely different person the moment Lin Yi is mentioned? Could it be that Su Qingyan actually likes Lin Yi? Oh my god, this is breaking news. Seeing them like this, how could Su Qingyan not know what was going through their minds? However, she didn't say much about it. As for Lin Yi, she only felt a slight fondness for him. What intrigued her most was still the mystery of his identity. "Do you like him?" Su Qingyan gently shook her head. Her family wouldn't allow her to casually fall for someone. However, if Lin Ye's identity truly matched what she suspected, perhaps she could try to like him after all. Lin Yi gripped the red-tasseled spear, but instead of immediately examining the treasure in his hand, he turned his gaze to the courtyard around him. After he cleared the challenge, the courtyard no longer had a reason to exist and had already begun to slowly dissipate. Staring at the vanishing courtyard, Lin Yi stood frozen in place, lost in thought. The two anomalies just now were alive, Lin Yi could swear to that. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been threatened by a mere crossbow bolt. In that case, where did they go after vanishing? Could they also be the work of some evil deity? This doesn't seem logically consistent. The evil gods have not yet descended, but things affected by their residual aura become extremely violent and homicidal. This nearly confirms that among evil gods, none are benevolent, they are absolutely opposed to humanity. In such circumstances, would they be foolish enough to aid the enemy? This question has no answer now, but perhaps one will come in time. After some thought, Lin Yi stopped pondering further and instead focused his gaze on the red-tasseled spear in his hand. Since it was obtained through the treasure-snatching ghost domain, no notification sound came, yet it still counted as material for card synthesis, and its grade wasn't low either. Red-tasseled spear, 5-star. I can say no more. Hands that have wielded spears are never perfect, never beautiful, perhaps even ugly. A pair of blood-stained hands, even washed clean of all dust, can never return to what they once were. My lord, I've searched every mountain and river, yet still cannot find you. I've lost you forever. An introduction about the red-tasseled spear appeared before Lin Ye's eyes. A 5-star material, its rank was already quite impressive. Yet what caught Lin Ye's attention wasn't its grade, but its description. Looking at this introduction, a strange flicker passed through his eyes. This didn't seem like an introduction, it read more like the confession of the crimson-tasseled spear's owner. Too heartbreaking. Lin Yi shook his head and put it away. He was an intensely sentimental person who couldn't bear such things. Best to turn it into a card quickly. Putting away the red-tasseled spear, Lin Yi glanced back at the students standing frozen in astonishment, then turned and left without looking back. But after taking just a few steps, Lin Yi seemed to remember something and reached out to lightly tap the empty air before him. Only after Lin Yi had departed did the onlookers gradually regain their senses. It was then that they returned their focus to what truly mattered. Lin Yi grasped the red-tasseled spear. That would definitely be a mystical treasure. Instantly, everyone had their own thoughts, each opening their bracelets to start sending messages. Among them, the young man who had been chatting with Lin Yi earlier gazed subtly in the direction where Lin Yi had departed. Then, he secretly contacted many people and informed them of the direction Lin Yi had headed. Lin Yi went east. After sending the message, the youth smirked sinisterly. With this move, he stood to make at least millions in federal currency. However, at the very moment he sent the message, an illusory silver-white thread suddenly appeared above his head. It then pierced straight through his body. Instantaneously, the boy's smile froze on his face as his body began twisting uncontrollably in an extremely grotesque posture. Crack! The ear-splitting sound of bones breaking echoed, and after endless agony, he died right there in the crowd. Only after his scream did someone startle and turn to look, witnessing the entire death unfold before their eyes. For a moment, everyone stared at the horrifically mangled corpse on the ground, their scalps crawling with sheer terror. Meanwhile, Lin Yi lowered his gently tapping finger, having already retreated to a secluded spot. With a flick of his wrist, several materials materialized one by one in his palm. Now there are enough materials to create cards. Chapter 36, Ascending to Morningstar Overnight. A suspicious tentacle, 7-star. It looks just like an octopus leg, doesn't it? But don't be fooled by its appearance. What you think is a demon octopus's tentacle is actually the remains left behind after the escape of some indescribable entity. Ironhide Rhino's heartplate, 3-star. The Ironhide Rhino is famous for its formidable defenses, and the part protecting its heart is virtually indestructible, making it an exceptionally rare card crafting material. Dragon Soul, 5-star. The lingering remnants of an ancient dragon's spirit after its demise, though only a fragment remains. Yet, do not underestimate this sliver of draconic essence, its power is immense. Even the slightest contact with it grants formidable strength, but beware, you would also become akin to an eldritch deity. Red-tasseled spear, 5-star. I can say no more. Hands that have gripped a long spear are never perfect, never beautiful, even ugly. A pair of hands stained with blood, even if cleansed of all dust, can never return to their former state. My lord, despite traversing countless mountains and rivers, I could not find you. I have lost you forever. The 4 materials all possessed exceptionally high star ratings. Moreover, 2 of them were even linked to mysterious evil deities. Lin Yi couldn't help feeling reluctant to fuse these precious materials in his hands. Yet previously, just by incorporating 1 5-star material, he had managed to create Anna a radiant moon-level powerhouse. If he fused all these high-grade materials together, how powerful would the resulting card be? Even if it wasn't a servant card like Anna, but an ability card or some other type, the outcome would surely be extraordinarily formidable. Without hesitation, Lin Yi added all the materials in his hand into the blank card. The Dragon Soul, the red-tasseled spear, and the iron-armored rhinoceros protective heart armor were all added in. However, just as Lin Yi was about to add that sinister god's tentacle, he discovered that the blank card actually emitted a repellent force. Frowning, Lin Yi stubbornly tried to force the tentacle into the card against its resistance. No matter how hard he tried, the white card showed no response to the eldritch tentacles whatsoever. There wasn't the slightest sign of fusion about to occur. System, what's going on here? Lin Yi asked the system, utterly bewildered. This situation was completely abnormal. Wasn't any material supposed to be compatible for fusion normally? Host, when two materials are mutually exclusive, they cannot be fused, the system replied. Mutually exclusive? Lin Yi carefully examined the tentacle of the evil god in his hand, pondering for a moment as if some clues had begun to emerge. Among the evil gods, there are several distinct factions. For example, Gulong belongs to the ancient gods. Lin Yi didn't know which eldritch god this tentacle had broken off from, but since there was mutual exclusion, it probably wasn't one of the ancient gods. This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. After figuring out the truth, Lin Yi didn't force the fusion with the eldritch tentacle and simply stored it away. Forced material fusion is inadvisable. He hadn't forgotten the white card's property description. Only reasonable fusion can create the most powerful cards. If incompatible attributes caused the crafted card to become utterly useless, that would truly be a tearless lament. As materials were added to the white card, it began transforming. The familiar scene unfolded as a white card hovered in the air, gradually rotating. Under Lin Yi's gaze, it slowly came to a stop, radiating an intensely brilliant golden light. Name, Anu. Category, Servant card. Rank, Gold card. Abilities, Dragon Soul, 100 Battle Spear Technique, Death Struggle, Shadow Flash Kill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully forging a gold servant card. You may randomly select two of the servant's abilities to bestow upon yourself. Upon hearing this prompt, Lin Yi froze in shock. Another gold servant card? System, did you embezzle my materials? Lin Yi snapped back to reality and immediately interrogated the system. He hadn't processed it at first, but upon checking, it turned out to be just another gold servant card. Not that Lin Yi thought gold servant cards were bad, of course. But compared to the materials he had invested, this golden attendant card was clearly not worth those high-grade materials. The system didn't respond to Lin Yi's words, falling silent as if dead. Lin Yi. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yi took hold of the card. He looked at the card in his hand, its skill attributes unfolding before him. Dragon Soul. Upon activation, you will gain the power of a dragon. All your attributes will be increased tenfold. Battle Spear Technique. A flicker of cold light arrives first, followed by a spear striking like a dragon. The Battle Spear Technique ensures victory in every battle. Last Stand. Rise against impossible odds. When facing an enemy far surpassing your level, your strength grows fiercer as your injuries worsen. Shadow Strike. You think you have no weaknesses? Maybe not on your body, but your shadow certainly does. Locate the weakness within the shadow, and the attack will affect the true form. Lin Yi was astonished by the sight of 4 extraordinary skills. What kind of insane abilities are these? First comes Dragon Soul. This skill is absolutely divine. Activating Dragon Soul grants an immediate tenfold combat power boost, making it an essential trump card for cross-dire battles. There's also Death Battle. The more severe the injuries, the greater the boost in power. Though it's unclear just how much stronger one can become, paired with Dragon Soul, it's definitely not weak. There's also Shadow Assassination. Being able to transfer attacks on shadows to the actual body isn't just a divine skill, it's beyond that. This is practically a bug ability. Just imagine, if you and your opponent were standing face to face, before they could even make a move, you'd stab a knife into their shadow. It's practically a sneak attacker's dream. As for the final technique, 100 Battle Spearmanship. Although Lin Yi couldn't comprehend it, that didn't stop him from recognizing how formidable it was. Just imagine, when the other 3 skills are already so badass, how could the remaining one possibly be mediocre? After some deliberation, Lin Yi made his decision on which skills to choose. System, I choose Dragon Soul and Phantom Slash. The 100 Battle Spear Technique should be some kind of spear combat style. Though he couldn't tell how powerful it was, Lin Yi didn't use guns, there was no need to choose this one. As for why I didn't choose a fight to the death? If he hadn't chosen Bloodlust when creating Anna earlier, he might have opted for Death Fight rather than instant shadow kill. However, the Bloodlust effect overlaps with Death Struggle, so adding another one wouldn't be necessary. Ability selected, Dragon Soul and Shadow Strike. Extracting abilities. Extraction successful. As the system notification sounded, a dragon-shaped phantom and a black light sphere instantly manifested on the card in Lin Yi's hand. Both swiftly merged into his body. In an instant, a dragon-shaped mark appeared on Lin Yi's body, writhing across his skin before finally settling on his chest and shoulders. A dragon-shaped brand covering his chest, shoulders, and arms appeared on Lin Yi's body. Faced with this abrupt change, Lin Yi didn't feel the slightest panic. Instead, he calmly closed his eyes to sense it. While mastering 2 abilities simultaneously, a tremendous power also emerged from his body.
At the same time, within his mind, a massive dazzling star slowly rose from the sea of consciousness.
Chapter 37. No one can withstand this kind of power.
Awakening is divided into 9 tiers, and beyond the 9th tier lies the morning star level.
When an awakener's elemental power reaches a critical point, the next step involves forging an elemental universe within their consciousness.
By condensing their elemental power into a single celestial body within this elemental universe, one officially steps into the ranks of the morning star. In Linya's consciousness sea, a great star rose slowly.
The moment it appeared, it drained all of Linya's energy. Yet unsatisfied, it began absorbing the elemental energies from the surrounding world. Like a bottomless abyss, it consumed all elements indiscriminately, refining them into the purest energy. This left Linya feeling extremely perplexed.
The hallmark of the morning star realm is the convergence of a stellar body within one's consciousness sea. This celestial body is formed by the condensation of one's own energy, capable of compressing power. This is precisely why morning star realm masters are utterly incomparable to those at lower cultivation stages. The energy of a morning star level powerhouse becomes extraordinarily condensed under stellar compression, unleashing attacks far beyond the ordinary. The star within Linya's consciousness sea also possessed the capacity to compress energy, yet what truly puzzled him wasn't this feature. Rather, it was the form of this celestial body. Linya still had some understanding about the stars condensed by morning star level experts. It's usually related to the elemental power they awaken, and the color matches their elemental ability. But his own star was pitch black all over, with only a halo radiating from the outer ring. It looked nothing like a proper star at all. Linya observed it for a while, and the longer he looked, the more familiar it seemed. Looking at the way it absorbs energy, he's almost certain this thing is practically a black hole. Having a black hole as his own star left Linya unsure whether to feel elated or worried. The good news was its astonishing energy absorption speed, outperforming several normal stars combined with ridiculous efficiency.
The bad news?
While everyone else had regular stars, his was a freaking black hole.
Would this lead to some unpredictable disaster down the road?
Shaking his head, Linya decided not to dwell on it further. Whether there was an issue or not, he had already made his breakthrough, and nothing major had gone wrong so far. In other words, worrying served no purpose. It wasn't like he could crack his own skull open and inspect the contents.
Linya turned his gaze toward the card in his hand. I wonder if this card has good visuals. No, wait, the question is it powerful?
Thinking this, Linya crushed the card in his hand.
Crack!
The card instantly shattered, transforming into swirling golden light particles. Golden streams of light swirled and gathered before Linya's eyes, and within moments, an elegant figure materialized before him. She wore a white cross-stitched sleeveless robe with intricate patterns, draped with a black cloud pattern cloak behind her. Delicate tassel hairpins adorned her elegant coiffure. Her jade-like chin complemented radiant eyes beneath finely arched brows, while her sleek black ponytail cascaded like an ethereal being untouched by mortal dust. Upon descending, the woman's beautiful eyes trembled slightly at the sight of Linya, the confusion in her gaze gradually dissipating.
Your servant pays homage to the sovereign.
The woman knelt on one knee, her red-tasseled spear planted firmly on the ground as she bowed her head reverently toward Linya. Linya stood frozen, utterly dumbstruck as he stared at Anu. It wasn't mere infatuation. Anu's sheer radiance before him was enough to make even the devout monk Tang Sanzang lose his composure. To be honest, having lived 2 lifetimes, Linya had never encountered a woman who left him so utterly breathless.
A peerless beauty? A kingdom-toppling enchantress? To Linya, such phrases seemed far too vulgar.
Anu was like an immortal descended from the heavens, utterly untainted by the filth of this mortal world.
My liege?
Kneeling on the ground, Anu looked up at Linya with a hint of confusion in her questioning gaze. Her peerless beauty, coupled with that slightly puzzled expression, left Linya utterly mesmerized.
Critical hit. Who could possibly withstand this? Cough, cough.
Fortunately, Linya wasn't the type to be utterly paralyzed by a woman's beauty, snapping back to his senses immediately.
It's nothing. Anu, you should probably cover your face with something when you're out and about from now on,
Linya said to Anu with a smile. As he spoke, he somehow produced a long robe from who knows where and was about to tear it apart. But after thinking it over, he finally tore off a piece of his own clothing.
Here, put this on. Taking the cloth handed by Linya, Anu asked puzzledly, My lord, why cover the face? Is Anu too ugly?
If you're considered ugly, then there's no beauty left in this world. Linya complained in his heart while explaining to her, Anu is beautiful. Such a beautiful Anu shouldn't be seen by others, only I can look at her. Hearing Linya's blatant words, Anu blushed and softly replied, Oh,
Linya, I can't take this anymore. System, you damn well know me. System, you flatter me. Providing the best service for my host is my sole purpose.
After Anu concealed her peerless beauty, she silently stood behind Linya.
Linya was extremely satisfied with Anu.
Not only in appearance, but also in strength. For skills, each incredibly powerful. Not to mention her own strength. Lin Yi took a look with his demon's eye, and she was definitely at high lunar level or above. As for whether she reached solar level, Lin Yi felt there shouldn't be any doubt about it. After using this skill, even a solar-class opponent might not stand a chance against Anu. Overall, crafting this card was an absolute win, no losses at all. After a good rest, Lin Yi set off with Anu toward the direction of the evil god branch. The time has come, it's time to tackle this dungeon. Run! He's catching up. Damn it, did we have a traitor among us? How could they find us even when we're hiding in the trees? Deep in the dense forest, several red-robed cultists of the evil god fled in panic, their escape desperate and disorderly. They kept glancing back nervously, as if some terrifying creature were pursuing them. Soon, a massive river appeared before them. Upon seeing this river, the faces of the heretic cultists immediately lit up with wild joy. Ha ha ha, we've finally reached the Solo River. The branch is just ahead. Hurry across the river. There are demon crocodiles in the water, they don't know the stepping stones. We're going to make it. They rushed toward the river in wild excitement, and without hesitation, the leader leaped into the water. Yet they didn't fall into the river, instead, they found themselves standing on its surface. Upon closer inspection, there were stone piers barely submerged beneath their feet, a row of staggered stone platforms spaced several meters apart, forming a hidden path leading across the river. Just as they reached the opposite shore, two figures emerged from the dense forest and slowly walked to the riverside, watching them. When they saw those two figures, a flicker of fear flashed in the eyes of the cultists. However, when they realized those two couldn't seem to cross the river, they began laughing uproariously. Ha 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 ha, come over if you dare. Come on then, if you dare. Your grandpa's right here waiting for you. Lin Yi gazed indifferently at the few rats hopping about excitedly on the opposite side. The corner of his mouth curled slightly as he said, Anu, they've extended such a warm invitation. Wouldn't it be impolite of us not to give them a little show? Yes, your majesty. Anu responded with a nod, gripping her spear as she strode forward. Chapter 38, Crocodile Express, picking up an order. Gulp. Watching Anu slowly approach, even those cultists standing on the opposite bank couldn't help but feel their hearts pounding with fear. Boss, they shouldn't be able to get through, right? Beside the leading cultist, one of his underlings gulped nervously and spoke with uncertainty. That masked woman across from them had killed several of their comrades with her opening move. Her dazzling gunplay had caught them completely off guard. If they hadn't betrayed their teammate just now, they wouldn't have been able to escape at all. Now she's coming over. The sense of oppression is so intense. Surely not, from this distance. The cult leader's hands were trembling as he slowly shuffled backward. The man who'd been so confident moments ago now looked thoroughly shaken, his certainty crumbling before Lin Yi's assured demeanor. While they were worrying, Anu had already reached the riverside. She lowered her gaze to survey the turbulent Solo River, where dark shadows occasionally drifted beneath the surface, as if something lurked within its depths. Suddenly, she moved. Anu twirled her spear, a cold glint flashing as its tip touched the ground, her figure soaring into the air in an instant. Like an eagle taking flight, it transformed into a fleeting shadow streaking toward the opposite riverbank. Holy shit, it's flying over? On the opposite side, the cultists of the evil god stared at Anu's figure, their eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. Run! Someone yelled out, and in an instant, the group snapped awake. With terrified expressions, they turned and fled in a panic. They racked their brains but never imagined Anu would cross the river in such a manner. This person is absolutely terrifying. Anu moved with blinding speed, like a meteor streaking across the sky, crashing straight into the midst of the crowd. Boom! In an instant, terrifying energy fluctuations erupted, sending several outer-circled cultists of the evil god flying backward from the sheer aftershock. They fell to the ground and, as if by agreement, their gaze turned to Anu's direction, their eyes brimming with terror. Ha! Where's the boss? Where'd the boss go? Soon, someone noticed that among the surrounding figures, one person was missing. Then, Anu stepped out from the stirred-up dust, one deliberate stride at a time. The footsteps were light, but to the ears of the countless cultists, they resonated like haunting notes of death echoing in their hearts. And in the next moment, what they witnessed sent violent tremors through every single one of their bodies. Anu dragged a spear through a corpse, one that was unmistakably their leader. Every pair of eyes widened in terror, their minds utterly blank as they stared at the lifeless body being dragged along. Too weak. Anu gave the corpse a passing glance and uttered indifferently, flicking his spear effortlessly to toss the body before the crowd of cultists. Weak? Staring at the corpse before them, the cultists of the evil god were on the verge of tears. Their leader was actually a Morningstar tier powerhouse, making him one of the strongest squad captains in the entire evil god branch. They only came to hunt down those newly awakened rookies who could have imagined running into such a formidable expert? Slaughtering Morningstar tier experts like chickens? Probably only those deputy chiefs and the branch chief in their division could pull off such a feat. Now even the leader is dead, which means they surely won't survive either. You'll regret this. The Sacred One will descend eventually, and you'll all face divine punishment.
Some desperate cultists of the evil god roared unwillingly. Even in their final moments, they fantasized about these people before them, soon following them into eternal damnation. As his words fell, a clear and bright voice suddenly rang out. "I don't know if I'll be punished, but I know you won't get to see that scene." Hearing this voice, everyone froze and simultaneously turned to look in the direction it came from. Unnoticed until now, Lin Yi had already appeared not far from them, gazing at them with a faint smile on his face. Anu walked to Lin Yi's side and stood quietly behind him, asking respectfully, "My sovereign lord, shall we kill?" "Sovereign lord?" Seeing Anu's reverent posture toward Lin Yi, the eyes of the evil cultists trembled violently. They stared at Lin Yi in disbelief, their hearts shaken to the core. This young man before us, who doesn't appear old at all, is actually being addressed as monarch by such a terrifying powerhouse. If even his subordinate is this fearsome, then as the monarch himself, his strength must be even more formidable? But how could such an overwhelmingly powerful being possibly appear in a place like this? Aren't they all within the supreme fortress? Could it be that someone is intending to strike against their order? For a moment, countless thoughts flooded their minds. Simultaneously, their hearts swelled with even greater fear. Lin Yi nodded faintly. These cultists held no value to him. The only thing worth mentioning is perhaps the hope of dropping some materials, and with good luck, maybe even getting a white card or something. Otherwise, they're less useful than thin air. Anyone who aligns with the evil gods inevitably has their hands stained with the blood of their own kind, because to join the evil god cult, the first requirement is to sacrifice a human. These scum, he'll send every last one of them straight to hell. Yes. Anu obeyed, her figure flashing as she appeared before a cultist of the evil god. The man had no time to react before Anu's spear pierced through his body. With a flick of her spear, the corpse exploded into shreds scattered across the ground. Anu immediately lunged toward the next disciple. "Jump into the river! Jump!" Someone shouted, and instantly, everyone dashed toward the Sola River behind them. They were doomed either way, these two would surely show no mercy. Better to die with heroism than fall at their hands. "Great sacred deity, your faithful offer our lives to the Supreme One. Sata Hegla is eternal. Ah, almighty sacred deity, please cast down divine punishment, let them all perish." They shouted the names of the unholy gods one by one, their voices filled with the final madness before death. They fear death, yet they know they won't survive today, so they hope that after dying, the evil god might favor them and let them live on in another form. For instance, becoming a minion of the evil god. "Anu, don't let a single one escape." Looking at the cultist who wanted to throw himself into the river, Lin Yi spoke with a detached expression. Lin Yi was somewhat surprised that these cultists actually had the nerve to commit suicide by jumping into the river. After all, this group was notorious for being timid and afraid of death. Aside from certain fanatics, the others valued their own lives above all else. Still, it was merely a moment of surprise. In front of Anu, they wouldn't be allowed to die so easily. In other words, even considering those dozens of elemental crystals, Lin Yi couldn't simply let them commit suicide without consequence. As Lin Yi's voice fell, Anu sprang into action instantly. At that very moment, a group of cultists began leaping into the river one after another. Yet as the first jumper plunged downward before hitting the water, a dark figure abruptly breached the river's surface. It was a massive crocodile, its gaping maw perfectly positioned where the cultist was descending. The cultist of the evil god looked at the crocodile beneath him, his expression freezing instantly. "Hungry croc, a degree, here for a meal pickup." Chapter 39, Gravekeeper number 123. "Help, help me, help," he shouted in utter panic. I was ready to die, but seeing that giant demonic crocodile down below immediately made me think living isn't so bad after all. The group of cultists on the shore who'd been about to jump saw this scene and all froze, watching the jumper with shared dread in their hearts. "How dare a beast like you snatch the kill meant for his majesty?" Anu's figure instantly reappeared atop the demonic crocodile, her voice chillingly cold. "Get lost." His words still hung in the air as he swung his spear, landing a heavy blow on the demon crocodile's head. Thud! Roar! A muffled sound erupted as the demon crocodile screamed in pain and plunged straight into the river. Crocodile dash, harder to get takeout these days. After the demon crocodile fell into the water, a group of its kin swarmed around, contemplating thoughtfully as they stared at their comrade sporting a massive lump on its head. "Demon crocodile, I was just passing by, and suddenly got hit with a stick. Are people these days really this arrogant?" Other demon crocodiles, "It's getting harder to be part of the croc crew these days. Everyone treats us like sworn enemies. We're saved." The evil cultist's face lit up with joy at the sight. The next instant, a spear pierced through his skull. Bang! With a flick of the spear, the corpse burst apart, this bloody scene making Anu resemble a blood-stained god of death even more. The cultist's legs turned to jelly from fright, unable even to flee, left standing frozen in place awaiting death. Ding! Killed a 5th order evil god follower. Obtained, elemental crystal times 500. Ding! Killed a 6th order evil god follower. Obtained, elemental crystal times 600. Ding! Killed an 8th order evil god follower. Obtained, white card ×1. As Anu continued his slaughter, Lin Ye's mind was constantly filled with the system's notification tones. A white card, not bad at all. Lin Yi smiled with satisfaction. The haul this time was decent, as he'd at least gotten 1 white card. My lord, Anu has fulfilled his mission. Having finished slaying the cultists of the evil god, Anu turned and returned to stand respectfully behind Lin Yi. You've done excellently. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. At that moment, the elemental bracelet on his wrist suddenly flashed twice. Lin Yi froze for a moment, then opened the elemental bracelet to find messages from 2 people. Chen Yang, Lin Yi, don't fall for Wang Yujie's trap. That guy is deliberately trying to lure you out. Su Yalan, Lin Yi, Wang Yujie has gathered many people. They're planning to attack you, be careful. Reading these messages, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Wang Yujie? That guy's making trouble again? After glancing through the chat group, Lin Yi roughly grasped what was going on. Wang Yujie has gathered a whole crowd of people, and they're all currently searching for his location. There are even people spamming messages in the chat groups, offering bounties for Lin Ye's whereabouts. These folks are getting way too cocky. Seems like the previous lesson didn't hurt enough. Your Majesty, would you like Anu to deal with them? Behind Lin Yi, Anu gazed coldly at the comments targeting him and said. Hearing this, Lin Yi shook his head and said with a light chuckle, no need, I've already thought of a solution. His gaze swept over the messages sent by the group in the chat, then glanced at the positioning device in his hand as he began typing a message. No need to go through the trouble of tracking my location. Anyone who wants to challenge me, come find me 50 li northeast. Send, click. As soon as Lin Ye's message was sent out, it was like tossing a bomb into deep water. The entire chat group immediately erupted in fervor. Lin Yi? Wow, am I seeing things? He actually dares to show his face? The craziest part is he even revealed his location. This is beyond ridiculous. Does he really have no fear of death? Lin Yi, if you've got any guts, just wait there. We're coming for you right now, you're dead meat. Damn, reading this got my blood pumping. I want to join in on the action too. Anyone want to team up? Together. Looking at the chat group, Lin Ye's eyes brimmed with even more amusement. It's good that they're coming, the more the merrier. After all, without some cannon fodder, how could a branch of the heretic god cult function properly? Someone has to intercept those fleeing fish that slipped through the net. Ding! Chen Yang sent a message. Lin Yi, have you lost your mind? Why did you give them your location? Forget it. Wait for us, we'll be right there. Can't let you handle this alone. Reading Chen Yang's message, Lin Yi grinned and replied, no need to come. The coordinates I gave them were fake. Seriously? Chen Yang was half convinced, half doubting. Yeah, got some things to deal with here. Gotta go for now. Be careful then. Don't worry. After replying to Chen Yang's message, Lin Yi turned off his bracelet and gazed into the distant depths of the forest. That was the direction where the evil god's branch was located. Anu, let's go. The guests are coming, and we should prepare a little surprise for them in advance. With his hands in his pockets, Lin Yi strolled forward leisurely, while Anu followed closely behind, carrying her red-tasseled spear. That fool actually came out on his own. Deep in the dense forest, Wang Yujie nearly laughed himself breathless after reading the message Lin Yi had sent. He had been worrying about not being able to find Lin Yi, and now the guy had conveniently popped up on his own. He had already gathered dozens of people now, many of whom had close ties with Lin Yi. There was also a small group who simply disliked Lin Yi out of sheer spite. Led by Wang Yujie, the group marched in full force toward the evil god branch's hideout, dead set on ending Lin Yi's life. As they rushed towards the direction of the evil god branch, on the other side, Lin Yi and Anu were blocked by a middle-aged man. The man was burly in stature, his hawk-like eyes fixed fiercely on Lin Yi and Anu. He was one of the branch leaders of the evil god faction. Just moments ago, he had received numerous distress signals from the heretic squads. By the time he arrived, all the squad members were already dead, including several of his Dawn Star-ranked captains. Following the trail of the squad's deaths in chronological order, he easily caught up to the 2 individuals before him. Staring at the pair, the middle-aged man snarled with fury, "You two are truly courting death, how dare you slaughter members of our cult?" Lin Yi remained silent, but Anu stepped forward with a flick of his spear and coldly retorted, "So what if we kill them? What are you going to do about it?" Ha ha ha. Anu's words made the middle-aged man burst into laughter, his expression suddenly turning ferocious as he snarled, "How? By sending you straight to hell." As his voice fell, a wooden puppet appeared in his hand, which he then hurled to the ground. The puppet landed and instantly transformed into a gigantic wooden statue, while an invisible ripple emanated from its body. Now, the game of death begins. You two can enjoy the terror of the wooden man together. The middle-aged man laughed maniacally. Game? Lin Yi looked at the enormous wooden statue, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. This was probably some kind of evil deity artifact, similar to the red-tasseled spear in Anu's hands, only with a different effect. He sensed a strange energy field emanating around him, likely the ability of that evil deity artifact. Don't even think about running away. From now on, you must play this game with me.
The middle-aged man sneered as he watched Lin Yi sizing up their surroundings. He turned around and continued, the rules are simple. I'll count 1, 2, 3, red light. During that time, you can move toward me. But when I turn around, you must freeze in place. Friendly reminder, if I see anyone move, they'll be killed by the puppets. He. Now, let the game begin. 1. The middle-aged man began the countdown. Lin Yi merely glanced at him before waving to Anu and saying, Anu, deal with him. Yes. Anu nodded and flicked his spear, sending it shooting forward in an instant. Whoosh. 2, 3, freeze. The middle-aged man finished speaking and quickly turned his head, his face alight with excitement. But the first thing that met his eyes was a swiftly flying red-tasseled spear. F***ck me. His face stiffened, his pupils abruptly contracting as he instinctively tried to dodge. Yet the speed of the red-tasseled spear was truly too fast. Put. In an instant, the spear pierced clean through him. Lin Yi walked over slowly and picked up the puppet that had shrunk and fallen to the ground. Then glancing at the wide-eyed corpse of the middle-aged man, he chuckled and said, Gravekeeper? How intriguing. Chapter 40, Careless Move, Dodged Too Soon. Ding! Eliminated a Dawn Star tier high-rank cultist of the evil god. Rewards obtained, Wooden Puppet *1, 3-star, Elemental Crystals *100,000. Wooden Puppet, 3-star tainted with the aura of an evil god, possesses the effect of establishing a domain that forcibly compels those within it to obey specific rules. A 3-star material? Lin Yi stared at the small wooden puppet in his hand, his eyes filled with confusion. He didn't know much about evil god artifacts, only that they possessed bizarre powers and could be activated by the followers of evil gods. Looks like it's still a mini-boss? He let out a mocking chuckle and muttered to himself. After all, such things are quite rare. Only high-ranking disciples within the cults of evil deities would have the chance to obtain something like this. After just a brief look, Lin Yi put away the wooden puppet. Maybe with 1 or 2 more high-grade materials, he could craft another card. Let's hope the evil gods faction delivers something good when taken down. Land shrouded in darkness. A sinister building loomed at the foot of a small hill. In the building, figures hurried back and forth, constantly entering and exiting. At this moment, inside the grand hall, a group of people sat one after another. The leading youth propped himself up on the table with both hands, his face dark as he glared at the assembled crowd. I want to know who leaked our plans, and who revealed the coordinates of the squad I sent out. Bang! In a fit of rage, the young man slammed his hand down on the table. The table shattered into pieces in an instant. Faced with the youth's fury, the crowd fell deathly silent, not daring to even breathe loudly. Minister Bloodblade. Finally, a grim-faced elder standing beside the youth spoke up, and immediately all eyes turned toward him. Grandpa Chin? Bloodblade glanced at him, his expression softening slightly as he said, Elder Chin, if you have any thoughts, feel free to share them openly. Elder Chin stood up and respectfully addressed Bloodsaber, Minister, I think the likelihood of our division having a traitor is quite slim. Everyone present here is a pillar of our branch. This old man believes none among us would commit such utterly shameless acts. I think our current focus should remain on those students from the Awakener Academy. After all, this concerns our sacred sacrificial rites ceremony. Hearing his words, the others nodded in agreement. Bloodblade glanced at everyone, carefully considered for a moment, and finally nodded, saying, Elder Chin's words are quite reasonable. Since that's the case, let's set aside the previous matters for now. He took a seat on the chair, looked at everyone unhurriedly, and said, as for how to proceed next, I've already made arrangements earlier. You may all leave for now. Yes. The others rose one by one, cupping their hands in salute before turning to leave. Master Chin, do you truly believe there are no traitors among our ranks? Stepping out of the hall, a squad leader immediately approached Elder Chin and whispered to him. No matter how you look at it, something's seriously wrong here. Think about it, our people always operate with extreme caution. How could so many suddenly be wiped out? And I heard Deputy Director Wang also fell. Who would believe this happened without a traitor's betrayal? Old Chin glanced at him, his eyes flickering slightly as he gave an awkward smile. Such matters naturally fall under the minister's own considerations. It would be best if we refrained from further comment. Hearing this, the man nodded and said, You're absolutely right. With that, they parted ways at the entrance and went about their respective tasks. Old Chin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had been trembling with fear in the hall the whole time, terrified that the minister would continue digging deeper into the matter. He was now completely clear about why those squad coordinates had been exposed. Everything was because of that instrument he had distributed. Even within the cult of the evil god, there existed a competitive mechanism. The more one contributes to the order, the greater the rewards they receive and the faster they rise in rank. In his pursuit of outstanding performance, he even went so far as to distribute an instrument capable of locking onto auras to his subordinates. Who would have thought his men would be the first to go down, and the equipment would fall into others' hands? Looks like I'll have to kill a few more people.
A sinister glint flashed through Elder Chin's eyes. He'd just received news that some of the students from the Awakener Academy had already formed alliances, and their direction of advance was precisely toward their evil god branch. He was the very first to know this news. If he acted before others got wind of it, even if the device incident were exposed, he could still atone for his faults with this merit. Several miles away from the evil god branch, a group of people was advancing towards it in a formidable procession. The person leading them was none other than Wang Yujie. The closer they got to their destination, the more excited he became. Right now, all he wanted was to see the look of terror on Linya's face when he saw how many of them there were. But as they advanced, another group approached them from the opposite direction. At their head stood Elder Chin. The two groups spotted each other from a distance. Why are there so many people here? Wang Yujie frowned slightly, puzzled by the sight of the crowd opposite. It must be that coward Lin Yi. He even went and found others to help him, someone guessed. His speculation quickly struck a chord with the others. But Wang Yujie felt something wasn't quite right. Before he could speak, an outburst of cheers erupted from their group. Let's unite! Brothers, Lin Yi has gotten others to help him, but we can't be afraid of them. Charge! The group howled with battle cries as they all surged forward, channeling elemental energy. Wang Yujie didn't have time to think further. He rushed out with the crowd. How arrogant! They're completely looking down on us. The cultists on the opposite side watched as the students charged toward them, their faces darkening with anger. Like eggs dashing themselves against stones, kill them. Old Chin snorted coldly and waved his hand, signaling the long-prepared cultists behind him to charge forward immediately. Soon, the two sides clashed fiercely in battle. Compared to the cultists who all possessed strength at or above 3rd tier, the awakened student recruits appeared pathetically weak. However, with their greater numbers, they weren't at too much of a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Lin Yi stealthily infiltrated the evil god branch. He and Anu walked through the corridor of the evil god's branch, each draped in the crimson robes of its devotees. Hey, brother! At that moment, a hand rested on Lin Yi's shoulder. Lin Yi froze momentarily and turned to look at the person. It was a slightly chubby young man who draped his arm over Lin Yi's shoulder with easy familiarity and asked with a grin, Bro, which team are you two from? Lin Yi's eyes flickered slightly as he replied tentatively, Team 2. The moment the words left his mouth, the young man halted abruptly, his eyes widening as he stared at Lin Yi. You! Thud! Before he could finish speaking, a spear pierced through his body. Shaking his head at the frozen figure with disbelief written across their face, Lin Yi sighed. He lightly brushed off the hand resting on his shoulder and said airily, Old chap, you guessed right, we're indeed spies. Yet upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the man's gaze grew even more shocked. With the last trace of stubbornness, he trembled and stammered, You're not a squad leader? In their branch, there were 3 divisions in total. The first division consisted of the minister and deputy minister, the second division was made up of all squad leaders, while the remaining operational teams were uniformly classified as the third division. Since Team 3 had many members, they would each name their subgroups to distinguish them. When he asked Lin Yi earlier, he meant which subgroup of Team 3 he belonged to, but when Lin Yi said Team 2, the guard thought Lin Yi was a subgroup leader. Hearing this, Lin Yi was speechless. Slip of the tongue, revealed too soon. Chapter 41 Hunting Those Lost in Darkness. Looking at the corpse with dead, unclosed eyes on the ground, Lin Yi sighed quietly to himself. He hadn't intended to kill him so soon. Who could have predicted fate's cruel jokes? Overactive imagination really is far too dangerous. Well, of course it wasn't Lin Yi who was in danger, it was the imagined person in his head that was dangerous. Look, one's already dead? Clang! The sound of an object hitting the ground echoed as Lin Yi whirled around. At the corridor's turn stood a cafeteria worker in an apron, jaw slack and eyes wide as they stared in stunned silence. Seeing Lin Yi and the others turn their gaze towards him, the man trembled violently and immediately screamed in terror. Murder! Someone, help! Lin Yi couldn't help but facepalm. It seems I wasn't careful enough in my actions. I originally planned to infiltrate secretly, but ended up being exposed by a mere cook. The entire branch of the evil god cult instantly erupted into chaos. After the man shouted, many people immediately rushed toward this corridor. Someone's invading the branch. Hurry, hurry, kill them now. Corridor 5, they're in Corridor 5. Their response time was terrifying. Almost instantly, cultists of the evil gods began pouring in through every passageway near Lin Yi's location. Watching the approaching aura of the cultists, Lin Yi shook his head helplessly and said, Anu, looks like we've got some trouble. I shall stand by my lord's side. Anu declared resolutely, standing firmly behind him. Hearing this, the corners of Lin Yi's mouth curled upward as his demonic eyes flickered with golden light. Grinning widely, he said, in that case, let's hunt to our heart's content. As the words fell, countless cultists of evil deities emerged from both ends of the corridor. Seeing only Lin Yi and Anu standing there, everyone laughed. Just 2 people, yet they dared to barge into their branch? They were practically asking for death. Kill! Without another word, the horde of evil cultists surged forward to attack the two.
Facing the overwhelming tide of dark god worshippers, neither Anu nor Linyi flinched, both stood their ground with fearless composure.
Dragon Soul. In that instant, Anu moved first.
She took the initiative to attack the cultists of the evil god.
As her spear whirled through the air, a dragon-shaped phantom surged forth from its tip.
The cultists, who had been charging forward in excitement, suddenly froze in terror when they saw a dragon emerge from the figure before them.
What in the world was that?
While they stood frozen in shock, Anu had already charged into the crowd. Her spear whirled in her hands, swift as lightning, weaving illusions that reaped lives one after another.
With the power of a Gloom Moon warrior amplified tenfold by the Dragon Soul, slaughtering these heretics, whose highest rank barely reached Morningstar, was as easy as butchering chickens. As Linyi watched Anu's artistry of slaughter, his mind buzzed with staccato system notifications like telegraph transmissions. Such delightful music.
Linyi closed his eyes in pure bliss, spreading his arms wide as if to embrace heaven and earth. Then, lowering his head, he grinned coldly at the swarm of cultists before him and murmured softly, "Allow me to make this symphony even sweeter." The instant his words faded, the phantom silhouette of a dragon materialized around his body, coiling and writhing about his form.
Roar! A dragon's roar echoed as Linyi's figure flickered and instantly appeared amidst the crowd. Everyone was startled when Linyi suddenly disappeared and then reappeared among them without warning.
By the time they realized what had happened, they all shouted in fury and charged at Linyi.
"He's coming this way! Kill him!"
Amidst the crowd, Linyi remained composed, his gaze only growing more exhilarated. His crimson-robed hands moved slightly beneath the robes, slender fingers dancing as if performing a piano piece. With the motion of his fingers, countless silvery threads exploded outward from him, instantly piercing through the crowd of people closing in.
"Let's hunt those who have fallen into the darkness." Branch office, director's room.
Bloodblade sat at his desk and had his secretary pour him a cup of tea.
He picked up the teacup and took a small sip, then asked the person standing before him, "Have you found out who was behind it?"
"Not yet," the man replied with his head lowered, his voice tinged with unease.
"After making you investigate for half the day, this is all you have to show me?"
Bloodblade's face darkened as he spoke with evident displeasure. Old Juan was a high-ranking Twilight Tier warrior. Whoever could kill him without a sound, not even allowing him to send out a distress signal, poses a massive threat to our branch.
"Minister, that person is just too bizarre. Even with an aura tracker, I couldn't trace them."
"I'm truly at my wit's end," the man replied with a bitter laugh.
"I don't care. You've got one last chance. If you fail this time, don't bother coming back."
Bloodblade dismissed his excuses outright, his voice cutting like tempered steel.
"He's in a panic right now.
The time for the ritual is drawing near, yet he still hasn't prepared the sacrificial offerings. If the sacred deity unleashes its wrath, their entire branch of the heretic cult would be wiped out."
"Understood."
The man didn't dare say more and could only acknowledge with a sound. At that very moment, a cultist suddenly burst into the office.
"Minister, something's happened." Hearing this, Bloodblade turned to the man with a puzzled gaze and asked, "What has happened?" "Someone's broken into our branch."
"They're in Corridor 5 right now," the man answered immediately. Hearing this news, Bloodblade slammed the table and immediately stood up, his face twisted in anger as he roared, "What the hell are those idiots outside doing?
With so many surveillance operatives in the branch, how could someone still sneak in? Are those two dead? Have you identified their identities yet?"
"No, boss, those two are extremely powerful, they've already killed many of our men." Seeing Bloodblade's fury, the man replied with a tear-streaked face,
"Trash. You're all worthless." Bloodblade's face turned livid as he stormed outside, roaring, "What have I been feeding you all for? Can't even kill two people." Soon, Bloodblade arrived at Corridor 5 with his men.
Yet all that met their eyes was a floor littered with corpses. The corridor was strewn with corpses, its walls splattered with blood everywhere, resembling scenes from a hellish battleground.
Gulp!
Witnessing this sight, those following behind Bloodblade widened their eyes in sheer horror.
In this single corridor alone, the death toll easily exceeded 100.
Although most were just low-level cultists of evil gods, their overwhelming numbers would make even a high-rank Morningstar powerhouse struggle to eliminate them all.
How much time passed between them receiving the news and arriving on scene? Just a few minutes? And yet hundreds were slaughtered in such a short span of time? Just how terrifying must the perpetrator's strength be? Bloodblade trembled as he witnessed the scene before him. Damn it! Who the hell did this?
He gritted his teeth, his fists clenched so tightly that veins bulged across them.
How many people were there in his entire branch office?
Now over 100 had died at once. It was nothing short of tearing out his very foundations. Suddenly, as if sensing something, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he whirled around to look behind him. The crisp sound of footsteps suddenly echoed through.
Chapter 42, Let the Prey Run a Little Longer. Clack, clack, clack. Clear footsteps approached from the end of the corridor.
Bloodblade and the others suddenly turned their heads to look. They saw two figures clad in the red robes of their dark god cult slowly approaching them.
Bloodblade's pupils constricted. He wasn't foolish enough to believe these two were from their local branch.
Anyone from their branch would have respectfully addressed him as chief the moment they laid eyes on him. But those two men across from them had remained silent from the very beginning. And for some inexplicable reason, Bloodblade felt an overwhelming sense of pressure bearing down on him ever since those two had appeared. Those two were definitely the ones who had broken into their branch. Well, I thought the heretic god branch was full of useless fools, but it seems there's actually someone who looks capable of putting up a fight. Lin Yi looked at the somewhat tense Bloodblade and his crew, spreading his hands helplessly as he spoke. He glanced at the surrounding bloodstains, curling his lips mockingly. However, it seems you're a bit late. These people died in truly wretched ways. Crack! Bloodblade's furious gaze locked onto Lin Yi, fists clenched so tightly he almost couldn't resist striking out. But in the end, he forced himself to calm down and spoke to Lin Yi. Sir, has our branch offended you in any way? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by our order? He really wanted to smash this bastard's face with his fist. But the current situation wasn't ideal. Most of his men were already dead, and the others were still out on missions. With just himself and the few people behind him, there was no way they could deal with these two who dared to invade their branch. In other words, if they dared to brazenly invade their branch, they must possess absolute confidence and strength. What really mattered most was that he couldn't see through either of the two people before him. They were likely two radiant moon-tier experts just like himself. Am I to take that as a threat? Lin Yi snorted coldly, utterly disregarding Bloodblade's words. The evil god cult's pursuit? Not to mention that as a normal human being, he was naturally opposed to the heretic god cult. Just the fact that killing cultists could yield materials destined his path to never align with these rats. The pursuit of the evil god cult? Bring it on, let's see how many materials we can loot from you. If you retreat now, I'll let slide what you just did. Otherwise, Bloodblade frowned deeply, continuing to haggle with Lin Yi. Now, the ritual sacrifice is the most important thing, other matters can wait. But as long as his sacrificial ceremonies proceed as usual, he'll have the time to deal with this arrogant fool. Anyone who dares lay a finger on their branch division certainly won't get away with it. Otherwise what? Lin Yi feigned a look of fear, but his expression suddenly turned icy as he grinned coldly. Do you really think you'll leave here alive today? Bloodblade's eyes darkened, and he gestured to the men behind him. Move in. If talks are useless, then the only solution is elimination. He refused to believe he could lose, not on his own turf. As the words fell, several cultists behind Bloodblade struck simultaneously. Blood-red daggers shimmered crimson in their hands, 3 assailants, all radiating the aura of mid-stage Morningstar tier. The sole female cultist among them, Bloodblade's little secretary, was even at the advanced Morningstar tier. As for why she stood out, perhaps her relationship with Bloodblade was particularly close. Damn, that's quite the show. Lin Yi's gaze lingered on the scantily clad female worshipper, and he couldn't help but sigh with a mix of admiration and resignation. Fishnet stockings, leather boots, and a skimpy tank top, even saints would falter. Indeed, no matter where you are, cadres must endure this kind of temptation. Anu, leave this one to me. Deal with the others as you see fit. As several cultists of the evil god came charging at them, Lin Yi said this to Anu before rushing toward the secretary in black stockings. Lin Yi considered this trial worth experiencing firsthand. Die for me. Seeing Lin Yi charging toward her, Xiaomi swiftly thrust out the dagger in her hand, moving with extraordinary speed. Yet, the very moment she struck, Lin Yi's figure abruptly vanished from before her eyes. The strike missed its mark, sending a sudden jolt through her heart. As she whirled her head to locate Lin Yi, a hand instantly reached out from behind her, seizing the nape of her neck, the grip of fate itself. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking rang out as the black silk secretary had her neck snapped by Lin Yi's grip, dying instantly. Ugh, used too much force. Lin Yi looked at the secretary who died by his hand, his lips twitching slightly before he reluctantly released his grip. The corpse fell to the ground, and Lin Yi didn't spare it another glance, shifting his gaze toward Anu instead. Compared to him, Anu's fighting was far more decisive. With a single sweeping shot, 2 heads soared into the air. Neither victim had managed to block even one of her moves. How is this possible? Bloodblade's eyes widened abruptly at the sight. 3 Morningstar level believers, including his personally trained little secretary who had reached high-level Morningstar cultivation, actually couldn't even last 3 seconds? Damn it, when she was still learning from him, he had managed 3 seconds at least. No way. Run for it. After a brief moment of thought, Bloodblade turned and dashed toward his office. Judging by the strength these two had displayed, trying to handle them himself would be pure folly. If all else fails, he'd have no choice but to resort to his final trump card. Your Majesty, he is gone. Anu watched the fleeing Bloodblade and said coolly to Lin Yi. No rush. Let the prey run a little longer, Lin Yi said with a narrowed-eye smile. Damn it! Where the hell did these guys come from? The Bloodblade fled at full speed, cursing under his breath all the while. He simply couldn't figure it out. He hadn't offended any powerful factions recently, so why had trouble suddenly come knocking at his door? The more he thought about it, the more Shwedao felt something was off. Their cult branch is located in the Dark Zone, by all logic. they shouldn't be targets of any attacks. Even if some major force truly wanted to take them on, given how deeply their branch has infiltrated Bachan City, he should have received warning signals immediately. Yet those two who appeared just now seemed to materialize out of thin air, without the slightest warning. Why now? Why must it happen at this very moment? Bloodtooth nearly ground his teeth to dust, charging into his office with bloodshot eyes before activating the hidden mechanism concealed behind the bookshelf. The sacrificial ritual was nearly upon them, just 1 or 2 more days, and the materials would be fully gathered. After the sacrifice, he would gain even greater power, and with the Dark God's favor, breaking through to the Inferno rank wouldn't even be impossible. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to tear apart with his bare teeth those two who ruined all his plans. The mere thought of having missed out on formidable power only served to fuel Bloodblade's fury further. The mechanism clicked open, the bookshelves slid apart to either side, revealing a gloomy secret chamber before Bloodblade. At the center of the secret chamber stood something resembling an altar, surrounded by a massive crimson pattern. Upon closer inspection, the crimson pattern was revealed to be carved grooves, now completely filled with blood. Gazing at the altar, a flicker of hesitation flashed through Bloodblade's eyes. If not absolutely necessary, he truly didn't wish to proceed this far. But the thought of his lifelong efforts being in vain overwhelmed that fleeting hesitation with overwhelming resentment. Without hesitation, he leaped onto the altar, drew a dagger to slice his palm, and pressed it against the colossal eyeball pattern engraved on the stone platform. At the same time, he shouted delirious invocations to offer sacrifices to the evil god. "O supreme and mighty sacred god, your faithful devotee offers you this flesh and soul, pleading for your divine punishment to exterminate those abandoned by the gods." Chapter 43, Why should decades of effort lose to you? Torrents of blood gushed from the wounds slashed by the bloodstained blade, all pouring into the grooves of the altar. The previously motionless altar suddenly erupted with a crimson glow. A swirling mist emerged from the altar, through which one could faintly glimpse a terrifying, indescribable entity. It resided in some impossibly distant dark world. Within a massive pyramid temple stood an enormous gate. The being lurked behind that portal, peering into this place. As if sensing something, those eerie green eyes penetrated through endless space, descending upon this place. In an instant, Bloodblade froze in place, his pupils contracting sharply as he saw him. Shut-Amel, the sacred god, the supreme and exalted great one. Words like dreamlike murmurs spilled from Bloodblade's lips as his expression grew increasingly frenzied. Bang! A ghostly green eye abruptly sprouted from his forehead, bloodshot and gradually enlarging from its initial normal size. Bloodblade's facial features were squeezed to one side until his entire face was completely dominated by that enormous eye. The transformation didn't stop there. His limbs began twisting like arthropod segments, bending unnaturally to plant themselves on the ground. At this moment, his power exploded exponentially, with his strength increasing at least tenfold. Just then, Lin Yi and Anu finally sauntered leisurely into the office. Holy crap, what the hell is that? The moment he stepped into the office, Lin Ye's eyes immediately landed on the hideous monster crouched on the altar. However, Lin Yi quickly regained his composure. Judging by the clothes on this thing, it was probably transformed from that guy who had fled earlier. He actually turned himself into a minion of an evil god? The so-called minions of evil gods, though the term sounds polite, are essentially just people corrupted by the malevolent aura of those deities. Once they become the minions of an evil god, they mutate into monsters, gaining several times their original strength. But once they become the minions of an evil god, they can never return to their former selves. Not only that, their lifespan becomes pitifully short. To continue surviving, they have no choice but to slaughter humans in a frenzy. They can retain their consciousness, but most will be corrupted by the aura of the evil god, turning into mindless monsters driven only by slaughter. The Bloodblade transformed into a deity's minion instantly detected Lin Yi, abruptly turning its gaze toward him. A massive ghostly green eye glared at Lin Yi as an unfathomable sinister force suddenly emanated. Mortals must not gaze upon a god, lowly blasphemer, revel in the terror bestowed by the sacred one's power. The bloodied blade laughed maniacally. Though he had become an evil deity's minion, most of his consciousness remained intact. He hadn't forgotten his current wretched form was entirely thanks to the person standing before him. Now that he had obtained power bestowed by the evil god, even he trembled at its might. The power of an evil god? Lin Yi frowned, sensing a strange and unfamiliar energy. The source of that power was the enormous, eerie single eye atop the Bloodblade's head. However, what puzzled Lin Yi was that apart from a slight discomfort, there seemed to be no other changes. Anu, how do you feel? Lin Yi glanced at the bloodied blade radiating intense green light and turned to ask Anu. He was fine, but that didn't necessarily mean Anu was okay. Your Majesty, I'm alright. Anu shook her head in response. That's good. Lin Yi nodded and turned his gaze toward the Bloodblade. At this moment, Bloodblade was completely stunned. Lin Yi and Anu looked completely unaffected, leaving him staring with eyes as wide as millstones. How, are you two fine? He spoke those words with disbelief.
He is now a minion of the evil god, capable of wielding a trace of power bestowed by the deity. The eerie green light emanating from his eyes is precisely the ability he has gained. God should not be gazed upon directly. By all accounts, anyone who looks into his eyes should descend into endless madness. So what's going on with these two?
Though we don't quite understand the situation, it seems your attacks have no effect on us. Lin Yi shrugged and spread his hands, then gave a noncommittal smile. If that's your only trump card, then this is as far as you go today.
Impossible. Seemingly provoked to fury, Bloodblade roared in rage.
Limbs like insect appendages burst with strength as he launched himself at Lin Yi with frenzied speed.
Go die, just die already.
He roared furiously while wildly flailing his limbs, desperate to rip Lin Yi to shreds.
Anu!
Lin Yi's expression turned icy as he spoke coldly. In an instant, Anu holding her rifle dashed forward beside him, crossing blades with the bloody saber in a flash. Two figures crossed paths. Anu stood poised with his spear, while Bloodblade remained sprawled before Lin Yi, limbs still frozen mid-swing. Anu twirled her spear in midair, flourishing it before turning to approach Lin Yi. The instant she turned, Bloodblade's limbs abruptly spurted jets of crimson as the enormous eye upon his forehead flew wide. All four limbs simultaneously severed clean at their roots.
Why?
His breathing grew extremely faint as he lay on the ground, his entire body withering as if some unseen force was draining his flesh and blood.
He strained to turn his gaze toward Lin Yi, his voice dripping with bitter resentment as he spat out, "Why? Why should a lifetime's effort lose to you?"
Lin Yi looked at him and spoke with indifferent eyes. "That question of yours is childish, just like those who ask why decades of a family's hard work should lose to a $2 lottery ticket. I ask you, with the luck I've accumulated over a dozen lifetimes, how could I possibly lose to half a lifetime of your effort?"
Hearing Lin Yi's words, Bloodblade's eyes suddenly widened in shock before his life force completely dissipated. A gust of wind blew past, leaving not even ashes behind.
Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi didn't feel the slightest trace of pity in his heart. For those who would even sell their own souls to evil gods, no sympathy is needed. Whatever consequences befall them are entirely self-inflicted.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for killing a Moonlight Tier evil god worshipper.
Reward obtained, Evil Eye *1.
Elemental Crystals *1000000.
Evil Eye, 3-star, a product of a certain evil god's minion, possessing the power to ensnare souls. Try crafting it into a card. In Lin Yi's hand, a sinister green eyeball rolled about with eerie vitality.
With just a glance, he put it away with undisguised disdain.
Trash, a complete waste of emotion.
A devotee of the Radiant Moon Tier, and one converted into an evil god's servant at that, only dropped a single 3-star material.
That million elemental crystals might still come in handy. They could buy some decent materials at the Awakener's hub.
His gaze shifted as Lin Yi turned his attention to the altar not far away. After the sacrifice, the object had lost all its supernatural properties, leaving behind only some dried blood in the indentations. Suddenly, Lin Yi's gaze halted, locking onto a red orb embedded in a groove on the altar.
This is... Lin Yi walked over and pried it loose. His gaze fell upon the crimson bead in his hand, and suddenly an attribute appeared before Lin Yi's eyes. Token of the evil god, 5-star, a relic belonging to a certain evil deity, capable of serving as a medium to communicate with the evil god and channel its powers. Devotees often use this to obtain the evil god's strength. Chapter 44, Grandpa here is thoroughly confused. A 5-star material. Looking at the object in his hand, Lin Yi's eyes couldn't help but light up. Damn, seems like playing the long game really paid off. This just dropped some high-tier material. And once again, it's tied to those evil gods. Why does it feel like I've been fleecing evil gods non-stop lately? A medium for the descent of evil god's power? Can one obtain an evil god's strength through it? Lin Yi looked at the evil god relic's description, stroked his chin with one hand, and tentatively asked the system, if I were to use this to create a card, could that card absorb the evil god's power? Like inviting deity possession or something? System. Evil god, please, have some humanity. Even capitalists would shed tears seeing this. After some thought, Lin Yi felt this idea had great potential. He had no idea what type of card would be created next, but based on the cards he had previously crafted, the skills and abilities they obtained were generally related to the materials used in their creation. Take Anu, for example. The fusion material contained a dragon soul, and the skill too carried the dragon soul, even turning the red tasseled spear into a weapon. And there was the first manipulator ability card, where the material included threads, and the ability allowed him to control objects and slay monsters using threads. If his guess was correct, the next card fused with this relic of the sinister deity would likely retain its ability to harness the dark god's powers. If this conjecture proves true, he'll gain another powerful trump card. All evil gods are immensely powerful, regardless of which one. Merely bearing the title of evil god means their might is beyond imagination. Even humanity's current strongest individuals would likely stand no chance against an evil god. Once he could borrow the power of the evil god, his strength would undergo a qualitative leap. It has to be said how generous that evil god is, always delivering materials right to his doorstep. Sada Hegla? What a wonderful evil god, I'll definitely raid its cult branches again next time. Sada Hegla, I truly appreciate your generosity. Lin Yi stored away all the items, then surveyed the entire office once more. Finding nothing else worth plundering, he shook his head with mild regret. Anu, let's go. Lin Yi crooked a finger at Anu, shoved his hands in his pockets, and strolled out of the evil cult branch. As he walked, Lin Yi was still pondering some questions. System, can the abilities I obtained before still be enhanced? Lin Yi asked the system. This was something he had considered before. When dealing with the Dragon Soul anomaly earlier, his threads had failed him for the first time. It's not that it's useless, just that it can be detected by others now. This made him realize for the first time that abilities obtained through cards aren't absolutely invincible. Abilities converted from low-level cards lose their effectiveness once enemies reach a certain threshold. This means the previous aberration wasn't particularly strong, and Lin Yi only managed to kill it with the aid of void concealment. If the enemy had been just one tier stronger, the controller skill would have essentially become useless. Agreed. After Lin Yi finished asking, the system immediately replied, once the host creates a certain number of cards, you will gain the authority to recycle and remake cards. Hearing the system's response, Lin Yi nodded in understanding. He wasn't worried that his growing strength would outpace his skills. After all, given his current card-making speed, he could still ensure his skills remained sufficient. He simply didn't want to see highly practical skills fade into obscurity for no reason. No matter how many skills exist, each has its own focus and specialization. Some enhance abilities, others excel in solo combat, while certain skills specialize in controlling enemies. And as for the controller skill, it serves as an excellent crowd clearing and battlefield control ability. System, how many cards do I need to make to get the remelting permission? Lin Yi asked again. System, 5 cards. 5 cards? Not counting the magic eye, looks like I'm only missing 2 more cards? Now I have 1 white card in hand and 4 materials of 3 stars or higher, so I'm not lacking at all. Looks like I'll need to hunt more monsters to drop a few more white cards. As Lin Yi pondered this, he suddenly raised his head and looked ahead, the corners of his lips curling into a faint smile. He now stood directly before the entrance of the malevolent deity branch, while in the distance loomed an immense procession of the cult's devotees. Among them was a group of blood-soaked Awakener Academy students, beaten beyond recognition by their own parents. After fierce combat and with reinforcements continuously arriving from other malevolent deity followers, Elder Qin finally succeeded in capturing all the Awakener students. Naturally, many students had perished in battle, only about a third of them remained alive. The cultists of the evil god were overjoyed, as they had hardly sacrificed anything yet still managed to gather all the materials needed for the ritual. However, just as they returned to claim their merit, they saw 2 figures walking out from their stronghold. Lin Yi? Wang Yujie, who was being held by Elder Qin, spotted Lin Yi emerging from the cult headquarters. His eyes widened in disbelief as he could hardly believe what he was seeing. Old Qin, who had been wondering why he hadn't seen those 2 people before, suddenly changed his expression drastically upon hearing Wang Yujie's words. He glanced at Lin Yi, then at Wang Yujie, before suddenly slapping him with full force. Bang! A slap came flying over, sending Wang Yujie's head snapping sideways. You damn mutt! You actually dare try a decoy tactic on me? Old Qin roared furiously at Wang Yujie, practically itching to slap him to death with one strike. No wonder these fools had suddenly banded together so brainlessly against them. They'd been playing this scheme all along. Those 2 emerging from the branch office were undoubtedly elite fighters sent by the Awakener Academy. The entire purpose is to pass this trial design and then catch their evil cult branch off guard. At this thought, Old Qin's face turned pale. If that's truly the case, then their leisurely stroll out of the branch office, doesn't that mean the people inside might have already met with misfortune? The branch chief has always been stationed there, could even he have fallen? Wang Yujie took quite a hit from that slap. Before he could even react, Elder Qin's voice reached his ears. Wang Yujie? He really wanted the old man to explain clearly, but he didn't have the guts right now, afraid of getting beaten to death. Seeing Old Qin slap Wang Yujie across the face and hearing his words, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. Asterisk clap. Clap, clap, asterisk. Lin Yi walked toward them while applauding. What a spectacular battle, it got my blood pumping. Lin Yi looked at Wang Yujie's disheveled state and feigned surprise. Well, if it isn't the extraordinary one? Haven't seen you in days, how'd you end up like this? Hearing Lin Yi's sarcastic tone, Wang Yujie's face turned beet red. Compared to his previous ridicule of Lin Yi, his current predicament was truly ironic. Lin Yi. Wang Yujie gritted his teeth, his expression ugly as he said, we're classmates, why kick someone when they're down? If you can get me out of here, I'll give you 10 million after the trial ends. How about it? Hearing this, Lin Yi grinned coldly and said, sorry, my dazzlingly handsome readers won't allow me to do that. His gaze shifted as he looked at old Qin indifferently. Slap him a few more times, put some muscle into it. If you do, I might consider letting you die with some dignity later. Old man Qin? That totally threw me for a loop. Chapter 45, So what if I become an evil god? Wang Yujie was currently feeling utterly screwed. He shouldn't have believed Lin Yi's nonsense, actually thinking this guy had obediently reported his own coordinates while waiting for them to come knocking. This was clearly the coordinates of some evil god's outpost. No wonder, he thought, where did Lin Yi manage to find such a formidable group of helpers, each one so powerful? Now things had taken a turn for the worse, captured by the cultists of the evil god, and to add insult to injury, Lin Yi was ruthlessly mocking him. Lin Yi! Wang Yujie's resentment grew the more he thought about it, his face twisting in anger as he snarled, "Don't go too far. We're both academy students, do you really think the academy won't punish you for this?" "I'm not afraid," Lin Yi said abruptly. Wang Yujie opened his mouth, but Lin Yi's response left him momentarily speechless. Old Qin nearby watched the two of them with an inscrutable gaze. "Elder Qin, what should we do now?" whispered one of the believers beside him. After a moment of thought, old Qin instructed, "Tell the others to find a chance to escape. We can't stay here any longer. Wait for my signal." The believer nodded, then whispered to convey the message to the others. These two individuals were of unknown origin, but they definitely weren't on their side. If they stayed any longer, Elder Qin felt he and his group might not be able to leave. "Your Excellency." Old Qin glanced at Wang Yujie, then spoke to Lin Yi. "I see there seems to be some conflict between you. I'll leave him for you to deal with. Would you allow me and my people to leave? Are you negotiating with me?" Lin Yi's icy gaze fell upon him as he stated indisputably, "Did you not hear what I just said? Slap him, keep slapping until I'm satisfied." Old Qin's face turned livid as his voice darkened. "Don't overstep your bounds. This old man isn't someone to be bullied either." Before the words had even finished echoing, the sharp clang of metal against metal suddenly rang out. Clang! In an instant, a chilling gleam flashed. Anu's figure vanished like a gust of wind from behind Lin Yi, and in the blink of an eye, she had pressed the tip of her spear against old Qin's throat. "Do as the monarch commands without another word of protest, or face death." Anu's murderous words sent old Qin into a sudden shudder. He stared at Anu before him with terror in his eyes, his breath seeming to freeze in place. What terrifying speed! What formidable strength! All his attention had been focused on Lin Yi just now. He hadn't noticed at all that there was another person behind Lin Yi. And this person's power turned out to be so overwhelmingly terrifying. It must be a moonlight-level expert. That moment had genuinely felt like staring death in the face. That single shot could have obliterated him instantly. Gulp! Slap! Slap slap! Old Qin swallowed hard with difficulty, then turned his gaze to Wang Yujie. Raising his hand, he proceeded to deliver sharp slaps across the man's face. Wang Yujie was utterly dumbfounded, so much so that he didn't even react when old Qin's slap was about to land on his face. Wasn't Lin Yi supposed to be an ordinary guy? How could there be such a powerhouse by his side? He had investigated Lin Yi's background thoroughly, just an ordinary orphan with nothing special about him. How could such an ordinary person be connected to someone so powerful? And was I just hearing things? That powerful figure just now actually called Lin Yi Your Majesty? Ah! As his thoughts wandered, old Qin's slap had already landed, hitting him so hard he couldn't tell whether he was an ox or a horse. After delivering the slap, old Qin glanced at Lin Yi and, seeing his utterly indifferent expression, gritted his teeth and continued the beating. Thwack! 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 Ah! 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 Old Qin was also a high-level Morning Star rank transcendent. Each slap he delivered to Wang Yujie, a rookie who hadn't even reached the third rank of transcendence, was equivalent to a critical strike. For a moment, the sound of slapping was mixed with screams of pain. Everyone else looked at Wang Yujie's face, which had swollen to resemble a pig's head, and couldn't help but shiver in unison. How miserable! They suddenly felt a pang of regret, regretting ever targeting Lin Yi. Even if he had taken points from their team, now that they thought about it, was it really that much? After beating Wang Yujie senseless for what seemed like ages, old Qin finally stopped, panting heavily. With an apprehensive look, he forced a smile at Lin Yi and asked, "Is the young master satisfied?" "Well, even the way he refers to me has changed." Looking at Wang Yujie with his face resembling a pig's, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction and said, "Well done, Anu. Give him a quick death." Degree, huh? Old Qin's smile froze on his face. Before he could react, a spear pierced straight through his skull. Squelch! Elder Qin has fallen. Anu, kill them all. Lin Yi glanced at the surrounding cultists whose eyes were filled with terror and gestured dismissively to Anu. "The most amusing plaything is gone. Time to clear the stage." "Yes." Anu responded softly, her figure transforming into a gust of wind as she charged into the crowd with her spear in hand. The cultists of the evil god had already sensed something amiss. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, they immediately scattered like frightened rabbits. "Don't kill me! Run away!"
The crowd scattered like frightened birds and beasts, yet the sheer disparity in strength was evident. Anu practically mowed down these cultists of the evil god with single shots. Watching Anu wreak havoc in all directions, the liberated students stared with a mix of awe and terror in their eyes. Beside Lin Yi, someone cautiously glanced at him before forcing an awkward smile and saying, "Classmate Lin Yi, thank you for saving us. Such a great kindness is beyond words." One person spoke up, then the others quickly followed suit, each expressing their gratitude to Lin Yi. "Classmate Lin Yi, we're truly sorry about what happened earlier. We only acted against you because Wang Yujie misled us all." "That's right, classmate Lin Yi. We classmates should help each other. We hope you won't hold what happened before against us." Watching the group in front of him showering him with grateful words, Lin Yi sneered inwardly. How could he not know what they were really thinking? Simply put, they were afraid he might turn against them. And if they were afraid, well, they had every reason to be. "Don't thank me, because I wasn't planning on letting you go anyway," Lin Yi said nonchalantly. This statement froze the expressions on those people's faces. One of them laughed awkwardly and asked with considerable confusion, "Ha, Lin Yi, what exactly do you mean by that?" "It means exactly what it says, none of you will live today," Lin Yi declared matter-of-factly. At these words, the crowd's expressions froze abruptly, then swiftly blanched to a deathly pallor. "He's planning to kill us? Lin Yi, this is just a trial. How dare you kill us? Aren't you afraid the instructors will execute you when they find out?" Someone snapped back to reality and roared furiously at Lin Yi. Lin Ye's eyes turned cold as his gaze abruptly focused on him. Meeting Lin Ye's icy stare, the man's pupils suddenly contracted. Whoosh! In an instant, Lin Yi vanished from his original spot, reappearing right before the man in the blink of an eye, grabbing his throat and lifting him off the ground. "Don't give me that bullshit." Lin Yi gazed coldly at the man wheezing under his grip and said softly, "When you decided to come after me, you should have expected this would happen. That's because you stole our points." The man's eyes nearly bulged out of his head as he spoke through gritted teeth, barely suppressing his urge to faint. "Taking your points is just part of the trial." Lin Yi remained unmoved. "You could have just snatched my points, but what's the idea of forming a team to hunt me down?" His eyes widened in shock, and he seemed about to speak. Crack! Without wasting another word, Lin Yi decisively snapped his neck. He's a cultist of the evil god. Go back and inform the mentor that Lin Yi has already sided with the evil gods. Witnessing Lin Yi kill a classmate with their own eyes, some were scared out of their wits and screamed in terror. Looking at the terrified expressions of those before him, Lin Yi couldn't help but smirk coldly. His fingers flickered, and in an instant, countless silver-white threads shot forth. If all the people in this world were so vile and corrupt, what harm was there in him becoming an evil god? Chapter 46, My humble apologies, something's wrong with me. Countless silver-white threads danced through the air like the chains of death itself, reaping the lives of those fleeing in panic. Some tried to fight back, but they couldn't even locate their attackers, utterly blind to the unseen forces conducting the slaughter. "No, don't kill me." With Lin Yi's fingertips flickering, one fleeing figure after another collapsed, their dying expressions filled with regret and unwillingness. In mere moments, not a single person remained standing around Lin Yi. Wait, one was still missing. You actually killed them all?" Wang Yujie, who had been knocked unconscious by old Qin earlier, regained his senses. As he took in the hellish slaughter surrounding him, boundless terror surfaced in his eyes. "Don't worry, you'll be joining them soon," Lin Yi said indifferently, casting him a sidelong glance. Wang Yujie's pupils contracted as he instinctively shrank backward. Then his face twisted violently as he roared in madness, "Lin Yi, you've joined the evil god cult. You're finished. Do you think you've won? No, you're still that useless trash who couldn't awaken any abilities. So what if you gained power through dirty tricks? You'll be hunted down, forced to hide like a sewer rat forever." He knew Lin Yi wouldn't spare him, yet he remained defiant. Watching his frenzied state, Lin Yi sneered, "Did your nanny's milk bottle bash your brain to mush? You're already 17 officially, 18 by tradition, practically 19, and bordering on 20, can't you use that pea-sized brain of yours to think?" At this point, Lin Yi shook his head again and said, "Never mind, explaining to you is pointless. Farewell." Squelch! A silver flash swiftly dispatched Wang Yujie. Surveying the vast stretch of corpses before him, Lin Yi's expression remained as calm as undisturbed water. The only thing that faintly stirred his composure was the system's complete silence after slaying so many. Seems only demonic beasts, cultists of evil gods, and supernatural entities drop materials when killed, he murmured. Lin Yi shook his head and murmured regretfully. After all, this cut off one of his avenues for obtaining materials. He also thought that if possible, it wouldn't hurt to clean up the scum among humanity while he's at it. On a news side, when everything was settled for Lin Yi, the showdown had already reached its conclusion. "Let's go." Without another word, Lin Yi turned and left the place. The cleanup could wait until others discovered it and dealt with the hassle. For now, he figured he could take a breather. Fighting monsters is exhausting, one must always take time to recover their strength. Ano,
what do you think about good and evil? Lin Yi asked as he walked side by side with Anu. Hearing this, Anu froze momentarily and looked at Lin Yi, asking, Your Majesty, do you feel you've done something wrong? No. Lin Yi shook his head. I just wanted to hear your thoughts. Anu pondered carefully before shaking her head slightly. Anu doesn't know. Anu only knows that regardless of good or evil, the victor becomes king. Winner takes all? What an eternally correct answer, indeed. Lin Yi responded with a non-committal smile and asked no further questions. In the dark zone, two figures walked together, heading home on their journey. Yes, that's right, Lin Yi was planning to return home. After destroying the evil god's branch, there were no other evil god branches nearby, making it a waste of time to stay there. As for hunting those demonic beasts, the efficiency was too low, completely disproportionate to the time invested. Better spend this time killing a few more cultists back in Bachin City. After all, he still had that device capable of tracking the aura of cultists. By the time he returned to Bachin City, it was nearly noon. Standing before the villa's gate, Lin Yi suddenly felt as if he'd been away for ages. Ah, indeed, when someone who's been away from home for a long time starts missing it, every day feels like a year. It's not this house that I miss, but those precious memories. Anna, I'm home. Lin Yi pushed open the front door and called out inside, but there was no response. Lin Yi frowned and scratched his head in bewilderment. Given that girl's personality, shouldn't she have immediately pounced on him when he returned? He had even been looking forward to experiencing that long-missed sense of pressure again, yet unexpectedly received no response at all, probably taking a nap. Shaking his head, Lin Yi decided not to dwell on it further and led Anu into the villa. The villa looked exactly the same as when he'd left, still spotlessly clean without a single speck of dust. It was clear that Anna had truly taken Lin Yi's departing words to heart. She had kept the household in impeccable order. My lord, is this really your residence? Anu looked around the house, her eyes filled with curiosity about this type of architecture. Yes, this is where I live. You'll be staying here too. That room on the second floor will be your bedroom. Lin Yi nodded and pointed to the room next to his own bedroom on the second floor as he spoke. Hearing this, Anu's face instantly flushed crimson as she stammered, You mean, sleeping together with His Majesty? She seemed to have misunderstood. Lin Yi's expression froze, a question mark slowly forming in his mind. Was there something wrong with how I phrased it? Did you just mentally fill in that it meant sleeping together with me? Just as Lin Yi was momentarily at a loss for words, a figure suddenly rushed over from behind him. Lin Yi didn't even have time to react before he felt what seemed like two soft dough balls hitting his back, followed by a pair of slender little hands wrapping around his waist. Ah, it's the monarch. The monarch's here. He didn't even need to look. Lin Yi recognized that voice immediately. Turning around, he saw Anna's pitiful expression, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears. The girl actually cried. Anna, could you let go first? Lin Yi looked at her helplessly. Mainly because those mischievous little hands at his waist had been randomly tugging, leaving his clothes somewhat disheveled. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Anna suddenly came to her senses and stepped back like a little girl who'd done something wrong, releasing her grip. Ah, I'm sorry, Your Majesty, Anna didn't mean to. Suddenly, Anna's gaze shifted toward Anu as she curiously asked Lin Yi, Your Majesty, who is she? This is Anu, like you, she is also my attendant, Lin Yi replied, then turned to Anu and introduced, Anu, this is Anna. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Anna smiled knowingly and extended her hand toward Anu, saying, Nice to meet you. Anu gave a radiant smile and extended her hand, replying, Pleased to meet you. Lin Yi, who had been watching their handshake with a satisfied smile, nearly stumbled and fell to the ground when he heard Anu's remark. Ahem, Anu, what exactly do you mean by incontinence? Lin Yi twitched the corner of his mouth as he asked. Forgive him, after 9 years of compulsory education plus several more years of awakener training, he'd never known incontinence could be used as a greeting? Meeting someone and immediately talking about incontinence? Incontinence? Ha? Something's wrong with me? A young man named Lin Yi finds himself in a world where supernatural abilities are the norm, yet he lacks any. Just as he resigns himself to being ordinary, he stumbles upon the God-level card system, a game-changing power that lets him craft formidable cards by harvesting materials from defeated supernatural creatures. This, thanks to Rimuru, Cold Mountain Don't Cry, Wind and Snow Return, Sky, Boundless Oceans and Skies, for the Blade and Milk Tea. Thanks to First Encounter with Flowers, Shinfu Who Likes Akita Dogs, Lowly Protection Association Kita Jimamuji, Monologue 2 Desolate, for the update reminders. Thanks to Lowly Protection Association Kita Jimamuji for the inspiration capsule. Thanks to Royal Ice Vault for the explosive update celebration. Degree. Thank you all for the likes and support. Thank you all. This chapter's extra update is especially for you. Chapter 47, Epic Demon God Domain. Your Majesty, recognition of Bramble simply means regretting not having met sooner, Anu explained with a slight smile. Alright then. Forgive my limited knowledge. Lin Yi shrugged, lay down on the sofa, and said to Anna, Anna, I'm a little hungry. I'll cook, Anna replied immediately, then cheerfully ran into the kitchen. It must be said that Anna works with remarkable efficiency. Within less than 10 minutes, she had already prepared an entire table full of dishes. Braised white mushrooms, assorted stir-fried meats, shredded silver-stemmed vegetables, and braised swordfish. The sight of these delicacies made Linya's mouth water. Anna, how do you usually spend your days when I'm not home? Linya placed a slice of snow-white fish meat into his mouth while asking Anna. He's been gone for 2 days now. I wonder how Anna's been managing alone. There's no need to worry about her safety. I'm just concerned she might feel bored all alone. Resting her chin in both hands, Anna pursed her lips and stared blankly at Lin Yi, saying with a hint of grievance, "The days without my lord truly were unbearably long. Because I missed your majesty so much." Anna could only keep herself busy with chores to suppress the urge to go find you. Your majesty, Anna misses you so much. Is that so? No wonder the house is so clean. Lin Yi shook his head with a hint of heartache and amusement, saying, "Silly girl, if you're really bored, you could go out and have some fun." Anna shook her head firmly, pouting with utmost seriousness as she replied. Before the lord left, he instructed Anna to take good care of the house. At this point, her face brightened with a beaming smile as she added happily, "Besides, Anna doesn't want to go out. If I weren't here to greet my lord the moment you returned, I'd regret it to death." My lord, is Anna being very obedient? Yes, you're the most obedient. Now hurry up and eat, Lin Yi replied with a helpless smile. No, Anna must serve my lord his meal. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Anna's eyes lit up as she immediately raised her hand and rushed to his side. Before he could react, she grabbed the utensils and started feeding the dishes directly into his mouth. My lord, MMPH. No, I can do it myself. Thinking, this smells absolutely divine. Beside them, Anu watched their playful banter, her stunning face blossoming into a charming smile. In the midst of their frolic, the meal was devoured with whirlwind speed. Of course, it fell to Anna to tidy up the aftermath. Lin Yi reclined on the sofa with a satisfied expression, enjoying Anu's massage. Such a fulfilling and joyful life was truly addictive. However, the comforts of a lover's embrace would have to wait for now. It was time to start crafting the next card. Lin Yi spread his hands, and several materials appeared in his palms. A suspicious tentacle, 7 stars, a wooden dummy, 3 stars, an evil eye, 3 stars, an artifact of the evil god, 5 stars, plus a blank card. Gazing at the materials in his hands, Lin Yi fell into deep thought. Excluding the blank card, there were 4 other materials in total. However, based on previous experience crafting cards, there are several materials from inside the pickpocket that cannot be added simultaneously. For example, tentacles and relics of eldritch gods. They belong to different ancient deities, and their conflicting attributes make them incompatible for combination. As for that evil eye, Lin Yi wasn't sure whether it counted as part of an eldritch god or just ordinary material. After some thought, Lin Yi first added the tentacle and the wooden puppet into the blank card, then attempted to incorporate the evil eye as well. To Lin Yi's surprise, the addition was actually successful. It seems this evil eye is just ordinary material and can't be considered part of the evil god. The final material. Lin Yi glanced at the evil god's token and decided to try adding it in as well. After all, experimental results always carry uncertainty. You have to test multiple times to prove any particular outcome is correct. After some experimentation, Lin Yi finally confirmed it. This evil god's relic was successfully added too. Looking at the 4 materials incorporated into the white card, a strange light flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. Could he have been mistaken? Was this evil god's relic not closely related to the evil god after all? Or perhaps, could this mysterious tentacle have fallen from something like Shadamel? If that's the case, then this evil god is kinda pathetic. As Lin Yi pondered, the blank card containing the materials began emitting a dazzling light, rotating as it hovered in midair. Lin Yi snapped out of his thoughts and fixed his gaze intently on the card spinning faster and faster. No matter how many times he saw it, this sight never failed to make him tense up involuntarily. And how could he not be nervous? For materials were being added at once this time, one of which was the highest grade material he'd ever seen. If this failed, wouldn't he cry his eyes out? Heaven on one side, hell on the other, this was the ultimate gamble. Under Lin Yi's hopeful gaze, the card gradually slowed its spinning. The card that had originally glowed with white light gradually revealed an eerie purple radiance. Finally, the card ceased spinning, and before Lin Yi's eyes appeared a design depicting several tentacle-like appendages resembling octopus legs, encircling a sinister-looking wooden puppet. Name, Demon God's Domain. Type, Domain Card. Rank, Epic. Effect, the demon god was, the demon god is, and the demon god shall ever be. Not in the spaces we know, but between the spaces. Using this card, you will create a powerful domain where you alone are the supreme god within its bounds. Note, once deployed, the domain's range remains fixed and cannot be moved. Domain Card. Epic Tier. Looking at this card exuding an eerie purple glow, Lin Yi's breathing grew noticeably rapid. Had his luck just hit the jackpot? Bronze, Silver, Gold, Epic. Epic was the 4th tier card, second only to legendary cards. Am I the chosen one by fate? Shaking his head, Lin Yi couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. The outcome was actually within his expectations. After all, one of the materials was a 7-star grade item. Wouldn't it have been a total waste if this didn't yield at least golden tier results? However, this was his first time creating a domain card, and he had no idea how effective it would be. So far, the highest level card he had encountered was the Demon's Eye from the system's beginner gift package. The Demon Eye is quite practical, but it doesn't seem to fully match its grade level, as its assistance in combat isn't particularly significant. Maybe the system is just stingy. Lin Yi couldn't help but think. System? Lin Yi picked up the card and stood up, heading outside the villa. Using a domain card meant laying out a designated area, and the most logical place to establish it was naturally within his own home. Stepping into the courtyard, Lin Yi gently crushed the card in his hand. Snap! The card shattered as commanded, and a purple beam of light shot straight into the sky. The next instant, the villa was bathed in purple radiance, its glow enveloping the entire mansion and stretching hundreds of meters in every direction. Within the area shrouded in purple light, it was as if a giant cauldron had been overturned and placed over it. Within its confines, illusory tentacles manifested one after another, wildly thrashing about in the air. Simultaneously, in the courtyard before Lin Yi, a wooden puppet with a sinisterly charming smile abruptly appeared, silently standing in the very center of the yard. A powerful aura emanated from the wooden puppet. First update, Chapter 48, Anna's battle against the demon god's domain. Anu, can you sense the exact strength of that wooden puppet? Lin Yi looked at the wooden puppet and asked Anu standing behind him. Unfathomable. Anu shook her head and said. Lin Yi nodded. His question was somewhat rhetorical. He couldn't even sense this thing's true power, so how could Anu possibly perceive it clearly? This domain card truly lives up to its epic rank. It's extraordinarily powerful. As for exactly how strong it is, I'll need to test it on someone. Coincidentally, Anna had just finished packing and walked out. Your Majesty, did you make this? Anna asked curiously, looking at the wooden puppet in the courtyard. Lin Yi glanced at him and, with a thought, smiled at Anna. Anna, would you like to give it a try? Anna's strength was roughly at the Moonlight level's early stage. If she unleashed all her skills, she could even hold her own against Moonlight level's peak stage. This would be a perfect opportunity to test the specifics of this domain. Sure. Anna readily agreed, her little face brimming with eagerness. She walked into the courtyard, pointed at the wooden puppet, then turned back to ask Lin Yi, Your Majesty, I just need to hit it, right? Yes, go all out. Lin Yi nodded. Then I won't hold back. Receiving Lin Yi's affirmation, Anna's eyes darkened as her pupils turned ice blue. A morbid grin appeared on her strikingly beautiful face. A bloodstained dagger materialized in her hand as her skirt billowed without wind. Her figure vanished in an instant. In a flash, Anna reappeared behind the wooden figure, her dagger striking toward its neck with lightning speed. Watching Anna's confident demeanor, a barely perceptible smile played at the corners of Lin Yi's lips. A hint of purple light flickered through his eyes. In that same instant, the previously motionless wooden puppet abruptly raised its head, its sinister face revealing two pitch-black eyes that suddenly shimmered with an eerie violet glow. Just as Anna's strike descended, it vanished without warning. What? The strike missed its mark, and a flicker of astonishment flashed through Anna's eyes. She clearly hadn't expected this puppet-like figure to possess abilities akin to void concealment. Anna stood rooted to the spot, gripping her dagger tightly as she warily scanned her surroundings. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she abruptly raised her head to gaze skyward. Above her in the sky, the puppet figure had appeared at some unknown moment, hovering midair. His deep violet eyes locked onto Anna, sending an overwhelming pressure crashing down upon her. Don't just wait for death to come. Anna gritted her teeth and activated void concealment once more. Yet the moment she moved, the puppet figure above her head also sprung into action. Without any visible movement, he merely waved his hand. Countless phantom vines suddenly erupted from the ground. The moment these vines appeared, they shot explosively toward a certain void, as if tracking something's trail through the air. In the next instant, the vines plunged deep into empty space, forcing Anna to abruptly materialize from the void. Ah! Before Anna could react after emerging from the void, the surrounding vines frantically enveloped her, binding her tightly in an instant. Ah, Your Majesty, save me! Anna was greatly alarmed and hurriedly cried out to Lin Yi for help. No wonder she panicked. After being entangled by these vines, her entire body felt drained of strength, and all her abilities became unusable. While Anna was in a state of terrified panic, Lin Yi, who had been watching this scene the whole time, couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. With just a wave of his hand, the vines obediently delivered Anna right before Lin Yi. Staring at Lin Yi who stood right before her, even Anna with her usually slow reflexes understood what was happening. The panic on her face instantly vanished, replaced by an indignant expression as she puffed up her cheeks and complained, Your Majesty is so mean. You could obviously control these strange vines all along, yet you used them to tie me up.
Lin Yi didn't respond to her words, instead staring at her with a dazed expression.
Seeing Lin Yi's unusual behavior, Anna froze momentarily before lowering her gaze to look at herself. Whoosh! Realizing how she must look, Anna blushed crimson to the tips of her ears. She was in such a wretched state. Ah, my lord, don't look, put me down at once.
Anna covered her face with her hands, shouting in extreme shame and indignation.
Lin Yi also noticed something was amiss.
Clearing his throat with a light cough, he waved his hand, and the vines vanished instantly.
Eep! Anna plopped down onto the ground.
Now freed, she avoided looking at Lin Yi out of embarrassment, her face burning with shame.
Ahem, let's get down to business.
Lin Yi wisely chose to change the subject, asking Anna seriously, Anna, tell me how you felt just now.
How I felt?
Hearing Lin Yi's question, Anna, who had nearly recovered, blushed again and murmured, it was very embarrassing, so humiliating.
Stop right there, that's not what I meant. Lin Yi's mouth twitched, fearing Anna might blurt out something even more shocking. How did you feel during your fight with the puppet just now?
Anna blinked in surprise at the question, then nodded with utmost seriousness, my lord, that puppet was formidable.
Anna couldn't withstand a single move from it. Though extremely reluctant to admit it, that was indeed the objective truth. During the battle with that puppet just now, Anna had almost gone all out.
But even so, I couldn't even touch it and ended up being subdued in one move.
Thinking this, Anna suddenly raised her head with an uneasy expression and asked, Your Majesty, am I useless?
Lin Yi, who had been contemplating Anna's words, was momentarily stunned by her question. After a pause, he reached out to pat her head and said with a smile, how could that be?
Anna, your strength is already quite formidable.
It's just that this puppet happens to be the core of this domain, and its level is slightly higher than yours, that's all. The puppet had no consciousness of its own, relying mainly on Lin Yi's control. Of course, it could also attack autonomously, though without Lin Yi's direct manipulation, its strikes lacked power and flexibility. Beyond this, what pleased Lin Yi most was the source of this domain's power. That's right, it was that unfortunate evil deity again. The domain's energy was entirely siphoned from him.
One had to admire his resilience under such circumstances.
After comforting Anna, who'd suffered a setback, Lin Yi took her and Anu back to sleep.
Well, the normal kind of sleeping separately.
After being so busy for so long, he felt he needed a good rest. After all, there are other matters to attend to in the evening.
Hopefully those rats will stay hidden and not cause trouble, otherwise our workload will increase again.
While Lin Yi was resting, over at the Awakener Academy,
the mentor and those representatives from various factions had already noticed the anomalies in the trial. They discovered that numerous students' names had suddenly vanished from the individual rankings leaderboard. We must terminate the trial. Second update. Chapter 49, A Beautiful Misunderstanding.
In the Awakener Academy's main hall, both the dean and the instructors were all staring blankly at the large screen ahead. Just moments ago, while they were discussing which student had the most promising future, that very name suddenly vanished. Before they could even process this, a whole cluster of students' names began disappearing in rapid succession.
What did it mean when students' names disappeared from the rankings? It signifies their fall.
One or two would have been manageable, but hundreds of students vanished in an instant just now.
The trial must be stopped immediately.
The academy head clenched his fists, his aged body trembling uncontrollably. He was eager to know what could have possibly caused so many students to perish all at once.
You must understand, since the inception of the Awakener Academy,
across countless headmasters' tenures, such an appalling incident had never occurred before.
Even during the initial resurrection of the Elder Gods, there had never been such a massive loss of student lives in a single event. For this to happen under his watch, he would forever be remembered as the disgrace of the Awakener Academy's history.
The other instructors were also dumbfounded, clearly not expecting such an unexpected situation. Soon, all the instructors of the Awakener Academy sprang into action, sending an immediate message to the wristbands of every surviving student.
Emergency notice. Trial terminated. All students must return to the starting point immediately for assembly. Every student received the message at once, finding it utterly unbelievable. What's going on? Why is the trial being ended early? I don't know. Speaking of which, where are Wang Yujie and the others? Why haven't we heard from them? Anyone in the know care to share? This feels really off. Hey genius, your mom's calling you home for dinner, how do you not know this already? Get lost, Zhang Wei, right? I'll deal with you back at the academy. Are you out of your mind? Everyone's in the trial, who knows what's happening there?
The chat group immediately buzzed with activity. Though unclear about the situation, the students chose to follow the orders as soon as they received the message. The academy instructors gathered at the border of the dark zone, waiting for the students to arrive. Time passed quickly, and many students had already evacuated, gathering around their respective instructors. Class 1's Chen Yang and Jiang Yi had also retreated, but they suddenly realized someone seemed to be missing from their team.
Where's Lin Yi? Didn't he come out?
Chen Yang glanced around and, not spotting Lin Yi, muttered in confusion.
Jiang Yi shook his head. Haven't seen him. Could it be he didn't see the message? Su Yalan said with a hint of worry. I'll send a message to ask. Chen Yang immediately opened his bracelet and sent a message to Lin Yi. However, there was no response. Staring at the silent chat box, Chen Yang shrugged helplessly and said, he didn't reply to me. What should we do? Su Yalan grew even more anxious. Chen Yang waved his hand and reassured her. Don't worry too much. That guy is so strong he won't get into trouble. He might be sleeping soundly somewhere right now. Besides, if he's not responding, there's no way we can find him. Let's wait it out for now. Alright. After a moment's thought, Su Yalan nodded in agreement. Yet the trace of worry in her eyes lingered stubbornly, refusing to fade. Not far from Chen Yang and the others, Uncle Nan stood beside Su Qingyan. Young mistress. Su Qingyan nodded at him, then immediately asked, why has the academy suddenly terminated the trial? Because many students have died abruptly. Uncle Nan replied in a hushed tone, implying more as he continued, Miss, our people also discovered that a branch of the heretic god cult was destroyed within the trial area selected by the Awakener Academy. Oh, hearing this, a flicker of surprise passed through Su Qingyan's eyes as he said, the branch of the heretic god cult was destroyed? Indeed. Uncle Nan nodded and continued, moreover, the person who struck was incredibly powerful. Those heretical believers barely put up any resistance before they were all killed, including one Moonlight Tier heretic abomination. Su Qingyan pondered for a moment, then asked with a light laugh, Uncle Nan, who do you think could have done this? Hearing this, Uncle Nan's gaze flickered slightly as he replied solemnly, I believe you already have an answer, Mississippi. Su Qingyan gave a faint smile and said non-committally, in the entire Bachin city, aside from him, I can't think of anyone else with such capability. By the way, Uncle Nan, did the academy officials notice his performance this time? What was their reaction? Young miss, they've already grown suspicious, believing he's a follower of evil deities, Uncle Nan replied. Evil deity follower? Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment upon hearing this, followed by a touch of sarcasm as she remarked, what a delightful misunderstanding this is. I'd truly love to see what they plan to do next. A true deity mistaken for a follower of an evil god? I hope things turn out well for them. How's it going? Have they all returned? The dean looked at the group of students and asked a nearby instructor. Aside from those who fell, everyone else has returned, the instructor nodded in reply. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to remember something and immediately added, wait, Dean, it seems there's still one person who hasn't returned. Hearing this, the dean frowned and asked, who hasn't come back? Lin Yi. Hearing this name, several mentors beside the dean visibly froze, while the dean himself raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, the representatives from several powerful factions nearby reacted immediately. The young man who had suspected Lin Yi of being a cultist of the evil god laughed and said, everyone, I think we're starting to see some clarity here. That young fellow might have truly embraced the dark embrace of the evil god. The dean frowned and said in a displeased tone, my lord, since Lin Yi hasn't returned yet, we shouldn't jump to conclusions so quickly. Isn't his absence the clearest proof of all? The man scoffed disdainfully, ignoring the dean's words, and continued speaking to himself, I think we should issue a warrant for his arrest already. Such scum deserves to be executed outright. The others remained silent. The dean carefully considered for a moment before addressing the mentor beside him, find a way to ask his friends for more information about what's going on with him. Understood. The mentor nodded and headed toward Class 1. Among the three representatives, a middle-aged man looked at the young man and asked with some confusion, Shue Bowen, you seem quite keen on that student? The young man glanced at him lightly and smiled slightly, saying, when dealing with cultists, that's how we should be, isn't it? With that, without waiting for the middle-aged man to respond, he turned and left. As he walked away, he took out his phone to answer an incoming call. Hey, have you located the position yet? Good, I'm on my way. Third update, my hand cramped up, Omega? Thanks for all the gifts. An extra chapter tomorrow, 4 updates total. Special thanks to Warm 3-year-old for the 2 character summons, true love right there, asterisk. Other thank yous are in the comments, don't say I'm padding word count, degree 3 degree. Chapter 50, don't worry, I've got experience. In the spacious villa, Lin Yi was sleeping soundly in his bed. A petite figure peeked out cautiously from the neighboring room and stealthily slipped out. She tiptoed carefully to Lin Yi's door and gently pushed it open just a crack. At that very moment, the door of the room beside her also creaked open. Hearing the noise, Anna turned her head and found herself locking eyes with Anu. Anu was just about to ask something when Anna interrupted her. Shoo, Anu, come here, Anna whispered to Anu. Seeing this, Anu wisely closed her mouth and quietly walked over to Anna's side. Anu, would you like to sleep with His Majesty? Anna looked at Anu and asked with a sly smile. Hearing her words, Anu was stunned for a moment before her cheeks flushed crimson. She bit her lip and hesitated slightly as she said, if we do this, won't His Highness the Monarch be displeased? Then we just won't let His Majesty find out, alright? Anna said with full confidence, then took Anu's hand and continued, "Don't worry, I've got experience. As long as we don't make noise, His Majesty won't wake up. Besides, before waking up, His Majesty always likes to make some strange movements. We just need to leave after he moves." "Alright, fine." Though she said this, Anu still felt somewhat shy, burying her head against her chest as her face grew warm. Anna was much bolder, pulling her straight into Lin Ye's room. The two of them tiptoed under Lin Ye's blanket, watching him from either side. For her first time doing this, Anu peeked at the sleeping Lin Yi from beneath the covers, her beautiful eyes filled with happiness. "By the sovereign's side, it's so warm." Muttering these words, Anu drifted into sleep with a smile. Lin Yi had a dream of himself floating contentedly as a wisp of cloud across the sky. Then at one moment, fur slimes appeared on his body, hopping around incessantly. He reached out to grab them, but each time he caught them, they would somehow jump away in a strange manner. Lin Yi happily kept catching the slimes until they all merged into one and leaped straight at his face. "Ah, stay away from me." Lin Yi abruptly opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. He took a deep breath, his heart still pounding, and looked around with a dazed expression. No one else existed except for himself. Strange. Lin Yi scratched his head in confusion, unsure why he kept having these bizarre dreams lately, either grabbing bread or grabbing slimes. Could it be? A thought suddenly popped into Lin Yi's mind. Could it be that he's been affected by the sinister god's aura? The thought flashed briefly before Lin Yi shook his head, dismissing it. If there were any trace of an evil god on me, the magic I definitely couldn't have missed it. As for other external factors, that's even more impossible. With Anna and Anu guarding both sides, how could anything else possibly get in? That being said, the slime's texture is really quite nice. Lin Yi reached out his hand in a grasping motion, unable to resist smacking his lips. Setting aside that sudden giant slime that rushed his face later on, the initial part of the dream had actually been quite pleasant. Is it getting late already? No longer dwelling on the dream, Lin Yi turned his head toward the window and noticed the sun was already setting in the west. He got up, tidied himself up a bit, and then walked out of the room. As soon as he stepped out, he spotted Anna and Anu sitting on the sofa downstairs, chatting about something. "Good afternoon, Anna, Anu." Lin Yi greeted the two with a yawn as he descended the stairs. Anna and Anu instinctively stood up upon seeing Lin Yi come downstairs, bowing respectfully as they greeted, "Good afternoon, Your Majesty." There's no need to be so formal in the future. Lin Yi nodded and casually took a seat on the sofa, promptly noticing the 2 glasses of milk and a glass of water on the table. Lin Yi directly took the water and took a sip before asking the two, "Aren't you going to drink the milk?" "Lord Monarch, we've already drunk ours just now. These cups are prepared for you," Anna replied with a smile. "Our Lord Monarch has been working hard for several days and should replenish some nutrients." "I see." Lin Yi nodded understandingly. He set down the water glass and suddenly noticed that Anu looked a bit off. What's with this girl? Why has she been blushing and looking embarrassed ever since he came downstairs? Lin Yi frowned slightly and asked with some confusion, "Anu, what's wrong with you?" Anu, who had been lost in her own thoughts, abruptly lifted her head when she heard Lin Yi's question. Something's not right, seriously not right." With a stern expression, Lin Yi asked firmly, "Anu, if there's anything wrong, you must tell me, understand?" Anu lowered her head, not daring to meet Lin Yi's gaze, and whispered in a voice as faint as a mosquito's hum, "It's just a physical issue." "Oh no." Anna, noticing Anu's demeanor, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Your Majesty, Anu is talking about a common problem all girls face." Hearing this, Lin Yi suddenly understood. "I see now. Then it's easy to understand. But how could I possibly bring myself to ask about such things?" No wonder she was so embarrassed. Unable to find the right words, Lin Yi thought for a moment before finally saying to Anu, Anu, remember to drink more hot water recently." "Thank you for your concern, my lord," Anu replied softly, her face flushed. "This matter has come to an end." After eating something, Lin Yi had Anna bring out the few red robes he brought back yesterday. The trio donned the red robes and set out from the villa, ready for action. Originally, Lin Yi hadn't wanted to bring Anu along, but he couldn't overcome her stubbornness. "Your Majesty, what shall we do tonight?" Anna trailed behind Lin Yi, her curvaceous figure obscured by the crimson robe. Being able to go out with Lin Yi seemed to thrill her immensely. "Of course, we're going to catch some rats," Lin Yi replied with a smile. He was holding the device that could lock onto the aura of the eldritch cultists. "I have to admit, this thing really is handy." The screen displayed a dense array of red dots. There really are a lot of them. Lin Yi stared at the dense cluster of red dots on the handheld device in his palm and couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. I had only heard rumors about Bachin City harboring numerous cults of evil deities and their followers, but never had a concrete understanding of what that meant. Now, seeing the red dots on the device, he finally grasped just how vast their numbers truly were. The area currently covered by the device was just one district of Bachin City, yet the red dots already numbered no fewer than 1,000. It was staggering to imagine how deeply these sinister cults had infiltrated Bachin City. However, soon these red dots will disappear. Chapter 51, Civic-Minded Citizen, it's you again. North Star City, East District, outside a certain evil cult branch. Four crimson-robed cultists stood guard at the entrance, sitting idly on the steps while chatting half-heartedly. Brothers, I married a girl from another branch of our order. An older cult member sighed, breaking the silence first. That sounds great, doesn't it? Then why are you sighing? The believer beside him asked in confusion. He shook his head and said, you guys don't understand. Ever since she got married, she insists on us sleeping together every night. Do you think that's normal? As soon as he finished speaking, another person immediately chimed in, bro, that's definitely not normal. My wife and I only started sharing a bed after we had kids. At those words, the others immediately turned to look at him with strange expressions. Completely oblivious to their reactions, the man continued, speaking of which, haven't our recent gatherings been fewer than usual? Anyone know why? I heard there was a cult of evil gods wiped out outside Bachin City. Those people died horribly, not a single one escaped. An informed believer clicked his tongue and said, because of this incident, no one in our Bachin City branch dares to go out on missions anymore, afraid of being targeted. At this point, the man sitting at the far end, who hadn't spoken until now, chimed in, that's right. There may be fewer believers outside, but there are more people hunting them down. I heard there's one in the Eastern District specifically targeting cultists. Scared me so much I don't even dare go out anymore. Hearing this, the older believer beside him immediately laughed and patted his shoulder. What? Afraid those people will come knocking on your door? The man shook his head and sighed. No, I'm afraid of being recognized. At these words, the smile froze on the elder believer's face, and the other two's gazes suddenly changed as they looked at the speaker. Brother, are you joking? The elder believer gave an awkward smile. He glanced at the group, 4 people in total. There are always 3 guarding the gate. Why did it become 4 today? No. Who are you? The older believer's expression changed sharply as he abruptly withdrew his hand from the man's shoulder, demanding in shock and anger. His reaction instantly alerted the other 2, who swiftly retreated to flank him on either side. What the hell? When did this person appear? How come they hadn't noticed at all? Listen to me, I can explain. Actually, I can't make something up anymore. Just go die. The man stood up, shaking his head helplessly as he spoke. Under the crimson robe, fingertips twitched restlessly. In an instant, several streaks of silver flashed across the night sky, piercing through the bodies of 3 cultists before they could even react. Ding! Eliminated 3 7th-tier cultists of the evil god. Rewards obtained, elemental crystals *2100. Honestly, I think your way of speaking is quite amusing. Each one of you is a real character. Lin Yi shook his hand and looked at the 3 corpses on the ground while shaking his head as he spoke. Stepping over 3 corpses, Lin Yi glanced up at the entrance of the evil god cult branch and strode inside resolutely. Truly a bunch of rats hiding in the shadows, the path into their nest was unbelievably winding. After walking for several minutes, Lin Yi finally entered the branch headquarters. The entire facility was hidden underground, forming an exceptionally spacious space decorated like a bar. When Lin Yi entered, the cultists were still lost in their drunken revelry. Hey buddy, want a beer? One of the cultists spotted Lin Yi and mistook him for a newcomer. Grinning, he immediately handed him a bottle of beer. With a faint smile playing on his lips, Lin Yi accepted the beer and thanked him. Thanks, buddy. I'll make sure your death is painless later. No need to be polite. The man initially waved his hand with a smile, but upon reflection, immediately sensed something amiss. However, when he looked back at Lin Yi, all he had time to notice was a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. The next instant, a gleaming silver thread pierced straight through him. Plop! The man collapsed straight to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. The surrounding crowd froze at the sight, completely stunned. And then, murder! Someone's murdered someone. Oh no! Someone's broken into the branch. Go call the boss quickly. Call my ass. The dead guy is our boss. Run for your lives. The entire branch immediately descended into chaos. Everyone started screaming in panic, stampeding madly toward the exits. However, Lin Yi happened to be blocking the exit, and anyone who wanted to leave would have to get past him first. After killing the first person, Lin Yi's fingers danced through the air with elegant movements, as if playing a piano piece. Except this piano piece was a little different. Every time his fingertips descended, they randomly claimed the life of a cultist. Ding! Eliminated a Morning Star cultist. Reward obtained, white card *1. Ding! Killed a 9th Order evil cultist. Obtained, elemental crystal *900. Ding! Killed a Morning Star low order evil cultist. Obtained, a bloodstained steel rod. The system's notification tones kept ringing in Lin Yi's mind, sounding like heavenly music to his ears, prompting him to hasten his harvesting pace. Soon, all the followers of the evil cult's branch lay scattered on the ground, leaving Lin Yi as the only one still standing. Lin Yi ceased the movement of his fingers, extending his hand as several materials materialized in his palm. A bloodstained steel rod, 3 stars originally nothing but an ordinary steel rod,
it fortuitously fell from a great height, claiming the life of an evil cult follower.
After absorbing copious amounts of resentment, it has become something extraordinary.
Gazing at the dark iron rod in his hand, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction.
3-star material, not bad.
After wiping out the entire branch of the heretic god cult, I earned several 100,000 elemental crystals, 1 white card, plus a 3-star material. It doesn't seem like much, but this heretic god cult branch was seriously weak, not a single high-level Morning Star member among them.
I wonder if Anna and Anu managed to get anything good.
Lin Yi stashed away the materials, unable to help thinking about the 2 girls he'd sent out. Working together as a group of 3 really lowers efficiency. If we split up, the cleanup speed would improve significantly. Looking at the pile of corpses on the ground, Lin Yi rubbed his chin and took out his phone to dial the anonymous tip line.
Beep beep. Hello, this is the Federal Tip Hotline. May I ask you? Oh, it's our enthusiastic citizen again.
The operator on the phone started off normally, but then suddenly began screaming for some unknown reason. This caused Lin Yi's expression to turn rather odd.
What do you mean, him again? Ahem, that's right, it's me again. Over the phone, Lin Yi couldn't help rubbing his nose as he said, well, I get it, I got it. It's still about that card, right? Just give us an address. We'll send someone to verify immediately. Lin Yi. Ah ha ha ha, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Thanks for the god tier verification from Qianwu Dualili. Moi Kismark. Chapter 52, must capture him at all costs. So self-aware?
This almost made Lin Yi feel a bit embarrassed.
Alright, East District, number 15, 3rd Street.
Lin Yi recited the address and decisively hung up the phone. Old man, even though you're dead, the things you left behind are pretty damn useful. Lin Yi glanced at his phone and chuckled softly. He smoothed out his slightly disheveled red robe and silently walked away from the place, leaving behind a field of corpses. Lin Yi, or more precisely, his past self, had a rather tragic life. He was an orphan abandoned in the wilderness, fortuitously picked up by an old man. From then on, he lived with that old man, until he turned 12, when he accidentally discovered the old man's plan to join the cult of the evil gods, and the price of admission was offering Lin Yi as a sacrifice. Lin Yi fully understood why the old man chose to join the cult of the evil gods, because he was already terminally ill at that time, and would soon breathe his last. No one wants to die, not the old man, and certainly not Lin Yi. At the age of 12, his past self had unprecedentedly made the old man a bowl of brown sugar water that night, even feeding him 2 preserved eggs. The next day, he buried the old man, then moved out of that dwelling and began living alone.
System, do you think he's really dead?
Lin Yi walked down the deserted street when he suddenly posed this question to the system. He, of course, referred to his former self.
Not at all.
You replaced him, and he replaced you. The system gave Lin Yi an unexpected answer.
Oh, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying surprise as he instinctively asked, then how's he doing now? According to the system, did he cross over while the original owner of this body crossed back?
In his previous life, he was also an orphanage kid, just a college senior about to graduate.
If he had crossed over as himself, wouldn't he be facing the pressure of unemployment right after graduation? He's doing very well.
Within days he sensed elemental power and became a chosen awakener, the system replied.
That impressive?
Hearing the system's words, Lin Yi suddenly grew interested. He hadn't expected that his counterpart in another world had actually found a different path.
So did he get revenge on his classmates, charm the campus belle, become rich and handsome, and climb to the pinnacle of life? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask eagerly. System.
Seeing that the system remained silent, Lin Yi shrugged and stopped asking questions.
Well, it's only been a few days after all. Rising to power takes time. But still, I wonder, if I ever gain the strength to break through dimensional barriers, would I be able to return? Wouldn't it be utterly confusing to meet another version of myself?
With this thought in mind, Lin Yi had already tracked the aura of the cultists and located the next branch of the evil god cult. He calmly walked in, and the massacre continued. In another branch of the evil god cult, compared to the branches Lin Yi had slaughtered before, this sect of the heretic god cult was noticeably far larger, its interior adorned with far more extravagant and imposing decor, though the decor shares the same bar-style aesthetic. At this moment, the cult's branch was already packed with hordes of believers. They gathered around, with several core members of the sect's branch radiating powerful auras seated at the center. However, those skeletal members had no say today. All eyes were fixed on a figure in the middle, wearing a black bamboo hat that completely concealed their face. Your sudden visit to our branch, esteemed one, is this an inspection of our work? The branch leader of the cult looked at the straw-hatted man and asked with utmost reverence. Do I have nothing better to do than inspect your work? There are so many branches in the cult, if I inspected each one, I'd drop dead halfway. Has your brain been drained dry by women? The straw-hatted man glanced at him, his tone eerily calm. Hearing these words, the other cultists couldn't help stifling their laughter, while the branch leader looked extremely awkward but didn't dare show any anger.
Because the person before them was from their cult's headquarters, rumored to be a disciple of a certain high-ranking figure, someone who could effortlessly crush them with a mere flick of the hand. Fortunately, the black-robed man showed no interest in causing trouble for him. He simply took a seat on the couch and asked, "Recently, a genius emerged at the Awakener Academy in Bachin City. Are you aware of this?" Hearing this, the branch chief raised an eyebrow and said uncertainly, "Sir, you couldn't possibly be referring to Su Qingyan, could you? Her background is rather complicated, and we—" Before he could finish speaking, a chill crept through his entire body, making him shiver uncontrollably. He looked up at the straw-hatted man and met a pair of ice-cold eyes. "How did a fool like you become the head of this branch?" The straw-hatted man's voice was frigid, already tinged with a hint of murderous intent. The branch leader's face suddenly changed color as he hastily dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. "Sir, I truly didn't know there were any other geniuses at the Awakener Academy besides Su Qingyan. Spare my life, my lord." The straw-hatted man gazed indifferently at the division leader kneeling and begging for mercy. Finally, suppressing his killing intent with difficulty, he asked, "The person I told you to investigate today, did you find them?" Hearing this, the division leader immediately raised his head, nodding like a pecking chicken. Yes, we found them." With urgency, he pulled out a folder from his robe and handed it to the straw-hatted man. "Lin Yi, student of Class 1, Awaken Group, unable to manifest supernatural abilities. Yes, it's him alright." The straw-hatted man scrutinized the document in his hand, his eyes flickering with thought. He tossed the folder aside and stood up, declaring, "Gather some men and follow me. We must capture that kid tonight at all costs." "Yes." The others immediately responded. Including the branch chief, more than a dozen key members of the branch all followed the bamboo-hatted man out of the headquarters. Their destination was clear, the outskirts of the eastern district. In a certain branch of an evil god sect, amidst a floor littered with corpses, Lin Yi sat leisurely on a couch, with the surrounding bodies neatly cleared to the sides. Beside him, Anu and Anna sat together, smiling at him with amused expressions. "Why are you two back here? Didn't I tell you to go hunt down more cultists of the evil god?" he asked. Lin Yi picked up a cocktail, took a sip, and then asked the two of them, "Your Majesty, Anna missed you so much, and killing those filthy rats is just so dull and boring." Anna pouted pitifully as she explained to Lin Yi, "I don't believe a word you're saying." Lin Yi looked at Anna's aggrieved expression and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for the fact that the only notifications in his mind had come from killing cultists, he might have actually believed Anna's nonsense. That girl probably never went far at all. She must have been secretly following him from somewhere nearby. Even Anu's gotten corrupted by her. Never mind. As long as you two are happy." Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. Seeing this, Anna secretly rejoiced and winked at Anu. Then, she stood up and walked to Lin Yi, crouching down before tilting her head upwards. "Your Majesty has worked hard. Let Anna give you a massage," she said. With that, she began kneading gently. Lin Yi immediately closed his eyes to savor the sensation. This technique felt so good. Beep beep. Just as Lin Yi was enjoying Anna's massage, his phone suddenly rang. Who could be messaging him at this time? Lin Yi picked up his phone in confusion and saw a message from Chen Yang. "Lin Yi, where the hell are you, kid? I'm here with Jiang Yi and the gorgeous beauty Su to see you. You're still living at the same old place, right?" Chapter 53, Don't ask. If you ask, I'm getting a massage. Lin Yi glanced at Anna, who was giving him a massage, and calmly replied to Chen Yang without changing his expression. "I was sleeping during the day and didn't see your message. What are you doing looking for me in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" Just as the message was sent, the phone beeped again. "Damn, you were actually sleeping? And you're one to talk. Today's trial ended early. We couldn't find you anywhere and thought something had happened to you. Isn't the results coming out tomorrow? We wanted to discuss enrollment matters with you. By the way, are you home now? The trial ended early?" Seeing Chen Yang's message, a flicker of confusion passed through Lin Yi's eyes, but he still quickly replied, "I moved a couple days ago. If you're looking for me, you can go to the small Lotus Park in the eastern suburbs. There's a villa next to it. That's where I live now. Also, I'm not home right now. Could you wait a bit? I'll be back shortly." The message was sent, and after a while, Chen Yang finally replied, "A big villa? When did you strike it rich behind our backs, you rascal? Also, what are you doing out so late at night instead of staying home? Could it be?" Cheeky expression. Looking at Chen Yang's message, Lin Yi chuckled and opened the camera to take a photo of Anna, who was busy working. While taking the photo, Anna looked up slightly puzzled, blinking her big eyes with an adorable expression as she gazed at Lin Yi. "Lord Monarch, is Anna's service unsatisfactory?" Anna tilted her head and asked with a bewildered expression. No, Anna, please continue." Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively and sent the photo to Chen Yang. "Don't ask. Just know I'm enjoying a maid's massage right now. Photo attached. Chen Yang." On a quiet path somewhere, Chen Yang looked at the photo Lin Yi had sent him on his phone, and the grin on his face instantly froze. "Ah Yang, what did Lin Yi say?" Beside Chen Yang, Jiang Yi noticed his expression seemed off and immediately asked. Chen Yang didn't answer him immediately, instead remaining silent for a long while. Suddenly turning his head, he forced a smile and said, "That kid's doing just fine, living the dream. I don't think we need to go looking for him." With that, he turned his face away, his expression crumbling as he wiped away the envious tears at the corner of his eye alone. Seeing him like this, Jiang Yi and Su Yalan grew even more puzzled. What happened to Lin Yi? Beep beep. At that moment, Chen Yang's phone rang again. Chen Yang picked up his phone and saw a message from Lin Yi. "Forgot to mention, there's a bodyguard at my place. If you run into him when you go there, don't fight, just say the code phrase, Lin Yi, the dashingly handsome." Looking at this message, Chen Yang's face twitched. He put down his phone, forced a bright smile as he turned to Jiang Yi and Su Yalan, and laughed heartily, saying, I was just joking earlier. Lin Yi moved out, let's go. Later when we get to his place, we'll have a nice long chat." With that, Chen Yang strode forward, his pace noticeably quicker than before. "The three of you have such a close bond." Su Yalan watched Chen Yang's eagerness to see Lin Yi and couldn't help speaking with a touch of envy. Jiang Yi, standing nearby, nearly choked on his own saliva upon hearing this remark. He watched Chen Yang ahead of him, fists clenched and moving like the wind, and couldn't help but twitch his lips. True, they had a good relationship, precisely because of that closeness. He knew exactly what was up with Chen Yang right now. That Lin Yi must have posted something again that made Chen Yang want to punch him. Sigh. 3 seconds of silent mourning for Chen Yang in advance. Hope he doesn't get bullied too badly by Lin Yi. Thinking this, Jiang Yi quickly followed. Eastern suburbs. A group of cultists swaggered into the park. There were about a dozen of them in total, with the leader wearing a bamboo hat, his entire face wrapped in black cloth. It was the group that had just rushed over from the evil god branch. They hadn't been moving through the park for long when they spotted a large villa situated on a lawn not far away. "Are you sure that kid lives here?" Eyeing the luxurious villa ahead, the man wearing a bamboo hat spoke with a strange expression on his face. "According to the intel, that kid is supposed to be an orphan. How could an orphan afford a villa like this?" I don't know about that either, but according to our informants, he did enter this villa today." The branch chief also seemed puzzled, but still reported truthfully. Their informants are all ordinary people with no special abilities. Though lacking supernatural powers, their sheer numbers make them incredibly efficient at gathering intelligence. Moreover, they're easy to control, all it takes is money. From the moment Lin Yi entered Beichen City, their web of informants had him under surveillance everywhere. There's no way they could be mistaken. "Let's move." The straw-hatted man wasted no more words, waving his hand as he strode toward the villa. "Who cares if the intel is real? If it's fake, we'll just kill everyone in the villa, then squash this useless branch leader like a bug. If it's genuine, even better, we'll take them alive." But why was he so obsessed with capturing them alive? Because Lin Yi was the only person he had ever heard of who possessed strength without any supernatural abilities. A method to gain power without supernatural abilities or pledging to evil gods, I must have it. The bamboo-hatted man stared at the villa ahead, his eyes burning with fervor. He too was one without supernatural abilities, and born into a powerful faction at that. Since childhood, he'd believed himself a genius, until the day he secretly performed his awakening ceremony. Why had he rushed to awaken prematurely? Because he wanted to become the envied Awaken chosen by fate. Yet he failed, no matter how many times he tried. He couldn't awaken any supernatural abilities. He was trash, a useless mortal who couldn't awaken any powers. How could he, who had been praised since childhood, ever accept such humiliation? In the end, he turned to the dark god and gained power from it. Yet he remained unsatisfied, for after becoming a follower of the dark god, he had to live in constant fear of having his sinister allegiance discovered. Were it not for his uniquely special status exploited by the dark god's cult who gave him an artifact capable of simulating an Awaken's elemental aura, he would have long been reduced to skulking shadows like the rest of their vermin. He thought this miserable existence would last forever, until his student recruitment trip to Beichen City brought him astounding news. A powerless individual had somehow attained formidable strength. This gave him an opportunity, a chance to shed his identity as a cultist of the evil god. As for Lin Yi joining an evil god cult? The entire North Star City was under their surveillance. If Lin Yi had joined any evil god cult, he would definitely know. That was just something he made up on the spot. Soon, they had already approached the villa. However, the moment they stepped onto the lawn outside the villa, an angry shout came from nearby. "Halt! Who are you people?" Chapter 54. Hope that kid's bodyguard is up to the task. "Stop! Who are you?" A furious roar rang out from nearby. The straw-hatted man and the others froze for a moment, then turned their gaze in unison toward the source of the voice. Not far away, 2 young men and a girl were watching them with wary expressions. "What's going on? Did our information get leaked?" The branch leader looked at the 3 youths, a flicker of confusion flashing in his eyes. His words earned him a sidelong glance from the bamboo hat man. "You idiot, those 3 are obviously students from the Awakener Academy. The branch manager gave an awkward laugh and immediately shut his mouth. Chen Yang, is this really Lin Ye's place? Why are there other people here? Su Yalan looked at the group across from them and asked nervously. I don't know either. That guy said this was his new home, but who knows if he's just bragging. Chen Yang twitched at the corner of his eye upon hearing this. They had just arrived and couldn't believe that Lin Ye could afford such a massive villa. They knew all too well about Lin Ye's living conditions. He used to juggle multiple part-time jobs just to scrape by. Who would have thought that after just a few days apart, this guy would move into a huge villa? However, since Lin Ye said this was his home, they had no reason to question it. The most urgent matter now was figuring out who these people were who wanted to enter Lin Ye's house. With this thought, Chen Yang turned to Zhang Yi, who had been silent, and asked, Zhang Yi, did you notice anything? Hearing this, Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and replied calmly, they're cultists of the evil god. Judging by their attire, they should be members of the Aesop heretic cult. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Chen Yang and Su Yalan were simultaneously startled. What? Followers of the heretic god? Chen Yang whirled around to face the group, his gaze growing solemn as he began channeling elemental energy. Zhang Yi, are you sure? If this was real, then they'd be in real danger today. Seriously, just what the hell did Lin Yi do to get targeted by the heretic god cult? Chen Yang gritted his teeth secretly while feeling somewhat fortunate that Lin Yi wasn't at home, and that they'd happened to come searching for him there. Otherwise, that kid might have been in grave danger today. He needed to warn him immediately not to return tonight. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Chen Yang gave no consideration whatsoever to his own safety. Yes, I've had contact with members of this heretic god cult before and am quite familiar with some of their distinguishing characteristics. Zhang Yi nodded, confirming his earlier statement. Having said that, he continued, they will stop at nothing to kill their opponents. Chen Yang, be careful during the fight later, watch out for their underhanded tactics. Additionally, they possess an ability that can make people fall into a dream state. However, falling into dreams won't affect the two of us. As he spoke, he looked at Su Yalan and said, Su Yalan, you need to be especially careful. Whatever you do, don't fall asleep under their influence, or you'll never wake up again. Why should I care? Su Yalan was puzzled by Zhang Yi's words and couldn't help asking. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment before looking up and saying, don't ask. If you must know, it's because we're stronger than you. Su Yalan, why are these two being as pretentious as Lin Yi? While they were still discussing, the cultists across from them had already grown impatient. What are you standing around for? Kill them! The bamboo-hatted man snorted coldly and waved his hand at the stunned crowd of heretical cultists. Yes. Without daring to delay, those heretical cultists immediately launched their attack against the trio. They were all core members of the heretical cult, with strength at least at the Morning Star level or above. Among them, the branch leader was even an early-stage lunar moon tier powerhouse. The sound of swishing filled the air. More than a dozen charging cultists of the evil god brandished spike-like weapons, their chilling glints flashing ominously in the night. Zhang Yi, they're coming. Seeing this, Chen Yang tensed up and prepared for battle. A faint glow emanated from his body as the high-hanging moon above showered its light solely upon Chen Yang, converging upon him in a focused beam. Zhang Yi gave a slight nod, spreading his hands open as the shadows beneath his feet rapidly expanded, soon enveloping an entire area. Nightfall descended. With a sweep of his hands, the swirling shadows obeyed his every gesture, swiftly engulfing the charging cultists of the evil god. Light and dark element awakeners? Seeing the performance of Zhang Yi and Chen Yang, a flicker of surprise flashed in the eyes of the straw-hatted observer. Light and dark element awakeners are exceptionally rare. Not even the holy cities would necessarily produce one, so how could two appear at once in a remote backwater like Beichen City? How interesting, could they possibly be from those two organizations? The straw-hatted man concealed beneath dark cloth revealed a sinister smile, his eyes gradually gleaming with peculiar interest. He immediately commanded his attacking devotees, don't kill those two youngsters, capture them alive for me. Upon hearing his orders, the cultists of the evil god instantly displayed fervent zeal. The Lord commands we take them alive. Zhang Ye's ability didn't seem to affect them much. Though engulfed by the shadowy shroud that obscured their vision, they could still sense Zhang Yi and Chen Yang's positions, their movements remaining utterly unimpeded. Damn it! Zhang Yi cursed under his breath, his narrowed eyes opening slightly to reveal a profoundly grave gaze. Chen Yang, they're at the Morning Star level, we can't fight them head-on. Morning Star level? Chen Yang's eyes widened as he turned to glance at Zhang Yi. Their current strength barely reached Awakening Tier 3. Even with both of them working together, they might barely handle opponents below Morning Star level. But against actual Morning Star combatants? Not even divine intervention could help them win. Zhang Yi couldn't come up with a solution at the moment. He never expected that a Morning Star level evil cultist would appear outside Lin Ye's home, and seemingly targeting Lin Yi specifically. Moreover, there was still that bamboo-hatted man watching from behind, someone undoubtedly even more formidable. While they were still stunned, the cultists of the evil god had already closed in. Never mind that, you all retreat first. I'll hold them back. Chen Yang gritted his teeth and charged toward those cultists of the evil god. Light's protection. He let out a fierce shout as the radiance on his body burst forth, swinging his fist toward the lead cultist. The evil god's cultist seemed to sense it, countering with a fist as swift as lightning. Bang! Oomph! Fist met fist, and Chen Yang's expression instantly changed as he was sent flying backward with a muffled groan. If the master hadn't specifically asked to keep you alive, that punch would have killed you. The evil worshipper shook his hand dismissively, radiating utter contempt. Chen Yang was caught by Jiang Yi as he was flung backwards, trickles of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as the light around him completely faded. Chen Yang, are you alright? Jiang Yi frowned deeply as he looked at Chen Yang and asked. Chen Yang shook his head and soon seemed to realize something. He said to Jiang Yi, judging by the situation, we won't be able to leave. Jiang Yi's heart sank. He wanted to say something, but Chen Yang raised his hand to stop him. Tilting his head back to glance at the villa behind him, he flashed a brilliant grin. I hope that kid's bodyguard is strong enough. Jiang Yi, let's go to his place. Chapter 55, you call this a bodyguard? Go to his place? A flicker of confusion flashed through Jiang Yi's eyes, but he didn't ask further. With a nod, he helped Chen Yang up. Hey, beautiful Su, keep up. Jiang Yi called out to Su Yalan, then turned and waved his hand behind him before sprinting off toward Lin Ye's villa without looking back. A massive wave of shadow surged toward the cultists, instantly swallowing them in complete darkness. But this had minimal effect on the Morningstar-level cultists, who quickly broke through the veil of darkness. Keep up! Jiang Yi and his group fled while the cultists pursued, closing in on them rapidly. Are we really going to die here today? Chen Yang glanced sideways at the cultists of the evil god practically right behind him and let out a somewhat miserable laugh. Truth be told, he was already at the end of his rope from that earlier punch. He couldn't have run much farther even if he tried. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, several cultists of the evil god landed in front of them, turning around with cruel smiles spreading across their faces. Hee, what's the use of running? The outcome will still be the same, a cultist of the evil god sneered, advancing toward them. Jiang Yi's heart sank as he swung his hand, unleashing a surge of dark shadows. Yet with a mere flick of his wrist, the cultist dispersed the oncoming shadows. Jiang Yi, just run by yourself. Don't worry about me. Chen Yang laughed bitterly, already in despair. However, given Jiang Yi's abilities and his hidden cards, escape was still within his reach. But as for him, no way. Jiang Yi shook his head violently, his gaze unwavering as he declared, if we're to die, then we die together. Besides, it's not like there's no chance at all. As he spoke, his eyes became completely shrouded in darkness, with faint black streaks flowing down like tears. This time, he had resolved himself to die. Jiang Yi, you. Jiang Yi's transformation caught Chen Yang's eye, causing his gaze to tremble violently. Yet at that very moment, a deafening hum suddenly resonated. Buzz! The moment the roar sounded, everyone was startled, including the approaching cultists of the evil god, who froze and instinctively turned their gazes toward the source of the noise. Their eyes converged on the villa not far behind them. Under the collective gaze, the villa suddenly emitted an eerie purple glow, instantly enveloping the entire building and its surroundings within a radius of several hundred meters. Everyone found themselves bathed in that ominous purple radiance. What is this? Everyone was puzzled by the eerie purple glow. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared above the villa, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Before they could react, the figure suddenly turned around, its eerie grin fixed on everyone. Boom! An overpowering aura erupted from its form, instantly enveloping everyone present with its terrifying pressure. It's so powerful, what kind of creature is this? Even the straw-hatted observer couldn't help but feel shocked as he stared at that eerie entity. How could such a bizarre entity appear in a place like this? Is this Lin Ye's bodyguard? Chen Yang stared at the eerie being with its sinister grin, completely dumbfounded. He probably realized what this thing was. Lin Yi had previously told him that there was a bodyguard at his house and specifically warned them not to pick a fight with it. He had originally assumed it was just an ordinary security guard or something similar. Who would have thought the bodyguard Lin Yi mentioned would turn out to be such a formidable being? Just its aura alone made him tremble with fear. The eerie figure stood aloft in the sky, motionless. The straw hat wearer furrowed his brows and barked at the dazed cultists. It hasn't made a move yet. Hurry up and capture them for me. Hearing his words, the blasphemous cultists immediately snapped to attention, their gazes shifting away from it to turn towards Jiang Yi and the others. It doesn't seem to be taking action. What should we do now? Su Yalan asked with some seriousness upon seeing the situation. Shen Yang glanced at those cultists of the evil god, then looked up at the eerie figure standing tall in the sky. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes and shouted, Lin Yi, you handsome devil. God, this is so embarrassing. Damn it, Lin Yi, if this trick doesn't work, I swear I'll haunt your dreams and curse you to oblivion. Chen Yang's shout immediately drew everyone's attention. Yang, Lin Yi can't hear you. Jiang Yi's lips twitched as he spoke, thinking Chen Yang had gone mad.
No, this is the secret signal Lin Yi told me. Chen Yang flushed with embarrassment as he explained, his face turning crimson.
Secret signal? Even he himself wouldn't believe it. Who would set a password like this? Lin Yi, no more pretending. Cards on the table, it's me. Ha ha ha, has this kid lost his mind from fright? The cultists couldn't help but burst into laughter, endlessly mocking Chen Yang's shouted declaration. They simply didn't see it.
After Chen Yang shouted those words, that eerie presence hovering high in the air flickered with a trace of violet light in its eyes.
Enough talk, just grab them already. Someone had already lost patience, reaching out to seize Zhang Yi and the others.
Just as he reached out, a tentacle suddenly emerged from the ground and instantly coiled around his entire arm. This sudden and shocking turn of events caught everyone off guard.
What the hell is this thing?
The cultist whose arm was ensnared shouted in terror, trying to free himself by pulling at the tentacle with his other hand.
Put!
A strange sound suddenly rang out, followed instantly by an explosion of flesh and blood. Everyone froze, even the outstretched hand of the cultist stopped mid-reach. Dazed, he looked down only to find the entangled limb had utterly vanished. Scattered across the ground were nothing but splinters of bone and shredded meat.
Ah!
Dazed for several seconds, the man suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream as blood gushed uncontrollably from his severed arm.
The next instant, the tentacle moved again. Old 3, run for it.
Someone noticed immediately, their eyes widening as they shouted a warning. The man was still screaming in agony when he suddenly processed those words. His eyes snapped toward the tentacle.
Put!
In an instant, his body was pierced through, leaving no chance to escape.
Ha!
His eyes bulged wide with disbelief as he stared at the tendril that had impaled his torso. The next moment, his breath dissipated, and his body dried up grotesquely. In just a short while, only a withered corpse remained.
Hiss! This astonishing scene made everyone collectively gasp in shock. A high-level Morning Star cultist died just like that? What the hell is this tentacle? Gulp! Chief, what should we do now?
A cultist of the evil god stared wide-eyed at the desiccated corpse, stammering as he addressed the branch leader.
Run, hurry up and run.
The division chief couldn't stop his legs from trembling, and cold sweat kept pouring from his forehead. Without waiting for anything else, he shouted and immediately turned to run.
Run!
His shout made the other cultists panic, and they immediately followed suit by fleeing. No one wanted to die, even if they were blood-soaked cultists who had committed countless atrocities.
However, they seemed to be overthinking things.
The moment they began to flee, that eerie figure looming in the sky suddenly vanished. The next moment, he appeared before all fleeing cultists of the evil god. He mechanically raised his head, that eerie grinning face now confronting every cultist of the evil god.
Simultaneously, an utterly chilling, ethereal laughter unlike anything a human could produce emanated from its mouth. He. Thank you to Hanjohn's Patroclus for the 3 super chat gifts. So much love greater than over equal to omega less than over equal to, /. Thank you everyone for the gifts. Manhwa, *sigma. Chapter 56, Anna's Massage Technique Tutorial.
The tensions in the villa had reached a boiling point. A terrifying massacre is about to unfold. At this very moment, in some dark deity's branch office just a few streets away.
Here you go, Your Majesty. Ah.
Lin Yi lounged comfortably with his head resting on Anu's lap, opening his mouth with blissful contentment to receive the grape she fed him. Beside him, Anna had already assumed the proper posture. Now, the art of massage requires precisely this: rolling up your sleeves, assuming the correct stance, and then gently pushing like so. Using the power from your waist to create effective impact, that's how we can truly bring His Majesty pleasure. Anna gently pressed and kneaded Lin Yi's back with her hands, while simultaneously explaining the technique to Anu. Having said that, she smiled and asked Lin Yi softly with narrowed eyes, "How does it feel, my liege?" Feels very comfortable. Lin Yi instinctively replied, then immediately corrected himself upon realizing his slip. He'd nearly spoken his true feelings out loud. That being said, Anna's massage technique feels amazing.
Anu's lap pillow is pretty great too. Ding!
Killed a Dawn-tier cultist of the evil god. Obtained. Yuga Spike *1. The system's prompt unexpectedly rang out in Lin Yi's mind, instantly jolting his eyes open.
Did the system just go off for no reason? Killed the cultists of the evil god? Both Anu and I are right here, who went and killed the evil god's followers? Aside from Chen Yang and his group, could there be demonic cultists who've also come to my home? Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. There really shouldn't be any other possibility.
A Morning Star level evil cultist, with their current strength, Chen Yang and his team might be in serious trouble.
Your Majesty, what's wrong? Anna noticed the change in Lin Yi's expression and stopped what she was doing to ask. Some uninvited guests have arrived at home, Lin Yi said with a cold laugh, then pinched Anna's cheek. Let's go, it's time to head back.
Getting up, Lin Yi glanced at the corpses strewn across the evil god branch office and dismissed the thought of calling the tip line, turning to walk out instead.
On the way home, Lin Yi pulled out his phone and sent a message to Chen Yang. Chen Yang, are you still alive? Beep beep. still alive, but almost died. Lin Yi, be honest, did you piss someone off? Why are so many cultists after you? Chen Yang replied. Reading his message, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was safe, that was all that mattered. Still, sensing the faint resentment in his words, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile knowingly. I have no idea either. I just wiped out a few evil cult branches, surely that's not serious enough for them to come looking for trouble? It's good that you're okay. By the way, did you shout the code phrase I taught you? Chen Yang. Before Chen Yang could reply, Lin Yi sent another message. Looks like you did shout it, otherwise you wouldn't be leisurely texting me right now. Alright, you won't be in any danger. I'll be right back. Outside the villa, Chen Yang was stunned by the message Lin Yi had sent him. How about it? What did Lin Yi say? Zhang Yi steadied him, not checking the messages. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on that eerie figure. That guy said we're out of danger now. Chen Yang's lips twitched as he remarked with evident bitterness. That's it? Zhang Yi shot him a puzzled glance and asked, didn't he say anything else? No, Chen Yang muttered sullenly. His demeanor made Zhang Yi look at him strangely. On the other side, the cultists stared in horror at the puppet blocking their retreat. The gruesome death of their comrade was still fresh in their minds. Were they next? Minister, what should we do now? The cultist of the evil god was already in despair and could only ask their own minister. However, even the division leader wore a look of terror. This eerie entity was beyond his capabilities to handle. In sheer desperation, he suddenly recalled the straw-hatted figure not far away. He immediately turned his head and shouted toward the figure, Sir, save me. Yet, the straw-hatted man didn't even glance at them, his gaze fixed with unusual intensity on that eerie figure. He was utterly bewildered. How could such a powerful being appear here? Even he couldn't help but feel fear when sensing the terrifying aura emanating from that presence. Damn it! He cursed under his breath and turned away without a second thought. As for saving others, he had no intention of risking his life for useless devotees of branch cults. But this meant catching Lin Yi would require careful planning from now on. His departure left all the branch devotees dumbfounded. The branch chief froze for a moment before unleashing a surge of long-suppressed fury, unable to stop himself from roaring. What the hell? Just because he's from headquarters he gets to act superior? What a damn coward. Chief, since the envoy has left, are we doomed? Another key member of the sect asked with despair in his voice. Their strongest fighter was the bamboo hat man. If even he had fled, what chance did they have of surviving? What kind of lord? Pah! The branch chief spat disdainfully, his gaze venomous as he sneered. Do they really think we can't survive without him? I'll fucking lead you out myself. He had reached the point of throwing all caution to the wind. Having been in the evil god cult for so long, he should have realized what kind of scum those people were. At times like this, you can only rely on yourself. Director, do you have a plan? Seeing his confident demeanor, several cultists' eyes lit up as renewed hope for survival sparked within them. The division chief fell silent, casting a covert glance at Zhang Yi and the others before sneering and saying, I know how to make this thing obedient. With that, he strode forward with utmost confidence, stopping directly before that eerie entity. Behind him, the cultists of the evil god watched their fearless division chief with fanatical zeal, cheering wildly. All hail the mighty chief! Victory to the chief! The division chief appeared quite confident, but inwardly he was feeling a bit panicked. Under the scrutiny of everyone's gaze, he tentatively shouted, Lin Yi, the ultimate heartthrob? As the words left his mouth, he himself was fine, but the cultists behind him all froze in stunned silence. What is the minister doing? The minister, has he gone mad? A cultist of the evil god said with a dazed expression. It's not impossible, perhaps the minister has been scared out of his wits. The division chief ignored the strange looks and expressions from his own people, instead glancing back at Zhang Yi and the others after his shout. Indeed, upon hearing his shouted words, Zhang Yi and Chen Yang's expressions suddenly changed. It seemed his suspicions were correct. Their reactions caught the division chief's attention, making his eyes light up sharply. Sure enough, the slogan that Kid just shouted out was the key to preventing this eerie entity from attacking him. Ah, I bet right. He suddenly burst into laughter, turning his head with a wicked smile. Yet, the instant he turned around, the smile on his face froze abruptly, because that eerie presence was right in his face. The next card is coming right up, it's the protagonist's weapon. To thank everyone for their enthusiasm, the author has decided to let the top 3 readers on the gift leaderboard design the weapon's 3 skills. The cutoff time for the leaderboard is tomorrow before noon. The card after that will be a servant's weapon, with skills designed by readers ranking 4th to 6th on the gift leaderboard, and its appearance won't be too far off. Chapter 57, Meeting a Lost Cultist of the Evil God. Thud, thud, thud. The eerie grinning face was inches away, making the division chief feel as though his breath had been stolen, his heartbeat roaring like thunder in his ears. Of course, it wasn't anything resembling a king's engine. He felt near death. This was the terror of mortality itself. Those glowing purple eyes felt like the gaze of the Grim Reaper, as if they could snatch his life away in the very next second. Gulp! He didn't dare move a muscle as he stared at the eerie presence before him. The division chief struggled to overcome his fear before cautiously speaking, "Lin, Grand Marshal Lin Yi. Boom! Danger!" Before he could finish speaking, a bone-chilling coldness seeped through his entire body. Without a second thought, two massive spikes materialized in his palms as he fiercely thrust them forward. Whoosh! A tentacle lashed out with even greater speed. Smack! The moment it made contact, the spikes in the branch leader's hands vanished into nothingness, not even managing to block for a single instant. His eyes widened suddenly as he instinctively stumbled backward, but the tendrils were uncountable times faster than him. Bang! Ah! The tentacle lashed against him, instantly exploding half his body into a bloody mist while the remaining half collapsed at the feet of those heretical cultists. Ugh, h. Despite having only half his bloodied body left, the division chief didn't die immediately. He simply stared at the sky with wide eyes, boundless terror still frozen in his gaze. Witnessing the miserable state of their division leader, the cultists' faces went numb with shock. The leader's dead. Run! Run now! One cultist completely broke down, screaming and fleeing in panic. The others snapped out of their daze and immediately followed in frantic retreat. If they stayed where they were any longer, they'd probably follow the director to the grave in the next second. The subdivision chief tilted his head, staring blankly at his frantically fleeing subordinates. His gaze seemed to say, "I can still be saved." His dying thought flashed through his mind. In the next life, I'll never trust coded signals again. He. The corpses on the ground didn't even catch the puppet's attention. Its violet eyes were fixed on the fleeing cultists of the evil god. Its grotesquely split mouth emitted continuous shrill, ethereal laughter that echoed endlessly through the night air, like a symphony composed by death itself. Slowly, it extended both hands and began weaving gestures through the empty air. In an instant, countless massive tentacles manifested before the fleeing cultists of the evil god, abruptly crashing down upon them. Boom! A dull thud resounded as dust violently erupted, and then everything fell into silence. When the dust settled, not a single one of the dozen or so cultists remained, only dark stains of blood smeared across the ground. After completing all this, the puppet man glanced at Chen Yang and the others, gave an eerie smile, and vanished from sight. Ha. Though the puppet man had disappeared, his ethereal laughter still echoed in Chen Yang's ears, leaving them in a state of lingering shock. Phew, he didn't kill us. Chen Yang stared blankly at the spot where the puppet man had disappeared, remaining motionless for a long time before finally coming back to his senses. His taut nerves suddenly relaxed, and as soon as he realized what had happened, he felt his legs give way, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Ha. Lying on the grass, overwhelmed by the immense relief of having survived his ordeal, Chen Yan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jiang Yi also sat beside him, squinting with a faint smile. Su Yalan stood to the side, her gaze fixed on the villa not far away, lost in thought. After the laughter subsided, Chen Yang's expression grew oddly contemplative as he spoke. "So this is Lin Yi's family bodyguard? That guy, just how much more is he keeping hidden from us?" After saying these words, Chen Yang turned his head and asked Jiang Yi, "What do you think? If we invite Lin Yi to join us, would he agree?" Listening to his question, Jiang Yi smiled faintly from where he sat and replied, "No need to ask me, you already have the answer." Ha. Chen Yang cracked a smile, his complexion regaining some color as he pondered and said, The forces behind that guy probably surpass even our organization. Who knows which one it could be? Divine attendants, cross swords, or perhaps some holy sect? Ah well, never mind, we'll just have to grill him properly when he gets back." In the tranquil alley, a figure shattered the silence. Wearing a conical hat, he darted left and right across the rooftops. It was none other than the conical-hatted man who had just escaped from the villa. Fortunately, he hadn't stepped into the area covered by the domain at that time, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to escape. Damn it, how could that kid's family have something like this? He cursed inwardly as he fled, not daring to delay for even a second. He had no idea that the puppet couldn't leave the domain's range, fearing that once those evil cultists were dealt with, that eerie presence might come after him. He just couldn't wrap his head around it. How could someone so terrifying exist in Lin Yi's household? Hadn't that kid had no prior contact with other factions before this? Looks like he'd have to wait for another opportunity. If all else fails, he'd have no choice but to report to headquarters and let them handle it. Just as he was pondering, his fleeing figure suddenly halted, stopping at a corner of the alley. 3 figures appeared before him, slowly walking his way. As he wondered who could be blocking his path, the 3 figures gradually became clearer under the moonlight. When the straw-hatted man saw the appearance of the leading figure, a sudden flash of astonishment flickered through his eyes. Lin Yi? His tone carried uncertainty. The person before him looked exactly like the photograph from the intelligence he had gathered. But wasn't that kid supposed to be at home? How could he be here now, blocking his path? Lin Yi was also somewhat surprised by the approaching figure. He was just heading home when he unexpectedly sensed a rather powerful aura from a cultist of an evil deity and decided to investigate. To his surprise, the moment he arrived, the cultist immediately recognized him. Could it be someone familiar? Oh, you know me? Lin Yi looked at the conical hat figure with an intrigued smile. The figure remained silent for a moment before decisively removing their conical hat and pulling aside the black cloth obscuring their face, revealing strikingly striking features. Student Lin Yi, I'm one of the representatives responsible for this year's Awakener Academy admissions. You may call me Instructor Shui. Though you may not know me, I'm quite familiar with you. Your performance in this trial was exceptionally outstanding. I've been paying special attention to you. He immediately introduced himself with a sunny smile, appearing completely harmless. This was truly a case of searching far and wide only to find what you needed right where you least expected it. One moment he was racking his brains over how to catch that kid, and the next, as if heaven itself delivered him, there the boy stood right before his eyes. Perfect. Let's catch him right here. Moreover, there's not a trace of evil god worshipper aura emanating from me, so with that kid's intellect, there's absolutely no way he could see through it. With just a little coaxing, he'd be able to firmly grasp Lin Yi, completely off guard. Shui Bowen's imagination was quite splendid, and perfectly reasonable at that. Things would undoubtedly unfold exactly as he envisioned. Oh, so you're not a cultist of the evil god after all? Watching Lin Yi utter these words with exaggerated, poorly acted theatrics, Shui Bowen's smile instantly froze on his face. Thanks to Hu Lao who loves spiced pork intestines platter, Twilight Knight, Wu Shikong for the character summons. Thanks to Twilight Knight for the Shiora gift. Degree. Thanks everyone for the milk tea, razor blades, and inspiration capsules special appreciation. Sigh, thank you all for the likes and heartfelt support. Thank you. Chapter 58 What it means to have high emotional intelligence. Has anyone told you that having low emotional intelligence isn't a good thing? Shui Bowen forced a smile and said to Lin Yi, even if you've discovered I'm a cultist of the evil god, at least try to act convincingly. That look on your face, are you afraid I won't realize you know my identity? Is my acting really that bad? Lin Yi scratched his head in confusion and turned to Anna with a puzzled expression. Anna, what exactly counts as high emotional intelligence? Anna tapped her fingertip against her lips, answering uncertainly, Your Majesty's question is quite profound. It's not easy for Anna to explain with words alone. Here's an idea, why don't I just demonstrate it for Your Majesty instead? With that, Anna turned to face Shui Bowen, the corners of her lips gradually curving upward. Shui Bowen frowned slightly, his gaze shifting from Lin Yi to Anna with a touch of gravity. For some reason, this blonde girl in a maid's outfit gave him an inexplicable, subtle sense of pressure. Giggle. Anna gave a radiant smile, though it was tinged with an unsettling, morbid air. In the next moment, her figure abruptly vanished from sight. Witnessing this, Shui Bowen's pupils constricted sharply. She disappeared. No trace of any aura could be detected. As he stood in shock, Anna's figure emerged behind him, her morbid laughter and words resounding against his eardrums. With His Majesty's extraordinary emotional intelligence, how dare you, a lowly cultist of the evil god, not confess willingly? Swish! Before the words had even finished, a slender, long leg came sweeping through the air. Shui Bowen's eyes widened as he quickly turned and crossed his arms to block it. Thud! A dull thud sounded as Shui Bowen was sent flying, skidding across the ground for quite a distance before finally coming to a stop. Watching Anna's strikingly simple demonstration, Lin Yi nodded in sudden realization, saying, So this is what high emotional intelligence looks like. Anna landed beside Lin Yi, her eerie smile fading as she gently remarked, Truthfully, Your Majesty possesses extraordinary emotional intelligence. How could these wretched vermin ever comprehend Your Majesty's greatness? Lin Yi nodded matter-of-factly, patting Anna's head with a chuckle. Well said, Anna. Your words truly resonate with me. I'll reward you with something delicious when we return. Ignoring Anna, who was blushing to the tips of her ears and gazing at him with intoxicated eyes, Lin Yi walked slowly toward Shui Bowen, who lay curled on the ground like a dead dog. Midway, Shui Bowen suddenly twitched, then shakily rose to his feet. His face twisted in pain as he clutched one arm, watching Lin Yi's approach with a darkened expression. I don't understand, how did you discover my identity? This was something he couldn't quite fathom. Despite possessing an artifact that concealed his aura, something even solar-grade experts couldn't penetrate, how had this kid seen through it? You don't understand a lot of things, do I have to explain each one to you? Lin Yi scoffed, deliberately ignoring Shui Bowen's question. Hearing this, Shui Bowen lowered his head and fell silent. Then, he raised his head again, his expression cold and stern as he said, Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Let's settle this with action. One of his arms had already been crippled by Anna's kick, leaving him no choice but to extend his other hand. Whoosh! A flexible sword slithered out from behind him and coiled around his arm. Bladed arm? Lin Yi looked at the soft sword coiled around his arm and muttered with a strange expression. At these words, Shui Bowen's face twitched. Though the title wasn't technically wrong, why did it feel so oddly unsettling?
Without another word, the unique aura of a gloom moon-level powerhouse emanated from him. Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled faintly and took a step back, beckoning toward those behind him.
Anu, Anna, send him on his way. As soon as the words fell, Anu and Anna, who were not far behind him, instantly vanished. With maids around, why bother doing it yourself?
Seeing how shamelessly Lin Yi was acting, Shui Bowen silently retracted his aura, and the soft sword in his hand returned behind his back once more. Without a second thought, he turned and fled. One was already too much for him to handle, with two coming at him together, he'd probably meet his maker on the spot.
If he didn't run now, wasn't he just waiting to die?
Without hesitation, he leapt onto the rooftop and fled like mad.
This is too much. What the hell is up with that kid? How does he have such powerful allies by his side? Beichen City is just a small border town, where would so many powerful individuals come from for him to command? The key point is they're all stunningly beautiful and obedient too. Wait, no. Shui Bowen shook his head, dismissing those thoughts from his mind. What the hell am I thinking about? The most crucial thing right now is figuring out how to escape from those two women.
I'm injured now, so I definitely can't run far, they'll catch up to me in no time.
Gotta find a way to divert the trouble elsewhere.
As he was lost in thought, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out from ahead of him.
Giggle, you filthy little rat really know how to run.
Hearing this voice, Shui Bowen froze for a moment before abruptly raising his head to look ahead. Anna stood on the roof ahead, holding a dagger with a morbid smile as she looked at him.
How? Shui Bowen's eyes widened, filled with disbelief.
He turned his head again, only to see Anu also blocking his retreat with a red-tasseled spear.
A pincer attack.
He had nowhere left to run.
Am I really going to fall here today? Shui Bowen couldn't help but feel despair, his face twisting with emotion.
However, at that very moment, Anna's gaze flickered as she suddenly turned to look elsewhere.
Noticing this movement, Shui Bowen froze momentarily before following her glance. Not far from them, on a building, stood two figures. One was a stunningly beautiful young girl, accompanied by a middle-aged butler in a black suit. Upon seeing the girl, Shui Bowen's eyes flickered with confusion, seemingly puzzled by her presence here. However, his gaze brightened almost instantly, and he suddenly shouted, "Miss Su Qingyan, save me." After hearing Shui Bowen's words, the confusion in Anna's eyes dissipated as she chuckled coldly. Well, things seem to be getting interesting. Her gaze shifted playfully as she looked at Su Qingyan with amusement. So, your presence here, does that mean you're also an accomplice of these vile heretics? TSK. What a foolish woman. Shui Bowen watched Anna, unable to suppress a scornful sneer in his heart. How dare you speak to Su Qingyan like that? You're courting death. Even I tread carefully around her. Heaven truly favors me today. I might just be saved. Thinking this, Shui Bowen gazed at Su Qingyan with hopeful eyes, expecting her to intervene immediately. Yet Su Qingyan didn't even glance his way, merely offering Anna a polite smile. Apologies, we meant no offense. We only came because we sensed unusual energy fluctuations here. With that, she barely glanced at Shui Bowen before adding, as for this individual, we don't know him. You may deal with him as you please. Hearing Su Qingyan's words, Shui Bowen was completely dumbfounded. She actually showed such respect to that boy's mere servant? Chapter 59, that's an outrageous request. Miss Su Qingyan. Shui Bowen still wasn't willing to give up and wanted to struggle a bit more. If you save me, I guarantee our Shui family will reward you generously. Hearing his words, Su Qingyan shook her head and said, sorry, but I don't need it. Now, Shui Bowen was utterly desperate, and his shock grew even deeper. What kind of force stands behind Lin Yi, capable of making even Su Qingyan so wary? No, I can't just sit here and wait for death to come. Shui Bowen's eyes froze with intensity, his desperate will to live plunging him into absolute madness. Ah! Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from his body, unmistakably revealing the overwhelming stench of an evil god's follower. How intriguing, the young master of the Shui family is actually a cultist of the evil god. Su Qingyan watched Shui Bowen's descent into madness, her eyes revealing an inscrutable emotion. Her gaze shifted towards Anna and Anu. Shui Bowen was already a Moonlight tier powerhouse, and judging by the aura he now emanated at full strength, he might rival even high-tier Moonlight practitioners. I wonder if Lin Yi's two subordinates are a match for him. As the aura erupted, Shui Bowen's body gradually turned white starting from his eyes, becoming less and less human in form. Having successfully transformed, his sinister gaze fixed intently on Anna and Anu as he growled lowly, "You made me expose my true identity, you'll pay for this." Roar! With a low growl, Shui Bowen charged madly towards Anna and Anu, his gaping maw full of razor-sharp teeth looking utterly terrifying. So scary. Watching Shui Bowen's current state, Anna patted her chest nervously and said, "How frightening." She turned to Anu and remarked, "Anu, I can't defeat him instantly. If we waste any more time, our lord will surely be displeased." Anu twirled her spear, drawing a graceful arc before calmly stating, "Let me handle this." Dragon Soul. With a sharp cry, Anu leaped forward with a light tap of her toes. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed from the red-tasseled spear in her hand as a dragon-shaped phantom emerged from it, coiling and swirling around Anu's body. The figure had already leaped into the night sky, with the bright moon casting a long shadow behind her. Gripping her spear, Anu's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Shue Bowen had closed the distance. She plummeted from the air, executing her spear technique mid-descent. Shadow blink slash. As her faint words faded, an even more formidable and terrifying aura emanated from Anu's body. Roar! As an apostle of the evil god, do you think you can finish me off instantly? Shue Bowen glared at Anu descending like a meteor, his twisted pale face contorted with fury. With a frenzied roar, it leaped upward violently, its bloody maw gaping wide as it sought to swallow Anu whole. Swish! In an instant, the two figures crossed paths. Anu landed on the terrace's edge, twirled his spear deftly, then turned crisply to walk toward Anna. As for Shue Bowen in midair, the moment Anu turned away, Shue Bowen's moonlight-reflected shadow had already shattered into fragments that scattered and dissipated. Along with it vanished itself. This scene was witnessed in its entirety by Su Qingyan not far away. The calmness on her face had completely vanished, replaced by intense gravity in her beautiful eyes. Ha! Anu, you're absolutely amazing. Anna laughed so hard her slime body trembled, thoroughly impressed by Anu's strength. She could have taken down that ugly creature if she fought seriously, but unlike Anu who could obliterate it instantly, it would have taken too much time. Some time had already passed since they started chasing this person. Any further delay might annoy Lin Yi. Let's head back. Anu returned to Anna's side and spoke calmly. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly remembered something and turned her gaze toward Su Qingyan's direction. Sensing Anu's gaze, Su Qingyan smiled gently and nodded lightly at them, saying, "Both of you, please remember to pass on my regards to classmate Lin Yi for me." Hearing Su Qingyan's words, the red-tasseled spear in Anu's tightened grip suddenly loosened, and the murderous intent in her eyes instantly dissipated. "Let's go." She turned calmly and said something to Anna. The two disappeared into the night sky in an instant. After they left, the smile on Su Qingyan's face vanished abruptly, her delicate brows furrowing. Staring intently in the direction where Anu and Anna had departed, she asked Uncle Nan, "Uncle Nan, with your strength, what percentage of confidence do you have against that golden-haired girl?" 50%, Nanshu replied casually. That low? Su Qingyan was somewhat surprised upon hearing this, then nodded and asked, "What about that woman with the red-tasseled spear? What are her chances?" "Perfect 10. Uncle Nan replied in an extremely calm tone. Su Qingyan immediately smiled and said, as expected of Uncle Nan, "It seems your strength has improved again." However, Uncle Nan shook his head and said, "Miss, what I meant was my confidence in not dying too disgracefully at their hands. That blonde girl is slightly weaker in strength, but still considerably stronger than me. It'd take her some time to kill me, and a prolonged fight would inevitably cause significant damage, so my death would probably be quite ugly. The girl with the gun was much simpler, just that one move earlier would have been enough to finish me cleanly. I definitely couldn't have blocked it." Su Qingyan. The corner of her mouth twitched as she finally felt a lingering fear creeping in. Recalling Anu's final glance before leaving, if she hadn't reacted quickly enough back then, she would probably already be dead. After a long silence, Su Qingyan smiled faintly and let the topic drop. Glancing at the spot where Shue Bowen had died, she remarked with playful intrigue, "Tonight's revelations were certainly worth the risks we took. The Shue family's young master turned out to be an evil god's believer and was killed too. The Shues won't take this lying down, will they? It looks like we're in for a good show soon. Wonder how many people will come to throw their lives away in a couple of days." Ding! Killed one Moonlight Tier mid-rank evil cultist, obtained, Hidden Breath Cloak *1. A system notification sounded in his mind, and hearing this prompt, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile knowingly. It seemed Anna and Anu had completed their mission, though they seemed to have taken quite a bit longer than expected. "I thought it would only take a few minutes, but who knew they'd be gone for over 10 and still not return? In this quiet and deserted alley with no one to chat with, it feels a bit lonely. Milord, we're back." Right at that moment, an excited voice called out from the distance. Lin Yi looked up to see Anna and the others appear at the end of the alley, only to traverse the distance in an instant and materialize not far from him. "Why did it take you so long?" Frowning, Lin Yi fixed his gaze on Anna and asked, "Anna, did you get distracted playing around?" At his questioning, Anna's beautiful eyes flickered before she bit her lip, twirled the hem of her skirt, and murmured coquettishly to Lin Yi, "My lord, Anna was delayed because she was having too much fun playing. I beg you to whip me as much as you want when we return home, so Anna will remember this lesson." Beside her, Anu widened her beautiful eyes in shock, staring at her with a look of utter disbelief. "Some people demand I update all at once, while others threaten me with gifts to update. Omega, so hard." Chapter 60, Parting Tomorrow, Worlds Apart. Anna's words made Lin Yi pause for a moment. "Is this whipping of yours the proper kind?" "Your Majesty, we ran into some others earlier, which is why we were delayed." At this moment, Anu explained to Lin Yi. She recounted her encounter with Su Qingyan to Lin Yi and then pleaded, "Anna didn't do anything wrong. Please don't punish her, Your Majesty." Lin Yi nodded, not particularly concerned about Anna's matter. However, that Su Qingyan's identity truly seemed unusual. But when exactly had his own identity been exposed? The only possible time would have been during that incident at the black market. Could Su Qingyan have some connection to the black market? Shaking his head, Lin Yi stopped dwelling on it. He suddenly thought of the three at home. They must be getting impatient by now. Alright, let's head back. With that, Lin Yi turned and walked away. Anna and Anu followed closely behind him. As they walked, Anu suddenly froze. She tilted her head toward Anna and saw her staring back with a resentful expression. Anu. Anna's adorable baby-fat cheeks puffed up as her eyes brimmed with deep resentment. What's wrong, Anna? Anu wore a puzzled expression, unsure why Anna looked that way. It's nothing, Anna replied gloomily, pressing her lips together before silently quickening her steps to follow Lin Yi. In truth, her heart was already weeping. She could have simply let His Majesty, woo. The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew. Even the pebbles on the road irritated her now, and she kicked them aside as she walked. Watching from the side, Anu scratched his head in bewilderment. Why isn't that kid back yet? Outside the villa, Chen Yang lay sprawled on the lawn, staring blankly at the star-speckled night sky as he let out a despondent shout. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, showed far more patience than him. Just as he was about to speak with a faint smile, a hearty laugh came from nearby. Ha, who is this? I could hear him grumbling from miles away. Hearing this voice, Chen Yang abruptly raised his head, while Jiang Yi turned to look. Su Yalan, who had been crouching with her knees hugged to her chest, immediately stood up beside them. Three figures could be seen walking slowly toward them along the park path. It wasn't until they stepped onto the lawn that Chen Yang and his two companions could clearly see their faces. Leading the group was Lin Yi, followed closely by two stunningly beautiful young women. Lin Yi, you rascal, you're finally back. Chen Yang's eyes lit up. Oblivious to the two women beside Lin Yi, he rushed over and punched Lin Yi's shoulder, saying, What, having too much fun outside to remember your old buddy? But after speaking, he belatedly noticed Anu and Anna, his gaze shifting to them before his jaw slowly dropped in astonishment. He realized the kid had two girls accompanying him. One of them was even the same girl whose photo he'd sent him before. Lin Yi, you sly dog, where'd you find such fine chicks? Tell your bro which massage parlor it was. I might drop by sometime. He leaned close to Lin Yi's ear and asked with a sleazy grin. Hearing his words, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile as he introduced them to Chen Yang and the others. Let me introduce them. This is my family's maid, Anna, and this is my bodyguard, Anu. After finishing, he introduced them to Anna and Anu. Anna, Anu, these are my brothers, Chen Yang and Jiang Yi. The other one. Speaking of Su Yalan, Lin Yi paused for a moment before continuing. This is Su Yalan, my friend. Anna and Anu nodded, then bowed respectfully to Chen Yang and the others. Hello, everyone. Chen Yang didn't think too much about it and cheerfully greeted them with a smile. As for Jiang Yi, however, a flicker of astonishment flashed through his eyes as he looked at Anna and Anu. His instincts told him that these two girls by Lin Yi's side were incredibly strong. At least before Lin Yi introduced them, he could sense a faint yet palpable sense of danger, one that had only just vanished moments ago. As for Su Yalan, when she saw Anna and the others, the brightness in her eyes suddenly dimmed. Hearing Lin Yi's introduction, she felt inexplicably melancholic. Alright. Aren't you guys cold staying outside? Let's head back first before talking. Lin Yi laughed heartily, patted Chen Yang and Jiang Yi on the shoulders, then walked toward the villa. Entering the villa, several people sat around the table as Anna brought over a large plate of fruit. Go ahead. What do you want to ask me? Lin Yi opened his mouth to eat a grape fed by Anu, then bluntly addressed Chen Yang and the others. He could clearly tell these two had many questions they'd been holding back. Well, anyone normal would have a bunch of questions popping up after seeing that wooden puppet in the yard. Sitting across from Lin Yi, Chen Yang and Jiang Yi watched his spoiled, pampered demeanor like a foolish young master from a wealthy family and couldn't help but feel a vain throb on their foreheads. This guy, couldn't he at least tone it down when speaking? It was making them downright envious. Exchanging a glance, the two hesitated before Chen Yang finally turned back with a strained smile and asked, Actually, it's nothing much, we just wanted to know what you plan to do from now on? Tomorrow the academy will have us submit our enrollment preferences. Have you thought about which faction you want to join? With your grades, you could probably take your pick among the major organizations. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi shook his head without hesitation and replied, I've no intention of joining any faction. What's wrong with staying comfortably at home? As he spoke, he popped a lychee that Anu had peeled into his mouth, lounged lazily on the sofa, and continued, Unlike you ambitious folks, I'm perfectly content with fishing casually and playing with birds in my free time. Chen Yang didn't seem surprised by Lin Yi's words. Nodding with a hint of envy, he said, Honestly, Jiang Yi and I kind of envy you. If only we could have your carefree attitude. Lin Yi paused mid-bite, the corners of his mouth quirking up as he said, Actually, it's quite simple. If you really want it, I can make it happen for you. Hearing this, Chen Yang let out a hearty laugh, treating it as nothing more than a joke.
Although they didn't know what background Lin Yi had, given his and Jiang Ye's statuses, they were inevitably destined to shoulder certain burdens.
Someone like Lin Yi, did he really have time to idle around like this? Perhaps such a thing will only become possible when the day comes that all evil gods have disappeared. Enough of that talk, Lin Yi, let's get some drinks. The boys are having a proper binge tonight.
Chen Yang waved his hand casually as he declared this in his usual carefree manner.
Deal.
Lin Yi also smiled and nodded, motioning for Anna to bring out the wine they had stored away.
That night, they drank heavily and talked about many things.
Under the starry sky, the villa's lights remained bright, punctuated by bursts of hearty laughter. And so, at that moment, the beauty of their youthful days was forever preserved. Tomorrow, we each go our separate ways, to opposite ends of the earth. Chapter 61 Epic Weapon Card, Divine Blessing Twin Blades.
The next day,
golden sunlight streamed through the window as the morning breeze stirred the curtains, lifting a corner that rippled gently.
Mum.
Lin Yi, deep in slumber, furrowed his brows and slowly opened his eyes. He sat up gradually, rubbing his temples with his fingers, then turned his head to look out the window.
Was it already the next day?
My head feels a bit heavy, probably drank a little too much last night.
Last night's drinking lasted until midnight, leaving Lin Yi utterly dazed, his only memory being of Chen Yang and the others staggering away.
Pursing his lips, Lin Yi called toward the door, Anna. The moment the words left his mouth, the door swung open, and Anna entered with a smile, bowing as she said, "My lord." After saying this, she helped Lin Yi put on his clothes and then tidied up the room. "Your Majesty, breakfast is ready," Anna said with a smile, looking at Lin Yi standing in front of the mirror.
"All right, let's go eat." Lin Yi nodded and turned to head downstairs.
Anu was already waiting at the dining table. As Lin Yi took his seat, she lifted the metal lids off the dishes one by one. The breakfast spread was incredibly lavish, with so many dishes that Lin Yi couldn't even name them all. The flavors were lightly seasoned, just perfect for a morning meal. Lin Yi couldn't get used to milk and bread. Having rice in the morning was much more satisfying.
"You two should eat together as well." Lin Yi picked up a bite of food, put it in his mouth, nodded, then said to Anna and Anu. Thus began a pleasant breakfast. Anna's cooking was as amazing as ever, making Lin Yi unable to put down his chopsticks. Anna watched Lin Yi eat, resting her cheeks on her hands, and said with a blissful expression, "Your Majesty." What is it, Anna?" Lin Yi looked up at her, baffled as he asked. "Your Majesty, what if one day Anna grows old and can't eat anymore?" Anna asked with a smile. What a strange question.
Lin Yi paused his chopsticks to think, then replied, "I chew up my favorite food and feed it to you." Hearing this, Anna's smile grew even brighter. "Your Majesty truly is the best."
"Then Your Majesty, what exactly is your favorite food?" "Sugar cane."
Without a second thought, Lin Yi replied.
Anna's smile froze abruptly. Sugar cane? Cough, cough. Anu, who had been eating elegantly, suddenly choked on her food. Lin Yi looked at her with confusion and asked, "Anu, what's wrong?"
"Your Majesty, Anu is fine," she replied, shaking her head while barely suppressing her laughter.
Lin Yi didn't press further, nodding as he continued eating.
Thus concluded a pleasant breakfast under Anna's resentful gaze. What a perfect day for fishing today. After finishing his meal, Lin Yi stepped out of the villa, stretched his limbs, and gazed at the sunny weather outside.
Then, he turned around and said to Anna and Anu behind him, "Anna, Anu, both of you tidy up your things and accompany me for a walk later." "Yes, Your Majesty." Anna and Anu nodded in agreement. Lin Yi turned and walked back into his room. Fishing isn't something you can just talk about without doing, but before that, some preparations are necessary.
Bloodstained rebar, 3-star. Originally just an ordinary piece of rebar, it was fortunate enough to fall from a great height and take the life of an evil god's follower. After absorbing much resentment, it became something extraordinary. Yubis spikes, 5-star. Exclusive to the minions of evil gods, sometimes given to followers as an offensive tool. It possesses the power to ignore certain defenses, making it excellent card-making material. Veil of Concealment, 6-star. A special evil god artifact that can hide one's presence and even simulate certain energy fluctuations. A must-have for home travel or murdering for treasure. Lin Yi stretched out his hand, and 3 materials along with a blank card materialized in his palm. Gazing at the attribute descriptions of the 3 materials in his hand, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel his eyes light up. When he had obtained these materials, he'd only checked the description of the steel essence. The other 2 items had slipped past his notice. But now, both materials' grades genuinely took him by surprise. The 5-star material was a black spike, and if Lin Yi remembered correctly, it must have dropped from one of the cultists killed by the puppet figure. As for that 6-star material, it was dropped by that Moonlight Tier cultist. Its rank is second only to that evil god's tentacle from last time. I wonder what kind of card can be made from this. Lin Yi looked at the materials in his hand and muttered excitedly to himself before adding them into the blank card. No conflicting attributes, everything was successfully incorporated. As the materials fused with the blank card, it began transforming, slowly rotating on its axis.
Under Lin Ye's eager gaze, the card gradually stopped spinning and started radiating an exceptional glow. Whoosh! The purple radiance suddenly blazed brilliantly. Name, Blessed Twin Blades. Courtesy of reader, Enchingen. Category, Weapon Card. Rank, Epic Card. Skills, Divine Blessing, Thousand Phantoms, Hidden Breath, Heart's Desire, Mystic Art Demon Breaking Bullet, Mystic Art Thousand Phantom Lotus. Epic Card. Hiss! Lin Ye's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. After the last domain card, another epic card emerged. After the excitement subsided, Lin Ye held the card in his hand. The purple card bore the image of an exceptionally stylish umbrella. At the same time, its skill attributes appeared before Lin Ye's eyes. Phantom Shift, can transform into any desired form, with the initial form being a combination of Lotus Umbrella and Nightblade. Courtesy of reader, Infinite Cosmic Observer. Divine Protection, Beneath the Lotus, Divine Shelter. Can block one solar grade attack. Veil of Silence, it can conceal all your presence, making you seem non-existent. Free Will, you can control it freely as you wish. Arcane Demon Piercing Bullet, fires an energy projectile with piercing, explosive, and defense-ignoring properties. Submitted by reader, Lolicon Protection Association, Kita Shurmai. Ultimate Art Thousand Illusion Lotus Blossom, the most formidable attack, where all weapon forms manifest in this moment, annihilating every foe before your eyes. Strong. This was Lin Ye's first impression at a glance. Damn, that's insanely powerful. Every single skill is absolutely perfect. Except for the last ultimate-like skill that Lin Ye couldn't quite comprehend, every other skill was practically god tier. System, can't weapon cards draw skills? Lin Ye looked at the weapon card in his hand and excitedly asked the system. Every single skill listed made his mouth water with desire. If he could draw two, he wouldn't even know which two to choose. Not possible. The system poured cold water on Lin Ye's excitement. Lin Ye smacked his lips and thought, whether to draw or not wouldn't make much difference either way. It's not like servant cards or domain cards, which are all independent entities. Weapon cards are different, they're always in your hands anyway, so their skills become practically indistinguishable from your own abilities. System, you're so lame. Though he'd figured it out, Lin Ye couldn't help but mutter the complaint before crushing the card in his hand. System, when you need me, you call me sweetheart, when you're done, you call me Mrs. Bull? Thanks for all your brilliant ideas. Thank you for the gifts. Sigh. Chapter 62, If I can't catch fish, I'll drain the pond. The card shattered, transforming into a stream of purple light that gradually converged in Lin Ye's hand. As the luminous currents dissipated, an oddly shaped umbrella appeared in his grasp. Its canopy was pitch black, edged with purple lines tracing a peculiar pattern, while the rib tips bore dark metallic spikes gleaming with a sharp, chilling frost. The handle, meanwhile, resembled that of a knife's hilt. Lin Ye reached out and grasped the umbrella handle, slowly drawing it out. Whoosh! In an instant, a dazzling purple light flashed and vanished. A ridiculously cool longsword appeared before Lin Ye, jet black with intricate violet engravings forming strange patterns across its blade. Just by looking at those patterns, Lin Ye felt an overwhelming aura of sharpness rushing towards him. So cool! Gazing at the umbrella and blade in his hands, Lin Ye's eyes sparkled as he fondled them endlessly, reluctant to put them down. Truly worthy of being an epic card, this weapon perfectly matched his expectations, even surpassing what he'd imagined in terms of coolness. With just this look, Lin Ye felt those materials were absolutely worth it. Looks are justice. Want to try other forms? The thought spontaneously occurred to Lin Ye. He sheathed Nightblade back into the umbrella handle, then focused his will. In the blink of an eye, the Divine Blessing twin blades instantly transformed their form, becoming a pitch-black mask adorned with purple patterns. With another shift, it turned into a long black rod, then a cloak, a spear, a whip, a rope, a wooden horse. Finally, in Lin Ye's hands, it transformed into a fishing rod, complete with line and hook. Perfect, he said. Looking at the fishing rod in his hand, Lin Ye smiled knowingly and turned to walk out of the room. During the time Lin Ye had spent, Anna and Anu had already prepared some things. Each carrying a black briefcase, the two waited for Lin Ye at the door. Your Majesty, what are we going out to do? Watching Lin Ye carry out a fishing rod, Anna couldn't help but ask. Fishing, of course. Lin Ye held the fishing rod in his hand, then tossed it to Anna after speaking. Anna, hold the umbrella. As soon as the words were spoken, the fishing rod in midair had already returned to its original form. Anna caught the umbrella, gave him a surprised glance, then obediently held it up for Lin Ye. In the northern district of Bachin City, there lies a place of picturesque beauty. It is the only area that has never been ravaged by the cultists of evil gods or magical beasts. Lin Ye's destination was precisely that place. As they walked down the street, passers-by found their gaze involuntarily drawn to Lin Ye and his group. Lin Ye's looks were quite remarkable. Before awakening his supernatural abilities, he had been the secret crush of many young ladies at the Awakener Academy. Handsome, courteous, and promising, these were the labels once attached to him. But now, in the eyes of others, he had become utterly ordinary. Yet as everyone's gaze fell upon Anna and Anu behind Lin Ye, they couldn't help but marvel in awe.
However, although many coveted the beauty of these two women, no one was foolish enough to seek attention by provoking them.
Anyone with eyes could tell that Lin Yi and his two companions were anything but ordinary.
Especially Lin Yi, the fact that he had such stunning women accompanying him clearly indicated an extraordinary background, likely as the young master of some prominent family. Before long, they had already arrived at the northern district. Near the northern outskirts of the city, there lies an expansive lake. The lake's water is so clear you can see straight to the bottom, its surface like a mirror blending seamlessly with the sky, making it hard to distinguish where the lake ends and the heavens begin.
Hence, it was named Mirror Lake. Your Majesty, there are so many people here.
Anna held an umbrella for Lin Yi, exclaiming in surprise as she watched the steady stream of figures moving around Mirror Lake.
During the day, there are quite a few anglers around.
Lin Yi smiled faintly and instructed the two, "Get everything ready, we're about to start too. We'll be having fish for dinner today."
"Oh, Anna, hand me the umbrella."
"Ha, of course, Your Majesty." Anna quickly reacted, hastily handing the umbrella in her hand to Lin Yi. Watching the two women setting up the fishing platform, Lin Yi smiled faintly, the umbrella in his hand transforming into a fishing rod.
"Your Majesty, it's all ready." As Lin Yi prepared the bait, Anna and the others had finished assembling their fishing platform. Lin Yi nodded and walked over.
"As for the steps of fishing, first scatter some bait, then cast the fishing rod." Lin Yi sat steadily at the fishing platform, methodically going through each step unhurriedly before settling into quiet anticipation. Wherever you go, there's never a shortage of fishing enthusiasts. The spot Lin Yi had chosen was an excellent fishing location. Beside him, many others were also fishing, mostly elderly men. Among them, quite a few couldn't help but shake their heads inwardly when they saw Lin Yi arriving with two young girls in tow. Fishing isn't really a young man's activity.
Coming here so young and bringing two girls along, are you sure you're not just here to show off?
Just a few meters away from Lin Yi sat two elderly men side by side, each holding a fishing rod. They were the first to notice Lin Yi, but unlike others, they didn't underestimate him.
Because Lin Yi's fishing preparations were meticulous, unlike those youngsters they'd seen who wouldn't even bait properly before recklessly casting their lines.
"Hey, old goo, do you think this youngster can actually catch any fish?" The thin, elderly man standing a short distance away glanced at Lin Yi for a while before asking the dark-faced old man beside him with amused interest. Hearing this, the dark-faced old man gave Lin Yi a sidelong glance and shook his head with a chuckle.
"Forget it, he's just a greenhorn. Probably read a few guides somewhere and now wants to show off, seem plenty like him. Don't be fooled by him going through the motions.
His technique with the rod is clumsy for sure. When a fish actually bites, that rod of his is bound to snap under the pressure." As his words fell, the skinny old man chuckled and asked him with a teasing soul, "Old goo, how many fish have you caught today?" Old goo's face darkened, already dark, it grew even darker.
He grunted and said, "It's only been a while. Fishing requires patience."
"It's just been 2 hours, still early. I swear I'll catch something today."
"Ha ha ha, I remember you saying the exact same thing yesterday."
The skinny old man burst into laughter.
This time, old goo didn't get angry. Instead, he sneered, "Don't laugh at me. What makes you think you're any better? Who was the one swearing up and down about treating me to fish last time? Then I went to your place and wow, everything was straight from the market." Hearing this, the gaunt old man immediately took offense, stiffening his neck and retorting defiantly, "What do you mean bought from the market? I hooked that fair and square." "Ha, fishing in someone else's aquarium, were you? That's what you call angling? Well, I've certainly learned something new today."
Still better than your method of draining the pond when you can't catch anything. The two old codgers found themselves locked in a heated argument, neither willing to yield an inch.
If not for the fishing rods restraining their hands, they might have come to blows.
At that very moment, a girl's startled cry suddenly rang out from the side.
Splash!
With a spray of water, Lin Yi lifted his fishing rod, and a sizable fish instantly broke through the water's surface.
"Wow, Your Highness is amazing," Anna cheered with a chuckle, clapping her hands enthusiastically upon seeing Lin Yi's successful catch.
Her shout drew the attention of many people nearby. When they turned their heads and saw the fish weighing at least 10 pounds on Lin Yi's fishing rod, their eyes widened in shock. Even old Gu and the lean old man nearby immediately stopped their argument, their jaws dropping in unison as they stared in disbelief at the fish Lin Yi had caught.
Transition for daily plot progression. Chapter 63, The Rising Wind forebodes the coming storm.
Old Gu, they've replenished their stock.
The gaunt old man stared longingly at the fish as he spoke to old Gu beside him. "I see it, I'm not blind yet."
Old Gu smacked his lips, his tone dripping with sourness. "Damn, that was fast.
Just a few minutes and they've got a bite already."
Glancing at his own motionless fishing rod that hadn't budged for hours, he suddenly felt a pang of frustration.
Splash!
A sound came from beside him.
Old Gu froze momentarily before turning to look.
The gaunt old man immediately dropped his fishing rod and headed straight toward Lin Yi.
"Old Zhang, are you done fishing?" Old Gu was utterly baffled. He said, "Keep fishing, I'll go pay my respects to a master, be right back. Old Zhang called over his shoulder without turning around. This made old Gu whiten his eyes in surprise. He glanced at his own motionless fishing rod, then back at Lin Yi beside him, who kept hauling in fish effortlessly. Without another thought, he tossed aside the fishing rod and hurried after old Zhang toward Lin Yi's location. He, young man, fishing eh? Lin Yi was in the midst of fishing when he suddenly heard a rather lewd chuckle coming from behind him. Glancing back, he spotted two old men staring at him with chrysanthemum-like grins plastered across their faces. Can I help you? Lin Yi turned around and asked calmly without a trace of emotion. It's alright, we're just looking around. By the way, steal a lesson or two. Old Gu chuckled and said. Oh. Lin Yi responded indifferently and then ignored them, continuing to fish. Seeing Lin Yi completely unmoved, old Gu suddenly looked somewhat awkward. Old Gu, is this kid from the Federation? Why does it seem like he doesn't recognize us? Old Zhang whispered quietly to old Gu. Old Gu glanced at him and continued, do you really think that's possible? With the level of fame we've got, how could there possibly be anyone in the Federation who doesn't recognize us? You're being shallow, my friend. Clearly, this young man recognizes us but chooses not to say so to spare us the embarrassment. Now that's the highest form of fishing. I see. Old Zhang nodded as if enlightened, then silently turned his attention to watching Lin Yi fish with great interest. Anyang City, Shui family residence. As one of Anyang City's great clans, with a solar-level expert stationed within its ranks, the illustrious Shui family stood as an undisputed colossus among its peers. Today is destined to be an unsettled day, as news of one incident has sent shockwaves through the entire Shui family. Family head, urgent report. A trembling servant of the Shui family presented a letter and handed it to the head of the household. Bowen, my son. Aha. Who killed my son? Beichen City. Where is Beichen City? To Beichen City at once. Daring to kill my son, I'll make you pay in blood. Shui Hani, the head of the Shui family, was a formidable powerhouse at the high-tier Glimmer Moon level, merely a step away from reaching the Sunblaze rank. Now, as he gazed at the letter in his hand, his usual composure, steady as Mount Tai amidst calamity, completely crumbled. Boom! His aura erupted violently, soaring straight into the heavens, almost tearing apart the clouds in the sky. The entire Shui family trembled. The entire Anyang City trembled. Anyang City had 3 Blaze Sun families, each guarded by a Blaze Sun level powerhouse. However, Blaze Sun level powerhouses rarely made appearances, as they spent most of their time battling those sinister creatures and demonic beasts in the dark zones. So, apart from this, the strongest power in their family is the high-tier glorious moon level. In the past, Anyang City was mostly peaceful, with minimal friction between families. But today, for some unknown reason, the head of the Shui family suddenly went berserk. Defying the city's prohibition on unleashing power, he erupted with an intense surge of energy. Boom! While the entire Anyang City trembled in fear, a figure suddenly burst forth from the Shui family compound, charging out of the city like a frenzied beast. His trajectory pointed directly toward Beichen City. At the same time, within the Shui residence, someone dialed a long-dormant phone number. It was the personal line of the Shui family's blazing sun-level patriarch. At this moment, he was fighting against demonic beasts and horrors in the Dark Zone. My grandson Bowen, who killed you? Ah, this enrages me. Grandson, your grandfather will avenge you. Deep in the Dark Zone, Shuekui, who was in the midst of battle, received a call from his family. Upon learning of his grandson's death, he flew into a furious rage. On that day, he ventured into the demon beast's lair, slaying one solar-level beast king and countless lesser monsters beneath it. Until he walked out of the monster's lair, his body was stained with blood, and his wrath burned like a raging storm. After completing all this, he left the Dark Zone without a word and hurried toward Beichen City, the headquarters of the Yog-Sothoth cult. Shui Bowen is dead. A figure shrouded in crimson robes sat solemnly on the throne at the head of the palace, delivering this news with chilling indifference. Upon hearing these words, dozens of high-ranking cult officials below widened their eyes in shock. Minister, what did you just say? Shui Bowen is dead? How is this possible? He was shrouded by the concealing veil bestowed by the sacred divinity. Those people shouldn't have been able to detect his identity. Damn it! We nurtured that sleeper agent for years, just when he was about to bear fruit only to lose him like this. Minister, who could have done this? The higher-ups couldn't remain calm, each one burning with fury as they sought to discover who had killed the sleeper agent they'd meticulously cultivated for over a decade. Beichen City. The minister spoke indifferently, appearing utterly unmoved, yet it carried the ominous calm before a storm of overwhelming fury. Boom! A terrifyingly powerful aura erupted violently from him. All the high-ranking members of the heretic god cult immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, as wrathful words poured from his mouth. Send people to Beichen City immediately. Find out why Shui Bowen died. No member of our cult shall perish without explanation. Yes.
A young man named Lin Yi finds himself in a world where supernatural abilities are the norm, yet he lacks any. Just as he resigns himself to being ordinary, he stumbles upon the god-level card system, a game-changing power that lets him craft formidable cards by harvesting materials from defeated supernatural creatures. Not only the Xue family and the esoteric order of Dagon were making moves, but several other minor factions had also begun to stir. For instance, those cults affiliated with sinister deities that had branches in Beichen City but mysteriously vanished recently also sent personnel to Beichen City. When a branch disappears without reason, they naturally want to uncover the truth. In no time, the entire Beichen City became the focal point of attention for numerous influential factions.
A storm is brewing. Mirror Lake. Nice catch, bro. Damn 666. Oh damn, another one hooked. What do you mean, young friend?
Master, this old man is completely convinced, please take me as your disciple. A young man named Lin Yi finds himself in a world where supernatural abilities are the norm, yet he lacks any. Just as he resigns himself to being ordinary, he stumbles upon the god-level card system, a game-changing power that lets him craft formidable cards by harvesting materials from defeated supernatural creatures. As Lin Yi reeled in one fish after another, old Gu and old Zhang stood by, utterly dumbfounded. When Lin Yi finally reeled in his line, the two of them wanted to drag him into becoming their master, leaving Lin Yi utterly speechless. In the end, he had to promise to come fishing again the next day before they finally let him go. Watching Lin Yi walk away, old Gu and old Zhang both heaved a sigh in unison. They hadn't gotten their fill of witnessing that miraculous fishing technique yet. At that moment, old Gu's phone rang. DD. Old Gu was taken aback for a moment. He picked up his phone and glanced at it. The caller ID showed Federal 5 Department calling. He furrowed his brows, then answered the call. Elder Gu, the founding ancestor of the Xue family from Anyang City, has left the front lines and is heading to Beichen City. Additionally, we've received word that the current head of the Xue family has also departed Anyang City. Their destination is also Beichen. Chapter 64, a chamber pot by night, a wine cup by day. Beyond this, our operatives have detected movements from several cults worshipping evil deities, all likewise making their way toward Beichen City. Old Gu furrowed his brows deeply and asked in a grave voice, have you uncovered the reason behind this? We've investigated. It appears Xue family's eldest son Xueboan has died. Elder Gu, would you and Elder Zhang like to? No need. Elder Gu cut off the speaker before they could finish their sentence. He thought for a moment and then said, keep someone watching them. Report any new developments to me immediately. Yes. After hanging up the phone, old Zhang beside him glanced at him and asked, what's wrong, old Gu? You look like something's happened. Sigh. Old Gu shook his head with a sigh. It's those filthy rats that scurry in the shadows, he said gloomily. For some unknown reason, they've all swarmed to Beichen City. Even the Xue family's ancestor and his son from the front line have come, he continued. They say young Master Xueboan was killed here in Beichen City. At this, old Zhang raised his eyebrows in surprise. Xueboan? That extraordinarily gifted genius? He died in Beichen City? Old Gu nodded, clasping his hands behind his back before turning to walk away. Old Zhang, time to go back. Damn it. Can't even let a man fish in peace. In an opulently decorated room of the black market, Su Qingyan sat quietly reading. Just then, the butler Nanshu opened the door and entered. Miss, there's a situation in Beichen City. Uncle Nan placed his hand across his chest and bowed as he spoke. Su Qingyan set down the book in her hand and looked up at Uncle Nan. The head of the Xue family from Anyang City, along with their patriarch Xue Kuei of the Blazing Sun sect, are already on their way to Beichen City. Additionally, some evil god cults have also begun to make moves toward Beichen City. Uncle Nan reported the news. Hearing this, the corners of Su Qingyan's lips curled upward as a glimmer of understanding flashed through her eyes. The Xue family's movements, she said, were precisely within expectations, though it's somewhat unexpected that those cults of sinister gods are making moves too. After a moment's thought, she smiled charmingly and added, then again, with so many branches of sinister gods being exterminated, it'd be strange if they didn't respond. Miss, what should we do next? Uncle Nan asked, frowning again as he said, looking at their behavior, conflict with that person is inevitable. With the means of a solar-tier powerhouse, uncovering the cause of Xueboan's death shouldn't be difficult. Su Qingyan waved her hand dismissively and sneered, solar-tier? Nothing but moths flying into flames, bringing about their own destruction. However, this matter presents an opportunity we can exploit. A flicker of confusion passed through Uncle Nan's eyes as he asked, what do you mean, miss? Simple. Su Qingyan smiled gracefully, picking up a star lantern from the table as she said leisurely, when one gazes into the abyss, does the abyss not gaze back? Perhaps that being doesn't deign to notice these insignificant ants, but it's still necessary for us to give things a little push. Hearing her words, Uncle Nan raised an eyebrow and asked, Miss, do you intend to assist that one? No. Su Qingyan immediately shook her head and smiled faintly, not help, but adding flowers to brocade. Since they've come, why don't we gather them together as a grand gift for that person?
Uncle Nan, any new goods arrived recently in the underground market? Uncle Nan seemed to have grasped Su Qingyan's implication, though he kept it to himself, simply nodding as he replied, yes, a shipment recently arrived from the front lines.
Since you're here, miss, it'll first arrive at Bachin City before being distributed elsewhere. Hearing this, Su Qingyan turned her gaze toward the window and said, perfect timing.
Inform the higher-ups that I am requisitioning this shipment. I'll be using them to host an auction.
At this point, as if struck by a sudden thought, she paused before adding, oh, Uncle Nan, one more thing. For the auction's promotional materials, it'd be best to include one additional item. Let me put it this way, it can reshape a dead soul and bring it back to life.
Uncle Nan was slightly startled, then nodded and said, understood. Does something capable of reshaping a dead person's soul exist?
Yes,
but it's not something they could obtain.
Even if such a heaven-defying object existed, it couldn't possibly be put up for auction. Since there is none, the lady's intention is evidently to fabricate something out of thin air.
After Uncle Nan left, Su Qingyan sat down again, flipping open a specific page in her book. A whisper escaped her lips, shallow waters cannot trap a roaming dragon. Let me see what kind of change you will bring to this world teetering on the brink of darkness. Will it be the dawn of a brighter future, or will it plunge into even deeper darkness? Anna, take my slime smash. Anna, that's charging with the ball, it's a foul. Hee hee Anna, you can do it too. My ball isn't as big as yours. Villa, in the courtyard. Lin Yi lay on the beach chair wearing swimming trunks. Watching Anna and Anu happily playing with the slime ball by the poolside, the smile on his face gradually turned mischievous. At this moment, both Anu and Anna were wearing swimsuits. Not gonna lie, those swimsuits are really white. I mean, the quality is really good. Even such a big slime couldn't manage to stretch and ruin those swimsuits. Don't get me wrong, Lin Yi was talking about the slime print balls they were holding in their hands. After watching the two of them play a game of bumping the balls against each other for a while, Lin Yi took out his laptop and opened a website. The Awaken's home. As soon as he opened the site, Lin Yi casually browsed through the consultations posted there. No surprise, it was about some new sinister domain appearing somewhere, how many people had died, and so on. Or news of victories from the front lines, how a certain powerhouse had slain so many magical beasts and anomalies, followed by a flood of exaggerated praise from the crowd below. Just as Lin Yi was growing utterly bored, a final piece of news caught his attention. Breaking news! The eldest son of the Xue family in Anyang City, Xue Bowen, has been killed. The Xue family patriarch has already left Anyang City and is rushing to Bachin City. Meanwhile, news from the front lines reports that the Xue family's blazing son patriarch, Xue Kuei, has also departed the front lines and is heading straight for Bachin City. Xue Bowen? Lin Yi looked at the name, his brow slightly furrowed. What was the name of that guy killed last night? Seems like he also called himself Xue Bowen? Looks like when the junior got beaten, the senior came seeking revenge. Sunfire Tear? Lin Yi didn't particularly care about that Xue family head, but the Xue family's Sunfire Tear ancestor did pique his interest somewhat. Perhaps he could try extorting something valuable from them. For a Sunfire-ranked family, surely they wouldn't be lacking in good treasures, right? After some thought, Lin Yi withdrew his gaze from the forum and opened the shopping interface. Several days had passed, and he finally opened this treasure trove of materials once more. Back then, I was truly penniless, couldn't even afford a single mystic crystal. After several days of fighting monsters and collecting materials alongside crystals, Lin Yi had managed to gather quite a little stash for himself. The elemental crystals must be worth at least a few million. Lin Yi began browsing through the marketplace. The initial items were all low-tier stuff, mostly equivalent to 1- or 2-star materials, hardly worth purchasing. As he scrolled further, the quality of items gradually improved with more valuable finds appearing. Eerie crystal, priced at 1 million. Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he immediately clicked to purchase. 1 million? What a pittance. Coffin plank for sealing eerie cores, priced at 3 million. Skull of a luminous moon-class evil god follower, priced at 5 million. Additional product description, double as a chamber pot by night and a wine cup by day, absolute face-gaining flex. Chapter 65, Behold the Night Monarch. Good gracious. Lin Yi's mouth twitched involuntarily as he read the product description for that so-called cultist skull of an evil god. Used as a chamber pot at night and a drinking cup by day. Are we sure carbon-based lifeforms actually conceived this thing? Doesn't it reek when drinking from it during daylight? The price instantly caught his eye. 5 million. Damn it, I can't even afford a pisspot. Staring at his meager remaining 2 million elemental crystals, Lin Yi was so furious he wanted to smash his computer. There are so many good things, but alas, my pockets are empty. System, can we discuss something? Lin Yi thought inwardly. Though the system didn't respond, he continued speaking on his own. I'm too weak right now. How about giving me some divine artifact bundles or something similar? At the very least, give me something like a beginner's gift package. You're supposed to be a mature system by now, you should learn to think about your host. If I get stronger, won't you look good too? System, do you think I'm some kind of cracked version?
No, I can't just sit here waiting for death. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, then immediately turned off his computer and stood up from the beach chair.
Anna, Anu, you two go change your clothes.
Though the swimsuit limited skins were quite tempting, Lin Yi still said this to the two girls. Anna and Anu, who had been happily playing bumper balls, immediately stopped upon hearing Lin Yi's words.
Your Majesty, what are your orders? Anna walked over holding a ball and asked Lin Yi with a respectful expression. Let's go out monster hunting. Lin Yi replied without hesitation. Damn, I'm too poor. Too damn poor. Time to level up.
These cultists in Bachin City are all experienced fodder, gotta harvest them like chives.
Soon, the three changed their clothes. Lin Yi took the Divine Blessing twin blades, which transformed into a black and white mask in his hand before settling on his face. The mask's design was exceptionally peculiar. One side appeared evil like a demon, while the other exuded holiness akin to a celestial being. Moreover, Lin Yi had, unprecedentedly, donned a black trench coat that impeccably accentuated his figure. Anna stood behind Lin Yi, staring at his back with a besotted expression as she murmured softly, His Majesty is simply perfect, I just want to be ravished by him. Ngh. Anu stood beside him, her cheeks flushed crimson to the tips of her ears. Such wolfish words left this pure maiden utterly defenseless. Let's go. Everything was ready. Lin Yi said a few words and walked away slowly, with Anna and Anu following closely behind him. Recently, undercurrents have been stirring in Bachin City. Among them, many cultists of evil gods have flooded into Bachin City. The House of the Awakened isn't just frequented by awakened ones, there's no shortage of cult worshippers mingling within its ranks. In fact, many cult worshippers flood the forum with false information, masquerading as veterans to bask in the adoration of the masses. These individuals might be mere rats lurking in the shadows of reality, but on the forum, they transform into formidable powerhouses. The recent death of the young master of the Shui family has sent shockwaves through the community, reaching the ears of various factions, including those shadow-dwelling vermin. Some, sensing the unusual atmosphere, chose to wait and observe, while others were eager to wade into the murky waters, hoping to profit from the chaos. Night falls, most lights have been extinguished, with only 2 or 3 scattered lamps still glowing, and in the shadowy corners untouched by light, some mice begin to emerge from their nests in search of food. In an unnamed alley, a small group of cultists worshipping evil deities was chasing 2 figures, one tall, one short. Stop right there! Hold it right there! The cultists of the evil god chased after the old woman and the little girl, their auras pitifully weak, likely new recruits who had only recently joined the dark faith. Yet compared to a child and an elderly woman, even that feeble strength was more than they could hope to resist. The little girl was being pulled along by the old woman as she ran. She turned her head to glance at the group of vicious cultists chasing them, her small face already pale with fright. Grandma, I can't run anymore, you go on ahead without me. The little girl turned her head and spoke tearfully to the old woman. They had already run through several alleys. Had it not been for her grandmother pulling her along, she might have collapsed long ago. Don't talk nonsense, child. We're almost at the guard station. Here, let Grandma carry you on her back. The old woman spoke as she hoisted the little girl onto her back and continued running. But how could they possibly outrun the cultists of the evil god? Before long, the group of cultists had caught up, surrounding them completely. Khkeh, you old hag, try running now. One of the cultists sneered at the old woman as he advanced toward them with a vicious grin. Grandma, I'm scared. The little girl clutched her hands tightly in fear as the sinister cultist advanced step by step. The elderly woman was also panicking now, suddenly shouting at the top of her lungs, Help! Someone save us! Shut the hell up! Seeing that the old woman dared to scream, the cultist's expression twisted as he abruptly raised his foot to kick her. Stop right there! At that moment, a voice suddenly roared from behind them. The cultist who'd been raising his foot paused, withdrawing his leg with a confused expression as he turned to look. The other cultists of the evil god also turned their heads in unison, gazing toward the direction of the voice. At the far end of the alley, a figure shrouded in black robes slowly approached. Behind him, light shone brightly, as if he had stepped straight out of the radiance. Seeing the man's imposing stance, the faces of the cultists all abruptly changed color. The leading cultist's gaze flickered uncertainly as he hesitantly asked, Who might you be? You ask who I am? The figure hidden beneath the black robes let out a chilling laugh upon hearing these words, then murmured ominously, Those who learned my name are all dead. Do you truly wish to know? While I still have no desire to strike, vanish from my sight this instant. Otherwise, what befell those heretical factions days ago shall be your fate too. As these words fell, the crowd of dark cultists froze, exchanging uncertain glances, utterly at a loss. At that moment, the little girl's eyes sparkled with sudden excitement as she cried out, Are you the monarch of night? Have you come to protect me? Oh, the figure shrouded in black robes turned his gaze and chuckled lightly. So there's someone who recognizes my identity? Correct, I am indeed the monarch of eternal night. Having declared this in a tone brimming with absolute confidence, his eyes swept across the cultists of the evil god.
The leading cultist's pupils suddenly contracted violently, while his companions turned pale as if remembering something terrifying. "Boss, it's truly the Night Monarch, let's get out of here," one cultist frantically urged their leader. Recently, rumors had been circulating throughout Bachin City. Legends claimed that whenever night fell, the Monarch of Darkness would descend to claim the lives of cultists who dared move through the shadows. The legend gained even more credibility after news broke about the destruction of numerous evil cult branches. Whether the Night Monarch exists or not, there truly is something hunting evil cult followers every night. Could they really be that unlucky to have encountered it? The lead cultist's eyes flickered with uncertainty. After one last glance at the little girl, he gritted his teeth and said to the black-robed figure, "We thank you for sparing our lives." With that said, he turned around, waved his hand, and walked away without hesitation. "Let's go." Seeing the cultist turn and leave, the black-robed figure suddenly let out a relieved sigh, wiping away the cold sweat beading on his forehead. Yet, with just one outstretched hand, click, the glowing object behind him fell to the ground. In an instant, his outstretched hand froze abruptly, then mechanically lifted his head to stare at the group of departing cultists. He saw they had already turned around, their eyes fixated in stunned silence on the fallen neon tube at his feet. The scene was eerily silent. Chapter 66. What was that about your Great King title? Darkness Monarch, your halo fell off. The little girl blinked her sparkling eyes, gazing innocently at the fluorescent tube that had dropped at the robed figure's feet. The immature voice shattered the eerie silence. "No, that's not a halo, it's my integrity." The black-robed figure twitched at the corner of his mouth, sensing something wrong as he silently withdrew his hand that was reaching for the fluorescent tube. "Ahem, well, this is merely my little toy, nothing serious." He cleared his throat, deliberately adopting a profound tone. After speaking, he glared at the demonic cultists and growled, "Why haven't you scurried away yet? Do you truly wish to force my hand, demonic cultists?" The leader among them glanced at the black-robed figure, then at the fallen fluorescent tube on the ground. His dazed expression gradually twisted into one of utter malice. "Damn it! This brat dares to mess with us? Kill him!" With a wave of his hand, the cultists around him snapped back to attention, their faces twisting with rage as they charged at the black-robed figure. "You little shit, you've got a death wish. Die now!" Facing the menacing cultists of the evil god, the hooded figure's expression suddenly changed. "This is bad." Shuddering all over, he swiftly regained his wits and immediately turned to flee. While fleeing, he didn't forget to shout back at the stunned old woman standing frozen in place, "Grandma, run with me." "Oh, right." The old woman snapped out of her daze, nodded, and started running alongside him. During the escape, the little girl kept her eyes fixed on the black-robed figure, her wide eyes filled with confusion. Why is this Lord of the Night running away? Shouldn't he be punishing the bad guys? Unless... The little girl's puzzled gaze suddenly brightened as she exclaimed, "I get it. This is playing weak to lure the enemy in for a complete cleanup." She looked at the black-robed figure, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she said, "Night Monarch, you're amazing, I adore you so much." The fleeing black-robed man nearly stumbled when he heard her words. Nevertheless, he forced out a smile and said to the little girl, "Certainly, I shall always be the strongest. There's no need to fear these insignificant ants." He glanced back at the fanatical cultists relentlessly pursuing them, his brow furrowed with concern. At their current speed, they would be overtaken in no time. If it were just him alone, it'd be fine, but this girl and her grandmother would surely be caught by them. Glancing at the little girl's admiring gaze fixed on him, he wrestled internally with unbearable conflict. With his familiarity of the city's layout, escaping these pursuers would be absolutely guaranteed. Yet, saving them had been his original purpose all along. After a moment of inner struggle, the conflict in his eyes finally dissipated, replaced by unwavering determination. "Fine, if I die, so be it." He halted his fleeing steps and turned to face the pursuing cultists of the evil god. The old woman noticed his movement and turned back to look at him in confusion, asking, "Young man, you, go ahead without me." Before she could finish speaking, the black-robed figure cut her off. "I am the monarch of night, what fear have I of mere insects? Hurry and leave. I'll deal with them." The old woman gazed at the figure concealed beneath the black robe, her eyes filled with indescribable meaning. If even a child couldn't understand, how could she fail to see through it? This young man before them was probably just an ordinary person like them, and yet here he was, about to sacrifice himself to save them. "Thank you." Finally, choking back tears, she spoke these words and continued running away while carrying the little girl on her back. "I'm the only one left now." Sensing the old woman and the little girl had departed, the black-robed figure revealed a rare, relaxed smile. Seeing his actions, the cultists grew even more furious. Their target was that little girl, yet now their prey had slipped right through their fingers. In no time, the group of cultists surrounded the black-robed figure. The leading cultist slowly approached him, his face frosty as he sneered, "Boy, care to tell me again just who you think you are?" Approaching the robed figure, the man reached out and yanked off the black cloak in one swift motion. A youthful face was revealed before the crowd. The boy trembled uncontrollably as he faced the menacing cultists of the evil god, yet his eyes showed not a trace of fear.
With a faint curl of his lips, he whispered with eerie amusement, "I am the monarch of eternal night." Bang! As soon as the words fell, a slap landed on his face. "I'll beat the crap out of you, you bastard." Ah!
The youth was struck by this slap, wailing as he collapsed to the ground. Watching him lie there like a dead dog, the surrounding cultists of the evil god burst into laughter.
"This is the so-called monarch of the night? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. This brat really got carried away with his act. You're putting on quite the act. If it weren't for the boss slapping you, we might have believed you." The leader of the cultists looked down at the barely alive boy on the ground and sneered, "Kid, what was it you called yourself again? Some kind of king? Didn't quite catch that, why don't you repeat it?"
The youth lay on the ground, blood streaming from all 7 orifices, yet still managed to pull a faint, defiant smirk across his face.
"I am the monarch of darkness. Crack. Arg."
This time, the cult leader stomped directly on his hand. A sharp sound of bones breaking echoed as the boy's eyes instantly widened, letting out a heart-wrenching scream.
But this wasn't the end. The cult leader then pulled out a dagger and plunged it violently toward the boy's neck. "Go on, say it again, what kind of king are you?" he snarled.
Seeing the chilling glint before his eyes, the boy despairingly closed them, ready to embrace death.
However, right at this moment, "Stop!" an eerie voice suddenly rang out.
The cultist of the evil god suddenly halted his movements, his gaze snapping toward the direction of the voice. The young man lying on the ground also felt surprised and, with great difficulty, tilted his head to look. At the end of the alley, a figure was slowly approaching, the crisp sound of footsteps echoing distinctly in the quiet lane. Until the figure drew closer, everyone could finally see his appearance clearly. The man wore a black trench coat, his face concealed behind a strange mask, hands tucked casually in his pockets, walking with an unusually arrogant swagger. At least, that's how it appeared in the eyes of those heretical cultists. One of the underlings beside the cult leader spotted the newcomer and, seeing that his boss hadn't spoken up, immediately bellowed, "Who goes there?" Thump! No sooner had he spoken than the cult leader gave him a sharp knock on the head. "Get the hell out of here! Can't you see this guy's in cahoots with the one on the ground?" After thoroughly cursing out his subordinate, the cult leader turned with a ferocious grin toward the figure in the trench coat.
"What the hell is going on today?" he sneered. "One lunatic after another, are they lining up to get their heads examined?
Send 2 guys to finish that kid off."
He gestured to the 2 lackeys beside him, then turned his cold gaze back to the boy on the ground and sneered, "Kid, let's continue our little chat. What was your name again?" The youth was equally baffled. Since when did he have accomplices? How could he not know about this? Where the hell did this kid come from? His gear's actually more complete than mine? While he was still stunned, a voice suddenly rang out beside him. "Hey kid," he asked, "your name. Shouldn't you let him hear it clearly?" Hearing this voice, both the young man and the cult leader of the evil god simultaneously froze. This voice, it sounded familiar, as if he just heard it recently. Chapter 67, A Mortal's Dream to Rival the Divine. No, wait. The devout leader suddenly widened his eyes and glanced sharply to the side. This wasn't just a resemblance, it was unmistakably the voice of that trench-coated man who'd been nearby just moments ago. The youth lying on the ground froze as well, his gaze shifting to see a black and white smiling mask now towering over him, its wearer staring intently. "You." The cult leader extended his finger toward the trench-coated figure, then turned to glance at the spot where he had stood moments before. That place was now empty, only 2 corpses lay sprawled upon the ground in his wake. "Young man, what's your name?" Lin Yi ignored the cultist's question, instead smiling warmly as he addressed the youth lying on the ground. "I am the Black." "No, my name is Wei Chang," the boy instinctively replied, but then shook his head and gave his real name. For some reason, though this person before him was mysteriously enigmatic, he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of trust toward them. "Wei Chang? What a fine name indeed." Lin Yi nodded, though whether in approval of his earlier act of protecting the weak or genuine admiration for the name's pleasant sound remained unclear. "You?" The cult leader's eyes began to flicker with panic as his body instinctively retreated step by step. For some reason, he always felt like misfortune was about to strike him. Lin Yi finally glanced at the cultists and suddenly smiled at Wei Chang, saying, "Kid, having the heart to protect the weak is commendable, but you also need the strength to match it. Otherwise, it's not protecting the weak, it's handing over our heads together." Hearing this, Wei Chang showed a hint of confusion in his eyes and said, "I don't quite understand what you mean." "Oh, it's nothing." Lin Yi raised his hands and interlaced them behind his head, speaking in a lazy tone. "It's just those 2 people you just risked your life to save, they've already been captured by another group of cultists." "What? Ugh." Hearing this, Wei Chang's eyes widened in shock, and he gasped sharply from the pain of suddenly straining his broken arm while trying to sit up. But the pain in his arm paled in comparison to the agony Lin Yi's words inflicted on him. "They were taken away? You saw it, didn't you? Why didn't you save them?" The young man suddenly raised his head, his eyes red as he demanded answers from Lin Yi. Clearly he possessed such formidable strength,
Clearly he could have easily saved them, why didn't he act? Lin Yi scratched his head awkwardly as he looked at Wei Chang's fury. Ah, ouch. Here we go again with these morally superior comments, he muttered. They always leave me at a loss for words. If I had to say, maybe it's simply because I feel like it? Exactly. I'll save someone if I feel like it. What's it to you if I don't? Do I owe the world some obligation? Pfft, all that nonsense about with great power comes great responsibility, just pretty lies they feed wide-eyed youngsters like you. With that, Lin Yi turned to Wei Chang, spreading his hands with a sudden grin. Get it now, kiddo? You. Wei Chang tried to say something more, but was interrupted by Lin Yi. It's fine if you don't understand now. Someday you will. Turning his gaze toward the cultists attempting to slip away unnoticed, Lin Yi's tone darkened as he commanded, Anna, clean this up. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Wei Chang suddenly froze in stunned silence. Is there anyone else here? As he stood frozen in shock, a sickly laughter suddenly rang out beside Lin Yi. Giggle the sovereign finally lets me take action. Anna was almost bored to death. As the words fell, a stunning figure instantly emerged from the void beside Lin Yi. With a sickly smile on her face and a bloodstained dagger in hand, she charged excitedly toward those cultists. Even in a skirt, it didn't affect her speed because she would frequently slip into the void and instantly reappear elsewhere. Witnessing this scene, Wei Chang was completely stunned. What had he just seen? A girl appearing out of thin air. And she kept disappearing and reappearing endlessly. Under his watchful gaze, Anna swiftly chased down the fleeing cultists. With each precise strike of her dagger, one after another fell lifeless to the ground. In his eyes, those extremely powerful cultists of the evil god were like livestock waiting to be slaughtered in that girl's hands, powerless against their impending doom. So strong. But if they're so powerful, why didn't they choose to save those two innocent people? It would have been so easy for them. Wei Chang couldn't understand it. Why did you save me? He asked in a low voice, keeping his head down. Lin Yi, who had been observing Anna, suddenly turned his head upon hearing those words and remarked plainly, Don't misunderstand, I didn't save you. I was just curious to see someone impersonating my name to deceive others. Though the title Monarch of the Night sounds ridiculously edgy, not that I particularly like it, I still wouldn't tolerate anyone using it for fraud. Very annoying. If not for the fact you saved someone, I'd have killed you. Lin Yi said these words very calmly, but Wei Chang couldn't help but feel a bone-chilling coldness upon hearing them. He had no doubt that when this person before him spoke these words, he genuinely harbored murderous intent. The deep-seated sense of death emanating from within couldn't be mistaken. However, compared to this, Lin Yi's earlier words had shocked him even more. By saying that he had impersonated his name, did that not mean the man before him was none other than the legendary Monarch of the Night? Did I just encounter the real deal? In that instant, his mental image of the majestic and righteous Night Monarch crumbled. My liege, all threats have been neutralized. Anna returned to Lin Yi's side, shaking blood droplets from her dagger as she reported. Good work. Lin Yi nodded approvingly. Taking one last glance at the intensely self-doubting Wei Chang, he shoved his hands in his pockets and strode off into the darkened alleyway. Young man, there's actually an immense power within you, you just haven't discovered it yet. Try your best to uncover it. I've got high hopes for you. You'll definitely become as strong as me someday. Then you won't need to borrow someone else's name, you can be the savior through your own power. Your Majesty, are you telling the truth? How could that be? I was just teasing him for fun. Ah, Your Majesty is so wicked, Anna loves it. Not killing him was mercy enough. All the talk was just to keep him dreaming of rivaling gods with his mortal flesh, a little punishment of its own. Hidden power, ha? Wei Chang rose with his severed arm dragging behind him, gazing in the direction where Lin Yi and the others had departed. Clenching his fist, he lowered his head as a flame called hope ignited in his eyes. I will. Little did Lin Yi know that because of his words, a one-armed gunslinger who would one day strike terror into the heart of the dark territories began his rise. Chapter 68, Looking Skyward is my final act of defiance. Anu, have you pinpointed the location? Lin Yi and Anna stood by the roadside, phone in hand. Your Majesty, we've found it, but the situation here is quite dire. Anu's crystalline voice carried through the phone line. Oh, what's different? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and asked. Your Highness, it seems their purpose isn't murder, but rather searching for children to perform sacrifices. Additionally, there's a presence here nearly as powerful as me. Anu alone can handle those cultists, but I can't guarantee the safety of the others. Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded and said, Alright then, you wait for us there. Anna and I will be right over. Yes. After hanging up, Lin Yi and Anna were just about to turn and leave. At that moment, a car drove up from the distance and stopped beside them. Hey, buddy, need a ride? The car window rolled down as a young man leaned out, calling to Lin Yi and Anna. At the sight of him, both Lin Yi and Anna froze momentarily. Then, with a slight upturn of his lips, Lin Yi nodded and said, Alright, take us to 22nd Street in the North District.
Got it. 200. Hop in first. The young man patted the car door without further words. Exchanging a glance, Lin Yi and Anna walked to the rear, opened the trunk, and squeezed inside together before gently closing the trunk lid. The young man in the car, hearing the sound of the door closing, instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror. He glanced in the rearview mirror, froze for a moment, then turned his head to look. The back seat was completely empty. Where's the person? The young man was bewildered. He decisively opened the car door and got out, scanning his surroundings carefully and even circling the entire vehicle. Nothing. There was still no trace of anyone. With hands on his hips, he stood exactly where Lin Yi and the others had been moments before, his eyes filled with utter disbelief at life's absurdity. Finally, he looked up at the sky. What the hell, did those two just take off on the spot? After saying those words, he shuddered, then decisively got into the car and drove away. Some cars drift off course the longer they're driven. Soon, it veered off the main road and entered a pitch-black alleyway, finally stopping at the dead end. The young man stepped out of the car, casually throwing on a crimson robe as he did so. Not far from him, two cultists guarding the main gate spotted him, and one of them couldn't help but jeer, "Old Zhao IV, where have you been hustling customers today?" The young man waved his hand dismissively, sounding thoroughly uninterested. Ugh, don't even ask. Today's just been cursed. Came across two people on the roadside. At first thought the woman looked decent enough to try my luck, but after letting them hitch a ride, poof, they vanished into thin air. His words made the two cultists burst into laughter. Ha, did you let them escape and then come up with this excuse just to mess with us? Go to hell. The young man rolled his eyes before walking into the branch office. The two cultists guarding the entrance sneered, then quietly resumed their posts. But just then, the trunk of the car parked nearby suddenly popped open. The two cultists were stunned for a moment before spotting two figures slipping out of the trunk. This trunk is so stuffy, I'm never riding in it again, Lin Yi muttered, rubbing his neck with a wry smile. Anna beside him didn't say anything, just stared at Lin Yi with flushed cheeks, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She had initially wondered why Lin Yi insisted on entering the trunk. Turns out the confined space made operations easier. Right at that moment, the two cultists of the evil god finally sensed something amiss. This was Zhao Laoxi's car. With him already incarcerated, how could two people possibly emerge from its trunk? Recalling old man Zhao's words from earlier, both their expressions instantly turned peculiar. Good grief, so those two had been in the trunk the whole time. Who knows what they'd been doing in there? The girl's face had stayed flushed ever since she climbed out. The real question was, how had old man Zhao missed this during the entire drive? After exchanging glances, one of them turned towards Lin Yi and Anna with narrowed eyes and demanded, "Just who exactly are you two?" Hearing this, Lin Yi turned his head and glanced at them. "Ah, we've arrived already." He rotated his neck slightly and began walking toward the evil cult's branch office. This movement immediately made the two cult members tense up, and they decisively raised their guns to aim at Lin Yi. "Stop right there. Take one more step and I'll shoot." Lin Yi ignored their warning and kept walking forward, seeking death. The two cultists, seeing Lin Yi's stubborn resistance radiating from every pore, narrowed their eyes coldly and decisively pulled their triggers. Bang! The muzzle spat fire as a bullet instantly left the barrel, speeding toward Lin Yi's chest. At this very moment, Anna suddenly appeared before Lin Yi, grinning as she swung her dagger in an instant. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the fired bullet was cleanly sliced in half by the dagger, exploding into fragments on either side. Giggles, such pathetic weapons think they can harm His Majesty? Anna chuckled sweetly, appearing abruptly behind the two cultists under their terrified gazes. Put! With a flash of cold steel from the dagger, two perfectly good heads tumbled to the ground. Lin Yi didn't even glance at the corpses on the ground, simply pulling out his phone again to dial Anu's number. Beep beep, Your Majesty. Anu, where are you? Your Majesty, Anu is in their conference room right now. It seems they have another plan in motion, apparently targeting Your Majesty. Anu's words made Lin Yi frown. It wasn't because of those cultists targeting him, but rather because Anu was actually in their meeting room. Anu, have you infiltrated their ranks? Lin Yi asked in surprise. Yes, I killed one of their squad leaders, a female cultist, and disguised myself as her to sneak into the meeting room. Anu briefly explained, then asked, Lord Monarch, have you all arrived yet? Anna and I have already arrived at the entrance. We'll be right in. Lin Yi nodded and said, Great, I'll be waiting for you in the meeting room. Anna, who was standing nearby, sheathed her dagger after overhearing the conversation between Anu and Lin Yi. Once Lin Yi hung up the phone, she couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, has Anu infiltrated the enemy's ranks? What's wrong? Lin Yi glanced at her and asked with a smile. Anna pouted and said, Anna just doesn't understand why such an important task wasn't given to her. Anna could have done it very well too. Hearing her words, Lin Yi subtly glanced at her nearly bursting clothes and twitched his face. What's the reason? Didn't you have any idea? If it were you, even the red robes of the cultists wouldn't be able to cover it up. Shaking his head and paying no more attention to the jealous Anna, Lin Yi turned and walked into the evil god branch office.
Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Evil God branch, a group of high-ranking members of the Evil God cult were holding a meeting. At the front of the room stood a screen playing a recorded video.
The first person to appear on it was Shui Bowen. Chapter 69, Scene Reenactment, Su Qingyan Gets Scared.
The Cult of Youth Cult's branch division. In the dimly lit meeting room, the senior members of the cult branch had gathered. One table for squad leaders, another for core members, while the smallest table held the personnel sent from the cult's headquarters. Before the assembly, a large screen projected a video from a memory stone placed in front of it. The footage revealed a young man with strikingly enchanting features. Crunch! With a single click of the mouse, the image froze on the screen.
You're all quite familiar with this person, aren't you?
The leader from headquarters turned around and addressed the group of branch members. Only after everyone nodded did he continue. Not long ago, the young master of the Shui family, Shui Bowen, this unfortunate soul, died in Bachin City. Let me share something with everyone, he's already dead, so there's no need for further discretion.
He was actually our man, a sleeper agent planted among the awakened.
At these words, the eyes of every branch member widened in shock.
Though none of them had personally met Shui Bowen, they'd all heard of the Shui family genius from Anyang City.
That such a prodigious awakened was actually one of their own? At this moment, a core member of the branch spoke up. Sir, then how did he suddenly get exposed?
And why was he killed by someone from Bachin City?
The moment he finished speaking, he drew the gaze of everyone at headquarters.
Bang!
Humph! The leading headquarters personnel snorted coldly and slammed his hand on the table.
His icy gaze swept over the man before shifting to the rest of the branch members.
Then he spoke in a low, chilling tone. That's exactly what I should be asking you.
As the branch of Bachin City, you actually have no clue about incidents happening in your own territory?
What's the use of keeping a bunch of incompetent fools like you around? Hearing this, every branch member lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word in protest. Of course, while you all bear some blame, it's not entirely your fault, the leading headquarters member added.
The person who killed Shui Bowen is quite powerful. Even tracking down some leads required considerable effort on our part. As he spoke, he clicked the mouse again, restarting the video playback while explaining, this footage was obtained through sacred relics bestowed by the divine. It shows Shui Bowen's final moments before death.
Take a good look and identify the people in the video, then share your thoughts later. The video began playing, showing Shui Bowen fleeing across rooftops. Suddenly, he stopped on one roof. As his eyes widened, the camera shifted to reveal a maid-uniformed girl appearing in the footage.
Giggle, you filthy little rat, can really run, can't you? A sickly laughter emanated from the girl in the video.
Though her voice was audible and her silhouette roughly visible, her face remained inexplicably blurred. That morbid laughter sent an involuntary shiver through everyone in the meeting room, filling them with an unexplainable chill. Just who is the real cultist here? That laughter, it practically outcalled the genuine cultists themselves.
As the video played, another figure came into everyone's view. It was a spirited young woman, wielding a long spear with an extraordinary aura.
Just as everyone thought Shui Bowen was about to die, the situation suddenly took an unexpected turn.
Shui Bowen suddenly turned sharply in a certain direction, then shouted out loud, Miss Su Qingyan, save me! Su Qingyan? Hearing this name, everyone in the conference room momentarily froze. Who is Su Qingyan?
As believers of the Bachin City branch, if they didn't even know this name, they'd truly be worthless fools. That's the true master of the underground market in Bachin City, the most talented student at the Awakener Academy. With such profound background influence, even those heretic cults in Bachin City wouldn't dare to overstep the slightest boundary with her, even needing to address her with utmost reverence as Lady Su Qingyan. Why would Su Qingyan appear here of all places? The crowd was puzzled, growing more curious about what would happen next. According to their thinking, since Shui Bowen knew Su Qingyan would surely not stand by and let him die. After all, the Shui family in Anyang City had a soul-level powerhouse backing them. But if Su Qingyan intervened, how could Shui Bowen have still died? Burning with confusion, the crowd continued watching intently. However, Su Qingyan's next words left them all utterly stunned. In the video, when Shui Bowen reached out for help, Su Qingyan didn't even glance at him, his gaze firmly fixed on the two girls the entire time.
Sorry, we meant no offense.
The reason we appeared here was simply because we sensed energy fluctuations.
As for this person, we don't know him. Please feel free to do as you wish. Whoosh! Everyone in the conference room was utterly stunned by Su Qingyan's words in the video. What identities do those two people have for Su Qingyan to show them such respect? I'm completely baffled. Although Su Qingyan has a formidable background, we can't underestimate the weight of the Liang family, right? Yet she outright ignored Shui Bowen's request? Damn, since when did such formidable figures appear in our Bachin City? How come we didn't have the slightest hint?
The crowd buzzed with discussion, but the headquarters representative remained silent. The video continued playing, and the murmurings gradually ceased as everyone turned their attention back to the screen. Later, Shui Bowen refused to give up, but Su Qingyan seemed utterly determined, paying him no mind whatsoever.
Until Shue Bowen, with his back against the wall, resorted to the sacrificial ritual to become an evil god's apostle, his power skyrocketing. Even through the screen, the overwhelming aura was palpable to everyone in the conference room. High-tier moonlight level. After his transformation, there was no doubt Shue Bowen had reached the pinnacle of high-tier moonlight strength. Witnessing Shue Bowen's desperate choice, everyone braced themselves for an inevitable and fierce battle. And the reason Shue Bowen died was most likely because he was outnumbered and killed by the two girls' joint attack. Then, they saw the gun-wielding girl step forward and instantly annihilate Shue Bowen, who had become an evil god's minion. Instantly annihilated? Hiss! Staring at Shue Bowen, who had been utterly obliterated without a trace, and then at the unharmed gun-wielding girl, everyone collectively gasped in shock. Strong, so strong. That was a sacred divine familiar, and it got instantly annihilated with a single strike? How is this possible? This has to be a lie, since when did Bachin City have someone this powerful? Though they couldn't believe it, the evidence was right before their eyes, leaving them no choice but to accept the truth. Shue Bowen, whose strength rivaled that of a high-tier radiant moon cultivator, had truly been slain by that gun-wielding girl with just a single shot. The video continued to play, and the astonishment was far from over. After killing Shue Bowen, the gun-wielding girl glanced in Su Qingyan's direction as she spoke again. "You too, don't forget to say hello to for me." Upon hearing her words, everyone noticed the red-tasseled spear in the armed girl's hand visibly loosen its grip. Immediately afterward, she turned and left with the maid-dressed girl. Everyone understood clearly what had just happened. That armed girl, she actually had the intention to attack Su Qingyan. What astonished everyone even more was that Su Qingyan had discerned her intention and uttered that final line in self-defense. Su Qingyan, this heaven-defying genius girl with an extraordinary background, was actually scared? Chapter 70, of course, I'm here to kill you. The video ended here. The progress bar reached its end, and so did the hearts of the evil cult followers in the meeting room. The short video had left them utterly shaken. The information it contained would likely take them quite some time to fully digest. The headquarters representative remained silent until everyone had snapped back to reality, then spread their hands and said, "Now that the video's finished, feel free to share your thoughts." Thoughts? His words left everyone exchanging glances, unable to utter a single word for the longest time. What other thoughts could there possibly be? At the end of the video, the strength displayed by Shue Bowen was beyond anyone here. Only a few from headquarters might stand a chance against him. And what about the two women who killed Shue Bowen? To be honest, judging just by the glimpse shown in the video, people like them are nothing more than ants in that person's eyes. Wait, no, not even nothing more than. They literally are ants. Humph, should have guessed earlier, you bunch of useless losers. Seeing their dejected faces, the headquarters staff let out a cold snort. Then he paused the video at the moment when the two young women were leaving and asked, "Do you know these two women?" The most crucial clues in the video were Su Qingyan and these two girls who killed Shue Bowen. They couldn't afford to provoke Su Qingyan, and they certainly couldn't afford to provoke these two young women either. But Shue Bowen's death couldn't simply be ignored either. If they did, the minister would surely have their heads. Let's just hope someone in this bunch of idiots can recognize them. Since they're in Bachin City, they must have shown their faces at some point, right? As long as they've made an appearance, he didn't believe the branch of the cult, with its control over Bachin City, could have failed to notice them. The branch chief watched the video with a troubled expression, saying, "Sir, we don't seem to have seen these two women before." As soon as he finished speaking, the headquarters personnel cast icy stares in his direction, startling him into a shiver. He hastily added, however, "That group of good-for-nothing bastards from the northern district who got wiped out should know their whereabouts." Recently, several branch offices of evil god cults in Bachin City had been annihilated, including one belonging to their own Zadath cult. Yet, circumstances surrounding the destruction of their particular branch were somewhat different. The branch headquarters of other religious groups were completely wiped out, leaving no survivors. But at the branch Shue Bowen went to, only the core members died, while the other insignificant believers survived just fine. Now, those branch members have been merged into their division. They just need to interrogate a couple of them casually, and they should be able to uncover some leads about Shue Bowen's cause of death. Upon hearing his words, the people from headquarters slightly softened their gazes. The leader nodded and said, "In that case, you're not entirely useless. After the meeting, find a few people to question and then hand the information to me." "Yes." The branch head nodded repeatedly, relieved. The meeting continued, primarily focusing on how to proceed next. After all, Bachin City was currently far from peaceful. As the incident involving Shue Bowen continued to unfold, more and more people poured into Bachin City, a mixed crowd comprising all sorts of individuals. They intended to deal with the person who killed Shue Bowen but couldn't act directly, so they had to rely on other forces. For instance, the upcoming arrival of the Flaming Sun Patriarch from the Shue family was an excellent tool to exploit. Wait, perhaps exploit isn't the right word. After all, he was coming specifically to avenge Shue Bowen.
They merely provided certain information to the Shui family patriarch to help him achieve successful vengeance.
And within this arrangement, there were simply too many elements that could be manipulated.
For instance, using him to eliminate certain awakened families within Beichen City.
While the meeting was in full swing over there, Lin Yi and Anna had already infiltrated the outer division brazenly.
Inside the entrance corridor of the branch, several cultists of the evil god stood guard. Lin Yi and Anna didn't choose to disguise themselves as cultists like last time, instead opting to walk straight down the corridor.
You two, identify yourselves.
As soon as they entered the passageway, the cultists of the evil god stationed there spotted them, immediately raising their guns and shouting warnings. A smirk played on Lin Yi's lips. Before he could even speak, Anna stepped forward beside him, the cold glint of her dagger flashing in her hand.
Giggle, of course, the one who's going to kill you. Anna giggled, the dagger spinning nimbly between her fingers in a dazzling display of movement.
After their initial moment of shock, those cultists of the evil god immediately reacted and raised their guns to fire.
Yet at that very moment, Anna's figure suddenly vanished.
Seeing this scene, the pupils of those cultists contracted sharply, and they immediately turned their heads to look behind them only to be met with a flash of cold steel.
Thud!
The gleam of steel vanished as swiftly as it appeared, and several corpses toppled to the ground with unwilling stares frozen in their eyes.
Anna, just kill them next time without saying so much.
Lin Yi walked over without glancing at the corpse on the ground and spoke directly to Anna.
Ha, does your majesty not like it when Anna acts this way?
Anna froze for a moment before quickly regaining her composure.
Lin Yi shook his head. It's not that I dislike it, it's just a waste of time. Alright, let's go.
With that, Lin Yi headed inside.
Anna stood still for a moment in thought,
then suddenly broke into a smile and quickly followed after him. Upon entering the factions branch, they found themselves in a massive space resembling something like a marketplace. In the space, only a single path was faintly illuminated by a dim light, while all other areas were shrouded in darkness.
Lin Yi and Anna walked under the streetlights, yet their eyes kept wandering to the sides.
Under the demonic eyes, everything hidden in the darkness became unmistakably clear. Hidden within were massive iron cages, inside which gleamed pairs of innocent eyes. These were all children captured by those cultists of the evil gods, and among them, Lin Yi even spotted a woman clutching a baby just a few months old. Their bodies bore wounds, more or less, showing they had endured considerable torment.
As Lin Yi observed them, they returned his gaze.
But that gaze was tinged with fear. In their eyes, Lin Yi was also one of those cultists of the evil god who had abducted them.
Witnessing such a scene struck Lin Yi's heart like a heavy blow. Previously allowing the old woman and the little girl to be captured was all for the sake of helping Anu smoothly locate this evil god branch's hideout. After a moment's thought, Lin Yi slightly twitched his fingertips. In an instant, countless silver-white threads shot out, penetrating all the iron cages. The next moment, with a loud clang, every single cage was unlocked. The people inside those cages were stunned by what they saw. You are free.
Lin Yi smiled faintly as he withdrew the threads. At that moment, two cultists of the evil gods approached from the edge of the void. When they spotted Lin Yi and Anna, they froze in unison. Lin Yi's gaze shifted toward them as he spoke in an icy tone. You deserve to die.
Chapter 71. This monarch is truly angry. Anna, send them to hell.
The icy words spilled from Lin Yi's lips. Hearing this, the two cultists of the evil god immediately reacted.
They're intruders. With a loud shout, the two men raised their guns and decisively pulled the triggers at Lin Yi and Anna. Clickety-clack.
Muzzles spat fiery snakes as bullets streaked through the air like lines of fire.
KKK, the sovereign has spoken, ordering you to go to hell.
Anna revealed a twisted grin, slashing her dagger to intercept every single bullet. None could breach her defense.
She blocked every last one.
The two cultists looked upon this scene with terror gleaming in their eyes.
Help! Someone, quick!
One of them fired his gun while shouting in panic toward the rear. However, when he turned around again, what met his gaze was Anna, her eyes glowing with an icy blue light.
No! Thwack!
With only time for one shrill scream, their throats were slit in unison. Inside the cage, those people who witnessed Anna kill the cultists of the evil god were all stunned. Finally, they all snapped out of it and stepped out of the iron cage one by one.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to save us. Woo, we're saved, thank goodness. We're really saved.
Everyone rushed out of their cages, weeping with joy, all looking at Lin Yi and Anna with grateful expressions. After you get out, notify the federal authorities to come. They'll help you all, Lin Yi said with a faint smile as he looked at the crowd. Saving them was effortless. The rest could be left for the Federation to handle.
Anna, let's go.
Lin Yi turned around and walked forward, casually saying to Anna, Mommy, that big brother is so amazing. A little girl nestled in her mother's arms couldn't help but speak as she watched Lin Yi's departing figure. Hearing her child's words, the woman smiled faintly and stroked the girl's head, glistening tears visible at the corners of her eyes as she said, Mommy thinks he's amazing too. Beyond just amazing, he was magnificent. This is the one who carries their burdens and marches forward in the darkness. The shouting of that cultist earlier had already alerted others within the heresy division.
More people kept rushing over from inside the division, right into Lin Yi and Anna's path. When they saw Lin Yi and Anna, some of the dim-witted ones even assumed they were members of their own division. "Where are the intruders?" asked the first cultist who noticed them, frowning as his gaze kept darting past Lin Yi and behind them. "Right in front of you," Lin Yi replied with a cold smirk. Couldn't even be bothered with the pretense, grabbed his head outright and finished him with a knee strike. This level of intelligence even leaves him in anxious disbelief. The blood flowing from the corpse on the ground emitted a stench that made Lin Yi instinctively close his eyes as he took a deep breath. What a nauseating stench. As expected, after becoming a cultist of evil gods, even their blood reeks of filth. This eerie voice, as if emanating from the abyss of darkness, sent involuntary shivers through the bodies of those cultists. The masked figure before them evoked a terror far surpassing anything they'd felt even during sacred rituals of worship. "What's the matter?" Lin Yi opened his eyes, feigning confusion as he looked at the numerous cultists blocking his path and said, Aren't you going to make your move yet?" With those words, his lips curled into an exaggerated arc as his voice turned bone-chilling. "Well then, I suppose it's time for me to take action." At this moment, the cultists finally reacted, their faces filled with shock and terror as they decisively opened fire. "Kill him! Open fire! Someone go call for backup! Hurry! Damn it, this kid's putting on such an act. Who does he think he is? With all of us here, we'll turn him into Swiss cheese." Rat-tat-tat. In the narrow corridor, the opposing cultists all raised their guns, unleashing a dense hail of bullets that came pouring madly toward Lin Yi and the others. Ha ha ha, the symphony of firepower. The gunshot rang out, and Lin Yi burst into mad laughter. He lifted his hand to remove the mask from his face, and in an instant, it transformed into a pitch-black umbrella in his grasp. Ding ding ding. The torrent of bullets pouring toward him all struck the umbrella's surface, yet it showed not the slightest damage, not even a single mark. Lin Yi stood behind the umbrella, the corners of his lips curling up to reveal a flash of white teeth. Beneath his smile, dark purple particles of light began gathering on the black umbrella's surface, rapidly converging at its tip as if charging up. The next instant, the purple light particles at the tip of the umbrella ceased their energy convergence. Then, to the stunned disbelief of the numerous cultists, a purple energy orb the size of a chicken egg shot forth. Secret technique, demon-shattering bullet. Boom! The purple orb struck the crowd, vaporizing the foremost cultists instantly, followed by a deafening explosion. In an instant, purple light flooded the corridor, raising clouds of dust that obscured everything. Lin Yi waved his umbrella, and a gentle breeze swept through, scattering all the dust. The duel of firepower has concluded, with His Majesty the Night Monarch achieving a resounding victory. Lin Yi declared with a hint of madness, a smile playing on his lips as he strolled forward leisurely under his umbrella. "Your Majesty, Anna is just utterly enchanted by you." Anna followed behind Lin Yi, gazing at him with utterly intoxicated eyes. Such a sovereign lord is truly too irresistible to succumb to. This artistic slaughter made her wet-eyed. Her eyes moistened, those were tears of excitement. A tremendous explosion sent the already trembling evil god branch into complete chaos. A large number of evil god worshippers began mobilizing. Lin Yi and Anna pressed forward, leaving not a single cultist of the evil god alive in their wake. Nothing could stand in their way. The meeting was still ongoing. Thump thump thump. At that very moment, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. The person from headquarters who was speaking frowned and said impatiently, "Didn't I say it before? No one is allowed to disturb the meeting without my orders. Are the people from your branch really this brainless?" The branch leader stiffened and quickly stood up, bowing as he said, "My lord, this subordinate has failed in his duty. I'll go discipline him immediately." With that, he headed toward the door, his face darkening like a brewing storm. "Who the hell is so dumb? Why now of all times to pull this stunt? Who is it?" He growled angrily as he opened the door. But the moment he opened it, he froze in shock. What stood before him wasn't a person, but an inky black umbrella with a glowing purple sphere hovering at its tip. Surprise! With an excited shout, a purple energy sphere suddenly shot forth with explosive force. The branch director had no time to react before being struck head-on by the glowing sphere. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, plunging the entire conference room into chaos. "Damn it! What's going on?" The headquarters personnel roared in fury amid the billowing dust. Thud thud thud. Amidst the swirling dust, sharp footsteps resounded as someone stepped into the conference room. At the same moment, a slightly maddened voice rang in everyone's ears. "This monarch is truly furious." Chapter 72. This move is called striking my own ally. The voice tinged with madness echoed, and then a figure stepped into the conference room amidst explosions and billowing dust. In the enclosed space, a gentle breeze began to stir. In an instant, the dust was blown away. A figure in a trench coat holding an umbrella came into everyone's view, his face hidden beneath the umbrella, making it impossible to see his features.
Behind him stood a maid-dressed young girl, gazing at his back with intense reverence.
As Lin Yi stepped into the conference room, all the clamor vanished into silence.
The members of the evil god cult branch froze for a long moment before finally snapping out of it and turning their eyes to the corpse lying on the ground. It was their former branch leader, but now his body lay shattered, devoid of any trace of life.
The minister was taken out?
The branch personnel stared wide-eyed at their division chief's gruesome death, their gazes gradually filling with traces of fear.
The branch chief's strength wasn't insignificant, he was also a moonlight-tier existence.
Such power might not place him at the absolute pinnacle of Bachin City, but it certainly ranked among the strongest echelon. With strength like this, that person didn't even enter through the gate, he obliterated them all with a single strike.
What are you all standing around for? Intruders have broken in, move your asses now.
At this moment, the Awaken headquarters personnel roared furiously.
Boom!
His aura erupted violently as two sharp spikes materialized in his palms.
Hearing this, the others also snapped back to reality, each mobilizing their own auras. Yet despite this, not a single person made the first move.
The branch chief's corpse hadn't even gone cold yet, as the saying goes, the bird sticking its head out gets shot, and nobody wanted to be that bird. Worthless coward. The headquarters official looked at these spineless wretches and flew into such a rage that he grabbed someone nearby and hurled them straight toward Lin Yi.
Ha!
Before the flung person could react, they were already airborne, letting out nothing but an instinctive sound of confusion.
This move? It's called friendly fire.
Lin Yi watched the man's maneuver, the corner of his mouth curling as he drew Nightblade. With a swift pivot, he slashed downward at the cultist flying toward him. Swish! A razor-sharp sword flash flickered briefly before vanishing. The airborne figure was instantly cleaved in half and crashed to the ground. Blood sprayed, creating a scene of utmost brutality. This scene played out before the crowd's eyes, but it stirred no trace of sympathy within them. Instead, their fear of Lin Yi grew even deeper. As for the embarrassing individual from headquarters who had acted out earlier, he frowned as he looked at Anna standing behind Lin Yi. For some reason, this girl gave him a strangely familiar feeling, as if he had met her somewhere before. Where had I seen this before? Suddenly, his eyes flew open, pupils contracting sharply. With a sharp turn of his head, he looked at the screen behind him, then whipped back to stare at Anna.
The confusion in his gaze vanished instantly, replaced by overwhelming shock.
He recognized her.
Wasn't this girl before his eyes one of the two young women from that video, the one who killed Schweb Owen?
Why would she appear here?
Have we been betrayed? He roared silently in his heart. They'd taken such thorough confidentiality measures.
Only personnel at headquarters and these core branch members in the conference room had seen that video.
Why would they come knocking it this time? His gaze flickered uncertainly, shifting between Lin Yi and the believers from the branch. It seems this situation is about to turn bad. Judging by the power the girl displayed in the video, none of them here could be her match. If they were to charge recklessly, the only outcome would be their complete annihilation.
The director's mission wasn't complete yet, and life was too beautiful, he had no intention of meeting his end here.
Now, I command you, attack together.
In the end, he chose to sacrifice his subordinates to save himself.
The branch members weren't fools either, they certainly wouldn't engage in such suicidal actions.
So even after his words, everyone still hesitated uncertainly. The headquarters operatives exchanged glances, their eyes immediately darkening with malice. Without hesitation, he seized one of the branch members and drove the spike deep into the man's chest. This is the fate of anyone who disobeys orders.
Put!
The barbed spike pulled out, and the man fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined he would die by the hands of his own people. At this, the cultists grew even more terrified. Finally, one of them gritted his teeth and charged straight at Lin Yi, shouting, "Brothers, there are only two of them. Let's rush them together." Hearing his words, the hesitant cultists of the evil god instantly regained their confidence.
That's right. Even if these two were somewhat capable, were all of them here just for show?
There was no way these two could withstand their combined attacks.
Charge! Kill them!
You've killed so many of us, yet still act so arrogantly.
Do you really think you're invincible? What if he's strong? At worst, we'll perish together with him.
The dark cultists who'd been roused now wore expressions of madness. Faced with certain death, they ultimately revealed their most savage nature under the threat of annihilation.
Dozens of cultists of the evil god, each with at least Morning Star level strength, surged toward Lin Yi and Anna.
Yes, just like this.
Facing the attacking cultists, Lin Yi's expression instead turned calm.
That hint of madness gradually dissipated, replaced by an intensely focused and composed gaze.
Cut the crap, you pathetic edgelord. It's over.
A cultist of the dark gods suddenly appeared behind Lin Yi, his eyes gleaming with malice as he thrust a jagged spike toward Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi seemed not to see it at all, standing motionless in place without any movement.
Tisk, what an idiot.
Seeing Lin Yi remain utterly indifferent to his attack, the cultist of the evil god sneered coldly. Yet at that very moment, a figure appeared before him.
It was Anna, holding a dagger. You filthy rat, even our sovereign wouldn't stoop to acknowledge you, how dare you defy order like this? Anna looked at the cultist of the evil god, her face wearing a smile, yet her voice was bone-chillingly cold, sending a shiver down the cultist's spine. Swish! A flash of cold steel passed, and before the cultist could even let out a scream, his head was separated from his body. The death of one man had little effect on these cultists of the evil god, they still threw themselves recklessly at Lin Ye's assault. Die! The approaching cultists of the evil god wore expressions of utter madness as they brandished their spikes and stabbed towards Lin Yi. Divine blessing. Standing at the center of the assault, Lin Yi murmured the words under his breath. In an instant, the lotus-patterned umbrella began to spin rapidly, its surface radiating scattered purple runes that swiftly encircled Lin Yi within their glow. At the same time, dozens of attacks arrived, all landing simultaneously on the purple runes. Ding! 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 Sharp metallic clashing sounds rang out as all those spikes were blocked by the purple runes, unable to advance even a single inch. What? Witnessing this bizarre scene, scores of the evil god's devotees simultaneously widened their eyes, their gazes brimming with disbelief and utter shock. Chapter 73, Beneath the red robe lies the ultimate terror. The cultists were utterly dumbfounded. How could dozens of their combined attacks fail to even break a single umbrella? This umbrella! The people at headquarters stared at the umbrella in Lin Ye's hand, their eyes suddenly widening in obvious shock. Just moments ago, they had wondered why Lin Yi was carrying an umbrella indoors. Was it purely for show? Now it was clear, this was no ordinary umbrella, but some kind of special artifact. As for what type of artifact it was, they couldn't tell, but its rank was definitely high. The level shouldn't be lower than solar tier. Artifact ranks correspond to cultivation realms. Solar tier artifacts, their entire sect possessed only a handful of them. Especially this kind of combat-oriented artifact, those were even rarer. What's this guy's background anyway? In their minds, Lin Yi had already become some young master from a major organization out experiencing life. Meanwhile, facing the bewildered cultists of the evil god, Lin Yi didn't give them any extra chances. Secret technique, Thousand Illusion Lotus Blossom. Another whisper sounded, and the purple runes on the umbrella instantly vanished. At the same time, the metal spikes on the umbrella's surface suddenly shot outward. They transformed mid-flight. Each spike became a weapon, spears, swords, halberds, none were lacking. As these weapons appeared, an enormous purple pattern emerged beneath Lin Ye's feet. The design rapidly rotated and expanded until it enveloped all the surrounding cultists of the evil god. What is this thing? We seem to have been circled in? I can't move. Amidst the thousand illusion lotus blooms, the cultists of the evil god suddenly realized with horror that their own bodies were no longer under their control. Most crucially, those spike-transformed weapons had begun emitting a faint purple glow. Clang! A metallic clashing sound suddenly rang out, like a triggering signal. The instant it sounded, those weapon projections wildly multiplied until they'd completely covered the entire arcane array. Only at this moment did the cultists show genuine panic, their eyes filled with undisguised terror. Perfect finale. Lin Yi curled his lips, muttering those words in a soft, melodious voice. Before the echoes of his words faded, all weapons within the array suddenly resonated in unison, the clashing of blades never ending, with intermittent screams piercing through. Clang! Ah! Blades flashed and flesh flew within the formation array, making those outside unable to clearly see what was happening inside. They only knew that a terrifying massacre was likely unfolding within that formation array. After only a short while, the formation array dissipated, revealing the scene within. The few surviving members of the headquarters stared at the mutilated corpses surrounding Lin Yi, reduced to little more than fleshy pulp as cold sweat dripped uncontrollably onto the ground. It's absolutely terrifying. Those corpses littering the ground just moments ago, they were all living, breathing people. In just that brief moment, they were all slaughtered by that young lad, not even leaving behind intact corpses. Gulp! The leader from the headquarters stared blankly at Lin Yi, his throat bobbing with difficulty as he subtly retreated backward. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of another red-robed figure standing not far away. Why was there still one person who hadn't boarded? As he saw the motionless red-robed figure standing aside, a trace of puzzlement flashed through the eyes of the headquarters representative. However, immediately after, his eyes lit up with realization. Now they were probably doomed, and the only way to escape would be if someone could hold off those two monsters. His original plan had been to abandon his teammates outright and run as far as he could. He hadn't expected another member of the branch to still be alive, perfect timing, just ready to be used as a human shield. Thinking this, the headquarters member cautiously eyed Lin Yi, then quietly sidled up to the other man and whispered in a highly guarded tone, "Kid, you go up and fight that guy later to cover our escape. Once we get away, we'll definitely call for backup from headquarters to come rescue you." Yet after his words trailed off, the red-robed man showed no reaction whatsoever, merely casting him a sidelong glance before looking away. The man from headquarters was visibly taken aback by his impassive reaction, suspicion flashing in his eyes. What's going on? Is this kid scared out of his wits? Hey, you. The man frowned and was just about to speak. However, his words came to an abrupt halt halfway, because the man turned his head to look at him, and the true face concealed beneath the crimson robe was finally revealed. The crimson robe slipped to the ground, and the figure hidden beneath it was fully unveiled. She was an astonishingly beautiful young woman, with features capable of stunning the world. But what truly shook the man from headquarters wasn't her appearance, it was the red-tasseled spear she held in her hand. You. His eyes suddenly widened in shock as he stumbled backwards uncontrollably. This person's attire was all too familiar to him. Wasn't the gun-wielding girl in the video who instantly killed Xue Bowen dressed exactly like the one standing before him now? After another glance at Anna behind Lin Yi, he swallowed hard with great difficulty. Though he found it extremely hard to believe, the reality was exactly as he saw it. The video showed two terrifyingly powerful young women, and both had arrived at their branch. One of them had even been hiding among them from the very beginning, yet they hadn't noticed her throughout the entire meeting. Run! Once he realized this, his mind fixated on that single thought without hesitation. Yet someone moved even faster than him. Run! Those people who had come with him from headquarters, upon seeing this situation, shouted before turning to flee towards the door. This scene caught the attention of the leader, who stared dumbfounded at those who had fled first. How could you retreat in the face of battle? At the very least, wait until I run away first before you all bolt. Enraged, he roared, and stood up to join the fleeing camp. In this current situation, it was beyond their control to handle. If they didn't run now, they'd all surely die here. They had it all figured out. Amidst the chaos, they might just slip away before Lin Yi and the others could even react. But the entire conference room only had one exit, the gap blown open behind Lin Yi. That had originally been the only door. And Lin Yi and Anna were standing right in front of it. Those trying to flee clearly noticed this problem too, cursing under their breaths one after another. Damn it, which idiot designed this with only one door? Don't you understand the wisdom of a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows? There was no choice, they had to force their way through. All 5 of them were Moonlight Tier beings, with their leader even reaching the high-level Moonlight Tier. Now, fighting for their lives, they unleashed their full strength and trump cards, charging at Lin Yi. Anna, Anu, spare none. Lin Yi glanced indifferently at the 5 attempting to break through, not even bothering to raise his eyelids as he spoke coolly. By your command, my lord. Anna revealed a morbid smile, her body radiating a crimson aura as her eyes became veiled in frost blue. Anu remained silent. A dragon-shaped phantom surged from her body as she leaped forward, appearing instantly before Lin Yi to stand side by side with Anna. Chapter 74, Leaving none alive would be too cruel. Anna and Anu stood before Lin Yi, facing 5 Twilight Tier heretic cultists. Brothers, don't be afraid. Charge together. The lead heretic cultist roared, his aura surging violently around him. As long as you all rush in quickly, I can escape safely. His gaze grew calm as he observed the positions of the other 4, then silently slowed his pace. Before the other 4 could react, they howled and charged forward recklessly. Seeing this, a flicker of cunning flashed in the man's eyes as he quietly repressed his aura and began sneaking along the wall toward the doorway. As long as I stay silent, no one will notice me. Even 1,000 ants are still just ants. Anna licked her lips with her fragrant tongue, her eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Without another word, she charged straight ahead, confronting the foremost cultist of the evil god. Swish! The dagger thrust forth, a cold glint flashing through the air. The cultist's pupils contracted as he instinctively tilted his head, narrowly evading the lethal strike by a hair's breadth. That was close. He looked at Anna with lingering fear in his eyes, his pupils filled with relief after surviving. However, Anna had no intention of giving him any breathing room, continuing to excitedly swing her dagger as she charged at him. For a moment, the two became locked in a fierce struggle. Although the evil cultist was on the defensive, he couldn't be taken down immediately. Let me help you. A cultist of the evil god witnessed Anna's combat and immediately rushed forward. However, a silhouette moved even faster than him. Anu slightly furrowed her brows, twirling her spear to block the cultist's path. With just a subtle flick of her slender wrist holding the spear, the cultist was sent flying before he could even react. Bang! You 3, come at me together. Anu retracted his spear, slamming it into the ground and scattering debris everywhere as he coldly regarded the remaining 3 cultists. Pah! The cultist who had been sent flying spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, that spear strike had dealt him significant damage. Facing Anu blocking their path, the 3 exchanged grave glances. After a brief moment of silent communication, they nodded and charged at him in unison. Stop looking down on people. Who isn't a Moonlight Tier these days? The blood-spitting cultist who'd been sent flying roared furiously, the spikes on his hands gleaming with faint dark light as he slashed through the air. That was the power of the evil god, an ability granted after making sinister sacrifices. Filthy power. Facing the charging cultist of the evil god, Anu's gaze turned icy, her long spear moving swiftly. Roar!
The dragon soul let out a piercing draconic roar, coiling around with each swing of her spear as Anu's aura surged to a terrifying intensity. As the evil god's cultist closed in mere paces away, Anu's sweeping spear strike flashed across the air. Bang! Ah! In an instant, the spear lashed against him, the man's eyeballs exploded outward as his entire body instantly vaporized into a crimson mist. Gulp! The remaining two cultists froze in their tracks at the brutal sight, staring in disbelief at the bloody mist before them. A radiant moon-level expert like themselves had just been reduced to bloody mist with a single swipe of her spear? This girl's power was utterly terrifying. Only at this moment did they truly comprehend the depth of Shue Bowen's despair in that video. Had it been them, they probably wouldn't even have had time to ascend as the evil god's subordinates. What are you two thinking about? As they stood there dazed, a crystalline voice as delicate as fine porcelain rang out behind them. The voice was so melodious, yet to the two cultists of the evil god, it sounded like the whisper of death, the horn summoning their doom. With a shudder, both came to their senses and whirled around to face the source. Just then, Anu, who had been standing before them moments ago, now appeared not far behind the two. The gun-wielding figure and her utterly emotionless beautiful eyes sent a sudden chill down their spines. Without another word, Anu swung her spear and drew a light line on the ground. Holstering his gun, he strode past the cultists with dispassionate ease. As their gazes crossed, the shadows cast by the two cultists developed blank spots, their shadowed heads abruptly severed before sliding sideways into nothingness. Thump! Behind Anu, the severed heads of the two cultists hit the ground, arterial spray erupting from their still-standing bodies. At this moment, the cultist engaged in battle with Anna was forced back, his peripheral vision catching sight of Anu approaching calmly. After a brief moment of stunned hesitation, his gaze shifted to what was behind her. What he saw next made his eyes widen in shock, his mind instantly going completely blank. In that split second, a dagger gleaming with cold light abruptly manifested in the air right beside his neck. Thud! Ugh! The cultist's eyes suddenly widened, his throat emitting inhuman sounds before he slowly collapsed. Ah! Anu, you didn't leave even one for me. That's so unfair. Anna stepped out from the void, glanced at the three dead cultists, and pouted angrily at Anu. Anu watched Anna's reaction with a brief pause before nodding resolutely. Next time for sure, she promised. You too. Linyi shook his head at them, unable to help saying with disapproval, that guy's about to slip away, and you're still chatting away. You'll have to face punishments when we head back. At Lin Ye's words, Anu remained silent, only glancing toward the doorway. Anna, however, flashed a smile and vanished in an instant, appearing again right at the entrance. Lord Monarch, Anna isn't that foolish, she grinned, holding her dagger. This one won't be getting away. The last remaining cultist of the malevolent deity stared at Anna, who had suddenly blocked his path, and the cunning glint in his eyes evaporated in an instant. Are you really going to be this ruthless, leaving me no way out? His gaze turned icy as he stared at Lin Yi. It was clear that these two terrifyingly powerful young women both took orders from that youth. Keh, what nonsense is this rat spouting? Lin Yi smirked coldly, raising a hand to his forehead before continuing. When you kidnapped those children, did you ever consider giving them a way out? Shaking his head, he added, whatever. You're the last one standing now. As he spoke, he slowly walked toward the cultist of the evil god. Why you? What are you trying to do? When he saw Lin Yi walking toward him, the man was badly frightened, his face twisted with alarm as he prepared to retaliate preemptively. Whoosh! Whoosh! The cold steel of a spear and dagger simultaneously touched his neck, instantly freezing him in place. With a sidelong glance, he saw Anu suddenly standing beside him gripping a rifle, while Anna held her blade poised on his other side. Life and death hung by a thread. Any sudden move would see either weapon claim his life without hesitation. Don't be scared, Lin Yi said with a smile as he walked up to him, pulling a black pill from his pocket before feeding it into his mouth. Watching the black pill Lin Yi brought over, the cultist of the evil god immediately shut his mouth, his eyes wide open. MMMPH. Open up. Lin Yi kicked him squarely in the stomach, the excruciating pain forcing a wretched scream from his gaping mouth. With lightning reflexes, Lin Yi seized the moment to toss the dumpling straight into his open mouth. The man barely had time to react before swallowing the entire dumpling whole, immediately choking and coughing violently while clutching his throat. Cough, cough. What did you just feed me? Makeup update. Chapter 75, Work hard, we'll wipe out your cult in a few days. He was desperately clutching his own throat with one hand, his face flushing to the shade of purple liver. What did you just feed me? His instincts screamed that whatever Lin Yi had just forced into his mouth couldn't be anything good. Don't panic, it's just poison. Won't kill you outright. Lin Yi smiled casually. At worst, if you don't take the antidote within 6 months, you'll experience unbearable itching like millions of ants crawling under your skin, followed by your flesh and bones slowly rotting away until you die. Hearing this, the man's eyes widened in an instant. Poison? Death within half a year without the antidote? And you fucking call that not life-threatening? Like hell I'd believe you. Ugh. He immediately shoved his fingers into his mouth, trying to vomit up that little pellet. Yet no matter how he gagged himself, nothing came out except dry heaving. Instead, his body gradually began tingling with an itching sensation.
I'm done for. I'm finished.
He stopped struggling, his gaze turning vacant.
Wait.
Just as he was about to despair, he suddenly caught sight of Lin Yi's smiling face. The pill was his, he must have the antidote. And this person didn't kill me immediately, surely because I still have value to them. Having figured this out, his eyes burned with fierce desperation as he immediately prostrated himself on the ground, groveling before Lin Yi with a sycophantic grin.
Master, from now on, I'll be your loyal dog. Whatever you command, I'll obey without question. Please, I just want the antidote. Your mind works quite fast, doesn't it?
Lin Yi gave him a rather surprised glance before snorting coldly and saying, I thought you were going to fight to the death.
Hee,
I wouldn't dare, not even if you gave me 100 extra guts would I dare have such thoughts. The man immediately chuckled, already referring to himself humbly as this small one.
To save my life, nothing shameful.
Answer my questions, and if I'm satisfied I may consider sparing you, Lin Yi said calmly. The man immediately nodded like a chicken pecking rice. This humble one will speak everything I know, withholding nothing. Lin Yi waved at Anna, who immediately understood and retrieved a chair from the corner to place behind him.
What's your name?
Lin Yi reclined on the chair and asked.
This humble one is called Song Rentu.
You can just call me Little Song.
Song Rentu didn't dare to delay and immediately replied. Great name.
A faint smile curled at Lin Yi's lips as he nodded slightly before continuing. Let me ask you, after that Xue Bowen fellow died, is someone coming to Beichen City to avenge him?
You must mean the Xue family patriarch and their Liang patriarch, right?
Probably, Song Rentu said uncertainly. Seeing Lin Yi remain silent, he continued, the two from the Xue family should be arriving in Beichen City soon. The Xue family head will likely arrive tomorrow, while the family ancestor is farther away, probably 1 or 2 days behind.
Besides them, several other factions are also planning to wade into these muddy waters.
He didn't mention that he himself had come for Lin Yi nor that he'd even considered framing him, knowing such admissions would only hasten his demise. Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded. This information was already known at the Awaken's home, as it was no longer a secret.
Asking again was merely to confirm it.
Now that the authenticity of the news was confirmed and the arrival time was set, an immature idea had already formed in Lin Yi's mind.
After a moment's thought, he asked Song Rentu, are the Xue family head and that paragon-level ancestor believers of the evil god?
No, Song Rentu immediately shook his head. Lin Yi nodded, then said, alright, then do everything you can to recruit them as your evil god believers.
That's your only task now. Ha! After hearing Lin Yi's words, Song Rentu was dumbfounded, then said with a bitter expression, Sir, they're all regular awakened ones. Trying to recruit them would probably be quite difficult. Forget about awakened ones, even ordinary people wouldn't necessarily be willing to join.
Even these followers only became cultists because they failed to awaken any supernatural abilities and refused to accept mediocrity.
Otherwise, what sane awakened individual would ever join a heretical cult? That would be downright idiotic, wouldn't it?
Not to mention the two from the Xue family, one is at the high-tier Bright Moon level, while the other has even reached the Blazing Sun tier. Convincing such powerful individuals to join the Dark God cult would likely be harder than killing them.
Moreover, what would be the purpose of doing so?
It's not unheard of for Awakened to become devotees of the Dark God. Some have fallen to the cult in pursuit of greater power.
Their combat prowess surpasses that of ordinary Awakened. In that case, wouldn't recruiting them as cultists of the evil god just mean creating 2 additional formidable enemies for no reason?
Lin Yi had already considered this point.
He replied nonchalantly, these are trivial matters. Just focus on recruiting them, I'll handle the rest. Yes. Though he didn't understand Lin Yi's reasoning, Song Rentu obediently nodded.
There's no choice, his life is now in Lin Yi's hands. Whatever he's told to do, he must comply.
Alright, your answers have been satisfactory enough. For now, I won't kill you. After finishing his interrogation, Lin Yi stood up and said. Just then, a flicker of hesitation flashed in Song Rentu's eyes.
Then he seemed to think of something else, gritted his teeth, and pulled out a stone from his robe. With visible reluctance, he cupped it in both hands and presented it to Lin Yi.
My lord, this is a shadow-retained stone, an immensely powerful relic of an evil god. I offer it to you in tribute, hoping it pleases your grace.
Oh, hearing this, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and glanced at the stone in Song Rentu's hands before picking up the black rock.
Shadow Stone, 7-star possesses the power to read minds, whether from living beings or inanimate objects.
Even the faintest residual traces can be extracted and transformed into images.
Ha!
After reading the description of the Shadow Stone in his hand, Lin Yi visibly froze for a moment.
This small, unremarkable stone was actually a 7-star material? Looks like I've found the materials needed to upgrade the card. Good, very good. You've really won me over, kid.
Lin Yi chuckled as he tucked away the memory stone.
Getting high-tier materials for free, who wouldn't be overjoyed? Hee, it's the least I could do, Song Rentu said with an ingratiating smile, though inwardly his heart was bleeding. That was an artifact bestowed by the minister himself. Those are rare even within the entire cult of the evil god. Though it wasn't a combat-oriented tool, it was incredibly useful for gathering information. Alright, that's enough for now, Lin Yi said as he stood up and headed toward the door, patting Song Rento's shoulder on the way. Keep up the good work and try to provide more intel. Who knows, maybe we'll wipe out your cult in a few days. Yes, yes, yes. Song Rentu nodded and bowed, watching Lin Yi depart. Once Lin Yi was out of sight, his expression instantly turned cold, but he soon sighed and silently left the place. Not long after he left, the Federal Supernatural Bureau personnel arrived belatedly. Second bonus update. Chapter 76, Morning Exercises Together. Captain Liu, the incident location is at North District's 22nd Street. I know, we're almost there. Then please be careful and report any situation immediately. At number 22 Street in the North District, a middle-aged man with a steadfast face stood at the street corner. Behind him stood 5 officials from the Supernatural Bureau, with 5 Federation Supernatural Bureau vehicles parked nearby, ready for action. With a wave of his hand, dozens of fully armed Federation soldiers began disembarking from the vehicles one after another. Captain Liu, everything's ready, said a bespectacled young man beside the middle-aged officer, glancing at the soldiers behind him before addressing his superior. Captain Liu nodded and waved his hand, commanding, all troops, advance covertly, avoid making noise that might disturb the nearby residents. Following orders, the soldiers began advancing through the side alleys. Captain Liu led 5 men straight through the main street entrance without concealment. Captain, the intel we got says this is a cult of evil gods branch. Aren't we a bit understaffed for this? As they advanced, the bespectacled young man suddenly voiced his concern. Captain Liu glanced at him and said coolly, the tip-off call was very clear, someone's fighting with the evil god cult members. Anyone daring to take on the evil god cult head-on must be quite capable. Our current team is more than sufficient. Besides, if anything unexpected really happens, reinforcements will arrive quickly. Alright, we're here. After just a few sentences, they had already reached the end of the street. The street was pathetically short, and exceptionally hidden in shadow, indeed a perfect place for concealment. The branch of the evil god sect was easy to locate, just look for the 2 corpses on the ground. You all stand guard outside. Come in only if something happens. Captain Liu glanced at the 2 bodies on the ground, spoke to the surrounding soldiers, then led 5 men into the passage. In the narrow passage lay several corpses, while a Transcendent Bureau officer took out an instrument to conduct an examination. Captain Liu, it's the Isolde cultists. The superhuman agency officer reported to Team Leader Liu. Their deaths were swift, all killed with a single strike, their heads severed as if by a sharp blade. Got it. Captain Liu nodded and continued walking toward the interior. Don't let your guard down, everyone stay ready for combat at any, he said while stepping 1 foot out of the passageway. Yet the scene that greeted him made him swallow his words mid-sentence. In the vast space stood a crowd of people, all of them elderly, weak, women, or children, with every adult accompanied by several kids in tow. The people inside the space also noticed Liu's team. At first, they suspected them to be cultists of the evil god, but when they spotted the insignia of the Supernatural Bureau on Liu's team, tears welled up in their eyes. It's the Supernatural Bureau. You finally came. Thank goodness. We're saved. It's the Transcendence Bureau coming to rescue us. Overwhelmed with joy, the crowd immediately moved toward Captain Liu and his team. For a moment, even these seasoned Supernatural Bureau agents who'd weathered countless storms stood frozen at the sight before them. Captain Liu, they're all ordinary people, the intelligence officer spoke up at that moment. Captain Liu immediately snapped back to reality. Looking at the overwhelming number of elderly, weak, women and children before him, his eyes instantly became bloodshot. Damn these rats! They don't even spare the weak, elderly, women or children. With a furious curse, he began organizing order at the scene while inquiring about the specific situation. After exchanging information, he finally got the full picture of what had happened. It was another sacrifice to the evil god. And worse, they were sacrificing children. Besides this, he had learned another piece of news. Before their arrival, someone had infiltrated the evil cults branch, rescued these people, and told them to contact the Supernatural Bureau. Mask? Captain Liu murmured softly, his brow slightly furrowed. A mysterious figure of unknown origin, yet possessing formidable abilities, another unknown entity. Bachin City has truly been unsettled lately. Watching the crowd gradually disperse under arrangements, Captain Liu's eyes revealed a trace of concern. Today's Bachin City finds itself in troubled times. Various evil god cults have become active, along with other outsider elements. And all of this stems from Xue Bowen's death. This gave them a massive headache. If there was any good news, it was that a mysterious force had recently appeared in Bachin City. This enigmatic force always emerged in the dead of night, specifically targeting the branch offices of the evil god cult. The mysterious entity rumored among the people came to be known as the Monarch of Darkness. Before this, he had always harbored doubts about this mysterious being.
But after the events of this night, his perception of this mysterious presence improved considerably. Yet, worries would not simply vanish, the lessons of Night Owl City remained vivid in his mind.
Let us hope he won't become the next Night Owl. Captain Lu sighed inwardly and began the cleanup operation.
As expected, not a single soul survived in the entire cult branch. This was indeed the signature style of that so-called Dark Knight monarch.
The next day, rumors began to circulate. The Night Monarch infiltrated an evil god cult branch under cover of darkness, slaughtering all the cultists and rescuing hundreds of women, children, and elderly. The legends of Bachan City are true. Cultists of the evil god, night is no longer your sanctuary, for the monarch will judge you from the shadows. These reports spread like wildfire, appearing almost deliberately orchestrated.
Under the moonlight, three figures walked together. On the way home, Anna was particularly lively.
Lord Monarch, your poison is truly formidable.
Anna trailed behind Lin Yi, her lively eyes fixed on him as she spoke.
Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Where would I get those strange medicines? It was just a chocolate-coated candy. It can only last for half a year anyway. After that, Song Run 2 should meet his natural end. Forcing a natural end still counts as a natural end, doesn't it? Hearing Lin Yi's words, a flicker of surprise flashed in Anna's eyes. So it was fake. But you're really amazing, Lord Monarch.
Anna would never have thought of such a brilliant idea.
After speaking, Anna cheerfully asked Lin Yi, Lord Monarch, what would you like to eat tonight?
I won't eat anything tonight. Need to sleep early for morning drills tomorrow. Lin Yi shook his head as he spoke.
What are morning drills? Anna asked with confusion,
while Anu beside her also fixed her perplexed beautiful eyes on Lin Yi.
Looking at them, Lin Yi's lips curled slightly with playful mischief as he explained, morning drills? Naturally, it means rising early to train and exercise. Hearing this, Anna nodded with partial understanding. Oh, so it's just doing exercises in the morning, in that case. As she spoke, her eyes suddenly brightened, and she asked Lin Yi eagerly, then can Anna stay with you, your majesty?
After Anna finished speaking, Anu beside her also chimed in. Anu wants to join too.
Don't worry, there's enough for both of you. Chapter 77, Ascended Card, The Eternal Illusionary Kingdom.
Returning to the villa, Lin Yi took a quick cold shower.
After a night of killing, though no bloodstains were left, dust was inevitable.
During that time, Lin Yi chased away Anna, who had attempted to join him for a bath, leaving the little girl stomping her feet and pouting at the bathroom door. Then, a lowly maid appeared at the door, bending over to peek through the crack. Having washed away the grime of battle, Lin Yi returned to his bedroom wearing a bathrobe. Lying on the bed, Lin Yi stretched out his hand, and some materials appeared in his palm.
After battling monsters all night, not a single white card dropped.
The drop rate for white cards becomes increasingly lower as you progress further. Spine of the Yuga, 5-star, an exclusive item of the evil god's followers, occasionally bestowed upon believers as an offensive tool. It possesses the power to ignore certain defenses, making it excellent card forging material.
Shadowstone, 7-star, possesses the power to read minds, whether from the living or the dead. Even the faintest remnant of lingering aura can be extracted and transformed into vivid imagery. A wisp of tainted dream essence, 3-star, its creation. Even a trace can induce hallucinations.
When surrounded by such an aura, your focus shouldn't be on escape, but on distinguishing reality from illusion. These three materials were the gains of the entire night. There were others, of course, but most were low-tier 1-star trash materials.
Adding them in would likely only drag down the overall quality. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook a meal without rice.
Looking at the materials in his hand, Lin Yi couldn't help but shake his head. There was no shortage of materials, but they lacked blank cards. Though he was eager to create another card, without the foundation, wanting to build a mansion was impossible.
Hold on. Lin Yi suddenly remembered something and asked the system, do I have the authority to remake cards now?
Host has fulfilled the requirement of creating 5 cards and has unlocked the card remaking privilege, the system replied.
How exactly does it work? Lin Yi inquired further.
Just silently recite in your heart the card ability you wish to smelt, host.
Is it really that simple?
Hearing this, Lin Yi immediately understood and silently recited, controller. In an instant, strands of silvery white light emerged from his body and gradually gathered in his palm. In no time, a silver white card imprinted with several silk threads appeared in his hand.
Recondense the used card and then add materials to upgrade it?
Lin Yi gazed at the silver white card in his hand, murmuring to himself. After condensing this card, he didn't feel that his power had diminished, and his ability to control the silk threads still remained. In that case, reforging won't have any negative impact. It should rely on oneself as the foundation for editing, with the card merely serving as a medium.
Understanding this rule opens up countless possibilities for manipulation.
For instance, during battle, if one possesses high-star materials while finding certain abilities insufficiently potent, opportunities can be sought to enhance those abilities. The card reforging process isn't overly flashy, it remains similar to the original card creation procedure. Lin Yi methodically added the materials into the card one by one. When all the materials were added, the silver-white card slowly began to rotate.
System, are you really not some card game that transformed?
Lin Yi looked at this familiar process and couldn't help but grumble. This scene really looks just like the card pool in those card games. Every time he crafted a card, he couldn't help wondering if another Scotty would pop out the next second. Then he'd shout, "Dedicate your heart for Scotty."
Ahem, wrong channel.
The card slowly rotated, and under Lin Yi's mix of hopeful yet numb gaze, a faint purple glow suddenly emerged.
Name, the eternal realm created by him. Category, ability card. Rank, epic card. Effect, the threads arrive before the person.
You will gain the ability to manipulate puppet strings. Those controlled by these strings shall become mere marionettes in your hands. You shall possess the power to create illusions, and those touched by these threads will have their innermost thoughts laid bare before you. The card reshaping succeeded, this time without the system's notification chime. Yet Lin Yi's excitement remained utterly undiminished.
Another epic card.
This was already his third epic grade card, especially since this one had evolved from the very first card he'd ever created.
Fabricate illusions, listen to hearts? That's ridiculously overpowered.
Lin Yi looked at the additional abilities on the card and couldn't help but mutter to himself.
Leaving aside that infamous illusion crafting skill known for its deceptive prowess, just this newfound ability to listen to others' thoughts alone was already a divine tier technique.
Everything touched by the threads would hold no secrets before Lin Yi's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yi crushed the card directly. Crack! As the card shattered, Lin Yi felt his power grow yet stronger.
Boom!
Suddenly, a buzzing sound resonated from within his body.
In an instant, Lin Yi's aura surged dramatically.
Simultaneously, within his cosmic energy realm, another massive black star slowly rose from the sea of consciousness. Another black hole emerged, and two black holes raced side by side within Lin Yi's energy universe. Both black holes erupted with terrifying gravitational pull, drawing in all the surrounding energy. Then, under Lin Yi's stunned gaze, the two black holes began pulling toward each other, slowly revolving in tandem.
Hey, system, what's going on here?
Lin Yi's consciousness watched the two black holes in the energy universe that were mutually attracted and began to rotate, completely baffled as he questioned the system.
The system. Faced with Lin Yi's question, the system remained as silent as if it were dead.
Left with no choice, Lin Yi had no option but to observe the entire process from start to finish. He could only stand by and watch, powerless to affect anything.
The two celestial elders occupied his energy cosmos.
While they didn't directly affect him, he couldn't influence them either. Under Lin Yi's terrified gaze, the two black holes spun faster and faster until they finally merged into a single Taiji symbol. At first glance, the two had merged into a single sphere, with only a faint white line in the crevice marking their boundaries.
Finally, the two black holes completely fused into one. Boom!
After the merger of the two black holes, the energy universe trembled, and Lin Yi felt all the energy in his body surge and boil.
Phew!
After what seemed like an eternity, Lin Yi let out a long sigh as his turbulent aura gradually stabilized.
So strong.
With a face full of disbelief, he clenched his fists tightly. The sudden surge of power within him nearly made him unable to resist the urge to jump into battle right then and there. After careful calculation, his strength has skyrocketed more than tenfold after this black hole fusion.
Exactly how much he's improved still requires real combat to determine, but it's definitely no small amount.
After experiencing his soaring power, it's time to test his upgraded abilities.
Need to find a target.
Lin Yi pondered for a moment, then glanced towards the adjacent room and immediately broke into a smile. With a flick of his fingertip, a ghostly purple filament shot out, instantly piercing through the wall and entering Anna's room. At that moment, Anna was lying in bed pretending to sleep, her mind still occupied with thoughts of how to sneak into His Majesty's chambers later.
Chapter 78, An Invitation from Su Qingyan. A faint purple thread pierced through the wall, silently entering Anna's room.
In his own room, Lin Yi closed his eyes, yet his perspective shifted to Anna's chamber.
I wonder what this girl usually thinks about.
Watching the sleeping Anna, a faint smirk curled at the corner of Lin Yi's lips. Under his control, the thread slipped into Anna's bedding and lightly brushed against her hand. At that very moment, Lin Yi suddenly saw countless images flashing before his eyes.
Those were Anna's true inner thoughts, her most deeply buried secrets. Your Majesty. In the cramped little room, Anna watched Lin Yi enter the bathroom with an intoxicated smile. Lin Yi remembered this was when Anna was first created. Anna's inner monologue echoed through Lin Yi's mind.
At first sight, great and unparalleled monarch of the night, Anna fell in love with you instantly.
For you, Anna would give anything, even her life. Hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. So this was what the little one had been thinking all along?
Just as he was thinking this, Anna's demeanor suddenly shifted dramatically as she uttered an extremely morbid plea.
His Majesty actually won't let Anna serve him, but Anna really wants to. Your Majesty, Anna, so desperately wants a hug.
Lin Yi's smile froze awkwardly as the scene abruptly changed. Anna appeared in a narrow alleyway with Lin Yi standing before her, while two Dawn Star-level transcendents simultaneously blocked their path.
How dare these lowly worms raise their hands against His Majesty? Anyone who dares attack His Majesty, Anna will make them wish they were dead. I wanted to torment them, but remembering that Your Majesty is still waiting for Anna, I had no choice but to kill them. Oh, Your Majesty, every second away from you is sheer agony for Anna. Listening to these inner monologues and seeing Anna's unnaturally twisted smile in the images, Lin Yi fell into deep thought. An absolute yandere? This ability, which he hadn't paid much attention to at first, turned out to be Anna's most terrifying trait. What would this girl have become without him? Lin Yi dared not imagine, nor would he allow himself to dwell on such thoughts. The third time, the scene appeared in the villa, with Lin Yi gently patting Anna's head. Lord Monarch touched Anna's head. Ah, Anna is so happy. I want to pounce on Lord Monarch right now. But he is the monarch after all. How could Anna dare to disrespect the greatest monarch of the night? No, absolutely not. Lord Monarch is leaving Anna. Anna feels so sad. Hee oh Lord Monarch, how Anna wishes she could tie you to her side, to be together forever, never to part. This is the Lord's command. Anna cannot disobey, but having been apart from the Lord for just a little while, missing him comes rushing in like the tide. Anna truly can't hold back the urge to seek him out. The first night without the Lord, Anna tossed and turned, unable to sleep, her mind filled with images of His Majesty. By the second day, Anna was nearly falling apart. Not even household chores could restrain her longing for the Lord. Ha! The Lord has returned. Anna is so happy, but why has His Majesty brought back a girl? And such a beautiful one at that. No, my Lord belongs to me alone. I want to tear her apart, but some invisible rule restrains me. I long to torture her to death, yet find myself utterly incapable. What's worse, I must even greet Anna with a smiling face. I wanted to accompany you to bed as usual tonight, my lord, but that woman Anu caught me. My lord, everything I have belongs to you. Anna truly wishes to have you all to herself. Has His Majesty fallen asleep? Today Anna finally understood what His Majesty meant by morning exercises. So looking forward to it. The inner monologue ended here, leaving Lin Yi utterly dumbfounded. Is this what they call absolute yandere? How horrifying. The little girl usually seems honest, but the thoughts in her heart are truly terrifying. However, it seems due to the system's restrictions, she won't be able to use this attribute on herself or the cards she creates. Just as Lin Yi was lost in thought, Anna, who had been sound asleep in the room, suddenly opened her eyes. Lin Yi froze momentarily, then quickly retracted the threads and pretended to be asleep. These two little girls, so they've been sneaking into my room to sleep every night? And they specifically choose when I'm alone, honestly. Where does this leave the dignity of a monarch like me? I must restore my honor. Outside the room, Anna and Anu seemed to have made a prior agreement. They tiptoed out of their respective rooms and met up at Lin Yi's door. Shoo! Anna made a gesture for silence, and Anu nodded in response. Then, the two carefully pushed open the door and crept inside. Lin Yi, who was pretending to be asleep, only sensed two people slipping into his room before they quietly lay down beside him. After a long while, my lord. Anna, who was sleeping beside Lin Yi, murmured in her dreams. Seeing this, Lin Yi could only smile helplessly before drifting off to sleep as well. The next day, Lin Yi woke up after dreaming all night. He looked beside him and found Anu had already left. As for Anna, Lin Yi slightly raised his head to look forward and saw Anna hiding under the covers, staring at him with wide eyes. Good morning, Your Majesty. Anna greeted Lin Yi with a soft laugh. Would you like to do morning exercises together? Hearing this, Lin Yi snapped awake in an instant. He patted Anna's head, smiled and said, which routine should we do? How about Eaglet takes flight? Okay. An hour or two later, Lin Yi stretched comfortably and walked out of the villa's front door, basking in the morning sunlight. In the courtyard, Anu, who was brandishing a long spear, immediately stopped upon seeing Lin Yi and greeted respectfully, Good morning, Your Majesty. Good morning, Anu. Lin Yi also greeted her with a smile, then asked curiously, Anu, what are you doing up so early in the morning? Didn't Your Majesty say we should rise early and exercise? Anu scratched her head, looking rather puzzled as she said, Anu woke up very early, so I've been waiting for you, Lord Monarch, and Anna. After speaking, she seemed to remember something and asked Lin Yi, Your Majesty, where's Anna? Lin Yi opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for how to describe this girl. Too naive perhaps? That girl hasn't gotten up yet. She was exhausted from morning exercises and is resting now. Lin Yi shrugged and spread his hands helplessly. I see. Upon hearing this, Anu nodded and didn't inquire further. However, she soon took out a golden invitation from her pocket and handed it to Lin Yi, saying, Your Majesty, someone came by earlier claiming to be your classmate's butler. He gave Anu this invitation. Chapter 79, Lin Yi, the professional fishing enthusiast. Classmate? Lin Yi took the note and opened it. Lin Yi, there will be an auction held in the underground market on the evening of May 21st, hoping you can attend, Su Qing Yen. So it was an invitation to an auction. Lin Yi looked at the invitation in his hand and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Just as he had suspected, Su Qingyan's identity was indeed extraordinary.
Rumors said the underground market was controlled by a mysterious organization with shocking connections. The fact that Su Qingyan could host an auction in the underground market meant her true background had finally come to light.
May 21st, isn't it today? Your Majesty, what happened?
Anu asked, looking puzzled at the smile on Lin Yi's face. Hearing this, Lin Yi shook his head and handed the invitation to her. Nothing.
Accompany me to an auction tonight.
Yes. Anu nodded, carefully storing the invitation away without further questions. The daytime passed leisurely, during which Lin Yi received the items he had ordered from the Awaken's home. From order to delivery in just a single day, the speed was almost unbelievable.
One could only say this was truly the legendary Awaken's home that spanned the entire world. No? House of the Awakened?
Lin Yi sat in front of his computer, gazing at the flood of information on the House of the Awakened webpage, his lips curling into an enigmatic smile. The Xue family's 2 enforcers should be arriving soon. Perhaps they're already here.
They've come to avenge Xue Bowen, which means they've come to kill me.
If they were just ordinary supernatural beings, Lin Yi wouldn't mind them coming. He'd kill as many as showed up. However, these 2 from the Xue family are quite powerful, and even that so-called ancestor of theirs is at the scorching sun level. Under these circumstances, simply killing them would be such a waste. He ought to get something out of it. Only items dropped by killing monsters or those with visible attributes can be defined as materials in his system. If that's the case, then all he needed to do was turn them into monsters that could drop materials.
But how exactly could he pull that off? To think there's no such thing as public opinion, what a cunning move.
Lin Yi smirked coldly, his slender fingers dancing wildly across the keyboard. Home of the Awakened strictly enforced a 1 account per person rule, thwarting any attempt to flood the platform with puppet accounts for astroturfing.
Yet the power of money always finds a way.
Lin Yi wasn't short on money now. At the very least, he had enough federal credits to hire those bottom-tier Awakened without any issues. Bribe those garbage Awakened individuals, then have them frenziedly post and bump threads to completely dominate the entire information board of the Awakened home forum.
Soon, under Lin Yi's orchestration, a flood of posts about him appeared on the Awakened home forum. Extra! Extra!
News about the powerhouse who killed Xue Bowen rumored to be a solar-tier expert.
Shocking!
The real reason Xue Bowen died in Beichen City is actually this. The prodigy perished in Beichen City. The Xue family's patriarch Liang abandoned the front lines, and the Xue family had hurried straight to Beichen City.
Who could be behind all these events? Click for details. Show more. Terrifying.
The expert who killed Xue Bowen has appeared in the Dark Zone, slaying a blazing sun-level beast king with a single palm strike.
That famed Sunfire expert from Beichen City, just who is he? After careful investigation, his background turns out to be shockingly extraordinary. The Northern Star City's Solar Flame powerhouse declared, "It was me who killed Xue Bowen, so what? Even if the Xue family's Solar Flame ancestor comes, I'll kill him all the same." The Awakened forum was instantly flooded, with countless posts spreading news about Lin Yi. However, none of them revealed any concrete information about Lin Yi. Instead, they scattered a mix of truths and falsehoods to confuse the clueless onlookers. Soon, this matter spread far and wide. By now, many had learned that Beichen City had a solar-class powerhouse who not only killed Xue Bowen but also completely disregarded the Xue family's revered ancestor. Now, it depends on whether Song Run 2 has the wit to react. Observing the impact of the public discourse, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile knowingly before directly logging off of Awakener's forum. The bait is set, and the hook is cast. Now, all that's left is to wait for the fish to bite. Fishing, Lin Yi was a pro at this. Beichen City, in a dimly lit corner, a figure shrouded in a crimson robe crouched on the ground, staring intently at a phone. So that's how it is. That one truly is profound and unfathomable. Song Run 2 couldn't help but let out a strange gegegi laugh as he read the information on the Awaken's home app. Putting away his phone, he turned and left the place. Since that great one had already baited the hook for him, it was time for him to proactively go searching for fish. It was getting late at night. Good, the preparations are almost complete. Lin Yi stood before the mirror and examined himself, nodding with great satisfaction. The monocular gold-rimmed glasses, the mystic eye concealed beneath gauze, paired with that handsome face just like the reader's, absolutely perfect. My lord, are we going rat hunting again tonight? Anna stood beside Lin Yi, straightening his collar as she asked with evident anticipation. Being a Moonlight-tier powerhouse after all, he had quickly recovered from that morning's exertion. Truth be told, an ordinary person really wouldn't be able to keep up with Lin Yi's intensity. Not tonight, I've got other plans. Lin Yi glanced at her and chuckled. Other plans? Lin Yi's words made Anna freeze for a second before her face flushed crimson. A flicker of anticipation shimmered in her eyes. Could it be, Eep? Seeing Anna like this, Lin Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. He reached out to pinch her chubby cheeks and said, "Don't get any wild ideas now, we're just going to an auction." An auction? Anna lifted her head, a flicker of disappointment flashing through her eyes, as if she hadn't achieved what was in her heart. Alright, let's go.
Lin Yi nodded in agreement, then turned and walked out, with Anna and Anu following closely behind. As night falls, the entire world tends toward silence. It resembles a pool of stagnant water, where only the occasional tiny insect creates ripples on its surface. Today's Bachan city was anything but peaceful, all because of an invitation issued from the underground market. Many powerful supernatural families in the city received the invitations and rushed toward the underground market. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be so enthusiastic, but this time was different. The invitation carried Su Qingyan's name. They couldn't afford to slight such a figure. Moreover, the invitation contained partial information about the merchandise. For instance, certain solar-grade elemental weapons or extremely rare high-quality materials. These are all exceptionally valuable treasures. Most importantly, among those items was something they absolutely couldn't afford to miss: the soul-refining stone. Rumored to be an earth-defying artifact capable of reshaping a deceased person's soul and bringing the dead back to life. How could something like this not drive them wild?